You, Mu Chun, were once a top-tier hacker. A year ago, you unexpectedly found yourself transported to this world, effortlessly obtaining a legitimate identity through your unique skills. Now, a mysterious voice echoes in your ears, announcing that you have been chosen as the sole beta tester for the universe's first extraordinary online game, Divine Revelation. This game offers the chance to acquire supernatural powers, wealth, status, and even immortality, ultimately leading to godhood. However, the price of entering the game is life itself. You must ensure your survival, as death would mean eternal damnation. Yet, as the only beta tester, you have the privilege to exit the game at any time during this phase. Questions arise in your mind: could this all be related to the fact that you are a transmigrator? But the rare opportunity to be the sole tester is too tempting to pass up, and you decide to explore the game and uncover its secrets. Your body dissolves into shimmering starlight, and your consciousness begins to fade. When you open your eyes again, you find yourself in a small wooden cabin, measuring 3 by 3 by 3 meters. The room is nearly bare, with the exception of a simple wooden bed. You open your personal interface, and the following details come into view. Name, Mu Chun. Level, 10100. Class, Life Sovereign Unique. Health, 100,100. Mana, 100,100. Attack, 10. Spirit, 10. Speed, 10. Defense, 10. Skills, Seed of Life exclusive. Sovereign's Eye exclusive. Items, none. Equipment, none. Wealth, none. You realize that your base stats are all maxed out, and your class, Life Sovereign, is an Emperor tier unique class that grants you dominion over all living beings. The skill Seed of Life allows you to condense extraordinary seeds and implant them into living beings, enhancing their aptitude and potential while awakening their class. These individuals become entirely bound to you, and any skills they acquire will also be shared with you. The skill Sovereign's Eye enables you to view detailed information about any living creature. Pushing open the wooden cabin door, you discover rows of identical small wooden houses, with no one else in sight. As you stroll to the edge of the village, you notice blood-red-eyed rabbits roaming outside the village boundary. However, these wild creatures cannot enter the beginner's village. Considering that your current skills are not optimized for direct combat, and the attack power of these wild creatures is unknown, you decide to return to Earth. Your plan is to recruit subordinates with high damage, offensive classes, and use the Seed of Life to share their skills, enabling you to better navigate this game world. Back in the real world, you test the Sovereign's Eye skill on photographs and successfully retrieve detailed information about the individuals depicted. This discovery opens up a new avenue for finding suitable subordinates. You take out your phone and scroll through your photo gallery, stopping at an image of yourself with a young girl with white hair. Activating the skill, an otherworldly energy flows into your eyes. As you focus on the girl, a flood of information appears before you. Name, Beigong Qianin. Age, 9. Gender, female. Aptitude, SS class. Description, a child from the abandoned Hong orphanage, born with albinism. Her life expectancy is no more than 10 years. She is an extremely insecure and fragile individual. Your heart stirs, perhaps she is destined to be your first subordinate. Zaiqianian, Mu Chun murmured softly. When he first arrived in this world, life was incredibly tough for him. He had no Thingyo possessions, no one to rely on. Fortunately, he encountered Director Hong of the Feihong orphanage. Seeing how difficult things were for him, Director Hong allowed him to work at the orphanage in exchange for food and shelter. Later, with his hacking skills, Mu Chun earned a considerable amount of money online and managed to escape his dire situation. However, he never forgot his benefactor and sent money to Director Hong every month as a token of gratitude. During his days at the orphanage, Mu Chun's favorite person was Beigong Qianin. This shy and endearing little girl, with her angelic appearance, was as adorable as could be. He always thought of her as his little sister and had long decided to adopt her in the future. But now, it seemed he might need to bring her home sooner than planned. With that thought in mind, Mu Chun picked up his phone, found the director's number, and dialed. Hello? Mu Chun, are you finally planning to adopt Qianin? Director Hong's hearty voice came through the receiver. Yes, Mu Chun responded briefly. I'll come over in a bit. Director, what does Qianin think about it? Her thoughts. The director laughed loudly. No need for you to come. I'm bringing Qianin to your place. And with that, he hung up abruptly, not giving Mu Chun a chance to speak further. Director Hong, always so straightforward, Mu Chun muttered with a helpless shake of his head as he set his phone down. Knowing that Beigong Qianin would be arriving soon, a hint of anticipation welled up in his heart. She had so much potential. With the help of his life seed, he could help her awaken a profession, possibly even break the limits of a unique class. Rubbing his temples, Mu Chun cleared his thoughts and settled in to wait. Half an hour later. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed through the room. Mu Chun immediately perked up, got up from his bedroom, and made his way to the living room. Standing in front of the door, He placed his hand on the doorknob and turned it gently. Click. The door opened. Standing outside was a petite figure. Her long, white hair cascaded down to her waist, and her sky-blue eyes sparkled like a clear lake. Her delicate little face carried a hint of timid charm, making her look utterly adorable. Qianin. Mu Qian broke into a wide smile, squatting down to scoop her up into his arms. Big brother. Beigong Qianin wrapped her small arms around his neck, her lips curving into a sweet smile. After holding her for a moment, Mu Chun glanced outside, noticing that Director Hong was nowhere to be seen. "Where's the director?" he asked curiously. "He dropped me off at the door and went back. He said there are still many kids at the orphanage who need his care," Beigong Qianin answered obediently. Hearing this, Mu Qin nodded and refrained from asking further. Carrying her inside, he closed the door behind them. As for any legal adoption papers, he couldn't be bothered with them. In just a month, the entire blue planet would undergo a massive transformation, and by then, none of it would matter. Bringing Beigong Qianin into his room, Mu Chen plopped down on the bed and placed her beside him. His expression grew serious, and his tone took on a more solemn note. "Qianin, no matter what happens next, don't be alarmed, because I've found a way to cure albinism." "Really?" Beigong Qianin's eyes widened in disbelief, her face filled with astonishment. "Though current technology can't cure albinism, once you become an awakened, it won't be a problem anymore," Mu Chen explained, his gaze steady and confident. "The process might be a little unusual, so I'm giving you a heads up." Hearing this, Beigong Qianin clenched her tiny fists, her face full of determination. "I understand." Seeing her resolve, Mu Chen said no more. He raised his right hand, and in his palm, a soft glow began to gather, eventually forming a seed radiating with the brilliance of life. Buzz, buzz. As the life seed emerged, the entire room seemed to be bathed in a warm, gentle light. Beigong Qianin stared in awe, her sapphire-like eyes growing even wider. Her face was a picture of shock. "Is this supernatural power?" "This is." Before she could fully process what was happening, Mu Chen gently pushed the life seed into her body. In an instant, Beigong Qianin froze, her entire body stiffening. Meanwhile, Mu Chen activated his Dominator's Eye to begin analyzing her basic information. Name: Beigong Qianin. Level: 1 class. Celestial Poison Healer. Unique class description: subordinate to Mu Chen, the only priest-type class holder with immense potential and a chance to ascend to godhood. Mu Chen's eyes sparkled as he carefully examined Beigong Qianin's class information, murmuring to himself, as expected, a unique class. A surge of emotion welled up in his heart. The life seed had elevated Beigong Qianin's potential to an unprecedented SSS rank. Such extraordinary talent guaranteed her class would be unparalleled. The unique class, Celestial Poison Healer, truly lived up to its name. As the superior class holder to Beigong Qianin, Mu Chen had also gained access to 2 new skills. Celestial Healing, a divine ability capable of restoring 50 health to an ally. While the mana cost increased with the target's power level, it required only 30 mana points for targets below his level. Reversal of Cure and Poison, a game-changing skill that allowed him to freely switch between healing and poisoning effects. This meant he could not only save lives but also turn healing into lethal toxins at will. A faint smile played on Mu Chen's lips as he marveled. A unique class indeed. These skills are practically unstoppable. Just then, Beigong Qianin's eyes gradually cleared, as if she had just emerged from a profound state of enlightenment. After piecing together the events, she exclaimed in surprise, "Brother, I just awakened my class and I became a beta tester." Mu Chen was momentarily taken aback. Beta tester? Then, as a sudden realization dawned upon him, he connected the dots. The status of a beta tester was tied to early class awakening. This revelation sent ripples through his mind, prompting him to reconsider his original plans. After a brief moment of contemplation, a detailed strategy began to take shape in his mind. Using his expertise in hacking, he would search nationwide for suitable individuals to form a team and venture into Zone 000 for exploration. After all, there was strength in numbers compared to fighting alone. Mu Chen reached out to gently ruffle Beigong Qianin's hair, his tone soft and affectionate. "Qianin, you truly are my lucky star." Hearing this, Beigong Qianin's face lit up with a sweet smile as she cheerfully replied. Hee. Although she wasn't entirely sure why her brother said that, a warm feeling blossomed in her heart, as if filling an empty space within her. "You can play on your phone for a bit. I have something to take care of," Mu Chen said, handing her the phone before heading to his computer. Sitting down, his gaze turned sharp and focused as his fingers danced across the keyboard. His thoughts raced as he carefully outlined the criteria for potential team members. He aimed to find individuals who had been broken by society or their families, those who had lost hope in life but still possessed decent character. Such people, once integrated into a group, would often display unwavering loyalty. By granting them the extraordinary opportunity to become beta testers, Mu Chun could offer them a fresh start and a chance for redemption. Within just half an hour, his nimble fingers had crafted a simple yet functional website. Utilizing his hacking skills, he began sifting through data nationwide to identify his target audience, sending them the website link along with the invitation. Leaning back in his chair, Mu Chun felt a sense of satisfaction as he murmured to himself, if they're truly desperate, they'll come. After all, this is the heart of Longhua, not some shady place where people fear losing their organs. With everything in place, he turned to glance at Beigong Qianin, only to notice the little girl sneaking peeks at him with a faint blush on her cheeks. The moment she realized she had been caught, she quickly turned her head away, pretending to be indifferent. Mu Chun couldn't help but chuckle softly, shaking his head in amusement. He walked over and gently said, "Come on, let's jump into the game and test the strength of the wild monsters." Beigong Qianin's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly nodded. "All right," she replied enthusiastically, her face brimming with determination and anticipation. The siblings activated their gaming devices simultaneously. In an instant, their figures dissolved into shimmering particles of light, vanishing from the dimly lit apartment. Meanwhile, across the nation, those who had lost all hope in life began receiving the mysterious message. Dragon Country, Magic City, a private room in an internet cafe. Another loss. The crystal on the screen shattered with a deafening explosion, accompanied by the sound of failure. Liang let out a helpless sigh, grabbing a cigarette from the table. He lit it, took a deep drag, and exhaled a cloud of smoke that lingered in the dimly lit room, carrying a faint bitterness. "My life, what a failure," he muttered to himself, his eyes fixed on the screen, though his gaze had long lost its focus. Memories surged like a tide, washing over him and leaving his expression hollow and weathered. When he was a child, his parents divorced, and neither wanted to take him in. He ended up living with his elderly grandfather. He dropped out of middle school due to financial difficulties and started working odd jobs. Over the next 10 years, life's storms did nothing to improve his situation. Instead, they dragged him deeper into the mire. The hardest blow came half a month ago when his beloved grandfather passed away. In that moment, it felt as though the sky had fallen. Living really doesn't seem to have much meaning anymore, Liang murmured under his breath. He had quit his job and now spent his days holed up in the internet cafe, playing games to numb himself with the fleeting highs and lows of virtual victories and defeats. Yet even in this digital realm, he kept losing game after game. When his cigarette burned down, he stubbed it out in the ashtray and instinctively reached for the mouse, ready to start another match. Just then, a strange webpage suddenly popped up on the screen. The interface was a mix of gold and blue, with 3 bold words prominently displayed in the center. "The Pioneer? The Pioneer?" Liang frowned, thinking it must be some kind of ad. But, driven by curiosity, or perhaps boredom, he clicked on it. The webpage shifted instantly, revealing a line of text. "Welcome to the Pioneer website. The fact that you've accessed this site means you've been chosen. Congratulations on passing the first stage." Well, that's one way to grab attention. Liang chuckled, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. He was bored out of his mind, so he decided to play along and clicked further. The webpage refreshed again, displaying a few lines of text accompanied by a notification sound. Stage 2 begins. First question: do you feel utterly hopeless about life? 1. Yes. 2. No. Liang froze at the question. Hopeless? He repeated the word, as though asking himself. Deep down, he couldn't deny it. Ever since his grandfather passed, it felt like the world had lost all its color, and he couldn't muster any interest in anything. Without hesitation, he selected 1. The page transitioned again. Second question: if there were others like you who became pioneers, would you protect the small group of pioneers or humanity as a whole? 1. The small group. 2. Humanity. Like me? Equally hopeless. Liang muttered, caught in a brief moment of thought. Protect humanity? What a joke. Why should he care about the world when it had treated him so cruelly? With that thought, he chose 1 without a second thought. The page shifted once more. Third question: if there were an entity that could grant you extraordinary powers, would you betray them? 1. No. 2. Yes. 3. ID rebel outright. Reading this, Liang was taken aback, then let out a laugh. Extraordinary powers? Seriously? Still, he gave the question some thought. If someone truly had the ability to grant him extraordinary powers, he wouldn't betray them. There were 2 reasons. First, such a being would clearly be far more powerful than him, and betrayal would be a death sentence. Second, his life desperately needed a purpose, and gaining extraordinary powers might just give him one. But then another thought crossed his mind: what if that person turned out to be some kind of lunatic? Wouldn't that mean ID end up in serious trouble? The idea sent a shiver down his spine. Quickly, though, he shook his head with a self-deprecating chuckle. Look at me. Even women aren't interested in me. Why would a lunatic bother? In the end, he chose 1. Coming back to reality, Liang stared at the screen. a conflicted smile playing on his lips. He had no idea what lay behind these questions, but he couldn't shake the feeling that this might be the beginning of something significant. He continued to answer 7 more questions in a row, and then the webpage began to change. A prompt appeared. Please prepare paper and pen within 1 minute. Liang frowned, pulling out his phone from his pocket. He opened the screen recorder, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Why bother with paper and pen when I can just record it on my phone? He silently grumbled, his eyes fixed on the screen. Suddenly, the webpage transformed again. Starting today, you must arrive within 7 days at an abandoned warehouse located 100 meters south of XX Road, XX District, XX City, in Zhongyuan Province, Longhua. Every night at 10 p.m. during this period, someone will guide you to become a pioneer. The text on the webpage was cold and concise, yet the final countdown was enough to send a chill down his spine. Deleting countdown. 10, 9, 6, 3, 2, 1. Sure. The screen flickered, and the page vanished entirely, taking the browser window with it as if it had never existed. Liang froze for a moment before quickly inspecting his computer. He scoured the browsing history, the recycle bin, and even attempted data recovery, but to no avail. Even the screen recording he had just started was nothing but a blank file. Clutching his phone, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, his mind swirling with confusion and shock. Was everything that just happened a dream or reality? A pioneer, huh? He muttered softly, his gaze growing deeper. If this was truly some kind of extraordinary opportunity, perhaps it was worth exploring. He stood up, his eyes sweeping across the other patrons in the internet cafe. At that moment, he made up his mind. What if this really led to gaining supernatural powers? With that thought, he strode out of the cafe. The night wind brushed against his face as his steps grew firm and resolute. At the same time, there were others who had experienced similar encounters as Liang. However, those who successfully passed the test were exceedingly rare, with the total number barely reaching 100. Meanwhile, in the world of Divine Awakening Online, Mu Chun and Beigong Qianin were clearing out the wild creatures at the village entrance. These creatures were merely level 1 monsters, with a few reaching level 2, but they posed no threat under the duo's coordinated attacks. It had to be said Beigong Qianin's skills were truly powerful. With just 2 area effect abilities, waves of monsters fell instantly. The magic rabbits didn't even have the chance to get close before they collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth. Time slipped by unnoticed, and nightfall arrived. After clearing the creatures at the village entrance, the pair moved on to farm some level 3 monsters. While they didn't find any equipment drops, they did gather plenty of materials and rabbit meat. You keep watch while I collect the loot, Mu Chen instructed, scanning their surroundings cautiously. Beigong Qianin nodded, swiftly gathering the dropped materials one by one. Once the work was done, the two returned to the beginner village. They set up a campfire in an open area and began roasting rabbit meat. Under the flickering firelight, the aroma of the roasting meat filled the air, making their mouths water. Opening his character panel, Mu Chan checked his stats. Attack, 20 spirit, 20 speed, 20 defense, 20. Free attribute points, 20. He smiled faintly, marveling at the dominance of his unique class. Every level up granted him a 5-point increase in all 4 attributes, along with an additional 10 free attribute points. Such growth was simply astonishing. It won't be long before all my stats break 100, Mu Chen thought to himself. He wasn't in a rush to focus on a single attribute, opting instead for balanced development. After all, in 3 days, he would gain subordinate class players, and at that point, he would be able to use the skills of all classes, becoming a true all-rounder. With this in mind, he distributed his free attribute points equally among all 4 stats. Big brother, I'm thinking of putting all my points into spirit, Beigong Qianin said, her words muffled as she chewed on rabbit meat. As long as it maximizes your class potential, do whatever you think is best, Mu Chen replied, handing her another piece of roasted meat. Beigong Qianin accepted the meat, her face lighting up with satisfaction as she ate. Big brother, this meat is amazing. Crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, it's even better than the meat you get outside. The two chatted and laughed as they ate, the atmosphere light and enjoyable. After their meal, Mu Chen glanced at the time, his expression turning slightly serious. I'm going offline for a bit to check out the abandoned warehouse in the old district. I want to see if anyone has shown up. Though he wasn't certain whether anyone would make it to the designated location, he decided it was worth confirming for himself. He stood up to leave, a mix of anticipation and caution flickering in his eyes. Beigong Qianin responded softly. The two logged off and returned to the rented apartment. Mu Chen opened his cabinet and took out a white coat and a half-face mask. The half-face mask only covered the lower half of his face and was paired with a pair of sunglasses. Originally, this gear was prepared to conceal his identity during his hacking activities. Who would have thought it would come in handy in a completely different situation now? He didn't plan to wear the sunglasses this time after all. His opponent wasn't a hacker. Donning the white coat and the mask, he turned to look at the petite girl sitting on the sofa. Qianin, if you get bored, feel free to play on the computer. There's a spare phone in the desk drawer. You can use it, he said casually, though there was a hint of seriousness in his tone. Also, if a stranger knocks on the door, make sure you open it and then use your skill to poison them. Remember, I don't have friends. If someone claims to be my friend, don't believe them. If it's a neighbor, treat them the same way. Got it? By the time he reached the last sentence, Mu Chun couldn't help but chuckle. With Beigong Qianin's current physical abilities far surpassing that of a max-level human, any intruder would simply be out of luck. Got it. Beigong Qianin nodded obediently, her little head bobbing up and down like a pecking chick. She wasn't naive compared to kids her age. She was much smarter and didn't require Mu Chun to worry too much. Seeing this, Mu Chun reached out, ruffled her soft hair affectionately, and gave her a classic head pat before turning around and leaving. The time was now 9:30 p.m. The old district, located in the outskirts of the city, lacked the bustling liveliness of the downtown area. Usually, the streets at this hour were almost deserted. However, tonight seemed a bit different. On either side of the street, two young men were walking toward each other. The one on the left, in his early 20s, was dressed impeccably. From the sharp tailoring of his suit to the expensive watch on his wrist, everything about him exuded the air of a wealthy young master. The young man on the right, appearing around 25 years old, was dressed plainly in a cheap jacket. As he walked, he scratched his backside with his right hand while picking his nose with his left, completely unconcerned with his image, as though the world around him was irrelevant. The man on the left Shui Qianfeng glanced at the disheveled figure on the right and couldn't help but frown. Could this guy be someone like me? Earlier today, while browsing the internet, he had stumbled upon a mysterious website called Pioneers. The site claimed that if one reached a specified location by 10 p.m., they would be invited to become a pioneer. Although he wasn't sure if it was legitimate, he decided to check it out, fueled by a sliver of hope. In truth, Shui Qianfeng's background was far from simple. He was the young master of the Shui family in Xingho City, or rather, the former young master. A year ago, his parents had died in an accident, and his second uncle had seized the family fortune, kicking him out of the household. Now, he barely made ends meet with the small inheritance his parents had left behind. He longed to reclaim what was rightfully his, but against the cunning elders of his family, he was just a young man fresh out of school. The overwhelming pressure of life left him lost and helpless, which was why he placed some hope in this mysterious website. Meanwhile, the young man on the right Gu Chuan also gave Shui Qianfeng a brief glance. After a moment of thought, he stopped in his tracks, raised his voice and called out, "Might I ask if you are a fellow Taoist?" Fellow Taoist? Shui Qianfeng was momentarily startled, but quickly stopped walking as well. He clasped his hands in a polite gesture and replied, "Despair in the mortal world?" Gu Chuan's eyes flashed with surprise at the response. Without hesitation, he answered, deeply resonated. Shui Qianfeng continued to probe, "The pioneers of humanity?" Gu Chuan immediately responded, "The forerunners lead the way." Shui Qianfeng pressed further, "Awaken to the extraordinary?" Gu Chuan suddenly straightened up and, with a deadpan expression, declared, "Protect your, flower." Oh? Shui Qianfeng froze, his expression stiffening. The first two exchanges had clearly matched the questions on the website's test, and the responses had been spot on. But this last one, what on earth was that supposed to mean? But wait, what's up with the third question? Chrysanthemum compromised? He distinctly remembered there wasn't such an option, right? In the distance, a black sedan slowly approached. The window was half open, and a crisp child's voice rang out from inside the car. "Daddy, Mommy, look, two big idiots." The hum of the engine faded into the distance, leaving behind an indescribable awkwardness. Shui Qianfeng's face twisted into an almost comical expression, and he turned to look at Gu Chuan, only to find that his companion didn't look much better. "Damn it," Shui Qianfeng growled through clenched teeth, his voice so low it seemed to come from deep in his throat. "This hurts more than if they just killed me." Gu Chuan said nothing, his lips pressed into a tight line, fists subtly clenching at his sides. Being ridiculed as idiots by a random kid on the street? Yeah, that stung badly. They both stayed silent, neither willing to speak first. Eventually, they tacitly started walking towards their destination. Along the way, the atmosphere grew even more peculiar, as if that brief encounter had somehow shifted the dynamic between them in a way that neither could quite put into words. After about 20 minutes, they finally arrived at their destination. In front of them stood an abandoned warehouse. Its rusted, decrepit door was long gone, leaving only an empty, gaping entrance. A flickering streetlight cast a dim, unreliable glow, and occasionally, a few crows flapped overhead, their cawing slicing through the silence. The stillness around them was suffocating, and the biting wind carried a chill that seemed to grip their hearts with an invisible, icy hand. Shui Qianfeng stood before the warehouse, taking a deep, shaky breath in an attempt to calm his nerves. He swallowed hard and asked in a trembling voice, "Are we really going in there?" Gu Chuan nodded, his face impassive. "I guess so." Xue Qianfeng glanced up at the gloomy sky, then at the dark, ominous warehouse. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. Pointing cautiously at the building, he lowered his voice and asked, "Do you think there might be ghosts in there?" Gu Chuan paused, his expression unreadable. Then a faint, mischievous smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. "Female ghosts? I wouldn't mind." Xue Qianfeng was instantly overwhelmed with exasperation, feeling as though the eerie atmosphere they had just built up had been completely shattered. He turned to glare at Gu Chuan, and under the faint light, he could just make out his companion's calm, unbothered demeanor. He opened his mouth to retort, but ultimately decided against it. What the hell has this guy been through? Xue Qianfeng wondered, replaying Gu Chuan's peculiar behavior throughout their journey in his mind. What he didn't know was that Gu Chuan's apparent indifference to life stemmed from one thing: women. Or more specifically, blind dates. Last year alone, Gu Chuan had gone on 300 blind dates, and every single one ended in rejection. Brutal, merciless rejection. His self-esteem had been utterly crushed, and he was left questioning the very meaning of his existence. Even a woman in her 30s, significantly overweight, had dismissed him with disdain. What was wrong with him? This unanswered question haunted him to this day. Gu Chuan took the lead, stepping into the warehouse without hesitation. Xue Qianfeng reluctantly followed, steeling himself. The interior of the warehouse was vast and dimly lit, with discarded shelves and tattered cardboard boxes scattered haphazardly. A gust of cold wind blew through, carrying a musty, damp smell that made them involuntarily wrinkle their noses. Directly ahead, in the faint glow of a distant light source, they spotted an old, rickety table. On it burned a single red candle. In the flickering candlelight sat a man dressed in a white coat, his face obscured by a mask. The way his figure swayed in the shifting light sent a chill down their spines. Xue Qianfeng's heart raced as he stared at the man. He instinctively inched closer to Gu Chuan and whispered, "Stay alert." Gu Chuan nodded, his expression calm as ever. He muttered under his breath, "Wearing a coat in this weather? This guy's gotta be crazy." Xue Qianfeng nearly lost it. "Are you insane? Now's not the time for that kind of comment." The man in the white coat seemed to notice their presence. He slowly lifted his head, his voice low and emotionless. "Since you're here, take a seat." Hearing the man speak in a normal tone, Xue Qianfeng felt a wave of relief. At least it wasn't a ghost. He cautiously stepped forward, though still on guard, and approached the table. Gu Chuan followed closely behind. They had barely sat down when the man in the white coat seemed to falter mid-sentence. His gaze locked onto Gu Chuan, and he froze, as though seeing something utterly incomprehensible. Xue Qianfeng noticed the man's reaction and felt his chest tighten. He couldn't help but glance in the same direction, following the man's gaze. The moment his eyes landed on whatever the man was staring at, his entire body stiffened. Mu Chun and Xue Qianfeng exchanged a glance, their eyes reflecting a mix of complicated emotions. The man standing before them, named Gu Chuan, had left them utterly speechless. What they had hoped would be a capable companion turned out to be this. Gu Chuan's face was pale, his cheeks sunken, and his eyes hollow, as if they could hold the weight of an endless night. Dark circles surrounded his eyes, so heavy they seemed like they had been soaked in ink. Standing there, his frail, bony frame exuded an indescribable sense of exhaustion. To top it all off, his bewildered expression made it clear that he had no idea why the two had suddenly fallen silent. "Why are you two staring at me like that?" Gu Chuan scratched his head, confusion evident in his tone. Mu Chun took a deep breath, suppressing the complex feelings surging within him. After a moment of deliberation, he finally spoke. "Brother, let me ask you something. Do you, by any chance, feel the need to recharge? Twice a day at the very least?" "Huh, how do you know that?" Gu Chuan blinked in surprise, his face lighting up in astonishment. "This has been going on for 10 years now. Brother, you're something else to figure that out." "How does he know?" Gu Chuan's mind was brimming with bewilderment as his gaze unconsciously shifted to Mu Chun. Xue Qianfeng's temple twitched, a vein visibly bulging as he finally lost his composure. Pulling a small mirror from his pocket, he shoved it into Gu Chuan's hand and roared, "Take a good look at yourself. Look at what you've become." If he couldn't tell, that would be the real miracle. Gu Chuan lowered his head to look into the mirror and froze. His reflection was horrifying. His face looked like it belonged to a ghost that had clawed its way out of hell. It was so pale it seemed devoid of any blood, and the dark circles under his eyes were so intense they seemed ready to drip ink. He resembled neither man nor ghost. Ahem. Gu Chuan coughed awkwardly, scratching his head as he muttered under his breath, "Well, maybe I've overdone it a bit." Mu Chun chose not to dwell on the matter any further. His gaze sharpened as he subtly raised a hand, using a skill to check the two men's information. Name, Xue Qianfeng. Age, 21. Gender, male. Aptitude, a level. Description, former heir of the Shui family in Xingho City. After his uncle seized the family fortune, he became unemployed and now wanders aimlessly, uncertain about his future. Name, Gu Chuan. Age, 25. Gender, male. Aptitude, level. Description, goes on 300 blind dates a year but is constantly rejected due to his frail health. Filled with despair, he has no aspirations for the future and only dreams of finding a wife, any wife, as long as she's female. Mu Chen's lips twitched as he read Gu Chuan's profile. This guy, he really was something else. No, no, stay composed, Mu Chen muttered to himself, taking a deep breath and forcing a faint smile. In his mind, he reminded himself. As Lu Sun once said, grace under pressure is the true mark of elegance. Rubbish. That was me who said it. A voice suddenly echoed in his mind, causing Mu Chen's smile to freeze. He quickly dismissed the thought and refocused. After organizing his thoughts, he spoke in a calm, measured tone. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Mu Chen. I am a beta tester for the intergalactic VR game Divine Awakening, the sole holder of the Emperor class profession, and an extraordinary being. Intergalactic VR game? Divine Awakening? Beta tester? Shui Qianfeng and Gu Chuan both froze, staring at Mu Chen in stunned disbelief. Their minds were a whirlwind of confusion, struggling to process the sudden influx of information. Mu Chen was in no rush. Standing still, he gave the two ample time to collect themselves. After about a minute, Shui Qianfeng was the first to recover. His brows furrowed, and skepticism crept into his voice. How am I supposed to believe any of that? That's simple. Mu Chen smiled faintly. With a flick of his wrist, a soft white glow emanated from his palm, filling the room with a warm, gentle light. Both Shui Qianfeng and Gu Chuan were left dumbfounded, their eyes wide with shock. Before they could fully process what they were seeing, Mu Chen made a quick gesture, sending the skill directly toward Gu Chuan. In an instant, Gu Chuan felt a soothing warmth flow through his body. The persistent ache in his lower back vanished, and his kidneys, once fatigued, now felt rejuvenated as if they had been given a new lease on life. I'm them. Gu Chuan let out a deeply satisfied moan, his face radiating bliss. Mu Chen was speechless. Shui Qianfeng's temple twitched violently. The two exchanged a glance, their fists clenching simultaneously as they fought the overwhelming urge to pummel Gu Chuan into the ground. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Shui Qianfeng finally turned back to Mu Chen. After a moment of silence, he said evenly, I'm Shui Qianfeng. Currently, unemployed. The white light Mu Chen had just released was clearly visible to him. It was some sort of healing ability. At that moment, he was utterly convinced that extraordinary powers truly existed. On the other side, Gu Chuan finally snapped out of his earlier shock and, with a slightly shy demeanor, introduced himself. I'm Gu Chuan, and my profession is a content reviewer. The moment those words left his mouth, a subtle awkwardness filled the air. Mu Chen and Shui Qianfeng exchanged a glance, both inwardly remarking, well, even his profession is something out of the ordinary. Seeing that the others now believed him, Mu Chen decided to skip any further preamble and went straight to the point. The Emperor class profession allows you to help others awaken their professions early and even enhances their aptitude. As soon as these words were spoken, both Shui Qianfeng and Gu Chuan froze, their eyes wide with astonishment. Awaken professions? Enhance aptitude? Though they didn't fully grasp the mechanics of it, it certainly sounded extraordinary. However, before they could ask any questions, Mu Chen's tone shifted, turning deep and serious. But this profession comes with a fatal flaw. The gravity in his voice made the two hold their breath. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Shui Qianfeng asked, what flaw? Mu Chen raised his eyes to meet theirs, speaking slowly and deliberately. Anyone whose profession is awakened early will have their life and death controlled by the will of the Emperor class professional. This revelation struck them like a thunderclap, shaking them to their core. Shui Qianfeng fell silent, unable to process the hidden danger. While he was still digesting this information, Gu Chuan suddenly spoke up, his tone unusually serious. I just have one question. What question? Mu Chen raised an eyebrow, his tone calm. Gu Chuan's expression turned solemn as he stared directly at Mu Chen, speaking each word with emphasis. Do I need to sell myself for this? The air froze instantly. Mu Chen's brow twitched as he fell silent for a moment. Taking a deep breath to suppress his irritation, he finally shook his head. No, you don't. Ah, good to know. Gu Chuan exhaled in relief, the tension on his face disappearing as he broke into a bright smile. Boss Mu Chen, I'm in. I want to awaken my profession early and become a beta tester. This declaration caught Mu Chen slightly off guard, but he quickly nodded. With a flip of his right hand, a seed radiating gentle life energy appeared and was pushed into Gu Chuan's body. In an instant, a powerful surge of energy erupted within Gu Chuan, marking his successful awakening. Simultaneously, a new skill appeared on Mu Chen's interface. Unyielding Spear. Grants immunity to control and debuff effects for 3 seconds. Note: consumes 50 mana points. Seeing the skill's name, Mu Chen rubbed his temples, his expression a mix of amusement and exasperation. While the skill's effect was undeniably practical, the name left something to be desired. Still, considering that hidden professions always came with superior skills, he decided to let it slide. Meanwhile, Gu Chuan, feeling the newfound power coursing through him, was brimming with excitement. This feeling is incredible. Seeing how smoothly Gu Chuan's awakening had gone, Xue Qianfeng finally stopped hesitating and spoke up. Boss Mu Chun, I want to awaken my profession early too. All right. Mu Chun once again conjured a life seed and guided it into Xue Qianfeng's body. With a flash of blue light, Xue Qianfeng successfully completed his awakening as well. At the same time, Mu Chun glanced at his skill panel. Blizzard Storm. Unleashes an icy tornado that deals area damage to enemy units. Note: higher levels increase the skill's range and damage, but also consume more mana. Seeing this skill, Mu Chun nodded in satisfaction. Its damage and area effect capabilities made it a solid choice, even as an ultimate move. Moments later, Xue Qianfeng and Gu Chuan finally recovered from the shock of their awakenings. They exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with excitement and disbelief. Mu Chun, on the other hand, glanced at their profession details and nodded to himself. 2 hidden professionals. This was a decent haul. Especially Xue Qianfeng, who, based on his original aptitude, would have only awakened a common profession. Yet with the help of the life seed, he had also ascended to the ranks of hidden professionals, opening up endless possibilities for his future. So this is Ida Cosmic Online game, Shunqi, where lives are at stake. Xue Qianfeng snapped out of his thoughts, forming a preliminary understanding of Shunqi. Gu Chuan also recovered from the initial shock and immediately turned to Mu Chun, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Boss, can we check out the game ourselves? His eagerness was almost palpable after all. Who wouldn't be thrilled after acquiring extraordinary powers? Yes, Mu Chun nodded without hesitation. Hearing this, Gu Chuan and Xue Qianfeng exchanged a grin, their excitement written all over their faces. Without wasting a second, the two eagerly entered the world of Shunqi. Seeing this, Mu Chun followed suit. In an instant, their figures vanished from the real world. Shunqi, Beta Test Zone 0. Mu Chun opened his eyes to find himself in a simple, wooden hut. The faint scent of pine lingered in the air from the wooden walls. He stood up, pushed open the creaky wooden door, and stepped outside. The cool morning breeze carried a slight chill, and Mu Chun scanned his surroundings. His gaze soon landed on a familiar little girl crouching not far away, intently roasting rabbit meat. "Qianin, didn't you have enough to eat?" Mu Chun asked with a hint of helplessness in his tone. The girl before him was none other than Beigong Qianin. Startled by his voice, the little girl froze for a moment. When she saw it was Mu Chun, a faint blush rose on her cheeks. She stood up shyly and extended the freshly roasted rabbit leg toward him. "Brother, you have some too." Mu Chun accepted the rabbit leg and took a casual bite. The meat was tender and juicy. He didn't decline her kind gesture, not wanting to make her feel awkward. Just then, the sound of 2 doors creaking open broke the silence. From the wooden huts nearby, Xue Qianfeng and Gu Chuan stepped out one after the other. They were clearly still adjusting to the game environment, their faces displaying curiosity and wonder. However, their steps faltered when their gazes landed on Mu Chun and Beigong Qianin. "Boss, who is this?" Xue Qianfeng asked as he approached, his tone tinged with confusion. "My sister. The sole holder of a unique class," Mu Chun replied calmly, his tone devoid of emotion. "A unique class?" The two of them widened their eyes in shock, waves of disbelief crashing through their minds. They could hardly believe that this petite and adorable girl was the sole possessor of a unique Class-certified powerhouse. And to top it off, she was Mu Chin's sister. Both men silently resolved never to cross Beigong Qianin. After all, the consequences of offending her were likely far beyond what they could handle. "By the way, you two should be careful. Tomorrow, Qianin and I will be leveling up on our own," Mu Chun suddenly reminded them. Xue Qianfeng and Gu Chuan exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Xue Qianfeng, still slightly apprehensive, quickly added, "Understood, boss." He wasn't about to take any chances after all. Death in this game meant death in real life. "Get some rest early tonight," Mu Chun continued. "Tomorrow evening, one of you will need to go back to the warehouse we visited before and retrieve the life seed. We'll pack it up in a bag, so you'll just need to bring it back for the newcomers." "I'll go." Gu Chuan volunteered without hesitation, his tone decisive. Xue Qianfeng saw this and had no objections. With the tasks assigned, the three continued chatting casually, the conversation mainly revolving around their respective class abilities. As they got to know each other better, their teamwork and rapport began to grow. After a while, having finished the roasted rabbit meat, they each returned to their own huts. They decided to stay in the game overnight to further adapt to life in the world of Shunqi. The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, 6 a.m. The soft morning sunlight filtered through the wooden window slats, illuminating the room. Muchen sat up, his expression calm and alert. After a quick wash, he began preparing breakfast. The ingredients were the leftover roasted rabbit meat from the night before, far from gourmet, but it was enough to stave off hunger. Let's see how much I can level up today, Mu Chan murmured to himself, a hint of anticipation in his voice. He hadn't dedicated much energy to leveling up the previous day due to the late hour. If all went well today, reaching level 10 shouldn't be a problem. After finishing his breakfast, Mu Chun tidied up the hut and stepped outside. His eyes lingered for a moment on Beigong Qianyan's hut nearby. After some thought, he decided not to wake her and instead headed straight for the outskirts of the novice village. He planned to scout the higher-level monster areas on his own. If you want to level up quickly, don't team up. Mu Chin calmly scanned his surroundings, his plan already set in mind. His Heavenly Healer skill was incredibly lethal, making battles against enemies even 1 or 2 levels higher a non-issue. With just one set of skills unleashed, wild creatures would collapse instantly, unable to put up any resistance. After leaving the beginner's village, he headed straight to the depths of the forest, his steps light yet cautious. Along the way, whenever he encountered level 1 to 3 wild creatures, he raised his hand without hesitation and cast his Heavenly Healer skill. Under the shroud of gray mist, the unfortunate creatures didn't even have time to let out a cry before turning into experience points. Before long, he arrived at his destination. The environment here wasn't much different from before, except the vegetation was denser, and the air carried a faint metallic scent of blood. This was the territory of level 4 to 5 wild creatures, where wolf-like magical beasts roamed frequently. Clearly, they were far more dangerous than the creatures in the beginner's area. Crouching in the bushes, Mu Chin's sharp gaze carefully observed the wolf pack ahead. Magical Wolf, Level 4, HP 320320. Magical Wolf, Level 5, HP 370370. He quickly scanned the area, evaluating the feasibility of the fight in his mind. Moments later, a confident smirk appeared on his lips. Not bad. These guys should be able to withstand my poison. Taking a deep breath, he raised his hand slightly, activating the skill Healing Poison Reversal. The restorative power of the Heavenly Healer transformed into a destructive poison. Extending his hand from the bushes, he calmly unleashed the skill toward the wolf pack. Gray mist surged like a tide, swiftly enveloping the wolves. A war. The wolves let out piercing howls as the poison eroded their health. Blood gushed from their mouths, staining the ground in crimson. They struggled and tried to flee, but Mu Chin's skill left them no chance to recover. With limited mana, he could only cast Heavenly Healer 3 times. However, as a percentage-based damage skill, 2 rounds were enough to wipe out the entire wolf pack. As the last magical wolf fell, silence once again descended on the area. The system notification chimed repeatedly. Over-level battle, gained 26 experience points. Over-level battle, gained 31 experience points. Finally, congratulations. Your level has increased to level 4. Mu Chun opened his character panel to check his stats. Name, Mu Chun. Level, 3400. Class, Life Dominator Unique. HP, 300,300. MP, 300,300. Attack, 30 Spirit, 30 Speed, 30 Defense, 30. Free Attribute Points, 10. Skills, Life Seed Exclusive, Eye of Domination Exclusive, Heavenly Healer, Healing Poison Reversal, Golden Lance, Arctic Storm. Items, Rabbit Meat X21, Rabbit Hide X41, Rabbit Teeth X32. Equipment, none. Currency, 1 silver 21 copper in the world of Divine Awakening. The currency is 1 gold, 10 silver, 100 copper. Looking at his updated stats, Mu Chun smiled in satisfaction. With the level up, his 4 main attributes and health mana had all improved. His gaze fell on the 10 free attribute points, and after a moment of thought, he decisively allocated all of them to Spirit. For now, Spirit is key to leveling up quickly, he muttered to himself. Spirit not only boosted skill damage but also increased mana reserves, allowing him to sustain longer in battles. After assigning the points, Mu Chun stood up from the bushes and began sorting through his loot. Wolf hides, wolf meat, wolf claws, and wolf teeth were scattered all around, but he was more interested in any rare items that might have dropped. His eyes landed on a piece of equipment emitting a faint glow, and he raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Bending down, he picked it up and inspected it closely. Name, Demon Claw. Type, two-handed weapon. Quality, common white. Requirement, level 1. Attributes, 20 attack. Just a basic item, Mu Chin remarked with a slight shake of his head. He tossed the Demon Claw into his inventory, though he couldn't help but sigh at the game's low drop rates. He's definitely not the type to face monsters heathen like a warrior. After all, both of his current skills rely on magic damage. Mu Chun stood at the edge of the dense forest. With a slight motion of his hand, a blazing fireball quickly formed in his palm. With a flick of his wrist, the fireball transformed into a streak of fiery red light, striking the alpha wolf of the pack with precision. The explosion of flames was followed by the alpha wolf's pained howl as it collapsed. The rest of the pack fell into disarray. His lips curled into a faint smile as he moved nimbly among the wolves, skillfully dodging their lunging claws. Fireballs continuously flew from his hand, each finding its target without fail. A minute later, the battle was over. Mu Chun calmly collected his spoils. The wolf pack had yielded 3 silver coins, 2 mana potions, and a skill book. He picked up the skill book, his eyes landing on the cover. 3 large characters stood out. Fireball technique. His lips curved upward in satisfaction as he nodded. The mana potions were simple but effective, restoring 5 mana points per second for 10 seconds, significantly enhancing his ability to sustain combat. As for the fireball technique, while it was a basic skill, its power increased with higher mana consumption. Without hesitation, Mu Chun used the skill book, feeling a clear casting process imprint itself into his mind. He muttered contentedly, skills in Shunqi don't have cooldowns. As long as I have enough mana, I can cast them endlessly. This skill is perfect for me. After tidying up, he set off again on his leveling journey. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. The golden hues of the setting sun filtered through the forest canopy, casting dappled light on the ground. Mu Chun sat beneath a large tree, eating a simple ration while glancing over his character stats. A satisfied smile spread across his face. Had successfully reached level 8. Name, Mu Chun. Level 8, 16,800. Class, Life Sovereign Unique. HP, 600,600. MP, 700,700. Attack, 60 Spirit, 70 Speed, 60 Defense, 60. With all his attributes significantly improved, his strength felt more solidified. He murmured to himself, looks like I might hit level 12 tonight. Only 800 experience points are needed to go from level 8 to level 9. The early leveling pace really is considerate. He opened the regional chat channel and casually sent a message. What level are you guys at now? The channel immediately buzzed with activity. Beigong Qianin, brother, I'm at level 7. Shui Qianfeng, boss, Guchuan and I are only level 3. How is your leveling speed so insane? Last night, you guys were at the same level as us level 3. Guchuan, could it be the difference in class tiers? Boss and the young lady both have unique classes, while we only have hidden classes. Guchuan's speculation made Mu Chun and Shui Qianfeng pause in thought. After a moment, they both nodded. Unique classes were indeed the pinnacle, offering advantages far beyond those of other classes. It was undeniable. As the conversation began to die down, Guchuan suddenly sent another message. Boss, do you think we can use these powers in the real world? It'd be a waste not to show off a bit with such extraordinary abilities. Mu Chun chuckled at the message and replied, you can, but if you don't want to attract unnecessary trouble, it's best to cover your face or return to the game immediately after using them. Anyway, the public beta is just a month away. If you get exposed, just hide in Shunqi. You'll be perfectly safe there. However, after sending the message, a sudden thought crossed his mind. His gaze sharpened slightly. His website was still in the process of selecting suitable personnel, but if supernatural powers were revealed early in the real world, would it boost the website's credibility? The shock and curiosity ordinary people felt toward such abilities might become a powerful promotional tool. With that in mind, he quickly sent another message in the regional channel. Mu Chun, Qianfeng, Guchuan, let's log out of the game for a bit and put on a performance in the square. We'll try to make the extraordinary appear in the public idol, help us recruit more people to join us. Mu Chun's gaze was firm, his tone leaving no room for doubt as he said, Qianfeng, Guchuan, the 3 of us will log out of the game for a moment and head to the square for a performance. Let's make the extraordinary visible to the public. It'll help us get more people on board with our team. Shui Qianfeng nodded slightly, a meaningful smile playing at the corners of his lips. No objections from me. Guchuan excitedly patted his chest. Same here. I love showing off. His face was brimming with anticipation, as if he couldn't wait to take the stage. Standing nearby, Beigong Qianin glanced up slightly, her tone carrying a hint of hesitation. Should I go with you? After a brief moment of thought, Mu Chun nodded. Sure, why not? With that, the 4 quickly finalized their plan and logged out of the game. Blue Star, Dragon Nation. 1 p.m. Xingho City Square. It was right after lunch, and the square was bathed in sunlight. Passers-by wandered in small groups, enjoying a brief moment of leisure. Not far away, a young man cradled a baby in his arms, chatting with his wife with a look of pure happiness on his face. Nearby, a couple shared a freshly bought skewer of candied hawthorn, their sweet interaction practically radiating love. At the intersection, a cheerful and charming female influencer was live streaming on her phone. Her name was Zhang Ro, and with over 5 million followers, she was a fairly well-known internet celebrity. The live stream's chat was scrolling at lightning speed, filled with playful banter. Zhang Ro, where are you headed today? Can I get an autograph? An autograph? Bro, you just want to take her home. Give it up. Zhang Ro's my wife. Zhang Ro, those black stockings of yours seem worn out. Send them to me, I'll use them to brew tea. Dude, you're on a whole other level of creepy. Zhang Ro couldn't help but laugh at the comments. Come on, guys, behave. Today, I'm checking out a barbecue spot here at Xingho City Square. As a food reviewer, she always live-streamed her visits to new restaurants. Today, she was craving barbecue and planned to indulge herself. But just as she was chatting happily with her viewers, a casually dressed young man wearing a black mask suddenly appeared beside her. Zhang Ro instinctively turned to look at him, a glimmer of surprise flashing in her eyes. Huh, it's a mask? She had assumed it was just a regular face covering, but it turned out to be a meticulously crafted mask. Its design carried an air of mystery, almost compelling people to take a closer look. That's a pretty cool mask. I wonder where he got it. Zhang Ro mused to herself. Just as she was about to ask, the man turned slightly, his gaze briefly sweeping over her phone screen. You're an influencer? Mu Chen's voice was low and warm, like a summer breeze brushing softly past Zhang Ro's ears. The chat immediately exploded. This guy's voice is not bad, almost as good as mine. That mask looks awesome. Host, ask him where he got it. I want one too. Ah, that voice just made me pregnant, I can't take it. Lady above me, you're seriously twisted. Ignoring the jokes in the chat, Zhang Ro smiled lightly and nodded. That's right. Her eyes sparkled as an idea crossed her mind, and she flashed a mischievous smile. Hey, want to join me for a meal? It's on me. She wasn't just offering out of generosity, her curiosity about the face behind the mask had been piqued. She figured having him join her stream would make for some incredible content. Mu Chen glanced at her and replied calmly, if you don't leave now, don't blame me if something happens to you later. What do you mean? Zhang Ro froze, confused. But before she could process his words, a commotion erupted nearby, freezing her in place. What's that? Her eyes widened as she stared at the scene unfolding in the distance. Ice was forming in midair, radiating a bone-chilling cold that seemed capable of freezing the entire world. Holy crap! Ice! Someone can control ice? Zhang Ro's voice trembled as the chat went wild. What the hell? Is that a superpower? Run, host. That has to be an extraordinary being. Oh no, oh no. I feel like we're about to witness something insane. Zhang Ro's mind was in chaos as she turned to look at Mu Chen, who remained eerily composed, as if everything was unfolding exactly as he had planned. Holy crap! Zhang Ro muttered to herself, her voice filled with disbelief. This really is an extraordinary being. On the opposite side of the street, a sudden gust of icy wind swept through. A young man dressed in elaborate attire rose into the air, carried by a fierce current of frost. An icy blue glow surrounded him as he hovered midair. With a cold smirk, his piercing gaze locked onto Mu Chen. He flicked his finger, and the freezing current roared forth like an enraged dragon, surging straight toward him. As it howled through the street, everything in its path succumbed to its icy grip. Trees along the roadside were instantly frozen into glistening sculptures, and the temperature plummeted, making the very air feel suffocatingly still. Help! The onlookers finally snapped out of their stupor, scattering in panic. Their screams echoed through the street as chaos erupted. Some tripped and fell, only to be harshly shoved aside by those behind them. Cars screeched to a halt, their horns blaring in a discordant cacophony. The entire block was thrown into turmoil. The frigid current continued its relentless assault, barreling toward Mu Chen with devastating force. Hovering above, the young man let out a sharp command. Shui Qianfeng, frost current annihilation. With his shout, an even more intense cold radiated outward, tendrils of frost spreading rapidly toward Mu Chen like icy claws. In the distance, Zhang Ro stood frozen in place, her hands trembling and her face deathly pale. Her wide eyes fixated on the approaching frost, and a single thought echoed in her mind. It's over. I'm going to die. Her body was paralyzed with fear, unable to summon even the courage to run. At that critical moment, Mu Chen's lips curled into a faint smile. He stepped forward, and in an instant, roaring flames erupted behind him. A barrage of fireballs shot out like meteors, colliding with the oncoming frost. Boom! The clash of fire and ice sent shockwaves rippling through the air, accompanied by deafening explosions. A thick, white mist engulfed the area, obscuring everything from view. In mere seconds, Mu Chen had neutralized Shui Qianfeng's frosty onslaught. But he didn't pause. With a powerful push off the ground, he launched himself forward like an arrow, hurtling straight toward Xue Qianfeng. Just as he closed the distance, a flash of golden light streaked in from the side, intercepting him mid-charge. Gu Chuan. Mu Chen's eyes narrowed as he recognized the newcomer. Without hesitation, he threw a punch toward him. Gu Chuan snorted coldly, crossing his arms to block the attack. Bam! The force of the blow sent Gu Chuan skidding back several meters, his feet carving deep grooves into the pavement. As he steadied himself, a flicker of unease crossed his face. Although Mu Qian had clearly held back, the sheer disparity in strength was enough to make him wary. Don't underestimate him, Xue Qianfeng warned as he descended from above, landing beside Gu Chuan. The two joined forces, flanking Mu Qian from either side. In an instant, the battle reignited. Their fists clashed with bone-shaking force, interwoven with bursts of fire, frost, and golden energy. The intensity of their fight was suffocating, their movements so blindingly fast that ordinary onlookers could only hear the relentless explosions tearing through the air. The surrounding buildings shuddered from the impact of their blows. Windows shattered, sending shards of glass raining down, but none of the combatants paid any heed. Their superhuman strength and speed transformed the fight into a spectacle of raw power. Meanwhile, the spectators who had taken refuge inside nearby buildings cautiously peeked out from behind windows or huddled in corners, recording the battle on their phones. Shock and disbelief were etched onto every face. Is this really the world we live in? Jiang Ro murmured, crouched 50 meters away. She peeked out nervously, her eyes filled with a mixture of awe and dread as she watched the fierce battle unfold. Her livestream chat was exploding with comments. Holy crap! This looks like a live-action blockbuster. Can someone explain what that fire was all about? This is insane. How is this even real? As the onlookers reeled in astonishment, the three fighters on the battlefield suddenly froze mid-action. All at once, they turned their gazes northward. In that moment, the air seemed to solidify, laden with an unspoken tension. Even the bystanders felt the shift, instinctively following their line of sight. A petite girl with silver hair, dressed in a black and red Gothic princess dress and holding a parasol, slowly approached the trio. Her steps were measured and unhurried, yet they carried an undeniable air of authority. She seemed like a ghost under the veil of night, or perhaps a queen reigning from her throne. The passers-by stopped in their tracks, their gazes drawn irresistibly to her. After a brief moment of stunned silence, realization dawned upon them: someone who could command the attention of extraordinary individuals must be far from ordinary herself. There was no doubt that this silver-haired girl was also an extraordinary being. Beigong Qianin advanced steadily, her steps unwavering, until she came to stand between Xue Qianfeng and Gu Chuan. Miss, Xue Qianfeng and Gu Chuan spoke in unison, their voices low and respectful, before bowing deeply in perfect sync. The onlookers erupted into murmurs of astonishment. Though they couldn't hear the conversation, the actions of Xue Qianfeng and Gu Chuan made it clear this silver-haired girl was their superior. And judging by the reverence in their demeanor, her status was likely far beyond that of a mere extraordinary individual. The crowd held their breath, their eyes fixed on Beigong Qianin and Mu Qian, afraid to miss a single detail of the unfolding scene. Beigong Qianin gave a slight nod in acknowledgement of her subordinate's greeting. Then, her gaze shifted to Mu Qian as she spoke. You've been hiding your true strength, haven't you? Mu Qian's expression remained calm, his gaze steady as he looked at her. His voice was devoid of emotion. Your subordinates are decent, but let's end this here for today. Before the words had fully settled, he turned and took a few steps away, as if he had lost interest in the confrontation. After his third step, his figure dissolved into specks of light, disappearing completely before everyone's eyes. Beigong Qianin's eyes flickered as she watched the last of the light fade. Then, in a soft and composed tone, she said, "Let's go." Hearing this, Xue Qianfeng immediately activated his ability, lifting the three of them into the air and swiftly leaving the plaza. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. When it was certain that they had truly left, the onlookers finally dared to move cautiously, emerging from their hiding spots. 5 minutes later, after confirming that Mu Qian and the others were nowhere to be seen, the crowd collectively exhaled in relief. Phew, finally, they're gone. Wow, didn't they always say there's no such thing as gods or ghosts? How do you explain this group of extraordinary individuals? Could the government have known all along? Don't forget the agreement from '99. Maybe they can't keep it under wraps anymore. I called the police earlier. They should be here any minute. The murmurs of conversation swelled, and the astonishment on everyone's faces remained palpable. For ordinary people who had always believed in materialism, what they had just witnessed was a seismic shift to their worldview. Before long, the wail of sirens filled the air as police cars arrived on the scene. Officers quickly surveyed the chaotic, devastated surroundings, their faces clouded with confusion. After questioning nearby witnesses, their expressions grew even more complicated. Extraordinary individuals? Are you kidding me? This is the modern era. However, When someone handed them a phone with a video recording, the officers fell silent. The scenes captured in the footage left them unable to deny the truth. In the end, they could only remain quiet. The video was soon uploaded to the internet, where it quickly went viral. The existence of extraordinary individuals became the hottest topic of discussion. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Shunxi, Beta Zone 0, New B Village. Mu Chun and his group of 4 had gathered once more. Beigong Qianin sat to the side, her parasol lightly tapping the ground, producing crisp, rhythmic sounds. Shui Qianfeng and Gu Chuan stood nearby, awaiting instructions. That should do it, Mu Chun remarked casually as he glanced at the group. I'm sure it won't be long before Zone 0 reaches full capacity. With the matter temporarily resolved, he decided not to waste any more time. Turning to the others, he added, we need to hit level 10 today. We've already lost some time earlier. Beigong Qianin nodded lightly, her soft voice carrying a hint of determination. We'll be leveling up too. I must reach level 10 today. Shui Qianfeng and Gu Chuan naturally had no objections. Mu Chun quickly set a timeline. Let's regroup for dinner at 8 p.m. With that, the group rose and headed out of the village. Once outside, they split up, each heading to their chosen training area. 2 hours later, a system announcement suddenly echoed, breaking the quiet of the region. Regional announcement. The first player in this zone has reached level 10. The leaderboard is now active. The leaderboard will only display players at level 10 and above. Everyone, work hard to level up. Congratulations to player Mu Chun for receiving a mystery gift. A faint smile appeared on Mu Chun's lips, his eyes gleaming with quiet confidence. Meanwhile, congratulations. You've reached level 10, unlocking the leaderboard. As the first player from Blue Planet to achieve level 10, you've been awarded a mysterious gift package. A mysterious gift package? Mu Chun's eyes narrowed as he quickly opened his inventory. His gaze locked onto a specific slot, where a package marked with a question mark lay quietly. Without hesitation, he decisively clicked to open it. Congratulations. You've obtained a growth-type weapon 1000 transformations cube. Congratulations. You've obtained 10 attribute fruits. A growth-type weapon? The moment these words registered in Mu Chun's mind, it was as if a thunderclap exploded in his brain. His eyes instantly lit up with fiery excitement. As an experienced player, he clearly understood the significance of a growth-type weapon. This was undoubtedly a T0 tier piece of equipment in the current version, possibly even a key component for top-tier output in future updates. With a flick of his right hand, a peculiar cube appeared out of thin air, floating in his palm and exuding a faint white glow. Without delay, Mu Chun eagerly examined its attributes. Name, 1000 transformations cube. Type, all-purpose. Quality, supreme white growth type. Growth requirement, devour 3 green tier items. Equipment requirement, none. Trait 1, the weapon can transform into 1000 forms. Trait 2, none. Trait 3, none. Trait 7, none. Only one trait? But this ability to transform into 1000 forms definitely compensates for the lack of attributes. Mu Chun closed the interface and gently ran his fingers along the cube's edges, a thoughtful glint in his eyes. Although its current stat boosts are 0, its growth potential is limitless. It's definitely worth investing in for the long term. With a single thought, the 1000 transformations cube floated away from his palm and hovered by his side like a loyal guardian. Next, Mu Chun retrieved 10 pure white fruits from his inventory. Each was about the size of a fist, smooth as jade, and emitted a faint, refreshing fragrance. Attribute fruit randomly increases a basic attribute by 1 point. Without hesitation, Mu Chun began consuming the fruits one by one. They melted in his mouth with a subtle sweetness, and the system's notification followed shortly after. Your strength attribute has increased by 3 points. Your spirit attribute has increased by 2 points. Your speed attribute has increased by 1 point. Your constitution attribute has increased by 4 points. Hearing the notifications, Mu Chun quickly opened his stats panel to review the changes. Attack, 73 spirit, 82 speed, 71 defense, 74. Free attribute points, 20. Let's raise all attributes except spirit to 75 for now. Mu Chun swiftly allocated the points in his mind, his actions decisive and efficient. Moments later, the adjustments were complete. Attack, 75 spirit, 95 speed, 75 defense, 75. With everything settled, Mu Chun exhaled deeply, rolled his shoulders, and stretched his body. A faint smile played at the corners of his lips, tinged with anticipation. By tomorrow or the day after, I should be able to hit level 20. After level 10, the experience requirement didn't increase exponentially, so I can still speed up my leveling. Looking ahead at the winding mountain path, Mu Chun began to move forward. He was currently in a mid-mountain area, surrounded by monsters around level 10, making it a perfect spot for his current strength. The dense vegetation, interwoven vines, and the humid scent in the air created an atmosphere of both challenge and mystery. Remaining vigilant, Mu Chan scanned his surroundings until he suddenly stopped, his eyes narrowing. He had noticed an unusual glimmer emanating from the vines ahead. A dungeon, he muttered under his breath as he strode forward. Parting the vines, a swirling portal came into view, radiating a dim, eerie glow, as if beckoning explorers to step inside. Mu Chun raised his hand, summoning the Thousand Transformations cube. The cube trembled briefly before transforming into a sharp scythe, which landed firmly in his grip. Clank clank. With a few swift swings of the scythe, the vines were severed, and the dungeon entrance was fully revealed. Mu Chen examined the information displayed before him. Dungeon, Dark Forest. Entry requirement, level 10-20. Maximum party size, 5. First clear reward, none. A level 10 to 20 dungeon. Mu Chan rubbed his chin in thought. His level had just reached 10, barely meeting the minimum entry requirement. Attempting to solo this dungeon might be a bit of a challenge. Yet, rather than hesitation, Mu Chin's eyes gleamed with determination and excitement. If they managed to reach level 13, teaming up with Beigong Qianin to tackle that dungeon would be highly promising. With that in mind, Mu Chun marked the coordinates of the location. I'll come back tomorrow, he thought. He wasn't planning to enter the dungeon today. It was better to level up a bit more first. Turning away, Mu Chun set off on his leveling journey once again. Evening, 7:30 p.m. After a busy day, Mu Chun finally returned to the beginner's village. By now, he had reached level 14, exceeding his expectations. It was all thanks to the bat cave he discovered earlier in the afternoon. The cave was teeming with high-level bats, and the efficient grinding there allowed him to push straight to level 14. Big brother, you're back? A crisp voice rang out as a petite figure dashed toward him. Beigong Qianin, with her short little legs, was brimming with excitement as she threw herself into Mu Chen's arms. Mu Chun smiled faintly, catching the little girl and gently patting her head. Yeah, I'm back. Beigong Qianin's level wasn't low either. She had already reached level 12. On the beginner's village leaderboard, apart from Mu Chun, hers was the only other name. After all, Shui Qianfeng and Gu Chuan had yet to break past level 10. After setting the little girl back on the ground, Mu Chun took her small hand and headed toward the village square. There, Shui Qianfeng and Gu Chuan were roasting meat over a fire, the air filled with a rich, savory aroma. Boss, you're back. Gu Chuan stood up immediately upon seeing Mu Chun, grinning widely as he walked over. We found a herd of horned sheep today, and got a bunch of mutton. Come and have some, boss. Horned sheep? Huh? Mu Chun nodded at the mention, a hint of anticipation rising in his heart. It had been a while since Head had mutton, and he couldn't help but miss its tender flavor. The four of them gathered around the fire. Mu Chun glanced at the group, then reached into his inventory and pulled out a small pouch. With a slight motion of his hand, he formed a glowing green life seed and placed it into the pouch before handing it to Gu Chuan. Gu Chuan, after dinner, head to the warehouse, Mu Chen said calmly, his tone carrying an undeniable authority. Got it, boss. Gu Chuan thumped his chest confidently, though a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes as he couldn't help but smooth his hair. It's my turn to recruit new members today. Wonder if he'll meet any pretty ladies. Shui Qianfeng, watching Gu Chuan's antics, twitched the corner of his mouth in mild exasperation. Although Mu Chen's treatment had improved Gu Chuan's health significantly, his face still bore a haggard look as if he'd been running on empty for too long. Caring about appearances? Did it even matter? Shui Qianfeng shook his head, deciding to hold his tongue. He could only hope Gu Chuan wouldn't go overboard. Changing the topic, Mu Chan brought up his discovery from earlier. I found a dungeon today. A dungeon? The other three perked up instantly. For MMO players, dungeons were prime spots for gaining experience and gear. Boss, what are the requirements to enter the dungeon? Shui Qianfeng asked eagerly. The level requirement is between 10 and 20, Mu Chen replied with his usual composure. I plan to take Qianin with me tomorrow. Hearing this, Shui Qianfeng and Gu Chuan exchanged a glance and sighed helplessly. Both of them were only level 6 at the moment. Forget about entering the dungeon. They couldn't even meet the minimum requirement. They could only wait for another chance in the future, especially with new players joining soon. Got it. Beigong Qianin beamed brightly, her eyes curving into crescent moons. After some brief conversation, the mutton was ready. The four of them sat around the fire, enjoying a lively dinner together. Half an hour later, with their hunger satisfied, Mu Chun, Beigong Qianin, and Shui Qianfeng stayed in the square to play cards, while Gu Chuan, carrying the hopes of the entire village, left the Divine Awakening world to embark on his mission to recruit new members. Spark City, outskirts. The same old spot, the same familiar location. Tonight, figures once again appeared on the road. But unlike yesterday, the number of figures was significantly larger. Scanning the scene, there were over 30 people gathered. Liang stood among the crowd, his eyes sweeping across the unfamiliar faces around him. Just yesterday, the thought of joining the pioneers had sparked in his mind. Without hesitation, he booked the earliest flight and arrived in Spark City overnight. Now, as he observed the strangers surrounding him, he speculated silently, could these people be here for the same reason as me? Are they also drawn by the pioneers? Today, the news of a transcendent individual appearing in Spark City had spread like wildfire, dominating the top spot on the trending charts nationwide. While Liang wasn't sure how the government might respond, this only strengthened his conviction that he had come to the right place. After all, the Pioneers website had just released information about the extraordinary yesterday, and now a transcendent being had surfaced in the same city. The connection between the two events was undeniable. However, the video circulating online depicted the transcendent encounter more as a confrontation between two opposing forces. Liang replayed the scene in his mind, pondering, that little girl and the masked man, are they both part of the Pioneers? Or are they from entirely different factions? Regardless of the answer, Liang was fully aware that joining such an organization would irrevocably change his life. The peace and normalcy he once knew would be gone, and even his life could be at risk. Yet, his resolve was unwavering. He had already decided rather than live a mundane, unremarkable life, he would seize the chance for an extraordinary existence. His eyes gleamed with anticipation and longing for the future. Suddenly, a sharp female voice shattered the tranquility of the night. Why are there so many people here tonight? The voice drew everyone's attention. Liang turned toward the source and saw a heavily made-up woman standing in the crowd. Beside her was a portly middle-aged man dressed in an expensive suit. Their appearance and demeanor made it clear they were nothing like the despairing individuals described on the Pioneers website. On the contrary, the man exuded wealth and comfort, while the woman looked like someone accustomed to luxury. There wasn't a hint of desperation in either of them. Coming all the way out to the outskirts at this hour, are they here for some kind of thrill? Someone muttered under their breath, clearly puzzled by the pair's presence. At that moment, the middle-aged man seemed to notice something, and his eyes lit up. He stopped in his tracks, a smile spreading across his face, a smile he probably thought was friendly. His gaze locked onto a specific figure in the crowd. "Excuse me, miss," he called out. "May I ask for your name?" Following his gaze, the crowd's eyes landed on a striking woman standing not far away. She was tall and elegant, with refined features. Dressed in a crisp white suit, her long, fair legs stood out against the night, and her entire presence radiated an air of icy sophistication. The woman, however, paid no attention to the man's eager expression. She merely glanced at him coldly and uttered a single word: "Leave." Her voice was low and frosty, yet it carried an undeniable authority that brooked no argument. The crowd felt a shiver run through them. Her aura was something far beyond that of an ordinary person. The middle-aged man, however, seemed unfazed. Instead, his smile grew even more ingratiating. "No need to be so cold," he said with a chuckle, tightening his hold on the woman beside him as he strode toward the elegant lady. This scene caused several people in the crowd to frown. While they couldn't be certain if the elegant woman was one of the pioneers, the middle-aged man's shameless behavior was enough to irritate them. Just as the man was about to approach the woman, a figure suddenly darted out from the crowd. It was a young man, moving swiftly to intercept. He grabbed the middle-aged man's wrist in one quick motion. The sudden action drew everyone's attention. The surrounding footsteps came to a halt as the crowd collectively held their breath, their eyes fixed on the young man. Someone had stepped in? A ripple of excitement and curiosity spread through the onlookers. What would happen next? The next second, everyone present, including the two middle-aged men, fell silent without exception. Why the silence? Because the young man in front of them had an expression so self-satisfied, as though he was rewarding himself to the brink of collapse, that no one knew what to say. Gu Chuan's face remained calm, but the corners of his mouth carried the faintest trace of a smile. After emerging from Shunxi, he had been waiting at a crossroads in the suburbs, planning to make a grand, flawless entrance when everyone arrived at the warehouse. But fate had other plans. This golden opportunity presented itself ahead of schedule. And the middle-aged man before him? Well, he had unwittingly become an unexpected ally in Gu Chuan's performance. Though secretly delighted, Gu Chuan maintained an air of nonchalance, as if everything was under his control. This demeanor naturally left the surrounding newcomers either awestruck or wary. Gu Chuan, thoroughly enjoying the moment, thought to himself, "They must be completely overwhelmed by my commanding aura." However, after a brief silence, the middle-aged man suddenly cleared his throat, forcing out a strained smile. "A young friend. Could you let go of my hand? I'll leave right away." Huh. Gu Chuan blinked, momentarily stunned, his smug expression freezing in place. He had been fully prepared for the man to erupt in anger, giving him the perfect chance to deliver a dramatic takedown. But this turn of events, this wasn't how things were supposed to go. Aren't novels always written like this? Why was this middle-aged man so unexpectedly sensible? If the man could hear Gu Chuan's inner monologue, he'd probably roll his eyes. Sure, His earlier actions flirting with a woman weren't enough to cause serious trouble, but an apology was unavoidable. The young man before him, though seemingly frail, exuded an inexplicable sense of danger, as if disaster could strike at any moment. Not wanting to risk unnecessary complications, the man decided to cut his losses and retreat swiftly. Though taken aback, Gu Chuan instinctively released his grip. The middle-aged man heaved a sigh of relief, grabbed the flamboyantly dressed woman by his side, and quickly sped off in his car. That should take care of it, right? Gu Chuan muttered under his breath. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, he shifted his gaze to the elegant woman nearby. A smile reappeared on his face as he said, "Miss, I've already dealt with the troublemaker for you." The woman paused briefly before giving a faint nod, her beautiful eyes betraying a hint of disdain. Her gaze was cold, tinged with faint disgust, as if she were looking at something utterly insignificant. Gu Chuan, who had been filled with anticipation, felt his heart skip a beat, his pupils contracting sharply. "Oh my God, it's that look of utter disdain," he suddenly exclaimed, dropping to his knees, hands cradling his face. He seemed to be overcome with a bizarre sense of excitement. Ah, satisfaction, pure satisfaction. The woman frowned slightly, while the others around them exchanged bewildered glances. Moments later, everyone except for Liang took a few cautious steps back, creating some distance as they silently thought, "Is this guy a bit unhinged?" Liang's mouth twitched as he gave Gu Chuan a complicated look, unsure of what to make of the scene. Why was he the only one who hadn't backed away? Gu Chuan quickly noticed this and stood up, puzzled. "Hey, buddy, I just acted like a total weirdo. Why didn't you step back like the others?" Liang froze, silently thinking. "So you do realize how weird you were?" Outwardly, however, he kept his composure and replied, "I respect everyone. Good man." Gu Chuan was instantly moved. He patted Liang on the shoulder with a warm smile. "Are you here to join the pioneers too?" "Yeah, you are too?" Liang asked, momentarily surprised. "Yep. Let's go together." Gu Chuan grinned. "All right." Liang nodded. The two walked side by side, with the rest of the group trailing behind. Together, they headed toward the abandoned warehouse. After what felt like an eternity, they finally arrived at the warehouse entrance. The surroundings were desolate and eerily quiet, with the moonlight casting an ominous glow on the building's outline. Everyone instinctively stopped, exchanging glances as a silent understanding passed between them. All of them were here for the same reason: to join the pioneers. Without unnecessary chatter, they steadied their nerves and began stepping into the warehouse one after another. The interior was unexpectedly spacious. Moonlight streamed through broken window panes, casting fragmented shadows on the ground. The space wasn't as cluttered as one might expect, but it was completely devoid of people. "No one's here." Liang frowned, his voice low. Could it be that they haven't arrived yet? The others looked equally puzzled. It was already the agreed-upon time, yet the leader was nowhere in sight. Something about this felt off. Just as confusion was about to settle over the group, a young man suddenly stepped forward. Seeing the figure, everyone displayed puzzled expressions. How did this guy get over there? Gu Chuan ignored their reactions and walked forward, stopping about 10 meters ahead of the crowd. Turning around, he smiled warmly at them. "Welcome, everyone." As soon as he spoke, the murmuring crowd fell silent. Faces froze in astonishment, and for a brief moment, no one seemed to process what had just happened. After a pause, a few people's expressions grew more complex, as if they were beginning to piece things together. "You're," a sharp-eyed woman clad in flame-patterned battle armor furrowed her brows and cautiously asked, "the one who's here to lead us to join the pioneers?" "That's correct," Gu Chuan said with a slight nod. As his words settled, he raised a hand, and a radiant golden glow appeared in his palm. The light rippled outward, enveloping his entire body. In an instant, he stood before them like a golden statue, exuding an almost divine presence. "It's you." Liang was the first to exclaim, his voice filled with shock and disbelief. His eyes locked onto Gu Chuan, and his mind raced as he recalled a video he had seen earlier. Yes, this figure was unmistakable. It was the man standing beside the little girl in that video. It really is him. Murmurs began to spread among the crowd, growing louder as excitement took over. They realized that the man standing before them was the key to joining the pioneers. By becoming part of his organization, they could ascend to extraordinary heights. However, Gu Chuan merely raised a hand, signaling for silence. With a calm yet resolute tone, he spoke, "Everyone, there's no need to rush. I won't explain too much right now. I only have one question for you." The crowd held their breath, their gazes fixed intently on Gu Chuan. "What's the question?" The woman in flame-patterned armor, Yinling Long, was the first to speak. Her sharp eyes scrutinized him closely. As a member of the Yin family from Shanghai City, she was known for her decisiveness and keen judgment. Without hesitation, Gu Chuan's steady gaze swept over the group. His voice carried a weight of authority that was impossible to ignore. If awakening extraordinary powers means surrendering your lives to the control of others, would you still be willing to join us? His words cast a heavy silence over the scene. The crowd exchanged uncertain glances, their expressions conflicted. No one answered immediately. The gravity of the question demanded serious consideration. After a moment, Liang broke the silence. His eyes burned with determination as he declared loudly, "I'll join." All eyes turned toward him. His expression was unwavering, devoid of hesitation, as though he had made up his mind long ago. To him, the chance to become extraordinary was worth any price, even his own freedom. "I will too," Yen Linglong said firmly, her tone carrying a hint of defiance. Her response caught Gu Chuan slightly off guard, but he didn't question her further. In truth, Yen Linglong's reasoning was straightforward. She believed Gu Chuan wasn't the true leader of the organization, but rather a middle-tier figure. As long as the actual leader wasn't him, she could accept it. Following their lead, others gradually made their decisions. "I'm in." "Me too. I'll join as well." One by one, voices rang out with conviction until, at last, everyone had chosen to join. A satisfied smile spread across Gu Chuan's face as he nodded slightly, murmuring to himself, as expected, "No one can resist the allure of the extraordinary." Reaching into a pouch he carried, he retrieved what appeared to be seeds, each glowing softly. Stepping forward, he began distributing them to the group. "What are these?" someone asked in a hushed tone. Returning to his original position, Gu Chuan cleared his throat and explained lightly, "These are life seeds. Once you consume them, you'll awaken your own extraordinary powers." Hearing this, the crowd eagerly swallowed the seeds. As the seeds dissolved, their bodies began to emit a faint glow, signaling a mysterious transformation taking place within them. Watching the scene unfold, Gu Chuan exhaled slightly, his thoughts racing. 36 people. The mission went fairly well. Now, all that's left is to let them process everything fully. Meanwhile, in the capital city of the Dragon Nation, inside the Elders' Council chamber, 10 of the nation's highest-ranking elders sat around a conference table, their faces grave as they watched a video playing on the large screen before them. The footage depicted Mu Qian and his team locked in a fierce battle against their enemies. As the video ended, a heavy silence filled the room. The elders exchanged somber glances, their expressions marked by deep contemplation. The atmosphere was so tense, it felt as though the very air had grown heavier. "The footage you just saw is a true event that occurred today. What are your thoughts on extraordinary powers?" The Grand Elder, the highest-ranking member of the Elder Council, was the first to speak. The screen displayed inspiring scenes, showcasing the miraculous abilities of the extraordinary individuals. The sheer magnitude of their powers left the elders momentarily speechless. It was the Grand Elder's calm, steady voice that broke the silence. His gaze swept across the room, carrying a hint of probing and contemplation. The other elders exchanged uneasy glances, clearly deliberating how to address this unexpected situation. "Can we capture and study them?" Third Elder was the first to voice his opinion, his tone tinged with impatience. He was fascinated by humans with such extraordinary abilities, and a flicker of fervor flashed in his eyes. "What kind of genetic sequence do they possess? If we can figure it out, could the Dragon Nation mass-produce such power?" This suggestion immediately caused the other elders' expressions to shift, their gazes a mix of resignation and caution. Seventh Elder scoffed, raising an eyebrow. "This already defies the principles of materialism, and you're still thinking about research? Are you planning to imprison them?" Third Elder remained unfazed, his tone calm. "That depends on the circumstances. If they betray the country, then imprisonment is necessary. But if these extraordinary individuals are loyal to the nation, we could just take a small blood sample, offer them an official position, and ensure their basic needs are met each month. Different people require different approaches. For those loyal to the country, I wouldn't let them feel alienated." "That approach won't work," Second Elder, who had been silent until now, shook his head, his tone cautious. "Who can guarantee that there aren't even more powerful beings behind these individuals? What if someone emerges who can't even be harmed by nuclear weapons? How would we deal with that? We must prepare for the worst." Fifth Elder offered a different perspective. "Why not give them official positions and establish a separate department for extraordinary individuals? Grant them enough authority. This way, we can win them over and utilize their powers on the battlefield. Someone like Mu Chun, with such potential, could be a game-changer in critical moments." This proposal garnered the approval of most elders, but it also raised new concerns. No one could confirm whether these extraordinary individuals were truly friendly, and making hasty decisions could lead to unforeseen consequences. The Grand Elder furrowed his brows, deep in thought. After a moment, he spoke slowly. "Let's send people to make contact and test the waters. Moving forward, Xingho City is likely to become exceptionally lively. Not only will people from other cities in the Dragon Nation come, but even forces from outside the country won't miss this opportunity." As his words sank in, the atmosphere in the room grew heavy. The elders' expressions turned grim, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. The extraordinary event had already spread too widely to contain. Other nations would undoubtedly have caught wind of it and would likely intervene. The council proceeded with a brief discussion of potential plans, ultimately deciding to maintain the status quo for now while observing further developments. Once the meeting concluded, the elders dispersed to prepare for the storm that was undoubtedly brewing. Divine Awakening Game, Beta Test Zone 0. Inside a small wooden cabin, Mu Qian sat cross-legged on his wooden bed, his gaze lowered slightly, with a faint smile playing on his lips. The system interface before him displayed his newly acquired skill list. Crimson Flame Dance, he murmured, moving his fingers slightly as if feeling the intense heat of the red flames. Unleashes clusters of crimson flames in midair, dealing area damage to enemy units. The higher the level, the greater the power, but also the higher the energy cost. Battlefield dominance, he continued, a glint of appreciation in his eyes. Deals true damage to the target. The longer the skill duration, the more mana it consumes. Very practical. Mu Qian scanned the skill list with satisfaction. 36 skills in total, each incredibly powerful, covering all class abilities. He could clearly sense that his strength had reached a new level. If I keep progressing like this, will I eventually become an omnipotent being? He smirked, thinking of the supreme entities from mythology, a surge of ambition rising in his chest. However, he quickly reined in those thoughts. Omniscience and omnipotence were mere hypotheticals. For now, he needed to stay grounded. All I need is to recruit 1,000 players and fill the beta test zone. He set his goal internally, refraining from expanding his influence too aggressively. He understood that excessive greed could invite greater trouble. Just then, a familiar system notification interrupted his thoughts. Player Yin Linglong has entered Beta Test Zone 0. Player Liang has entered Beta Test Zone 0. Player Zhangqian has entered Beta Test Zone 0. The notifications came one after another. Mu Qian's eyes narrowed slightly, and the smile on his lips deepened. He knew that the stage was just starting to get lively. Finally, it was over. Mu Qian rose from his bed with a smile and stretched. It was time to meet the newcomers. Pushing open the wooden door, he stepped out of the cabin. The world outside was bathed in the soft glow of morning light, and the air carried the fresh scent of grass and trees. In the distance, the new players had gathered, their excited chatter filling the air, almost shattering the tranquility of the land. So, this is Shenchi? Beta testers? Ha ha ha. I see now. Blue Star only has a month left before it's done for. At least we're among the first players to enter this game. Ha ha ha. This is amazing. I awakened a rare class. What about you guys? Me too. Same here, I also got a rare class. Their laughter and animated discussions filled the area with vitality, brimming with anticipation and excitement for the unknown world ahead. Mu Qian stood a short distance away, arms crossed, quietly observing the scene. His brow raised slightly, and a glimmer of understanding flickered in his eyes. As expected, not a single ordinary class. He sighed inwardly. When he had reviewed his skills earlier, he noticed there were no basic abilities like fireball spells or simple slashes. This meant that all the new players had awakened rare classes. The odds of this happening were undoubtedly astonishing. Yesterday, encountering Xue Qianfeng and Gu Chuan, both hidden class players, already felt like a stroke of luck. But today, every single newcomer turned out to have rare classes, further fueling his expectations for the future of Zone 0. With this, the foundation of Zone 0 is steadily strengthening. Mu Qian murmured to himself, a faint smile curving his lips. Without hesitation, he walked toward the lively crowd. Welcome to Shenchi, everyone, he said, his voice calm yet commanding, instantly drawing all eyes to him. And Mu Qian, the top-ranked player, and the one who helped awaken your classes early. As his words settled, murmurs rippled through the group. You're our leader? A clear voice called out. Yin Linglong looked at him with a mix of curiosity and surprise. Her gaze locked onto Mu Qian as she muttered. Isn't this the guy from the video? The one who confronted that lowly? Weren't they supposed to be enemies? Could it be Gu Chuan as a double agent? Her words sparked a wave of speculation among the group, as their eyes darted between Mu Qian and Gu Chuan. Standing there, Mu Qian remained masked, his expression hidden. Yet the composure and confidence he exuded left no room for doubt about his identity. Boss, I've brought everyone over. A familiar voice called out from behind. The crowd turned to see Gu Chuan jogging toward Mu Qian, scratching his head with a sheepish grin, his demeanor almost comically obsequious. The sight immediately cleared up any lingering doubts among the newcomers. Gu Chuan was indeed a double agent. Mu Qian shot Gu Chuan a glance, his tone indifferent. Explain our relationship to them. I'm heading back to sleep. With that, he turned and walked away. Beigong Qianin and Xue Qianfeng had already retired for the night, and he had no intention of wasting any more words. After all, he had a dungeon to solo tomorrow. Gu Chuan gave a quick nod, watching Mu Chen's figure disappear toward the cabin. Then he turned to the group and began explaining his connection to Mu Chun, as well as some key points about Xinqi. The talent among the newcomers was striking. Among them were two hidden class players, Yin Linglong and Liang. One was a knight, the other a lancer, both belonging to the warrior category. Their team configuration was shaping up nicely, much to Gu Chuan's satisfaction. Night fell, and the group eventually dispersed. The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the ground. At 7 o'clock, Mu Chun and Beigong Qianin rose early. After a simple breakfast with Xue Qianfeng, they left the novice village and headed toward the dungeon. Along the way, the regional chat channel buzzed with activity. Yin Linglong, Brother Mu Chun, rare class players can handle small wild monsters on their own, but what about life skill players? Mu Chun, rare class players can solo wild monsters, but you must take battles seriously. If you're unsure, form a party to level up. As for life skill players, leveling up is indeed more challenging since they lack combat abilities. Mu Chun, have the life skill players focus on other tasks, like buying seasonings in the real world. Once everyone levels up, you can help them train. Xinqi allows players to bring small items like playing cards or rings into the game, but larger objects are restricted. Yin Linglong, got it. The morning breeze carried a hint of coolness, but Mu Chen's pace remained steady. He knew this was just the beginning of their journey. Mu Chen gently hugged the little girl in his arms, his voice soft as he spoke. Qianin, use your skills the moment you spot any wild monsters, he instructed, his tone carrying a hint of affection. Okay. The little girl, Beigong Qianin, nodded obediently. Her large, dark eyes were filled with focus. Mu Chen reached out and gently patted her head, a faint smile on his lips. Yet, his gaze had already shifted to the distance as he began strategizing about the dungeon ahead. The corners of his mouth curved upward slightly, a surge of confidence welling up within him. One thing was certain, his damage output was off the charts right now. Thanks to Liang's class skill, which provided a powerful true damage effect, the dungeon's difficulty had been significantly reduced. The two of them moved steadily through the forest, their steps light but purposeful. The air was thick with the earthy scent of damp soil, occasionally interrupted by the chirping of birds echoing through the trees. Before long, they reached a mountainside and stopped in front of the dungeon entrance. Qianin, I'm sending you a party invite. Accept it, Mu Qian said, turning to her with a tone that was calm yet decisive. Beigong Qianin raised her small hand and promptly confirmed the invite. Seeing the notification, Mu Chen nodded in satisfaction and placed his hand on the dungeon's entrance. Dungeon, Shadowy Forest. Entry requirements, level 1020. Party limit, 5 players. First clear reward, none. Current party members, 2. Entering dungeon, a flash of black light enveloped them, and the scenery around them transformed instantly. The shadowy forest was shrouded in gloom, with the damp air carrying a faint stench of decay. The swaying shadows of the trees hinted at countless unseen eyes watching from the darkness. Mu Chun and Beigong Qianin materialized within the dungeon. As soon as they landed, both quickly heightened their vigilance, their eyes scanning their surroundings with caution. A grating crack, crack sound broke the silence. Moments later, the ground began to tremble as skeletal figures slowly emerged from the soil. Their bones were a stark white, holding rusted weapons in their bony hands. The eerie green glow in their eye sockets, combined with their stiff yet menacing movements, made them a formidable sight as they advanced toward the pair. Skeleton Soldier. Level 11. HP 12001200. Elite Skeleton Soldier. Level 13. HP 21002100. So, these are the dungeon monsters? Mu Chen glanced at the skeletal creature's stats, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. The number of skeleton soldiers kept growing, now exceeding 300, with several elite monsters mixed among them. Yet, Mu Chen remained calm and composed, showing no signs of panic. He crouched slightly, his right hand pressing against the ground as he muttered under his breath, "Just these small fry? They think they can block my path?" As his magic surged, he activated his heavenly healer skill. Instantly, 100 mana points burned away, and a mist began to spread across the ground. At level 14, Mu Chun was one level higher than most of the skeletons. Though the level difference was minor, in his eyes, these monsters posed no real threat. The grayish-white mist quickly engulfed the skeleton horde, carrying an ominous and eerie aura. Despite being undead creatures, the heavenly healer skill's damage ignored their unique traits, delivering devastating effects. The moment the skeletons came into contact with the mist, a sizzling sound erupted, like meat being seared on a grill. Smoke rose from their bones as their skeletal frames started to dissolve, eventually collapsing into piles of white powder. Congratulations! You have gained 91 experience points. Congratulations! You have gained 103 experience points. In just a matter of seconds, the skeleton horde was completely wiped out, leaving only heaps of skeletal remains scattered across the ground. Simultaneously, both Mu Chun and Beigong Qianin were surrounded by a glow of white light. Congratulations! Your level has increased to 15. Level 15? Mu Chin's eyes lit up with delight at the notification, marveling at the rapid leveling pace. Dungeons truly were the best place to grind for experience, he muttered softly, then turned to the little girl beside him. Qianin, let's clear out all these wild monsters first. Don't waste any experience points. If we're lucky, I might hit level 20 before we even reach the boss. Okay. Beigong Qianin nodded vigorously, her enthusiasm evident as her eyes sparkled with anticipation. And so, the two of them dove headfirst into an intense grinding spree. Somewhere deep within the dim and foreboding forest, the atmosphere was heavy and sinister. Mu Chun and Beigong Qianin concealed themselves behind the trunk of an ancient, towering tree, their cautious gazes fixed on the clearing ahead. There, over 20 skeletal knights stood silently, clad in tattered yet still glimmering armor that exuded a chilling aura. Mounted on skeletal warhorses with interlocking bones, the knights radiated an eerie presence. Their hollow eye sockets flickered with ghostly green flames, as if ready to charge at any moment, sending a shiver down one's spine. Skeletal Knight Elite Monster. Level 17. HP 32003200. Quantity approximately 20. Mu Chun glanced at his own stats panel, feeling a bit more assured. He had already reached level 17, and Beigong Qianin had leveled up to 16. Together, they stood a fair chance against these elite monsters. After a brief moment of thought, he whispered to Beigong Qianin, Qianin, let's use Heavenly Cure together and finish this quickly. Once we're done with these monsters, we can take a short rest. Got it. Beigong Qianin nodded lightly, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Before her words had fully landed, both of them raised their hands simultaneously, their palms glowing with a soft green light. Heavenly Cure. 2. Whoosh green mist rapidly coalesced and seemed to move with a will of its own, drifting towards the skeletal knights. As the mist passed through, the air was filled with a harsh, sizzling sound, accompanied by the acrid smell of burning. The knights' armor began to corrode instantly, and the ghostly green flames in their hollow sockets flickered violently before gradually extinguishing. Congratulations, you gained 132 EXP. Congratulations, you gained 138 EXP. Congratulations, you have leveled up to 18. Not bad at all. Mu Chin's lips curled into a satisfied smile as he watched the skeletal knights collapse one by one. In no time, the battlefield was reduced to a pile of shattered remains. With the fight over, the two quickly moved forward to collect the loot, storing the dropped equipment and items into their backpacks. After organizing their spoils, they sat down to recover their strength. Beigong Qianin pulled out 2 skill books from her backpack, waving them excitedly. Brother, I'm going to learn both of these skills. Mu Chun took the books and glanced at the skill descriptions that appeared. Poison Enchantment. Adds a poison effect to each attack. The longer it is active, the higher the mana consumption. Healing Spell. Restores 100 HP to a single target, consuming 50 mana. You can have them, Mu Chun said casually, waving his hand. He knew that any skills Beigong Qianin learned would also be available for him to share. Besides, low-level skills like these didn't hold much appeal to him, as he preferred powerful, class-exclusive abilities. With his approval, Beigong Qianin's face lit up with a delighted grin. She quickly learned both skills, while Mu Chun took the opportunity to review his own stats. Name, Mu Chun. Level, 1816191800. Class, Life Sovereign Unique. HP, 13001300. Mana, 15001500. Attack, 130. Spirit, 150. Speed, 130. Defense, 130. I have to admit, the experience gain is pretty fast. Mu Chun stroked his chin, feeling rather pleased. His experience bar was nearly full, and one more round of elite monsters would push him to level 19. However, he couldn't help but wonder, but will leveling up be this quick after reaching level 20? For now, the experience requirements haven't exponentially increased, but who knows what'll happen later. After a brief rest, Mu Chun noticed that their energy was mostly restored. He stood up, dusting off his clothes. Let's go, Qianin. We'll hunt down another group of elites. I'm curious to see what happens after hitting level 20. Okay. Beigong Qianin replied obediently, quickly getting to her feet and following him. The pair set off once more, heading deeper into the forest, drawn by the ominous energy that lingered in the air. Time passed, and battles raged on. After another hour, the two finally wrapped up a fresh skirmish in another clearing. Congratulations, you have reached level 20. You have reached the level cap. To progress further, you must undergo your second-class awakening. Please choose your awakening challenge difficulty. Mu Chen froze in place, stunned, as he was about to pick up the final piece of loot. Second job advancement? Based on his understanding of online games, any game with a class system usually involves multiple job advancements. Mu Chen frowned slightly, pausing his movements as he carefully examined the prompt in front of him. To his surprise, at level 20, the second job advancement quest was already unlocked. The difficulty of the quest was divided into 5 tiers, from 1 star being the easiest to 5 star being the hardest. And as with most online games, the higher the difficulty, the greater the rewards. 5-star difficulty, he murmured under his breath, a glint flashing in his eyes as the corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile. If that's the case, then let's take a risk. Without daring to challenge myself, how can I stand out from the crowd? Taking a deep breath, his gaze grew resolute as he placed his finger firmly on the 5-star difficulty option. I choose the 5-star second job advancement quest. Second job advancement quest initiated. Quest difficulty, 5-star. Scanning player's current status. Player detected in the Dark Forest dungeon. The dungeon boss, Dark Lord, has been strengthened. Proceed to the boss's location for a 1v1 duel. Defeat the boss to complete the second job advancement quest. Other players in the dungeon are being removed. As soon as the system notification ended, a blinding white light erupted from Bei Gong Qinin's body. She looked at Mu Qian in panic, her eyes filled with confusion. Brother. What's happening? Mu Qian remained calm as he looked at her, his tone carrying a hint of reassurance. Qianin, I've started the second job advancement quest. The quest requires me to duel the boss alone, so you'll be teleported out of the dungeon shortly. He took a small pouch out of his inventory and handed it to Bei Gong Qianin. This contains the seed of life. It can help others awaken their abilities. I'm not sure how long this quest will take, but remember, once you're back at the beginner village, stick to the plan and recruit new players. Bei Gong Qianin's expression was complicated, but she didn't press further. She simply nodded. Got it, brother. Be careful. Her figure gradually faded into the light, leaving Mu Chen alone in the dungeon. Mu Chen glanced at the ever-changing Rubik's Cube in his hand, his expression growing serious. Next, it's just me and the boss. I wonder how strong this Dark Lord really is. Taking a deep breath, he began moving toward the direction indicated by the quest prompt. The dark forest was filled with a cold, decaying atmosphere, and faint growls from wild monsters echoed around him. Along the way, he encountered numerous creatures, but none of them had been strengthened. Mu Chen easily cleared them out one by one. After 20 minutes, he finally arrived at the heart of the forest, where a crumbling castle stood. Its walls were covered in vines and cracks, as if it could collapse at any moment. Yet, the eerie green glow emanating from within sent chills down his spine. Mu Chen tightened his grip on his weapon as he cautiously approached. Standing before the massive castle doors, he took a deep breath and pushed them open with all his strength. Crack. Boom. The heavy doors creaked open with a dull thud. As soon as he stepped inside, they slammed shut behind him. Immediately, the fire pits along the walls ignited one by one, their ghostly green flames illuminating the vast hall. Mu Chen scanned his surroundings. The castle interior was desolate and in ruins, its oppressive atmosphere making the air feel thick and heavy. So, you finally arrived. A deep, raspy voice echoed from the far end of the hall. Mu Chen looked up to see a humanoid figure clad in black armor seated on a throne. Its eyes glowed crimson, and it held a massive sword radiating an ominous aura. The Dark Lord. Mu Chen's heart sank as he quickly activated a skill to analyze the boss's stats. Boss, Dark Lord. Level. Skills. Status. Strengthened. Seeing the string of question marks, Mu Chen frowned even more. It seems this will be a tough fight, he muttered to himself, gripping his weapon tightly as he steadily advanced toward the Dark Lord. The attribute panel of the Shadow Lord was clear as day in Mu Chen's eyes. 100,000 HP, 500 defense, an arsenal of powerful skills, and stats that seemed insurmountable, like a towering, immovable mountain. A faint smirk tugged at the corner of Mu Chen's lips as he murmured to himself, good thing I have true damage and percentage-based skills. Without those, I wouldn't even be able to break through its defense, let alone clear this challenge. His tone carried a trace of lightheartedness, yet hidden within it was an unwavering confidence. The atmosphere in the dimly lit hall was stifling, as if frozen in time. Mu Chen lifted his head, his gaze locking onto the Shadow Lord seated on its throne. A playful smile curved his lips as he spoke. So, this boss actually has intelligence? Of course. The Shadow Lord's voice was deep and icy, filled with an unyielding authority. It rose slowly from its throne, dragging a massive sword along the ground with a grating metallic screech. Each step it took was deliberate, heavy, and seemed to echo in time with Mu Chen's heartbeat, until it stood towering before him. From beneath the Shadow Lord's helmet, two glowing green eyes burned like cold flames, staring unblinkingly at Mu Chun. Their gaze clashed, and though the silence was unbroken, the tension in the air crackled like invisible sparks of fire, a silent contest of wills. 3 seconds later, the unexpected happened. Ugh! The Shadow Lord suddenly spat out a mouthful of dark blood. Its health bar flashing as a massive damage number 50,000 floated above its head. Staggering back 2 steps, its glowing eyes widened in shock and disbelief as it stared at Mu Chun. How is this possible? Meanwhile, Mu Chun stood there, unruffled, calmly popping health and mana potions as if he had all the time in the world. With a casual flick of his left hand, a thin mist dispersed around him. His smile broadened, carrying a hint of mischief. What's wrong? Can't take it anymore? The Shadow Lord roared in fury. Despicable! You wretched rogue! It couldn't comprehend how a single exchange had cost it half of its health. By all logic, Mu Chen's strength shouldn't have been able to breach its formidable defenses. But Mu Chun remained silent, his expression unreadable. He knew better than anyone that his true damage and percentage-based skills were the key to defeating this seemingly invincible boss. Despite the vast disparity in their stats, he still had an ace-up-his-sleeve self-sacrifice burst. This rare skill allowed him to convert his health into mana, perfectly compensating for his lack of resources. Next, I just need to unleash Heavenly Surge once, Mu Chun thought to himself, his hands moving with practiced precision as he downed another round of potions, meticulously preparing for the explosive finale. The Shadow Lord, now seething with rage, raised its massive sword and bellowed, "Phantom Slash." A wave of razor-sharp energy surged toward Mu Chun, cutting through the air with devastating force. Mu Chun's expression remained calm, his mind focused. With a single thought, the shifting cube beneath his feet disassembled into 26 smaller blocks, which began to orbit around him. Several blocks swiftly moved beneath him, lifting him off the ground, while others positioned themselves strategically around his chest, back, and sides, forming a protective barrier. Boom! The Shadow Lord's colossal sword struck the ground with earth-shattering force, sending tremors rippling through the hall as debris flew in all directions. But Mu Chun had already taken to the air, hovering just out of reach. From his vantage point, he gazed down at the Shadow Lord, his voice laced with mockery. Why so impatient? The versatility of the shifting cube filled Mu Chun with pride. Not only could it disassemble and reassemble itself, but it also granted him brief moments of flight, a feature that felt tailor-made for his fighting style. He casually downed another potion, raised his right hand, and snapped his fingers. Snap! With that crisp sound, the 20 blocks floating behind him suddenly ignited with a fiery red glow. In the blink of an eye, the light coalesced into dozens of blazing fireballs, which rained down like a meteor shower. Whoosh, 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 the fireballs streaked through the air, slamming into the Shadow Lord with unerring precision. Flames erupted upon impact, engulfing the boss in a series of deafening explosions. A thick cloud of dust and smoke rose, shrouding the Shadow Lord in obscurity. Hovering in midair, Mu Chun arched an eyebrow, his voice barely above a whisper. Let's see if that was enough to finish it off. Seizing the opportunity, Mu Chun's eyes sharpened as he consumed more of his life force and unleashed Heavenly Healer. A burst of smoke erupted from his body, rocketing toward the Dark Lord like a cannonball. 2 seconds later, as the smoke cleared, Mu Chun frowned slightly. He hadn't heard the anticipated notification of the boss's defeat. Still alive? Mu Chun muttered under his breath, a trace of doubt flashing through his eyes. He was certain his attack had hit its mark, so why was the Dark Lord still standing? After a moment's contemplation, he quickly activated the Eye of Dominion to relocate the boss's position. A gray aura surrounded the Dark Lord, whose health bar had just 1,000 points remaining but had evidently recovered slightly. Realization dawned on Mu Chun. It was this minor regeneration that had saved the Dark Lord's life. At that moment, the Dark Lord let out a furious roar. Dark Domain. The entire castle trembled violently as endless gray mist surged from the ground, rapidly engulfing the space and reducing visibility to almost nothing. Mu Chun's expression hardened. Without hesitation, he activated the skill Golden Spear Unyielding. A golden radiance erupted around him, his aura surging dramatically. Thanks to the Eye of Dominion, he understood that the Dark Lord's Dark Domain was a control-type field skill, and his invincible state was the perfect counter. Though the invincibility duration was limited, it was more than enough for someone like him. Taking advantage of the invincible state, Mu Chun quickly downed a potion to restore his condition. Behind him, 20 cubes began to glow with various elemental energies: cold blasts, flames, torrents of water, and showers of rockall, converging into deadly attacks that hurtled toward the Dark Lord. Whoosh! Boom! The barrage of skills intertwined, bombarding the boss relentlessly. The Dark Lord's health bar plummeted rapidly under Mu Chun's onslaught until it finally hit zero. As the Dark Lord collapsed, a series of system notifications rang out. Congratulations! You have completed the 5-star second advancement quest. Congratulations! You have successfully advanced to your second class. Congratulations! You are the first to complete this dungeon. Your name will be etched in the dungeon records. Congratulations! You have earned 36,000 experience points. Congratulations! Your level has increased to 22. You have acquired exclusive skills, Dominion's Command and Life Drain. 5-star second advancement quest completed. You have obtained a divine chest. Mu Chen's pupils contracted slightly. A divine chest? Such a generous reward for a 5-star quest. Without hesitation, he opened his inventory, locating the mysterious, radiant chest. With a single swipe of his finger, he opened it. Congratulations! You have obtained the Divine Guild Token. Item: Guild Token. Quality: Mythical. Description: the Guild Token allows players to establish a guild. Each guild created will gain a unique guild trait note. Used by crushing. Once a mythical trait from the Blue Star Civilization appears, no duplicate traits of the same level will emerge. A guild trait? Mu Chen murmured to himself, frowning slightly as he pondered its implications. Could the mythical guild trait from this token be of such extraordinary quality? A flicker of excitement crossed his eyes. Rather than speculate, it was better to test it directly. With his decision made, Mu Chen immediately crushed the guild token. You have used the guild token. Searching Blue Star Civilization data. Hearing the notification, Mu Chen raised an eyebrow, a hint of curiosity surfacing. Creating a guild and somehow linking it to the Blue Star Civilization? He waited patiently for the search to complete. Search complete. Creating guild trait. Mu Chen held his breath, his eyes fixed intently on the notification. If the trait was based on Blue Star Civilization, it might be intriguing. But if it involved technology, he could foresee some challenges, as the current profession-based system had little connection to technology. Creation complete. Please select one of the following mythical traits for your guild. As the notification ended, Mu Chen finally exhaled, his heart pounding with anticipation. It really was a mythical trait. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he looked at the options before him. 1. 100-fold experience. 2. Infinite firepower. 3. As he scanned the choices, the light in Mu Chen's eyes grew even brighter. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his lips, brimming with confidence and determination. 1. 100-fold experience. 2. Infinite firepower. 3. The fourth calamity. These all seem pretty good choices. Mu Chen gazed at the 3 guild perks presented in front of him, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. However, his eyes soon fixed unwaveringly on the third option, the fourth calamity. As for why, does it even need an explanation? What ability could possibly compare to infinite resurrection? The answer was self-evident. Though his mind was already made up, Mu Chen patiently reviewed the other 2 options one by one. 100-fold experience. Guild members gain experience 100 times faster. He read the description aloud in a low voice, his expression indifferent. Sounds great, but with the level cap in place, no matter how tempting it seems, it's not that useful. He waved his hand lightly as if dismissing the idea. Pass. Infinite firepower. Guild members have unlimited mana. Moving on to the second description, he raised an eyebrow slightly. Now this one's interesting, definitely appealing for anyone with mana anxiety. But after a brief pause, he shook his head. Still, compared to infinite resurrection, it doesn't quite measure up. After all, who can guarantee they'll never die? With that thought, his gaze returned to the fourth calamity. The fourth calamity grants guild members the ability to resurrect infinitely. Reading this line, Mu Chen hesitated no longer, decisively choosing it. As a seasoned player familiar with this concept, he fully understood how powerful this ability was. To hesitate for even a second would be an insult to the name Calamity. A system notification immediately followed. Please enter your guild name. All beings. Mu Chen typed the name without hesitation. He didn't overthink it. The straightforward name reflected his personality and symbolized his role, the Master of Life. Congratulations on establishing the first guild on Blue Star. Congratulations on unlocking your guild perk. You now possess the ability to resurrect infinitely. The system's congratulatory message brought a satisfied smile to Mu Chen's face. He opened his character panel without delay. Name: Mu Chen. Guild: President of All Beings Guild. Level 22, 330,000 EXP. Class: Master of Life Unique. Second advancement. Health: 1700-1700. Mana: 1700-1700. Attack: 170. Spirit: 170. Speed: 170. Defense: 170. Free attribute points: 100. Skills: Life Seed exclusive. Eye of the Master exclusive. Command of the Master exclusive. Life Drain exclusive. Equipment: Shape-shifting cube common, growth type. Wealth, 13 gold. After the second advancement, the experience requirement really does skyrocket. Mu Chen glanced at the experience bar but maintained his confident smile. But with the fourth calamity, I can charge ahead recklessly without worrying about leveling speed. What's more, after the second advancement, each level up automatically granted 10 points to all 4 attributes, along with an additional 50 free attribute points. Every advancement brought a qualitative leap in power. With this in mind, Mu Chen decisively allocated all 100 of his free attribute points to Spirit before turning his attention to his skills. Command of the Master summons projections of subordinate class holders to unleash their strongest attacks. Mana cost is calculated based on the number of summon projections. Each projection consumes 5 mana points. Life Drain. Plants a seed on the target, draining 0.5 of their health per second and converting it into your own health. Lasts for 1 minute. Mana cost, 200. Not bad. These two skills are quite powerful, Mu Chen murmured softly, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. The first skill was a high-level ultimate, capable of delivering a massive burst of combat power in an instant. The second skill, on the other hand, provided sustained damage while simultaneously restoring health, making it perfect for prolonged battles. Together, they made him a force to be reckoned with. Now the question is, how do I quickly clear the beta test zone? Mu Chen stroked his chin thoughtfully, lost in contemplation. He no longer needed to worry about anything else. All he had to do was quickly clear the beta testing zone and move on to the next area. Closing the interface, Mu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze falling on the loot dropped by the boss. This boss was absurdly powerful, so the items it dropped were bound to be impressive. He stepped forward, approaching the loot, and bent down to start picking it up. The first item that caught his attention was a necklace called Shadowed Love, faintly glowing. Type: necklace. Quality: common green. Level requirement: 20. Attribute: increases mana regeneration speed by 10. Next, he picked up the second item. Undying Warrior's Sword. A two-handed weapon that exuded a chilling aura. Type: two-handed weapon. Quality: common green. Level requirement: 20. Attribute: increases attack power by 3. The third item was a pair of boots called Shadow Boots, with a faint, shadowy glow shimmering across their surface. Type: boots. Quality: common green. Level requirement: 20. Attribute: increases movement speed by 3. Finally, his eyes landed on a crystalline, teardrop-shaped item named Tear of Shadows, which turned out to be a key to unlocking a legendary quest. Additionally, there was a cluster of glowing blue bones called Blue Undead Remains, radiating a deep and ominous death energy. The rest of the loot consisted of gold coins, potions, and some Y-tire equipment. While these were nothing remarkable, overall, the drops were quite substantial. The legendary quest item, in particular, was a thrilling find. Mu Chen carefully stored all the items, already formulating a plan in his mind. The 3 green tier items would be perfect for feeding into the 1,000 change cube. A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. As someone with the fourth calamity's undying ability, he couldn't settle for mediocre gear, wanted only the best. If the 1,000 change cube could unlock a second attribute, it might bring an unexpected surprise. With that thought, Mu Chen gracefully landed on the ground and waved his hand, summoning the 1,000 change cube. A series of clicking sounds echoed as a small cube assembled itself midair, hovering before him. Mu Chen retrieved the 3 green tier items and gently tapped the cube with his finger. Woof! A dazzling, multicolored beam shot out from the cube, pulling the 3 items inside. The cube's surface began to radiate intense light, bathing the entire space in a kaleidoscope of colors. Moments later, the light gradually faded, leaving the 1,000 change cube hovering in the air, now looking even more brilliant. Simply put, its effects had leveled up. Mu Chen eagerly checked the cube's updated attributes. Name: 1,000 change cube. Type: universal. Quality: superior green growth. Level requirement: none. Attribute 1. Weapon can transform into 1,000 forms. Attribute 2. Increases the user's 4-dimensional stats by 100. Attribute 7. None. Wow. A 100 boost to all 4-dimensional stats. That's insane. Mu Chen's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed. This was the true definition of a growth-type weapon. On top of that, the cube's quality had upgraded from common green to superior green, a full tier higher than expected. The satisfaction was overwhelming. A grin spread across his face as his appreciation for the equipment skyrocketed. The 1,000 change cube not only allowed him to break down gear and transform its shape at will, but also granted him flight capabilities in his second-class advancement. Snapping back to reality, Mu Chen stretched lazily, his lips curling into a satisfied smile. With the dungeon cleared, his second-class advancement complete, 2 new exclusive skills acquired, the weapon fully utilized, and a legendary quest item in his possession, This dungeon run had been nothing short of a massive success. Time to leave, he murmured softly. In the next moment, a white light enveloped him, and Mu Qin's figure vanished from the dungeon. Unbeknownst to him, as he wrapped up his incredible series of achievements, the entire regional chat had already exploded into chaos. 2 minutes earlier, the players in Zone 0 were busy leveling up, unaware of what was about to happen. Suddenly, the system notification chime rang out. Zone announcement. Congratulations to player Mu Chun for being the first to clear the Dark Forest dungeon. Zone announcement. Congratulations to player Mu Chun for becoming the first second-class professional in the zone. Hearing the notifications, every player froze in place. The first announcement wasn't too shocking. Although the Dark Forest was challenging, it wasn't impossible for skilled players to clear. But the second announcement was like a bombshell, leaving everyone utterly stunned. A second-class profession? This game actually allows multiple class advancements, someone murmured in disbelief, their tone filled with shock and amazement. The next moment, the zone chat exploded into chaos. Wang Wu. What the heck? Big Bro already hit second class? Lixian. Boss's boss, after all? The first player is as terrifying as ever. Shui Qianfeng. So strong. I'm not even level 10 yet. Liang. I knew it. The stuff from those novels is real. Deep in the forest of Zone 0, Liang was in a party with Shui Qianfeng, Gu Chuan, and Yin Linglong. He stared intently at the system announcements, taking a deep breath, his mind racing. He had always been a fan of novels about global class advancements, where characters could change classes up to 9 times. Now, with Mu Qin already reaching the second class, it seemed likely that Divine Revelation was following the same setup as those novels. Looks like I need to step up my game, Liang muttered, his determination growing stronger. But before he could act on his resolve, another system notification echoed in his ears. Global announcement. The guild system has been unlocked in Zone 0. Global announcement. Player Mu Chun has established the first guild on Blue Star, All Beings Guild. Join now, everyone. The guild system? Mu Chun already created a guild? The players were left speechless with astonishment. The game had only recently launched, yet the guild system was already active? After a brief moment of shock, the zone chat lit up with excitement once again. Su Feng. A guild? Whoa, we already have a guild? Shui Qianfeng. That was fast. Aren't we still in beta testing? Gu Chuan. Guild leader. Invite us in already? Liang. Yeah. We all want to join the guild. Everyone was eager to join. After all, they already saw themselves as part of Mu Qin's team and naturally wanted to grow stronger alongside him. Mu Chun. Send in your applications. At those words, no one hesitated. They immediately opened their menus and submitted their applications. Mu Qin quickly tapped the accept button repeatedly, and the guild roster rapidly expanded. In no time, everyone had joined the guild. Just as they were celebrating their membership in the first guild on Blue Star, a new notification popped up in front of them. You have joined the All Beings Guild. You have gained a level 1 guild EXP bonus, 10. You have gained a guild perk, Fourth Calamity. Fourth Calamity. You possess the ability to resurrect infinitely. From this moment on, you are one of the Fourth Calamity. The Fourth Calamity? The phrase echoed simultaneously in everyone's minds, followed by 2 other words. Invincible. That's right, infinite resurrection. From now on, there was no need to tread carefully or plan every move meticulously. It was complete freedom. Gu Chuan's face flushed with excitement as he suddenly pulled a dagger from his inventory. His eyes burned with anticipation, as if he could already see himself dominating the game. Let me try it, he shouted, and without hesitation, he slashed the dagger across his throat. Splat! Bright red blood gushed out as his body convulsed and collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide open in death. But before anyone could even react, a brilliant white light flashed. Woof! Gu Chuan's body reappeared right where he had fallen, completely unharmed. It really works. His eyes widened in disbelief, his expression a mix of shock and exhilaration. With that perk, does he even need defense anymore? Thinking this through, Gu Chuan allocated all his remaining free attribute points to attack power. No more pretending. Time to reveal the truth. I'm not a shield warrior, I'm a swordsman, he thought, grinning widely as life suddenly seemed brighter. The 3 people around him gave him peculiar looks, silently criticizing in their heads. This guy's brutal. Sure, you can revive, but the pain still feels real. What a menace. Meanwhile, on the other side, Mu Chun, having just left the dungeon, was checking the guild interface. All Beings Guild LV1. Guild Leader, Mu Chun. Vice Leader, none. Officer, none. Regular members, Beigong Qianin, Shui Qianfeng, Gu Chuan, Liang, Yin Linglong. Warehouse, none. Contribution points, 0. The guild could be leveled up, and the higher the level, the more experience bonuses it provided. Currently, the guild was only level 1, and leveling it up required 10,000 contribution points. Contribution points could only be earned by donating gold coins, with 1 gold coin equaling 1 contribution point. In other words, upgrading the guild required 10,000 gold coins, an amount that seemed utterly impossible for them at this stage. Mu Chen shook his head and sighed internally. None of us have much wealth right now, and even I don't have many gold coins. Better to head back for now. He collected his thoughts, set aside his worries, and left the dungeon entrance, heading toward the starter village. With the 4th calamity, Perk didn't have to worry about leveling up slowly. After all, he had already decided to take the most reckless and efficient path forward. Time passed, and the afternoon arrived. On Blue Planet, in Long Country, Xingho City, the bustling streets were crowded with pedestrians, none of whom noticed a few oddly dressed youths gathered in a ramen shop, enjoying their meal. Who would have thought you could revive in the real world too? Gu Chuan said with a cheerful laugh, slurping his noodles. He had been assigned a task by Mu Chun to bring a few people into the real world to stock up on food. After all, their meals in the divine awakening world left much to be desired. Today was a big day for Mu Chun's second job advancement. Naturally, it called for a proper celebration. Everyone pulled their RMB and handed it over to Gu Chuan and Liang to buy supplies. Since they wouldn't need the money anymore, no one was particularly reluctant to part with it. Liang bit into a bun and swept his gaze around the room. Lowering his voice, he said, "I think we're surrounded." Inside the ramen shop, though there were quite a few diners, the chatter had almost completely disappeared. The only sounds were the clinking of utensils and the occasional chewing. The atmosphere had grown tense, making it clear that these people had ill intentions. The other 3 rare-class players grew visibly serious. Gu Chuan, however, remained unfazed, a faint smile playing on his lips. He casually grabbed a napkin to wipe his mouth and spoke calmly. "So, where are you all from?" With extraordinary powers and the ability to revive, he had no reason to panic. Just then, a middle-aged man with a heavy accent stepped out of the kitchen. He walked over to them with deliberate steps, stopping in front of their table. "Honored Transcendents," he began. "Oh, a little islander, huh?" Liang raised an eyebrow, his tone dripping with disdain. "How did we get spotted by one of you first?" He wasn't particularly surprised that they'd been identified. After all, Gu Chuan had activated his invincibility skill while eating earlier. Liang didn't know why he had done it, but the exposure of their identities was inevitable. In truth, Liang had no idea what Gu Chuan was thinking. The latter had deliberately revealed himself not just to show off, but also out of curiosity. Would being a transcendent bring him a sweet love story? Indeed, the middle-aged man replied with a slight nod, his face adorned with a professional smile. "I represent the Sakura Nation's leadership. We would like to extend an invitation for you to join us. If you do, we can provide anything you desire: status, women, or anything else." Recruiting transcendents, huh? Gu Chuan and the others exchanged amused glances, their expressions tinged with mockery. They knew well enough that these promises were just sweet lies, likely masking some hidden agenda. Besides, what good was status compared to transcendent powers? Liang, unbothered, pushed all the beef in his bowl to the side and said with a playful tone, "Sorry, am not a fan of beef." "Not eating beef? What kind of unpatriotic statement is that?" Gu Chuan casually asked, causing the corners of everyone's mouths to twitch simultaneously, their faces filled with speechlessness. Liang was about to change the subject when Gu Chuan's tone suddenly shifted. He locked eyes with the middle-aged man, his voice dropping slightly. "The woman you mentioned, are you serious?" As soon as these words left his mouth, the air seemed to freeze for a moment. Liang and the others' expressions changed subtly as they all turned to Gu Chuan with peculiar looks. Liang frowned and whispered, "Gu Chuan, do you even know what you're saying?" His tone carried a trace of disbelief. The middle-aged man, though not fully grasping the nuance in Liang's tone, quickly caught on to the context of Gu Chuan's question. He smiled faintly, his voice tinged with a hint of flattery. "Of course, it's true." "Good." Gu Chuan grinned, a playful glint flickering in his eyes. "I've heard that women from the Little Devils have the most tricks up their sleeves." Gu Chuan, what the hell are you doing? Liang decisively interrupted, his eyes filled with warning. He had a strong hunch that if he didn't stop this guy now, Gu Chuan would definitely say something even more outrageous. Gu Chuan scratched his head and chuckled sheepishly, falling silent but with a sly glint still in his eyes. Internally, he was muttering to himself, "I haven't promised anything yet. Might as well see what benefits I can squeeze out of this. Too bad Liang's here otherwise. I could have extorted this old devil for everything, down to his underwear." The middle-aged man watched this exchange, a shadow of gloom flashing in his narrowed eyes. However, his expression quickly returned to normal, his face still adorned with a polite smile. "As long as you all join Sakura, you'll have whatever you desire. Do you know what we extraordinary individuals believe in?" Liang crossed one leg over the other, swinging it leisurely, his tone carrying a touch of amusement. "What?" The middle-aged man reflexively responded. Power above all. Liang replied with a faint smile before his tone turned icy. And frankly, your sincerity is lacking. Do you really think those toys outside can deal with us? The middle-aged man's face stiffened. Liang's gaze swept towards the window had long noticed the hidden snipers outside. Yet, he remained utterly unfazed. Instead, he turned to a young man beside him, signaling with his eyes. The young man immediately understood, retrieving a long sword from his spatial gear and handing it over. Boss, here you go. Thanks. Liang nodded, weighing the sword casually in his hand. Is it sharp? Very sharp. The young man answered confidently. Let me test it. The moment Liang finished speaking, the sword in his hand flashed with a cold gleam as he suddenly slashed it across the young man's neck. Splurt. Blood sprayed out, leaving everyone stunned. The atmosphere turned deathly silent. Even the sound of breathing became eerily clear. Is this guy insane? The little devil's eyes widened in horror, a wave of fear surging through their hearts. They began to question whether these extraordinary individuals were nothing more than a group of completely unhinged lunatics. What unsettled them even more was the reaction or lack thereof from the other extraordinary individuals. Not a single one batted an eye at Liang's actions, as if this was the most normal thing in the world. This sword isn't sharp enough. Liang casually tossed the blade to the ground, his tone indifferent. Here, try my knife. It's much sharper. Another rare profession holder immediately offered up their weapon. Let's see, Liang said as he accepted the knife, his cold gaze sweeping over to the middle-aged man. Without hesitation, the blade flashed once more. Splurt. This time, the middle-aged man's eyes widened in shock. Clutching his bleeding neck with both hands, he staggered a few steps before collapsing to the ground with a heavy thud. The room fell into an eerie silence. 2 seconds later, one of the little devils finally snapped out of it, frantically pulling out his gun and shouting, Baka, they're playing us. Attack now. Kill them all. But no matter how fast their reactions were, how could they possibly match the speed of extraordinary individuals who had transcended human limits? A thunderous explosion suddenly erupted on the street. Thick smoke mixed with flames shot into the sky, and the deafening sound sent tremors through the entire area. Passers-by froze in terror, their gazes instinctively turning toward the source of the blast. The glass windows of a nearby noodle shop shattered into countless shards, scattering across the ground like raindrops, while cracks marred the walls of surrounding buildings. What the hell? What just happened? Someone shouted in shock. An explosion? Extraordinary individuals. They're fighting. Another voice cried out from the crowd, trembling with fear. Run. They're targeting civilians now. A pale-faced young man grabbed his companion and bolted away from the scene in panic. Panic spread like wildfire, overtaking the street as people fled in all directions. Some stumbled and fell, unable to rise as the surging crowd rushed past them. Others fumbled with their phones, their hands shaking as they called the police, struggling to describe the chaos unfolding before them. Time dragged on amidst the fear and confusion. Half an hour later, the wail of sirens pierced the night, as several police cars raced to the scene, quickly cordoning off the area. The red and blue lights of the police vehicles reflected off the shattered glass and charred walls, adding to the grim atmosphere. A tall, composed middle-aged police chief stepped out of one of the cars and surveyed his officers before fixing his gaze on a casually dressed man nearby. Old Zhang, what's the situation? The chief asked in a serious tone. He was Wang Guozhong, the police chief of Xingho City, currently exasperated by this sudden incident involving extraordinary individuals. The extraordinary individuals took down quite a few foreign troublemakers. The man, Zhang Xian, responded with a faint smirk. His voice carried a hint of mockery. Zhang Xian was a deputy-level officer in the National Security Bureau, who had come to Xingho City specifically to handle matters related to extraordinary individuals. Little did he expect such a large-scale confrontation so soon after his arrival. They wiped them all out. Wang Guozhong raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised. Yeah, you could call it an unexpected, pleasant surprise, Zhang Xian replied lightly, showing little concern for the foreign agitators. After a brief pause and thought, he turned to his team and gave instructions. Assist our local colleagues in evacuating the civilians. If anyone acts out of line, feel free to shoot. Understood. Several national security officers dispersed to help maintain order alongside the police. Zhang Xian remained where he stood, his calm gaze fixed on the site of the explosion. He showed no urgency to act, seemingly confident in his grasp of the situation. Though he had yet to confront the extraordinary individuals directly, he believed there was room for negotiation. Meanwhile, at the other end of the street, the battle was nearing its conclusion. The last of the foreign troublemakers fell lifeless to the ground, blood pooling beneath them. Liang withdrew his blood-stained weapon and glanced at his 3 companions. In a calm tone, he said, "All right, it's done. Let's grab what we need and head back." Gu Chuan adjusted his sleeves and gestured toward the distance. Doesn't look like it'll be that easy to leave. Take a look. Liang followed Gu Chuan's gaze and saw the flashing red and blue lights of police cars completely sealing off the area. He rubbed his temples, his voice tinged with irritation. What a hassle. With that, he began walking toward the police vehicles, the other three trailing closely behind. God's Revelation Online, Beta Zone 0. A system announcement suddenly echoed throughout the game space. Congratulations to player Beigong Qianin for becoming the second player in this zone to achieve a second job advancement. Inside a modest wooden hut in the starter village, Mu Chun leaned back in his chair with his eyes closed, resting. Hearing the announcement, he slowly opened his eyes and raised an eyebrow. Qianin's advanced too? I wonder what 5-star reward she got. He opened the leaderboard and quickly scanned the information displayed. Level rankings. First place, Mu Chun, level 22. Second place, Beigong Qianin, level 20. After closing the leaderboard, Mu Chun opened his skill interface to review the 2 new abilities he had just acquired. Medical Toxin Physique. Each attack or healing skill gains an additional 30 effect. Absolute Toxin. Releases a deadly toxic gas, causing percentage-based health reduction over 1 minute. Not bad. Both skills are pretty practical, Mu Chun remarked with a faint smile, satisfied with the powerful perks of his unique class. Just then, a private message popped up. He opened it and saw it was from Beigong Qianin. Big brother, I got a growth-type weapon and the coordinates for the Zone 0 world boss. Congrats, congrats. Mu Chun replied, a warm and genuine smile spreading across his face. Reading the message, Mu Chun couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Looking at what she said next world boss, Mu Chun rubbed his chin thoughtfully, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. The location of a world boss? Now that's a valuable piece of information. To him, a world boss wasn't just a rare resource. It was also the ultimate thrill of a challenge. Afraid? What a joke. It's already the 4th calamity. Fear isn't even in the equation. Not a chance. That said, what are the current stats of the world boss? If it's strong enough to one-shot him, wouldn't it be a wasted trip? The thought made Mu Chun frown slightly, but he quickly relaxed. After all, with infinite respawns, dying once wasn't a big deal. A confident smile tugged at the corner of his lips as he decided to check it out himself tomorrow. With that in mind, Mu Chun decisively sent a message. Mu Chun, Qianin, send me the coordinates of the world boss. I'll go take a look tomorrow. Beigong Qianin, location.jpg. Here you go, brother. Mu Chun, got it. If you're tired today, head back to the starter village and rest. No need to rush. Beigong Qianin, mem. After closing the private chat, Mu Chun casually stretched his sore shoulders and got up to move around a bit. Meanwhile, in another part of the world, things were quietly shifting. In Longhua, Xingho City, at the National Security Bureau, a 10-story building that looked ordinary by day but exuded a stern, imposing aura by night. On the 10th floor, in a reception room, Gu Chuan, Liang, and others were seated around a dining table, enjoying a meal. The dinner, meticulously prepared by Zhang Xian, was a feast for the senses. At the moment, only the few of them were in the room, as Zhang Xian had stepped out to report to his superiors. Gu Chuan, chewing on a piece of meat, furrowed his brows in thought before suddenly speaking up. You know, I think that girl we just met in the elevator might like me. He said it with a straight face, his tone carrying a certain conviction. Liang and the others froze for a moment before exchanging glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. Like you? With your frail, unimpressive demeanor? What a joke. Still, for the sake of camaraderie, Liang refrained from outright mocking him and instead asked curiously, what makes you think that? Think about it. Gu Chuan set down his chopsticks, his expression serious. When she pressed the elevator button, she selected the 8th floor. Isn't that an obvious hint? How could I not notice? Oh? The 3 of them stared in bewilderment. Pressing a floor button, how does that translate to liking someone? It made no sense. Liang couldn't help but ask, what do you mean? Are you overthinking this? Gu Chuan took a deep breath, adopting a righteous demeanor. I just feel it. Pressing the 8th floor means she likes me. The trio was instantly speechless, the words catching in their throats. Xiaoming rolled his eyes dramatically and retorted without holding back. You must have seen it wrong. She pressed the 9th floor. I think you're imagining things on the 9th level. No. Liang shook his head, correcting him seriously. She pressed the 10th floor. I think someone here needs to wake up from their 10th floor daydream. Gu Chuan's face stiffened as his gaze swept over them, conflicted. Why does no one believe a girl could like him? Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, he decided to stop dwelling on such frustrating matters. Instead, he quickly finished the food on his plate before turning to Liang. They'll leave the shopping to you guys. I need to check the warehouse for any new recruits. He still had the task of scouting for new members and couldn't afford to stay long. Liang waved him off. Go on then. Fast forward to 10 p.m. In the 0th zone starter village within the game Divine Awakening. Most players had gathered to chat and unwind after a long day. Mu Chan, however, was sitting with Beigong Qianin, Shui Qianfeng, and Yin Linglong, casually playing a game of cards. Slapping down a powerful card combo, Mu Chen leaned back in his chair and glanced at Yin Linglong. So, you're feeling hopeless about life because you're unhappy with the marriage your family arranged for you? Yin Linglong lowered her head in thought for a moment before nodding, her expression tinged with bitterness.
Yes.
Her voice carried a heavy sense of helplessness, and her melancholic demeanor was enough to tug at anyone's heartstrings. Just earlier, she had shared her story with Mu Chun and the others. As a disciple of the Yin family in Shanghai City, she was arranged by her family to marry a middle-aged man nearing 50. Yin Linglong stood on the bustling streets of Xingho City, taking a deep breath of the chilling air, as if trying to leave her past behind. Yet, the memory of that lifeless engagement ceremony lingered in her mind. The man's greasy smile was nauseating as he held her hand like he was holding a commodity ready for trade. Gritting her teeth, Yin Linglong stubbornly pulled her hand away, turned around, and left the family she had grown up with. The elders of the Yin family were furious, but they didn't stop her, as if in their eyes, a girl from a side branch wasn't even entitled to resist. She didn't look back either, resolutely stepping into the world of professionals, severing ties with the Yin family once and for all. The Yin family is really harsh on you side branch members, Shui Qianfeng sighed. Shui Qianfeng spread the cards in his hand across the table, his tone tinged with a hint of sympathy. His gaze swept over Yin Linglong, as if visualizing the hardships she had endured. Though he was born into a wealthy family, the Shui family was fundamentally different from the Yin family. The Shui family was built from the ground up by his father, and while there were rules, they didn't go as far as treating their children like tools. In contrast, the Yin family, with its 500-year legacy, clung to archaic traditions, some of which were outright rotten. Shaking his head, he couldn't help but feel a sense of injustice for the woman before him. Don't dwell on it. Mu Chen casually threw down a 3 of spades, his tone calm but laced with an undeniable air of authority. You belong to me now. If the Yin family dares to trouble you, I won't hesitate to kill them. His eyes darkened momentarily, a fleeting but chilling intent flashing through them. As a beta tester, his rules were straightforward. Don't provoke him, but if you do, expect blood for blood. Yin Linglong pressed her lips together, her expression tinged with a mix of emotions. Though her fate now lay in Mu Chen's hands, his domineering protection gave her an unprecedented sense of relief. She nodded slightly, a faint, almost imperceptible smile tugging at the corners of her lips. Shui Qianfeng held up his last card, shaking his head solemnly. I pass. What? Mu Chen blinked, his gaze shifting from the cards to Shui Qianfeng. You can't even play against a 3? His disbelief was palpable. Shui Qianfeng took a deep breath, nodding with a seriousness that made it seem like he was making a life-or-death decision. Mu Chun rolled his eyes in exasperation and tossed his cards onto the table. Clearing his throat with a trace of helplessness, he said, Fine, let's stop playing. We should talk about what's going on with Liang and the others. Shui Qianfeng decisively folded his cards and righteously agreed. You're absolutely right. Yin Linglong glanced at the 2 men in front of her, momentarily at a loss for words. Her mouth twitched, and with a complicated look in her eyes, she rolled them dramatically. Internally, she grumbled. These two are just as exasperating as each other. Lowering her head, she decided not to engage in their baffling conversation anymore. But just as they were talking, a dazzling streak of light suddenly shot across the sky, landing not far away. The players nearby froze, their attention caught by the extraordinary sight. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as he was about to say something, hundreds of streaks of light descended, captivating everyone's gaze. As the light faded, the door of a wooden cabin was flung open. A tall, defiant-looking young man stepped out, his eyes scanning the crowd before locking onto Mu Chun. Who here is Mu Chun? His thunderous voice boomed across the area, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. The crowd exchanged puzzled glances, wondering who this man was and why he was shouting for their leader by name. Mu Chun, though puzzled, still responded, I am? Mu Chun rose to his feet slowly, his gaze steady as he met the young man's eyes. I am, he said, his voice calm but exuding an unshakable presence. The young man's eyes narrowed as he heard the response, and he strode toward Mu Chun. When he was 2 meters away, he suddenly stopped in his tracks, staring directly into Mu Chen's eyes. Unfazed, Mu Chun returned the sharp gaze with one of equal intensity. The atmosphere grew tense, an invisible pressure seeming to weigh on everyone present. The crowd held their breath, watching the scene unfold. Then, to everyone's surprise, the young man dropped to his knees with a loud thud, clasped his fists, and declared loudly, I've wandered the world without a worthy master. If you would take me in, I pledge my loyalty as your sworn son. Just as everyone braced for a confrontation, the young man suddenly fell to his knees, the impact reverberating through the ground. Clasping his fists, he shouted earnestly, "I've wandered the world without a worthy master. If you would take me in, I pledge my loyalty as your sworn son." The crowd stared in stunned silence, their jaws practically hitting the floor. Mu Chun, on the other hand, raised an eyebrow, a faintly amused smile playing on his lips. Mu Chin's lips twitched slightly. What was with this guy? Coming straight up to recognize him as a foster father? Did he think he was my son, Fengxian? Name, Xiao Chong. Level, 1. Class, Bloodthirsty Demon, General Hidden Class. Description: a subordinate of Mu Chun, with immense potential. Looking at the information on the panel, Mu Chun nodded to himself, feeling a bit more at ease. He waved his hand and said in a deep voice, "Get up." "Thank you, foster father." Xiao Cheng immediately stood up, a wide grin spreading across his face. Mu Chun raised an eyebrow and corrected with a dismissive wave, "I'm not your foster father. Just call me President." "Understood, President." Xiao Cheng responded instantly, switching his address with a respectful tone, demonstrating his quick adaptability. Mu Chun said no more, his gaze returning to the panel as he continued to review his skills and the information on his subordinate class holders. As he compared the data, he suddenly noticed something surprising among the newly joined subordinates. Only Xiao Cheng had a hidden class, while the others didn't even qualify as ordinary class holders. This anomaly puzzled him. Yesterday's situation had been relatively normal, but today, out of over 100 new recruits, not a single one had awakened even an ordinary class. This was far too unusual. Rubbing his chin in thought, he eventually pulled out the Divine Revelation online manual he carried with him, hoping to find some answers. Every class holder being a rare class, this is way too absurd, Mu Chun muttered to himself as he flipped through the pages. Soon, his eyes landed on a particular section. During the beta testing phase, regardless of aptitude or potential, all players will awaken with a class no lower than a rare class. This is one of the beta test benefits. Upon reading this, Mu Chun suddenly understood, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. So that's how it is. Players awakening their classes at this stage are all beta testers. No matter how low their potential, their classes can't fall below rare. This is a special perk for beta testers. After all, as trailblazers, they face far greater risks than regular players, so it's only fair for the game company to offer some kind of reward. Just then, Gu Chuan approached from the side, a slight smile on his face as he reported softly, "President, I've brought in all the new recruits for today." Mu Chen glanced at him and gave a small nod. "Good work," he said calmly. Hearing the praise, a flicker of joy flashed in Gu Chuan's eyes. Meanwhile, Mu Chun turned his attention to the newcomers and instructed the experienced members to explain the basics of Zone Zero to them. Meanwhile, elsewhere, inside the National Security Building in Xingho City, on the 10th floor in a conference room, Liang, Zhao Ming, and Wang Bin sat in one corner of the room, their gazes sweeping over the others present. Apart from the three of them, 6 other individuals were seated in various spots around the room. Among them was Deputy Minister Zhang Xian, and another middle-aged man with an authoritative air between his brows, clearly the one in charge. The remaining 4 consisted of 3 record keepers and a young female staff member responsible for reception. Minister Ling Baihai sat at the head of the table, his sharp gaze cutting toward the trio. His voice was low yet direct. "You 3, what organization do you belong to?" Ling Baihai's tone was anything but polite, bordering on confrontational. His reasoning was simple. There was no need to beat around the bush when dealing with these extraordinary individuals. If they were the kind to enjoy flattery, they would have already exposed themselves to the public. It was better to get straight to the point. Liang maintained a calm expression and replied in an even tone, "We belong to the Pioneer Organization, or, as you might understand it, we are beta testers." Pioneer Organization? Beta testers? Ling Baihai frowned slightly and exchanged a glance with Zhang Xian. Both of them shared a look of confusion. What kind of organization was this? Were they humanity's forerunners? Zhang Xian pondered for a moment before tentatively asking, "Then why have you arrived in Xingho City within the past 2 days? Is it to join the Pioneer Organization? And how did you gain your extraordinary abilities? Were you born with them?" It was clear that Zhang Xian had already accessed background information on Liang and the others from the database, but he still wanted to hear more directly from them. The atmosphere in the conference room grew tense. These people are, for the most part, those who have struggled in life. When Zhang Xian first saw this information, he couldn't help but furrow his brow, a faint twitch appearing at his temple. He was well aware that such individuals often represent the emotional fault lines of society, and any mishandling could ignite chaos. What troubled him even more was that these people had converged in Xingho City within just 2 days. This unusual collective movement raised the question, was there a deeper secret behind it? Although they could extract DNA information from their past medical records, Zhang Xian knew that this data was far from sufficient to rule out the possibility of forgery by transcendence. Moreover, the question of how these individuals had gained their extraordinary abilities remained a mystery. This was something that had to be clarified face to face. We're here to join the pioneers, Liang said calmly, his tone carrying a trace of composure. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian's gaze sharpened slightly. That single sentence carried a lot of weight, but he refrained from responding immediately, choosing instead to wait patiently for further explanation. Sure enough, Liang continued, as for our extraordinary abilities, you could say that the leader of our organization helped us awaken these powers in advance. The moment the words left his mouth, the meeting room fell silent, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Ling Baihai and Zhang Xian exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a mix of shock and complexity. Awaken? The significance of that word was enough to send a shiver down their spines. The term in advance hinted at something even more extraordinary. From Liang's words, Ling Baihai and Zhang Xian quickly pieced together a startling picture, one in which humanity as a whole might gradually awaken extraordinary abilities, heralding the dawn of a new era on Blue Star. The pioneers seemed to represent a group of fortunate early awakeners. Yet, questions lingered. Was this awakening a random occurrence, or would it happen universally? And when exactly would it take place? These critical questions remained unanswered. Meanwhile, Liang and his two companions wore calm expressions, seemingly unconcerned about revealing any secrets. After all, no one present knew the full truth that the method of early awakening was known only to their leader, Mu Chan. This irreplaceable advantage placed them in an unassailable position. After a long silence, Ling Baihai finally spoke, his tone thoughtful. Would you consider joining the official ranks? The higher-ups have decided to form a new transcendent task force. If you're willing to join, we can offer you generous benefits. Sorry, not interested. Liang replied flatly, rejecting the offer without hesitation. Neither am I, Zhao Ming chimed in. Same here, Wang Lei added with a shrug, his expression relaxed. Their straightforward responses left Ling Baihai and Zhang Xian inwardly sighing. Though they had anticipated such an outcome, hearing it firsthand still brought a twinge of disappointment. After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhang Xian shifted his approach, tentatively asking, in that case, could you help some of our people awaken their extraordinary abilities in advance? As soon as the words left his mouth, Liang and his companions exchanged subtle yet meaningful glances. Internally, they couldn't help but chuckle. Were these officials trying to plant their people among us? Did they really think the pioneers were some ordinary organization where anyone could just waltz in? Despite this, Liang maintained a calm facade. With a faint smile, he replied, give me a moment. I'll have to ask the boss. Before the sentence was even finished, his figure abruptly blurred, transforming into a streak of light that vanished in an instant. The sudden display left everyone in the room dumbfounded. Spatial manipulation? Ling Baihai murmured in awe, his tone filled with astonishment. Such an extraordinary ability was far beyond the understanding of Blue Star's current technology. Attempting to trace the pioneers' headquarters using this method? Utterly futile. Still reeling from the shock, Zhang Xian was interrupted by Zhao Ming, who suddenly asked, if you really could plant people, who would you send? Ling Baihai and Zhang Xian exchanged a glance without saying a word, their expressions complex. In truth, under such circumstances, wanting to secure a spot for their own people was only human nature. But such intentions could never be openly expressed. Doing so would inevitably invite dissatisfaction or even resentment from others. After all, who would willingly let someone else meddle in their resources? Wang Bin suddenly broke the silence, his tone carrying a hint of mischief. Why can't we just pick someone ourselves? I think that young lady over there would be a great choice. As he spoke, he pointed at the female recorder sitting across the conference table, a sly smile playing on his face. The atmosphere in the meeting room shifted instantly. The recorder's cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes betraying a hint of excitement, clearly caught off guard yet pleased by the unexpected nomination. Meanwhile, the three young people nearby looked on with envy, their gazes lingering on her for a few extra moments. After all, who wouldn't yearn for the chance to become extraordinary? Who wouldn't be tempted by the idea of gaining immense power? That makes sense, Zhao Ming nodded lightly, seemingly in agreement with Wang Bin's suggestion. Just then, the sudden sound of rushing wind drew everyone's attention. They turned to see Liang reappear, his expression calm, with a faint smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. He quickly broke the silence. The boss said if the officials want in, they'll have to rely on luck. Also, the boss asked me to pass along a message it's best to start practicing cold weapon combat now. In a month, firearms might become useless. Before his words had fully sunk in, Li Eng's gaze shifted meaningfully toward Zhao Ming and Wang Bin, carrying a subtle hint of warning. Zhao Ming froze for a moment, then his expression changed drastically as he muttered under his breath, Liang, leave now. Someone smart just recognized the guild leader as their sworn father. Wang Bin's eyes widened in shock. What the? Guchuan 2.0? Zhao Ming immediately followed up, equally stunned. What the? My son Fengxian? The three exchanged a glance, a wordless understanding passing between them. Without so much as a goodbye, they turned and left, vanishing swiftly into the world of Shunqi. Their abrupt departure left the meeting room in stunned silence. Everyone glanced at one another, struggling to process the sheer weight of the information just dropped on them. After a moment, Zhang Xian was the first to recover. Frowning deeply, he spoke in a low voice. In a month? Could it be that the era of the extraordinary is about to arrive? But why practice cold weapons? Aren't firearms more effective? Ling Baihai shook his head, his brows furrowed in thought. I don't know. We'll report this to the higher-ups later. Then, as if shifting gears, his tone took on a more contemplative edge. But what do you make of this talk about luck? Zhang Xian was silent for a moment before shaking his head as well. We'll have to get someone to look into it. Ling Baihai let out a sigh, his gaze drifting toward the ceiling as though seeking answers in its blank expanse. A faint sense of helplessness flickered in his eyes. Time passed, and soon it was the afternoon of the following day. Today was a crucial one, marking the mission to investigate the world boss. Mu Chun, accompanied by Liang, Gu Chuan, and Xiao Chong, set off early in the morning. After half a day of trekking through dense forests, they finally arrived at an ancient ruin. The sight before them was both grand and enigmatic, as though it held the secrets of a long-lost era. At the very center of the ruins stood a towering altar, its imposing presence inspiring a sense of awe. Is this where the boss is located? Liang scanned his surroundings, his gaze settling on a doorless gate at the center of the altar. Inwardly, he speculated. This place looks like it was built to seal the world boss. Stepping onto the altar, he carefully examined the surrounding structures. He noticed that at the north, south, east, and west points of the altar, there were 4 crystals. Each crystal appeared dim and lifeless, as though drained of energy. From the tracks extending beneath the crystals, it was clear that this was a complex mechanism. To reach the core area and locate the boss, they would need to activate these mechanisms. The key must be these crystals, Liang quickly deduced. Turning around, he prepared to discuss his findings with Mu Chun and the others. However, as he looked back, he realized that the 3 of them were already standing beside the crystals, as if they'd anticipated this step all along. Guild leader, did you notice something? Liang asked Mu Chun, his curiosity piqued. Mu Chun pointed at the crystals, his tone firm. Turn these crystals. Mu Chun pointed at the crystal stone, his tone firm as he declared, it's right here. Liang frowned slightly, his gaze shifting back and forth between the crystal and the ground, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. He couldn't fathom how Mu Chun had reached his conclusion, but he complied, walking to the last crystal stone. Slowly, he placed both hands on its cold, hard surface. A sudden flash of insight hit him. Liang's eyes lit up as he noticed faint patterns etched into the ground of the altar. So it's the patterns, he muttered under his breath, his tone tinged with excitement. He had discovered that the altar floor bore 4 distinct patterns, each perfectly corresponding to the carvings on the crystal stones. If we align the patterns on the crystals with those on the ground, it should activate the mechanism, Liang quickly deduced, though his tone carried a trace of uncertainty. Nonetheless, his eyes gleamed with eager anticipation. Even if it was just a hypothesis, it was worth a try. So simple, huh? He remarked with a wry smile, a hint of self-mockery in his tone. The 4 exchanged glances, silently confirming their shared understanding. Mu Chun began the countdown. 3, 2, 1. At Mu Chun's signal, the 4 of them simultaneously rotated the crystal stones. The next moment, a deafening rumble erupted. Boom! The ground shook violently, and the group quickly steadied themselves by holding onto the crystals. At the same time, a black and blue vortex materialized at the center of the altar. The vortex swirled slowly, emanating an eerie, unsettling glow. The 4 exchanged looks again before cautiously approaching the vortex, their steps a mix of wariness and anticipation. Standing at the vortex's threshold, Mu Chun took the lead, stepping forward decisively. His voice was calm yet resolute. Let's go. Time to see what's inside. Without hesitation, the others followed closely behind him. The vortex rippled slightly as they stepped through, and in an instant, all 4 vanished into its depths. The scene shifted abruptly. The altar was gone, replaced by a vast underground cavern. The cavern was enormous, spanning an area as large as 3 or 4 football fields. The rocky walls shimmered with faint bioluminescent light, casting an otherworldly, mysterious glow over the space. But their attention was quickly drawn to the massive creature lurking in the depths of the cavern. It was a colossal serpent. Its coiled body stretched endlessly, its full length impossible to determine. Just the size of its enormous head, with a diameter of 20 meters, was enough to leave them in stunned silence. Its obsidian black scales gleamed under the faint light, resembling impenetrable armor, exuding an overwhelming sense of dread. So, this is the boss, Mu Chun muttered under his breath as he quickly activated his scouting skill. Ancient Punishment Serpent. World Boss Level. Level 50. HP 200000002000000, MP 200000002000000. Seeing the stats displayed on the screen, Mu Chen's lips twitched involuntarily, and he cursed inwardly, "Are you kidding me? A level 50 boss with 2 million HP? How does anyone even fight this thing?" Taking a deep breath, he quickly assessed the situation. With their current strength, there was no way they could take on this boss. The disparity in power was simply insurmountable. However, before he could voice his thoughts, the serpent suddenly opened its massive golden eyes, the vertical pupils gleaming like razor-sharp blades as they scanned the group. The air around them seemed to thicken, pressing down on their chests. Instinctively, the four of them took a step back, their hearts pounding. Boom, boom. The serpent's colossal body began to rise, its movements causing tremors that shook the entire cavern. Rocks tumbled from the walls, and shards of debris scattered in all directions. The sheer presence of the creature was suffocating, an overwhelming reminder of the power disparity between humans and such an immense force of nature. "Are you looking down on us?" Just as the tension reached its peak, Chong suddenly let out a cold snort, his tone brimming with arrogance. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a dark red aura exploded around him in an instant. The next moment, a towering, sinister figure materialized behind Chong, shrouded in black and crimson light. The figure exuded a demonic, malevolent energy that sent chills down their spines. The atmosphere in the cavern grew even heavier, almost unbearable. The serpent's golden eyes fixated on the apparition, a flicker of wariness evident in its gaze. "Manifestation of heaven and earth?" Liang murmured in shock, his face awash with disbelief. He hadn't expected Chong to possess such a powerful trump card. But Chong paid no attention to their reactions. Raising his long blade high, the shadowy figure behind him mirrored his movements. Cheng's gaze turned icy, his voice deep and commanding as it echoed through the cavern. "By the divine decree, let judgment be served, no mercy." Slash. The blade descended, a streak of black and crimson energy slicing through the air, heading straight for the serpent's head. However, to everyone's astonishment, the serpent's health bar displayed a massive 0 in response. Mu Chen, Gu Chuan, Liang, the serpent. This sudden burst of damage left not only Mu Chen and his team in silence, but even the boss seemed momentarily stunned. Mu Chen and his companions exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. That seemingly overwhelming skill, which looked so powerful moments ago, landed on the boss without even scratching a single scale. The air grew thick with an awkward tension. The boss narrowed its vertical pupils slightly, a glint of mockery flashing within them, as if to say, "Is that all?" It even swayed its massive serpent-like head slightly, as though expressing its disappointment. Gu Chuan, provoked by that disdainful gaze, clenched his spear tightly, his eyes sharp as he stared directly at the boss. He muttered under his breath, "Damn it! What's with that look? Just a measly boss, and you dare look down on me?" In the next instant, a golden light burst forth from Gu Chuan's body. With a forceful push of his foot, the ground beneath him cracked, and his entire figure shot toward the boss like an arrow loosed from a bow. His spear raised high, he soared through the air, leaving a blazing golden streak behind him, like a fiery projectile. The boss let out a deep, guttural roar, a sound as thunderous as a storm, shaking everyone to their core. It opened its massive maw, its razor-sharp fangs dripping with black venom, ready to tear the intruder to shreds. Yet, just as everyone held their breath in anticipation, Gu Chuan did the unthinkable, charged straight into the boss's open mouth. The scene froze in an instant. Mu Chen and Liang stood rooted to the spot, their faces a mixture of shock and utter disbelief. Almost simultaneously, they covered their eyes, their mouths twitching as they struggled to process this delivery service-esque maneuver. The boss chewed for a moment, but seemed to find no satisfaction, as if the offering wasn't quite to its taste. It licked its lips and shifted its gaze toward the remaining two. The oppressive aura it exuded was suffocating, forcing Mu Chen and Liang to take a step back. Liang swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he whispered, "Guild leader, what do we do now?" Mu Chen took a deep breath, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. He patted Liang on the shoulder, his tone calm yet resolute. "In a moment, you and Chong will attack together. Make sure to coordinate. Wise, guild leader," Liang stammered, his lips twitching as he nodded reluctantly. At that moment, a dazzling array of colorful lights erupted from Mu Chen's body, radiating like a brilliant sun. Raising his right hand high, his deep voice boomed with authority, "By the name of the sovereign, I summon all life-bound professions." As his words echoed, the void before him rippled, and one by one, ethereal figures began to appear. Among them were warriors brandishing swords, mages wielding staffs, and archers drawing their bows. Each figure exuded an aura of immense power, their stances commanding. Celestial healer. A petite figure among the phantoms softly declared, her voice crisp and clear as a bell. Following her, more phantoms emerged in succession, each striking a formidable pose. Glacial tempest. Inferno waltz. Valor's might. The names of skills resounded through the air as vibrant lights intertwined among the phantoms, converging into the colossal divine avatar looming behind Mu Chun. Is that me? Liang and Xiao Cheng stared in awe at the phantoms, murmuring in astonishment. Mu Chun remained silent, his gaze unwavering as it locked onto the boss ahead. The divine avatar raised its massive fist, and for a moment, the world seemed to hold its breath. Then, with earth-shattering force, the fist came crashing down. The boss's vertical pupils flashed with a fierce glint as it let out a deafening roar, launching itself upward to meet the descending fist Hedon. Boom! The collision unleashed a thunderous explosion, sending shockwaves rippling through the battlefield. Scales flew off the boss's body, blood spilling from its wounds, yet it remained standing, unyielding. Breathing heavily, Mu Chun furrowed his brows. Though the strike had inflicted significant damage, it failed to trigger the Celestial Healer's percentage-based skill effect. The boss's strength far exceeded his expectations. Just then, the boss's massive frame trembled, and with renewed vigor, it lunged toward Mu Chun. The overwhelming killing intent enveloped him entirely, leaving no room for escape. And Mu Chun was swallowed whole by the boss in an instant. Liang and Xiao Cheng stood frozen, wide-eyed, as they watched the scene unfold before them. The terrifying boss creature looked like something that had crawled out of a nightmare, its razor-sharp claws slicing through the air with a spine-chilling screech. Its vertical eye suddenly contracted, and in the next moment, it lunged ferociously at Xiao Cheng. Ah! Don't bite my second brother. I'm done for. Xiao Cheng's agonized scream pierced the air, so raw and painful it was almost unbearable. He tried to struggle, but the beast's massive, grotesque limb impaled his lower body, blood gushing out and staining the ground crimson. Liang snapped out of his daze and whipped his head around, only to feel a sharp intake of breath as the horrifying sight hit him. His body froze, his heart pounding like a war drum as his breathing became shallow and erratic. The vertical eye shifted again, this time locking onto him. Its icy, piercing gaze felt like a blade stabbing straight into his soul. Well, this is it. Liang took a deep breath, trying to calm his nerves, though the fear in his eyes was unmistakable. Blue Planet, Dragon Country, Xingho City, 10th floor of the National Security Building. Inside the minister's office, the atmosphere was heavy. Ling Baihai put down the phone in his hand, his brows slightly furrowed, a contemplative look in his eyes. He glanced at Zhang Xian, who stood nearby, and said, "The words of the transcendent individual from yesterday have already reached the higher-ups. They're planning to hold a high-level meeting to discuss whether the entire military should begin training in cold weapon combat." Zhang Xian nodded slightly, his tone calm. That's understandable. Whether the transcendence claims are true or not still requires thorough deliberation before making a decision. Ling Baihai gave a small nod in agreement, his gaze falling on a report on the desk. His voice grew serious. What about the Pioneer situation? How's the investigation going? Zhang Xian immediately reported, based on intelligence, the Pioneer is a mysterious website. However, those who've tried to access it seem to lose their chance due to not meeting certain criteria. The Pioneer website? Ling Baihai frowned, tapping his fingers lightly on the desk as if deep in thought. Have any of our people tried logging in? Zhang Xian shook his head, a hint of helplessness in his tone. No. The website seems to have been designed by top-tier hackers. Our people can't gain access. Only those selected by the system are allowed in. Ling Baihai sighed, the crease in his brow deepening. This makes it even trickier. Meanwhile, elsewhere in Xingho City, a woman in uniform sat at her desk, focused on processing documents. She appeared to be around 28, with delicate features and a gentle demeanor. Her name was Jiang Yanran. At that moment, a mysterious pop-up window appeared on her computer screen. It was an invitation to the Pioneer website. Jiang Yanran froze for a moment before murmuring to herself, I never expected an opportunity like this. Her eyes flickered with a hint of emotion. A dormant longing ignited within her. Truthfully, she didn't enjoy her job within the system. Her parents always said that having a stable government position was the key to a secure life. Yet, after entering this field, she realized that advancing required not only sharp instincts but also a mastery of social intricacies, something that left her feeling drained. To avoid unnecessary trouble, she chose to remain a low-profile figure, but this also meant stagnation in her career and a dull existence. Now, however, this mysterious website seemed to offer her a new path. A trace of anticipation stirred in Jiang Yanran's heart, even mingled with a hint of excitement. After some attempts, She successfully passed all the tests. Extraordinary powers, she whispered, her mind flashing to the recent rumors about transcendent individuals in Xingho City. Although the National Security Department hadn't shared much information, she had a vague sense that it was all connected somehow. By tonight, we'll know for sure. Jiang Yinran took a deep breath, suppressing the ripples of excitement within her, and continued her work. Time quickly passed, and soon it was 9:50 p.m. Inside an abandoned warehouse, dim lights flickered, and the air was thick with a damp, musty smell. Over 300 people gradually filled the space, their murmured conversations creating a low hum that echoed throughout. Where are you from? Jiang Province. I'm from the Magic City. Wow, people really came from all over. Huh? Jiang Yinran stood amidst the crowd, her gaze sweeping across the room. These people had traveled from all corners of the country, some even journeying thousands of miles. She quickly noticed that many of them carried an aura of confidence and strength, clearly not ordinary individuals. She kept to herself, quietly observing. Suddenly, a voice laced with disdain rang out from deeper within the warehouse. Rookies, you're all way too noisy. The crowd fell silent instantly, turning their heads to see who had spoken. A young man strolled forward with his hands in his pockets, his steps casual yet exuding arrogance. A smirk of disdain played on his lips, his demeanor radiating a sense of dominance, as if he owned the entire warehouse. This guy's really full of himself. Jiang Yinran frowned slightly, but chose to remain silent, her eyes fixed on the young man as he made his way further into the warehouse. The cocky youth, hands still stuffed in his pockets, strutted deeper into the warehouse with an air of supreme confidence, like he was second only to the heavens and third to the earth, but undoubtedly the king of all. Xiao Chong arrived at the designated spot and turned around. Not bad. The person welcoming the newcomers today wasn't Mu Chun, nor was it Gu Chuan. It was the very newcomer who had just joined yesterday. Casting a glance at the group of rookies in front of him, none of whom had even awakened their abilities yet, Xiao Chong spoke with an air of arrogance. Listen up, rookies. Welcome. I'm not one for small talk, so I'll ask you one thing. Are you willing to let someone else take control of your life? His voice was deep and commanding. As his words fell, the surroundings grew so silent that it felt as if even the sound of the wind could be heard. The crowd exchanged glances, their expressions complex. Let someone else control their lives? The notion was downright chilling. I'm out. A firm voice broke the silence. All eyes turned toward the source of the voice. A middle-aged man stepped forward, his expression calm but brimming with unshakable resolve. Xiao Chong narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze fixed on the man, seemingly waiting for him to elaborate. I have children to take care of, the middle-aged man continued, his voice raspy but resolute. I can't abandon them for my own desires. I'm sorry. With that, he gave a slight bow to Xiao Chong. Xiao Chong raised an eyebrow, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. No problem. His tone was indifferent, almost nonchalant. He didn't seem to mind the man's decision. After all, he wasn't in the business of forcing anyone to join. It was just a pity they likely didn't grasp the value of the opportunity before them. The fourth cataclysm, a god-ear attribute like this, wasn't something that came around often. Not to mention, joining now guaranteed at least a rare class. Walking away was their loss, not his. The middle-aged man bowed deeply once more before resolutely turning to leave. The crowd watched his figure fade into the distance, their hearts heavy with a mix of emotions they couldn't quite articulate. Suddenly, a sharp voice pierced the air. Why should we let someone else control our lives? We're not here to be anyone's slaves. The crowd turned toward the source of the voice. A heavily made-up woman stood there, her hands on her hips, her eyes brimming with disdain and defiance. Yet her words didn't garner the support she might have expected. Instead, they elicited strange looks from the people around her. Unbelievable. Someone muttered to themselves. She thinks the power of transcendence is just handed out for free? Can't she see the rules of this place? And she's saying it so loudly, as if she's afraid no one will notice her stirring up trouble. Among the crowd, Jiang Yinran frowned slightly, her gaze complicated as she looked at the woman. She shook her head lightly, thinking to herself, no matter where you go, there will always be fools who overestimate themselves. Xiao Chong didn't respond immediately. Instead, he let out a cold laugh. A dark red glow began to emanate from his body, a palpable sense of oppression spreading outward. His voice was frosty as he spoke. If you want to leave, then leave. The thing I hate most is people who think too highly of themselves. Before he finished speaking, a massive, shadowy arm of black and red appeared behind him, reaching toward the defiant woman. The air seemed to tremble as the shadow moved. The crowd's pupils shrank in fear, and they instinctively backed away. The woman, clearly not expecting such a development, instantly went pale. Her heavily made-up face lost all color, and she was too terrified to utter a single coherent word. In the next moment, the shadowy arm grabbed her and slammed her into the ground with brutal force. Boom! A deafening crash echoed as her body was flung like a broken kite, hitting the ground hard. Blood sprayed in all directions, and her lifeless body lay still. The rest of the crowd was so shaken by the scene that some collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Even breathing became a struggle. One thought dominated their minds. This man was not someone to be trifled with. Chong, however, remained as calm as ever, as if what had just happened was entirely unrelated to him. He casually pulled a pouch from his coat and spoke in an indifferent tone. If you want to become transcendents, come and collect your items from me. With that, he sat down cross-legged, closing his eyes as if to meditate, paying no mind to the trembling crowd around him. The air was thick with an oppressive tension. The people exchanged glances, fear still lingering in their eyes, but it was slowly being replaced by another emotion: desire. Jiang Yinran took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in her heart. She stepped forward toward Xiao. Her movement drew the attention of the others, but her gaze was unwavering. Xiao opened his eyes, his gaze landing on her. A faint smile curved his lips. Good. Miss, you've got courage. He reached into the pouch and pulled out a glowing seed of life, handing it to her. Just swallow it, he said, his tone casual yet commanding. Jiang Yinran took the seed without hesitation and swallowed it. Moments later, she froze in place, her expression shifting as if she were experiencing something extraordinary. The others watched in awe, their fear gradually giving way to an uncontrollable yearning. Finally, someone else mustered the courage to step forward and accept a seed of life. One by one, more people followed suit. They understood that while the opportunity came with risks, it was their only shot at rising above the ordinary. Before long, no one in the crowd was hesitating anymore. After distributing the seeds of life one by one, Chong stretched lazily with satisfaction. Meanwhile, Jiang Yinran quickly snapped back to her senses, a look of realization dawning on her face. So that's why. She finally understood why these transcendents were indifferent to the current order in the Dragon Kingdom. The fact that beta testers could freely log out at this stage meant something significant. It implied that once the game entered its open beta phase, the transcendents would be completely detached from Blue Star. In other words, the current order of Blue Star was nothing more than a fleeting illusion to them, carrying no binding power. Realizing this, a spark of excitement flashed in Jiang Yanran's eyes. An once-in-a-lifetime opportunity lay before her. She couldn't believe her luck, stumbling upon such a golden chance. It's decided. She made up her mind, a faint smile tugging at the corners of her lips. They'll resign tomorrow. Work? Forget it, I'm done. At this moment, Xiao Cheng's gaze swept over Jiang Yinran, who had been the first to recover from her thoughts. A faint smile played at his lips. Let's go. Log into the game directly. They'll explain everything in detail once we're inside. Got it. Jiang Yinran nodded firmly, her expression now carrying a newfound determination. With those words, they both entered the game almost simultaneously. The others, regaining their senses one after another, followed suit. Divine Revelation Online, Beta Zone 0. In the wilderness, a leveling area for levels 20 to 30. Deep within a shadowy forest, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled spots of light. Boom. A muffled sound echoed as a burst of white light flared up. Leaning against a sturdy tree, Mu Chun let out a long sigh of relief. Congratulations. Your level has increased to 24. The leveling efficiency today wasn't bad. Within just a few hours, his level had risen from 22 to 24. Mu Chun wiped the sweat from his forehead with a hand, his gaze falling inadvertently on a legendary quest token he held. It was an item he had stumbled upon earlier that morning while searching for the world boss. If I want to hit my third-class advancement quickly, I'll have to rely on this, he murmured to himself, a glint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Without hesitation, he clenched his fingers around the token, which disintegrated into shimmering motes of light. Quest: Birth of the Human Sovereign Part 1. Description: the ruler of civilization, the sovereign of humanity, the emperor among men. Quality: legendary note. Task quality ranges from common, elite, hard, epic, to legendary. Objective: hunt 100 sky griffins. Reward: 50,000 XP and unlock the next stage. Human sovereign? Mu Chen muttered under his breath, the name evoking ancient legends in his mind. The human sovereign was regarded as the supreme leader of humanity, a role only the wisest and most virtuous could shoulder. In ancient Chinese mythology, the human sovereign status was on par with that of the heavenly emperor. It looks like this quest is non-negotiable. Mu Chun felt a surge of heroic determination, his gaze becoming resolute. After a brief rest, he rose decisively and set off toward the Sky Griffin's habitat at the Thousand Winds mountain range. The Thousand Winds mountain range stretched endlessly, with howling winds and an air thick with danger. This region, home to level 3035 monsters, was as treacherous as it was vast. Mu Chun moved through the dense forest with light yet cautious steps. As he advanced, He reviewed his newly acquired skills, focusing especially on those of his hidden class. Shadow Spirit Clone. Summon a clone inheriting 80 of your strength note. Each clone consumes 100 mana points. Not bad. Mu Chen's lips curved into a faint smile, clearly satisfied with the skill. Though the description was brief, its power was undeniable. Most rare classes clone skills only inherited up to 50 of the user's strength, but this skill exceeded that by a significant margin. As he deliberated, a series of notification chimes interrupted his thoughts. Ding, ding, ding. Mu Chen glanced at the alerts. It was a group of newcomers applying to join the guild. He had already enabled auto-approval, so the system promptly added them to the guild. With a casual motion, he opened the guild interface to check the overall strength of Beta Zone 0. Excluding those with rare classes, the zone currently boasted 2 unique class holders and 6 hidden class holders. The collective strength was impressive. Unique class holders: his own Life Sovereign and Bei Gong Qianyan's Venom Healer. Hidden class holders: Shui Qianfeng, Gu Chuan, Yanling Long, Liang, Xiao Cheng, and a newly joined player Jiang Yanran. As Mu Chen scanned these names, his brows lifted slightly, and a knowing smile tugged at his lips. Clearly, he held high expectations for this group of promising companions. Jiang Yanran, a prominent figure in the assassin class, is known for her signature skill of creating clones. At present, these hidden class players have become a formidable force within Mu Chen's guild. Though their numbers are not overwhelming, the rarity of hidden classes makes this an impressive accomplishment, reflecting Mu Chen's dedication. After closing the guild interface, he moved forward without hesitation, heading towards his destination. Half an hour later, at the Qianfeng mountain range. Atop the mountain, cold winds howled as Mu Chen crouched behind a massive boulder, his sharp gaze fixed on the scene ahead. A dense flock of sky griffins came into view, each one measuring 3 to 4 meters in length with massive wings on their backs, exuding an aura of majesty. This was their lair. The nests were not only filled with adult griffins, but also scattered with large eggs that shimmered faintly, clearly the eggs of griffin hatchlings. So many griffins, Mu Chen muttered under his breath, his eyes scanning the attributes of the creatures. Sky Griffin, level 30. HP 6000600. Sky Griffin, level 32. HP 6400640. A cold smile tugged at the corner of his lips. He had already formulated a plan. Despite their high levels and considerable health, these creatures were not insurmountable foes for someone with his explosive skill set. Let's get started, he murmured. After double-checking everything, he decisively set his resurrection point to the current location, ensuring he could return to the battlefield swiftly if he fell. A mystical glow enveloped Mu Chen, and moments later, spectral figures materialized around him, immediately drawing the attention of the griffins. The sky griffins let out low growls, their wings stirring as they became visibly agitated. In the next instant, Mu Chen unleashed his skills. Streams of multicolored light from the spectral figures converged into a dazzling attack, blasting straight into the griffin flock. Boom! The deafening explosion shook the mountaintop, causing the ground to tremble violently. Dirt and rubble rolled down the slopes as a thick cloud of dust enveloped the area. The force of the blast toppled nearby trees, leaving chaos in its wake. The griffins had no time to react before being annihilated by the devastating skill. Cross-level combat. Gained 301 XP. Cross-level combat. Gained 311 XP. The system notifications rang out one after another. Mu Chen glanced quickly at his mana bar, frowning slightly. The mana cost of Dominion Command really is absurd. With just one round of skills, his health and mana were nearly depleted. However, he didn't hesitate. Summoning the thousand-form cube, he launched himself into the griffin flock like a gust of wind. Roar! The griffins' enraged cries echoed across the mountain. They had never imagined that a mere human would dare to intrude upon their lair and wreak such havoc. This was a direct affront to their pride. The griffins took to the air, their wings beating furiously as they charged at Mu Chen in a fiery rage. Boom! Crash! Within seconds, Mu Chen was overwhelmed by the griffin flock, his body torn apart and blood spraying everywhere as he collapsed to the ground. Yet, right where he fell, his figure reappeared, completely unscathed, as he resurrected on the spot. Good thing dying doesn't cost any experience, he said with a sigh, stretching his limbs. His eyes, however, gleamed with excitement. The power of the fourth calamity really lives up to its name. Recalling the battle that had just unfolded, he couldn't help but chuckle. The claws, the bites, they really do hurt. He looked back up at the griffin flock, a defiant smirk curving his lips as the glow around him began to intensify once more. Let's go for another round. The griffins seemed momentarily stunned by his resurrection. They couldn't comprehend how this infuriating human was standing again. It was beyond their understanding. But their confusion quickly turned into even greater fury. To them, this human had crossed the line, and today, he had to die. The wind howled, and the battle atop the mountain resumed with renewed intensity. 2 hours later, leveling up through a higher-tier battle, you gained 306 experience points. Completing the task, Birth of the Human Emperor I, rewarded you with 50,000 experience points and unlocked the next stage of the mission. Mu Chun clasped his still-warm hands and let his gaze sweep across the battlefield, now a grim scene of devastation. He took a deep breath, suppressing the exhaustion that weighed on him. The corpses of griffins were strewn across the ground in disarray, their blood painting a gruesome picture, while the air hung heavy with the metallic tang of blood, silently narrating the ferocity of the battle that had just taken place. The results of the fight were evident. Had not only managed to defeat the powerful griffins, surpassing his level, but the 50,000 experience points from the mission reward had propelled him up 3 levels. He was now at level 27. 3 levels in one go? A faint smile curled at the corner of his lips as he murmured in satisfaction. Not bad. Sitting down to catch his breath, Mu Chun took a moment to adjust and feel the energy coursing through his body. Then, without hesitation, he opened the mission panel to check the details of the next stage. Mission: Birth of the Human Emperor 2. Quality: Legendary. Objective: Hunt the Beast King from the Beast Tide in 10 days. Reward: 100,000 experience points. Unlock the next stage of the mission. Beast King? Beast Tide. Mu Chun raised an eyebrow, softly repeating the key terms of the mission as a glint of excitement flashed in his eyes. The task seemed daunting, but it also promised thrilling challenges and abundant opportunities. A beast tide of this magnitude would undoubtedly bring a massive number of creatures, offering a treasure trove of leveling resources. Moreover, all members of Zone Zero were part of his guild, and with the 4th Calamity buff, the cost of death was nearly negligible. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Determination flickered in Mu Chun's eyes as he began formulating a plan. Without hesitation, he allocated all the free attribute points he had earned from the recent battle to boost his stats. Strengthening himself was his top priority. In 10 days, his goal was clear: had to reach at least level 40. Opening his status panel, Mu Chun quickly reviewed his current stats. Name: Mu Chun. Level: 27 16 40 000. Class: Life Sovereign Unique. Second advancement. Health: 3 2003 200. Mana: 3 2003 200. Attack: 320. Spirit: 320. Speed: 270. Defense: 320. Skills: Life Seed exclusive, Sovereign's Eye exclusive, Sovereign's Command exclusive, Life Drain exclusive. Wealth: 112 gold. As his eyes fell on the meager 112 gold coins in his inventory, Mu Chun sighed. Still too little gold. This isn't nearly enough to upgrade the guild. Although the guild members could pool their funds together, the gap was still significant at the moment. Rising to his feet, his gaze shifted to the loot scattered across the battlefield. He began methodically collecting the spoils: gold coins, potions, materials. While most of these items held little value for him, he made sure to collect every piece of equipment. Though he wasn't a blacksmith and materials were of no use to him, equipment could be broken down or sold to generate some much-needed gold. Once all the loot was secured, Mu Chun's attention was drawn to a pile of griffin eggs. The large eggs shimmered faintly, as if pulsing with the rhythm of life itself. These griffin eggs, he murmured, picking one up and examining it closely. Could they be hatched into mounts or pets? As he pondered the possibilities, a crisp system notification rang in his ears. Regional announcement. Player Mu Chun has acquired a pet egg. Pet mode is now officially unlocked. Mu Chun blinked in surprise, then a smile spread across his face. It actually unlocked? He looked down at the griffin egg in his hands, a spark of anticipation lighting up his eyes. Meanwhile, the professional players in Zone Zero, who had been sound asleep, were suddenly jolted awake. Is this the pet system? For a moment, exclamations of disbelief erupted from inside and outside the wooden cabins. We can raise pets now? Hell yeah. Awesome. Someone leaped out of bed, excitement written all over their face. Is the guild leader still grinding levels? After a brief silence, one player muttered under their breath. Yet, this seemingly quiet remark was like a spark to a powder keg. The top player in the zone is still grinding? No way. I need to grind too. As soon as the words were spoken, others chimed in. Me too. Damn it. I'm going to outgrind all of you today. A male player gritted his teeth, his eyes gleaming with a competitive fire. Even if I die, I can respawn. I'm going to grind until you all lose your will to fight. With that declaration, the entire group burst into a frenzy. The echo of the system notification hadn't even fully faded, yet the entire starter village was already in an uproar. Players poured out of their cabins, their faces still showing signs of exhaustion, but their eagerness to compete was unmistakable. While the pet system was undeniably intriguing, What truly drove everyone was the unspoken pressure brought about by Muchen after all. How could you rest easy when your leader was still tirelessly leveling up? Especially when this work directly enhanced their own power. And so, under this invisible atmosphere of competition, the village quickly came alive. People began pulling all-nighters to grind levels, with some even resorting to suicide respawns to recover faster and continue their race to level up. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, Mu Chun remained blissfully unaware of the grind frenzy he had unintentionally ignited. Standing in the ruins of a destroyed nest, his gaze swept across the area, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Well, what do we have here? These are pet eggs, he murmured, his eyes landing on the scattered griffin eggs on the ground. Although the nest had been partially destroyed, there were still a considerable number of griffin eggs left, and an idea instantly took root in Mu Chen's mind. Without hesitation, he opened the trading post and listed all the griffin eggs for a single copper coin each. Then, he switched to the regional chat. Yinling Long, Mu Chun sent a concise message. Buy up all the pet eggs. They'll be perfect for building a cavalry unit. Yinling Long, a player with a rare hidden cavalry class, was the ideal candidate for these griffin eggs. While there were only about 30 eggs, it was just enough to form a rudimentary cavalry force. If she could acquire more in the future, the results would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Got it. Yin Linglong replied swiftly, her excitement practically leaping off the screen. For someone whose class relied on mounts to maximize combat potential, these pet eggs were nothing short of a gift from the heavens. Closing the interface, Mu Chun stretched lazily, a hint of fatigue flickering in his eyes before being replaced by determination. Let's keep going. No sleep tonight, leveling is the priority, he muttered, striding forward without hesitation. His destination was the Thousand Wind Mountain Range, home to level 40 monsters perfect for Mu Chen's current needs. Fighting monsters 10 levels higher was nothing new to him. With his increased level and the attribute bonuses from the Thousand Change Cube, his attack power had reached an entirely new level. If I'm lucky, a critical hit could deal up to 10,000 damage. He smirked slightly. Even though this level of damage was limited to his Sovereign's Command skill, it was more than enough to handle most situations. After all, he still had a resurrection ability as his safety net. The mountain path was muddy and winding, the air thick with the damp scent of earth. Summoning the Thousand Change Cube, Mu Chun split it into small blocks that lifted him off the ground. Man, I really am lazy. If I can sit, I want stand. If I can lie down, I want sit, he chuckled to himself, though his actions betrayed no hesitation as he floated toward his destination. Just then, a rustling noise from the forest below caught his attention. Mu Chen's sharp senses immediately picked up on the anomaly, and he glanced downward, his gaze narrowing. Among the underbrush, a woman came into view. She wore light armor and a battle skirt, her face strikingly beautiful, with skin as fair as jade. Her entire presence exuded an air of valor, like a fierce female general. However, at that moment, she appeared startled to see Mu Chun hovering above her, a trace of surprise evident in her expression. Mu Chun remained silent, his eyes narrowing slightly as the blocks around him swiftly arranged themselves into a combat formation, aiming at the woman below. Moments later, her player information popped up in Mu Chen's field of vision. Her name was Qingling, and her level was an astonishing 90. What the heck? A level 90 player in Zone 0? Mu Chen's heart skipped a beat as his eyes locked onto the woman in front of him, who called herself Qingling. As the top-ranked beta tester, he was well aware that a level 90 player should be impossible in Blue Star Zone 0. Moreover, her presence exuded an aura of dominance and pressure that no ordinary Blue Star resident could possess. He didn't act rashly, but instead activated his skill to quickly analyze her information. Name: Qingling. Level: 90. 5th class professional. Race: human. Description: a player from the galactic continent who entered Blue Star's novice zone through special means. 5th class professional? Mu Chen frowned, his heart racing in shock. Damn, this is pure domination. There's no way to beat her. But what concerned him even more was the description mentioning galactic continent player and Blue Star novice zone. What did this mean? Was Zone 0 on Blue Star merely a beginner's area? You're quite an interesting newbie. A light chuckle snapped Mu Chen out of his thoughts. Qingling's lips curled into a faint smile, revealing a pair of small, sharp canine teeth. Her tone carried a teasing edge. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Mu Chen calmly landed and stood steadily beside Qingling. His gaze was calm as he studied her. My name is Mu Chen. Where are you from? Though he already knew the answer from her profile, he wanted to hear it directly from her. Not bad, you've got guts. Qingling crossed her arms and looked at Mu Chen with a smirk. I'm a player from the galactic continent. For you folks in Blue Star's Zone 0, as long as you survive the Beast Tide 20 or so days from now during the open beta, you'll unlock the portal to the galactic continent. Her tone was casual, almost indifferent, as if she were discussing something trivial. To her, these novices were nothing more than insignificant beings, not worth concealing anything from. Beast Tide? Portal? Mu Chen frowned, his tone carrying hints of confusion. Isn't that supposed to happen in 10 days? Who told you there's only one wave of Beast Tide? Qing Ling chuckled lightly, her eyes glinting with amusement. The Beast Tide descends on the novice zone and erupts every half-month. You'll need to endure 2 waves before you can advance to the higher levels of the galactic continent. Where you are now is merely the lowest layer. The lowest layer, Mu Chun repeated under his breath, stroking his chin thoughtfully. So that's how it was. Blue Star Zone 0 was merely the starting point, while the galactic continent was the true, advanced stage. His eyes flickered with intrigue, his curiosity about the galactic continent growing stronger. Then why are you here in our zone? After a moment of contemplation, Mu Chen asked directly. To kill newbies, of course. Qing Ling replied with a playful grin, her tone mischievous, as if she were talking about something entirely ordinary. Oh. Mu Chen responded nonchalantly, his expression calm and unaffected. Qing Ling blinked, clearly caught off guard by his lack of reaction. From the moment he identified her level, fearlessly approached her, and now remained unbothered after hearing, kill newbies. This guy, what was his deal? I said, am here to kill newbies, Qing Ling repeated, her tone carrying a hint of probing. Go ahead if you want, Mu Chen replied casually, his voice devoid of any emotion. As far as he was concerned, as long as his guild wasn't disbanded, even if she went on a rampage, it wouldn't have any real impact on him. Qing Ling was rendered speechless by his calm demeanor. She let out a resigned sigh and waved her hand dismissively. All right, I was just joking. I'm actually here to scout for recruits. Scout for recruits? Mu Chen raised an eyebrow, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Zone 0 was entirely under his control. What kind of recruits was she looking for? Could it be that she couldn't see the leaderboard? That was possible, given that she was a stowaway and not an original player of Zone 0. It made sense that the leaderboard wouldn't record her. Piecing this together, Mu Chen tentatively asked, can you see the leaderboard? No, Qing Ling replied, shaking her head without hesitation. Stowaways like us aren't considered original players here. Hearing this, Mu Chen nodded thoughtfully, his gaze lingering on Qing Ling's head. After a moment, a mischievous smile curved his lips. You're a high-level player. Can't you help newbies level up? Qing Ling's smile froze ever so slightly at his words, and for a brief moment, she fell silent. You wish. Qing Ling thought to herself. She was here to recruit people, not to act as a walking cheat code. Qing Ling raised an eyebrow slightly, her tone laced with disdain. Help you level up? How bold of you to even think that. She crossed her arms and gently shook her head, seemingly exasperated by the person in front of her and their wild imagination. Why not? Mu Chen feigned innocence, though a mischievous smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. His eyes glinted with a slyness that betrayed his lingering hope for this cheat code. Qing Ling let out a cold snort, as if she had already seen through Mu Chen's little scheme. Don't even think about it. Someone like Maya Stowaway can assist newbies with leveling up. Shenchi Online has special mechanisms for new players. If I weaken a monster and you finish it off, you won't gain a single point of experience. She paused, her gaze growing more serious. Stowaways might be able to sneak into this world, but we can't interfere with the leveling speed of newcomers. In the end, it's all up to you. I see. Mu Chen nodded thoughtfully, rubbing his chin as if deep in contemplation. Then, he looked up with a curious expression. So, are there a lot of stowaways like you? Hearing this, Qing Ling's lips curled into an amused smile. Stowaways? Very few. It's nearly impossible for veteran players to sneak into this zone. Only those like me, with special tools, can make it here. Mu Chen silently let out a sigh of relief. That was a good thing. If stowaways were everywhere, Zone 0 would soon turn into a vacation spot for them, which would be disastrous for new players. I'm off to level up, Mu Chen said, not pressing the issue further. He turned and prepared to leave. Since Qing Ling couldn't help him, his priority was to focus on leveling up on his own. Go ahead, Qing Ling responded casually, though her gaze remained fixed on his retreating figure. With a slight push off the ground, Mu Chen leapt into the air and headed straight for the leveling area. Qing Ling, however, followed not far behind, her eyes glinting with a hint of intrigue. She had a clear purpose for being here. Mu Chen. How many days had it been since Zone 0 opened? Yet this guy was already a second-tier class player, nearing level 30. Moreover, his weapon was clearly extraordinary. Qing Ling was convinced this man was likely the top player in Zone 0, and that was precisely why she chose to follow him. Mu Chen didn't seem to mind the tale following him. While Qing Ling was human as well, it was evident she came from a different civilization in the universe. After all, humans weren't exclusive to Blue Star. They existed throughout the cosmos, though their civilizations varied. Because they shared a common human identity, Mu Chen didn't feel much hostility toward her. Time flew by. and soon it was 7 a.m. the next morning. After an entire night of grinding, players began returning to the beginner village for breakfast. Mu Chun, accompanied by Qing Ling, also arrived at the village square. The night's efforts hadn't been in vain. Mu Chin's level had risen again, now reaching level 28. He seemed energized and clearly pleased with his progress. Brother, who's that? A crisp voice broke the morning calm in the square. Beigong Qianin walked over with small, deliberate steps, her wide, curious eyes fixed warily on Qing Ling. Her gaze swept up and down Qing Ling's figure, her tone brimming with distrust. She doesn't have a guild tag in her name, so she's clearly not one of us. And her level, it's ridiculously high. It wasn't just Beigong Qianin, Xue Qianfeng and other players with hidden classes were also on high alert, their sharp gazes locked onto Qing Ling, ready to respond to any potential threat. Relax, Mu Chun said, raising his hand to calm the group. She's a player from the Galaxy continent. After we survive 2 beast tides, we'll head to the Galaxy continent as well. Galaxy continent? Beast tides? The group froze momentarily, clearly unfamiliar with these terms. But they quickly began processing the new information. 2 beast tides? When will they happen? Yin Ling Long was the first to speak, her expression brimming with excitement. She had clearly realized that an event as massive as a beast tide could be a golden opportunity for power leveling. The other players soon caught on, their eyes lighting up with anticipation. For them, with their ability to respawn indefinitely, a beast tide posed no threat. Instead, it might become a valuable chance to boost their strength. Qing Ling, standing off to the side, frowned slightly, seemingly puzzled by their reactions. As the conversation ended, Qing Ling's gaze grew contemplative, as though she was mulling something over. She was completely baffled by the fact that none of the people in front of her showed the slightest hint of fear. After all, beast tides were deadly. Typically, in every new player region, it was already a blessing if over 100 people could make it to the galactic continent. So why did these people seem utterly unafraid of death? Were they just overly confident? Qing Ling looked puzzled, unable to make sense of it. At this moment, Mu Chun casually responded, once every 10 days, and one more time before the open beta. His tone was so calm that it was as if he were talking about the most mundane thing in the world. Ah, I see. Yin Linglong nodded slightly, her eyes lighting up as if something had clicked. This gives us just the right amount of time to raise the griffins. Even though griffins aren't very large, they should still be good for riding. Gu Chuan grinned at her words, his tone full of excitement. Guild leader, in these 10 days, we can also fill up Zone 0. By the time we face another beast tide, the speed at which everyone's levels will increase will be insane. Plus, it'll boost Zone 0's overall strength too. Hearing this, Qing Ling couldn't help but interject, her voice tinged with surprise. You've already built a guild? Her question prompted knowing smiles from the players present. Mu Chen nodded lightly and explained in a relaxed tone. Yep, the entire closed beta Zone 0 is made up of my guild members. If you're thinking of poaching anyone, chances are slim. Poaching? Qing Ling blinked in surprise, her eyes filled with doubt as she gave Mu Chun a once-over, as if trying to glean something from his demeanor. She shook her head in confusion, thinking to herself, why is he so confident? Does he think he's an emperor-class profession, or something? However, Qing Ling quickly brushed away her thoughts and decided not to dwell on the matter. Instead, she sat down next to Mu Chun and joined the group for a meal. She picked up a piece of meat, but her gaze occasionally flitted toward Mu Chun, as though she were observing this enigmatic young man. At that moment, Mu Chun suddenly pulled out a pile of equipment from his inventory and handed it directly to Xue Qianfeng and the others. All this green-tier gear is yours, he said nonchalantly. Liang was taken aback and instinctively asked, Boss, aren't you going to use them? Everyone else was equipped with basic armor or robes to some extent, except for Mu Chun, who had been wearing plain gear the entire time. This puzzled the group, but Mu Chun simply smiled faintly and shook his head. I don't need them. His tone carried a quiet confidence. My damage output is already more than enough. I have no use for ordinary gear. Besides, I prefer equipment that can grow with me. Hearing this, the group didn't press further and quickly accepted the gear. Just as the atmosphere began to relax a bit, Qing Ling suddenly spoke up. The best gear for professionals like us is unique equipment, she said softly, her tone carrying a hint of longing. But obtaining unique equipment is incredibly difficult. Among all the human players on the galactic continent, only a handful have managed to acquire such items. Unique equipment. The phrase immediately captured everyone's attention. Unique equipment, Xue Qianfeng murmured, a trace of yearning flashing in his eyes. That's the kind of gear every professional dreams of. Qing Ling nodded in agreement. Exactly. The attributes and growth potential of unique equipment far surpass ordinary gear. Honestly, if you can get your hands on unique equipment, your combat power will skyrocket. However, Mu Chun merely shook his head slightly, his tone calm. At this stage, that kind of gear is still out of reach for me. Despite his words, A subtle smile played at his lips, as if he were thinking of something. But since you're not planning to help us grind levels, I assume you must have some level 20 gear we could use, right? The moment he said this, Qingling's expression froze. She stared at Mu Qian in disbelief, finally realizing what he was implying. This guy, he's after my gear? A dignified level 90, 5 class advanced professional, how could she not have gear? What kind of joke was this? Qingling fell silent for a moment before closing her mouth, refusing to engage further. She realized that this man was shameless, always looking for a way to leech off her. Did he think she was the type to let herself be taken advantage of? Suppressing her inner complaints, Qingling decided to change the subject. As far as I know, every civilization's first guild gets a diviner attribute. What's your guild's divine attribute? She asked. So, are you planning to join my guild? Mu Qian asked with a smile. Qingling raised an eyebrow slightly, her tone carrying a hint of probing. If the effects of your guild's attributes are as impressive as you claim, I might consider joining. Although she had already planned to recruit newcomers to form her own guild on the galactic continent, if Mu Qian's guild truly possessed godder attributes, she wouldn't refuse the opportunity to temporarily align herself with them. Hearing this, Mu Qian's smile deepened. He didn't rush to explain but instead studied Qingling with an enigmatic gaze, as if evaluating her. After a moment, he chuckled softly. Our guild's attributes? Well, not to boast, but the infinite resurrection attribute is top tier, no matter the era. Though his tone was light, the confidence in his words was unshakable. The ability of infinite resurrection meant that resurrection points could be set freely. Even imprisonment would be futile. At worst, one could die and be reborn elsewhere. This kind of assurance made him unafraid to reveal this trump card. Well then, Mu Qian turned, his gaze falling on Xiao Chong, who was standing behind him. His voice rose slightly. Where's my son, Fengxian? Foster father. I am here. Xiao Chong exclaimed, dropping the bowl and chopsticks in his hands instantly. He knelt on one knee and cupped his fists in greeting, his movements crisp and practiced, as though this was a routine occurrence. Bei Gong Qianin and the others couldn't help but silently ridicule in their minds. This guy really knows how to grovel without shame. Mu Qian, however, seemed unbothered. Instead, he looked serious as he gave Xiao Chong an order. Die once and show this esteemed guest. Understood. Without hesitation, Xiao Chong drew his longsword. The blade gleamed coldly as he resolutely slashed it across his own neck. Splurt. Blood spurted out in a dramatic arc as Xiao Cheng's body collapsed to the ground. The crimson liquid quickly spread across the floor, painting a gruesome picture. Qingling froze momentarily, completely stunned. What was this? She instinctively frowned, confusion flickering in her eyes. But before she could gather her thoughts, the next moment, Xiao Cheng's figure reappeared before her, entirely unscathed. This is... Qingling's voice trembled slightly, disbelief evident in her tone. Resurrection? Exactly, resurrection, Mu Qian replied with a faint smile, his tone carrying a trace of pride. Now, you should understand what god-ear attribute my guild possesses, right? Qingling remained silent for a moment before nodding. She was no fool. Such an obvious demonstration made it clear, and failing to recognize it would only make her look foolish. Seeing her reaction, Mu Qian's smile widened as he asked in a lighthearted tone, So, will you join my guild? Yes. Qingling answered firmly, her tone resolute and unwavering. With such an extraordinary god-ear attribute, joining would mean eliminating any worries or concerns. Only a fool would refuse. Hearing her response, the people around Mu Qian smiled with satisfaction. The addition of a fifth-tier professional was undoubtedly a significant boost to the guild's overall strength. Mu Qian said no more. He opened his palm, and a seed radiating a mystical glow slowly appeared. Handing the seed to Qingling, his tone was calm but left no room for argument. Take this and consume it. Qingling instinctively accepted the seed. After examining it for a moment, a flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes. This is an emperor-class profession? Her realization was swift, and her tone carried a mix of surprise and complexity. Emperor-class professions were exceedingly rare in the galactic metropolis. To date, the known individuals with such hidden professions could be counted on one hand. With this in mind, Qingling sighed softly, her voice tinged with resignation. It seems my plans are already doomed before they even begin. Since Mu Qian possessed an emperor-class profession, it meant that most of the elites in Zone 0 were likely already under his command. In such a scenario, her efforts to recruit newcomers would be nothing short of a joke. Without further hesitation, she decisively swallowed the life seed. Having made her decision, there was no point in dragging things out. For her, the infinite resurrection attribute alone was worth the commitment. It meant she could now explore dangerous territories she had previously avoided and achieve exponential growth in her level. Meanwhile, Mu Qian was busy reviewing the skills brought in by his new recruit. After a quick glance, a subtle smile appeared on his lips. I have to admit, her skill set is quite impressive, and most of them are dragon-related. However, Mu-Chin couldn't help but feel a hint of regret didn't currently have a dragon companion. Otherwise, these skills would have been even more powerful. At that moment, a sudden system notification sounded. Ding! Your subordinate's profession aptitude has improved. Your subordinate's profession has changed. Some of your skills have been updated. Profession change? Mu-Chun paused briefly before breaking into a grin. Well, looks like my luck just keeps getting better. Qingling's talent was clearly exceptional, rated at SS level. After consuming the life seed, she gained significant benefits, elevating her talent to the SSS level and advancing her class to a unique class. This was undoubtedly a monumental breakthrough. Staring at her attribute panel, Qingling's eyes were filled with shock, and her flawless, fair face was etched with disbelief. She had never heard of an Emperor-class professional being able to enhance the talents of their subordinates, let alone directly push her class to the height of a unique class. What is going on? She murmured, her voice laced with astonishment. She quickly looked up at Mu-Chan, her gaze filled with a mix of emotions, and asked, "What level is your Emperor-class profession, exactly?" Mu-Chan crossed his arms, his expression calm and composed, as he replied indifferently with 3 words, "Unique class." Unique class, Qingling repeated under her breath, her mind churning as if a storm had erupted within. An Emperor-class unique class, such a thing had never been seen before on the galactic continent. No wonder it could enhance her talent and grant her such a powerful profession. This was nothing short of priceless. A faint smile began to form on her lips as she finally started to recover from the shock. However, before she could fully enjoy the moment, Mu-Chin's voice interrupted her thoughts at the perfect time. "So, can I get some gear now? Maybe a few thousand, or even tens of thousands, of gold coins too?" Her smile froze instantly, and her face darkened. She glared at Mu-Chan, her expression screaming that she wanted to bury his face in the dirt. Unbelievable. In the end, you're still asking me to support you. Can't you just change the subject for once? Reluctantly, she dug out a pile of green-tier equipment and handed it to him, her tone tinged with frustration. "I'm still using purple tire gear myself, you know?" As she spoke, she pulled out a pouch of gold coins from her spatial ring and handed it over a full 10,000 coins. Mu-Chun accepted the coins, glancing at Qingling with a hint of surprise in his voice. "You're really struggling, huh? Aren't high-level players supposed to be swimming in gold coins?" Qingling let out a weary sigh. Good equipment doesn't just drop easily. Most people have to gather materials and commission blacksmiths to craft it. The higher the quality, the rarer it is. Hearing this, Mu-Chun wasn't particularly surprised. He casually stashed the green-tier equipment into his inventory, already thinking about distributing it to other guild members. As for the gold coins, those were his priority. With this 10,000 gold, he could finally move forward with the guild upgrade plan. He quickly added Qingling as a friend and invited her to join the guild. The moment Qingling entered, she felt the effects of the 4th Calamity Guild perk. Browsing through the perk descriptions, she couldn't help but smirk slightly at the incredible utility they offered. Infinite resurrection, now this is practical. Way better than those perks that just multiply experience. Meanwhile, Mu-Chun had already opened the guild interface and unhesitatingly deposited the 10,000 gold coins. A notification sounded, and the guild contribution points instantly increased by 10,000. Without delay, he hit the upgrade button. Your guild has been upgraded to LV2. The next level requires 100,000 contribution points. You have unlocked a level 2 guild experience bonus of 20. Satisfied, Mu-Chin glanced at the guild interface, where the name All Beings Guild now displayed its new level. Among the member list, Qingling's name was prominently visible. He continued managing the guild, appointing Beigong Qianin as the vice president and designating Xue Qianfeng, Gu Chuan, Liang, and Yin Linglong as officers. The guild's leadership needed to be strong enough to command respect. As for betrayal, Mu-Chin's lips curled into a faint smirk. Such a possibility didn't exist. After all, he held the lives of every guild member in his hands. Mu-Chin glanced briefly at Xiao Chong, Jiang Yanran, and Qingling before speaking in a calm yet authoritative tone that left no room for doubt. Leadership positions are necessary, but to earn everyone's respect, you'll need to put in more effort. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an unspoken pressure that the 3 couldn't ignore. Xiao Qing nodded slightly, a spark of determination flickering in his eyes. Jiang Yanran pressed her lips together, seemingly already planning her next steps. Qingling, on the other hand, appeared indifferent, but her slightly narrowed eyes betrayed deep contemplation. The atmosphere grew tense for a moment, only to be dispelled by light-hearted chatter. As they talked, they also shared news about Qingling and the beast-tide with players in the surrounding area. The information spread like ripples in a pond, stirring up heated discussions among the players. After a while, the group dispersed. Jiang Yanran decided to log off and resign from her job, ready to fully commit to the world of Shanqi. Beigong Qianin had her own errands to run and planned to visit the orphanage. Mu Chun, meanwhile, left with Gu Chuan and Xiao Chong, clearly with more pressing matters to attend to. Meanwhile, Xue Qianfeng, Yin Linglong, and Liang formed a team to level up, while Qing Ling lazily lounged in the starter village, basking in the virtual sunlight with a carefree demeanor. Time flew by, and half a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, the beta test of Shanqi became a whirlwind of activity, while the real world was equally shaken by the emergence of transcendence. Nations around the globe turned their attention to Longhua, pressuring it to reveal the secret behind these extraordinary individuals. However, Longhua stood firm, silencing all inquiries with a resolute no. Moreover, Longhua began implementing cold weapon training within its military, adhering to the principle of better safe than sorry in preparation for any potential future scenarios. At the same time, comprehensive investigations into the transcendents were launched. Yet, most of these individuals seemed detached from familial ties, their backgrounds often complex and difficult to trace. One detail, however, reassured Longhua's leadership: these transcendents, while hunting down foreign agents infiltrating the nation in broad daylight, never harmed ordinary citizens. Instead, they displayed a surprisingly gentle disposition. This delicate balance kept the situation temporarily stable. At the entrance of Xingho Hotel in Xingho City, the Xingho Hotel was unusually lively today. Its entrance swarmed with people. The hotel staff stood by the doors, their faces filled with confusion. "Is this some kind of performance art?" one of them muttered. Among the crowd, a group of individuals wearing luxurious white coats stood out prominently. Their uniforms were immaculate, their demeanor commanding, clearly indicating they belonged to a specific organization. On the outskirts of the crowd, several government officials and foreign observers watched intently, their gazes filled with curiosity and caution. These individuals were none other than the Shanqi beta testers, led by Mu Chun. Their arrival drew countless eyes and added an air of mystery to the gathering. "This executive coat is just amazing," Gu Chuan exclaimed, running his hand over the white fabric with excitement and pride. As a seasoned Genshin Impact player, he had always dreamed of owning something akin to the Fatui Harbinger aesthetic. This coat design, proposed by Beigong Qianin, served as both the guild's uniform and a symbol of status and authority. The coats for ordinary members were simple in design, while those for leaders were adorned with 5 golden stars. The vice president's coat bore 9 stars, and the president's coat topped the hierarchy with 10 stars. This design not only distinguished ranks, but also fostered a sense of belonging among the members. "Not bad. This gathering is turning out pretty well," Yin Linglong remarked in her leader's coat as she casually walked up to Gu Chuan, her tone calm and composed. "Absolutely. Today isn't just about celebrating Zone Zero reaching full capacity. It's also a day to commemorate all Zone Zero players completing their second-class advancements." Gu Chuan grinned broadly, his face brimming with excitement. To make this event memorable, they had pooled their savings to rent out the entire hotel for a grand celebration. "Yeah, and the staff here are quite charming too." Gu Chuan suddenly turned to a nearby waitress, his eyes sparkling mischievously as he teased her. He chuckled to himself, seemingly envisioning a bright and pleasant future. However, his antics didn't last long. "Hey, Linglong, do you think I look handsome?" He slicked back his hair with a flourish, striking what he thought was a dashing pose as he turned to Yin Linglong. Yin Linglong paused for a moment, then replied coldly, "I think you look like someone with kidney issues." "Handsome? Not a chance. You know what you look like, don't kid yourself." "Tisk." Gu Chuan clicked his tongue, his grin faltering slightly, though he had no comeback to offer. "Clearly, Yin Linglong is just jealous of my stunning good looks." Gu Chuan struck a pose, as if he had already seen through the mysteries of the universe. Arms crossed and lips curling into a smug grin, he was ready to deliver another profound monologue when Jiang Yinran couldn't hold back her laughter. "Officer Gu, maybe you should stop talking before you make us laugh even harder," she teased, covering her mouth with one hand, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Her words immediately triggered an uproar of laughter from the group. Everyone couldn't help but steal glances at Gu Chuan, who was now at a loss for words. By now, the personalities of the guild's leadership had become an open secret. Beigong Qianin, the vice president, was a powerhouse of talent, and also the guild's beauty queen. Xue Qianfeng was meticulous and serious about everything. Gu Chuan? Well, he was famously eccentric and had a reputation for hitting on every girl he met. Yin Linglong, on the other hand, was cool and aloof on the outside but warm at heart. Lastly, there was Liang, a straightforward and earnest man who took everything seriously. Gu Chuan let out a dramatic sigh, throwing his hands up in mock defeat before shaking his head. "Ah, Xiao, my dear brother. You are the only one who truly understands this lonely heart of mine. It's so lonely at the top," he lamented, his tone full of exaggerated melancholy, as if the entire world were against him. Meanwhile, as these Zone Zero beta testers chatted animatedly, 2 agents from the National Security Bureau were quietly observing the scene from a nearby building. "Zhang Jie, It seems like there are quite a few foreigners around us, a young man whispered, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Zhang Jie chuckled softly at his words, shaking her head nonchalantly. Ignore them. They've caught wind of the gathering of transcendents. Let them watch. If they anger the transcendents and get themselves killed, they'll have no one but themselves to blame. Her tone was calm and composed, exuding confidence. Besides, she continued, we've already confirmed that the transcendents have no interest in joining other nations. If these agents dare to stir up trouble, they'll face the consequences. As for arresting them, there's no need. They're here under legitimate identities and didn't bring any weapons. They're not spies. If they were, we would have acted long ago. The younger agent nodded in agreement, just as his eyes suddenly sharpened with excitement. Zhang Jie, the leader of the transcendents, is here. Zhang Jie immediately tensed, her gaze locking onto the street below. A young man, dressed in the signature white coat of the guild president, was walking calmly toward the hotel, holding Beigong Qianyan's hand. His demeanor was composed, his smile gentle, and his presence exuded an effortless charisma. The sight of him caused a ripple of excitement among the guild members. Those who had been chatting in small groups quickly formed neat rows, filling every corner of the hotel's perimeter. The display of discipline and unity left passers-by stunned. What's going on? What kind of organization is this? Someone murmured. Looks like they're transcendents. Look at their white coats, they're radiating authority. Another person whispered back. Yikes, might be. Let's not get too close. Better be careful, others advised. While many pulled out their phones to record the rare spectacle, their curiosity piqued. After 2 weeks, the residents of Xingho City had grown accustomed to the presence of transcendents. They knew these individuals were powerful, but posed no threat to ordinary citizens. In fact, their presence had turned the city into a tourist hotspot, attracting influencers and even celebrities who came specifically to witness the phenomenon. Mu Chun and Beigong Qianyin walked steadily toward the hotel entrance, passing through rows of guild members standing at attention. Their calm and composed demeanor seemed to silence the crowd, even causing onlookers to unconsciously hold their breath. At that moment, a figure emerged from the hotel. It was Xiao Chong. Standing tall and resolute, he pounded his fist against his chest and shouted with fervor, President, Vice President. His voice rang out with unwavering conviction, sparking a chain reaction. The guild members echoed in unison, President, Vice President. Their synchronized chant was deafening, shaking the very air. The scene left the surrounding onlookers utterly dumbfounded. President? Vice President? Well, what kind of big shots are these? Someone exclaimed in disbelief. The crowd erupted into a frenzy of activity photos, videos, everyone scrambling to document the extraordinary moment. Some even wished they had more hands to capture it all. Meanwhile, Mu Chun raised an eyebrow, a faintly amused expression crossing his face. He glanced at Xiao Cheng, his thoughts betraying his bemusement. Does this guy not feel even a little embarrassed making such a spectacle? Cheng, your handiwork is pretty impressive. Why didn't you give me a heads up? Gu Chuan stepped out of the hotel, a faint smile playing on his lips as he walked straight to Xiao Cheng's side. Though his tone carried a hint of teasing, the seriousness in his eyes was unmistakable. The grand scene earlier was evidently orchestrated by Xiao Cheng. Such an interesting event, yet he hadn't been notified in advance. Gu Chuan couldn't help but feel a bit left out. As he finished speaking, his gaze shifted slightly, landing on Mu Chun, who was standing nearby. His smile deepened. President, shall we head inside? Mu Chun nodded lightly, his expression calm. Taking Beigong Qianyan's hand, he walked gracefully toward the hotel entrance. The others quickly followed suit, filing in with orderly precision. Before long, the hotel welcomed the arrival of all the beta testers from Zone 0. The scene was grand, leaving only the onlookers outside, who were still animatedly discussing what had just transpired. Some had already taken out their phones, uploading videos of the event online. The footage went viral almost instantly, sparking heated discussions among netizens. The comments section was soon flooded. Meanwhile, in the distance, Sister Zhang exchanged a glance with the young man beside her. Watching their targets enter the hotel, she spoke in a low voice. The targets have entered the hotel. Let's report to the higher-ups immediately. Report what? The young man frowned slightly, his tone tinged with confusion. Report now? Shouldn't we continue monitoring them? Of course, we need to report the situation with those foreign agents, Sister Zhang replied matter-of-factly, her tone leaving no room for argument. With all these extraordinary individuals gathered here, do you really think those agents can still stir up trouble? That's simply impossible. Hearing this, the young man nodded thoughtfully. Got it. Inside the hotel, the atmosphere was becoming increasingly lively. The lobby was packed with people, and the sheer number of attendees made the space feel a bit cramped. After all, accommodating 1,000 people would make even the largest venues seem crowded. However, this gathering didn't follow the traditional banquet style with assigned seating. Instead, dishes were placed buffet style, allowing everyone to choose their food freely. Mu Chan, holding a glass of wine, was engaging in conversation with several hidden class players from Zone 0. His expression remained composed, occasionally nodding in response, though most of his attention was fixed on his stats panel. Name, Mu Chan. Guild, President of All Beings Guild. Level 41 351000000 EXP. Class, Life Sovereign Unique, Second Advancement. Health, 60006000. Mana, 60006000. Attack, 600. Spirit, 600. Speed, 600. Defense, 600. Skills, Life Seed exclusive, Sovereign's Eye exclusive, Sovereign's Command exclusive, Life Drain exclusive. Equipment, Shape-Shifting Cube Green, Growth Potential. Wealth, 428 gold. In just half a month, his level had risen to 40, and his 4 primary attributes had all reached 600 points. With the Shape-Shifting Cube's attribute bonuses, his stats were effectively doubled, pushing each to a staggering 1,200 points. Such formidable attributes gave Mu Chun the confidence to take on a world boss. Once tonight's beast tide subsided, he planned to challenge the world boss. More importantly, his 5-star third advancement quest was closely tied to the world boss, making this challenge absolutely necessary. Elsewhere, Qing Ling, who had joined the All Beings Guild and acquired the Godder passive, Fourth Calamity, had already returned to the galactic continent to grind levels relentlessly. She had mentioned several high EXP dungeons and quests she hadn't yet completed. With the Fourth Calamity buff, now was the perfect time to tackle them all. Once I finish these quests, I should be ready to attempt my 6th advancement, Qing Ling had said confidently. Although her previous advancement quests had all been 4-star difficulty, she believed her current strength was more than enough to handle a 5-star challenge. Zone 0's total membership stood at 1,000, with only 6 hidden class players among them. Even so, this ratio was impressive compared to the rest of the galactic continent. Reflecting on this, Mu Chin's eyes glimmered with determination as he solidified his plans for the future. Taking a small sip of his wine, his gaze swept across the crowd before him, his mind racing as he strategized his next move. Although no new hidden class players showed up in the following days, having 6 hidden class players in a single area was already quite impressive. During this time, Xiao Chong and Jiang Yinran were promoted to leadership roles. Compared to Xiao Cheng's unreliability, Jiang Yinran made significant contributions to managing the guild members, likely due to her previous experience working in a government office. It seemed like a natural fit for her expertise. Brother, someone's coming. Beigong Qianyan's soft and delicate voice pulled Mu Chin back from his thoughts. Mu Chin looked up ahead and saw a blonde-haired, blue-eyed server with Western facial features approaching them with a polite smile. The server walked with a light and steady pace, but there was a subtle hint of probing in his deliberate composure. Around them, Xue Qianfeng and the others also noticed the server but chose not to intervene, clearly wanting to see what he had to say. Guild leader? The server greeted Mu Chun with a slight bow, his movements graceful and proper. What do you need? Mu Chun asked calmly, his gaze steady as he looked at the server. Just a small matter, the server replied, his professional smile tinged with faint disdain. Guild leader, the backward environment here in Longhua is no match for us in the Bald Eagle Nation. After all, the Bald Eagle Nation is the world's #1 power. So, I formally invite you to join us. What do you think? Mu Chun raised an eyebrow slightly, his tone still indifferent. Not interested. The Bald Eagle Nation? Mu Chun let out a faint scoff, his eyes growing colder. What a joke. It may look prosperous on the surface, but the streets are full of homeless people, and the crime rate is out of control. What's so great about going there? Seeing that Mu Chun remained completely unmoved, a glimmer of calculation flashed in the server's eyes. He quickly adjusted his tone and continued. I believe in your vision, guild leader. Surely, someone as discerning as you must realize. Smack. Before the server could finish his sentence, a loud slap echoed through the room, cutting him off abruptly. Xiao Chong, who had leapt forward without anyone noticing, delivered a forceful backhand slap that sent the server spinning a full 360 degrees in midair before he crashed heavily to the ground. How dare you insult the immortal Lord Koff? I mean, the guild leader? Xiao Cheng shouted, his eyes blazing with fury. His voice boomed like thunder, leaving everyone present momentarily stunned. The server, still dazed and clutching his face, hadn't even processed what had happened when a group of players swarmed him. Fists and kicks rained down on him like a relentless storm. You dare disrespect the guild leader? You've got no right to live. Today's your end. You brought this on yourself. The crowd roared in unison as they pummeled the server mercilessly. Xiao Cheng and Gu Chuan, in particular, were relentless, their strikes swift and brutal, completely ignoring the server's cries of pain. Brother, should we stop them? Beigong Qianyin asked in her usual soft tone as she watched the chaotic scene unfold. Her expression remained calm, clearly indifferent to the server's fate. She was only concerned that the commotion might ruin everyone's appetite. No need, Muchen said, shaking his head. His voice was cold and detached. It's a trivial matter. If they want to kill him, let them. His gaze swept over the server, who had been beaten beyond recognition, without a trace of emotion. He had no regard for the lives of these spies, regardless of their gender. Still, Xiao Cheng's earlier words sounded oddly familiar. Muchen pondered this briefly but didn't dwell on it. He turned and led Beigong Qianin and the others away from the scene. Before long, the server succumbed to his injuries under the relentless assault, dying on the spot. Order was soon restored to the gathering, which continued for another hour until everyone dispersed, satisfied, and returned to the virtual game. With the beast tide arriving tonight, it was time to start preparing. Divine Revelation, Blue Planet Beta Test Zone 0. In the beginner's village, 1,000 players logged in on time. As soon as they stepped into the game world, a system notification sounded in their ears. 1 hour until the beast horde begins. That hour was enough for them to strategize and organize their forces. Everyone was eager, gearing up for the epic battle ahead. It's about to start. I wonder what level I'll reach after this beast horde, Mu Chun murmured softly, his eyes flickering with anticipation. His level had already hit the cap, but his experience points continued to accumulate. Once he completed his third-class advancement, those points would become the foundation for his breakthrough and the source of his power. Guild Master, do we have a strategy? Shui Qianfeng walked up to Mu Chun, his tone carrying a hint of expectation. However, before his words fully landed, a loud slap caught him off guard. The sudden strike left him stunned, and even Mu Chun looked momentarily bewildered. The two turned to see Xiao Cheng standing there with an air of arrogance, his hands slightly raised, and a tone of reprimand in his voice. How dare you? Address him as Guild Master, sir. Shui Qianfeng's mouth twitched as he held his cheek, his expression complicated. What the? He cursed silently. This level of bootlicking was beyond excessive. He had seen people flatter before, but Xiao Cheng's blatant and shameless approach was something else entirely. Xiao Cheng, however, paid no attention to his reaction. His gaze was as firm as steel. In his mind, everyone, whether friend or foe, must show the Guild Master Sir the utmost respect. As for how he would make amends for the slap, he already had a plan. Let me atone with my life first. Before his words finished, Xiao Cheng drew his long sword and, without hesitation, slashed his own throat. Blood sprayed out as his health bar instantly emptied. His body collapsed to the ground, disintegrating into light particles. The scene left the players around them dumbfounded. While it was true that he had slapped Shui Qianfeng, sacrificing a life to apologize was an extreme move. Though it wasn't exactly heroic, it certainly demonstrated his sincerity. Mu Chun looked down at the body on the ground with a helpless expression, his mouth twitching slightly. Shui Qianfeng, equally speechless, eventually shook his head, choosing to brush off the antics of this peculiar individual. He turned back to Mu Chun, his tone now carrying a note of resignation. Guildmaster Sir, do you have any plans? He instinctively added Guildmaster Sir this time, clearly to avoid any more drama from Xiao Cheng. After all, Mu Chun couldn't constantly keep an eye on him, so it was easier to just go along with it. Nothing special, Mu Chun replied calmly, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding players. In a bit, I'll assign Xiao Cheng and Yanran as officers. The core members will each lead a team, and will defend the village from 4 directions. As for strategy, keep it simple, just charge and fight. Shui Qianfeng nodded in agreement, appreciating the straightforward plan. Huh, me too. Jiang Yanran, standing nearby, pointed to herself in surprise, her tone tinged with uncertainty. Of course, Mu Chen replied with a nod and a smile. You've been managing the guild exceptionally well. You've handled a lot of things I didn't have time to address, ensuring everything ran smoothly. So, you absolutely deserve this position. It's not that big of a deal. Jiang Yanran's cheeks flushed slightly as she smiled shyly. Being praised in front of everyone, especially by a handsome superior, was undeniably a pleasant feeling. Mu Chen chuckled softly and opened the guild management interface, quickly making the necessary adjustments. You have set Xiao Cheng and Jiang Yanran as officers. As soon as the system notification sounded, the surrounding players turned their attention to Jiang Yanran and the freshly resurrected Xiao Cheng, who still carried his usual haughty demeanor. Congrats. I knew it. Yeah, Xiao Cheng and Jiang Yanran becoming officers is a no-brainer. Exactly. They're the only 2 hidden class holders among us. Totally makes sense. Doesn't matter who's in charge, as long as we all do our part. The players chatted enthusiastically, the atmosphere lively and celebratory. Everyone seemed genuinely happy about Jiang Yanran and Xiao Cheng's promotion. Thank you, everyone, Jiang Yanran said softly with a gentle smile, the blush on her cheeks lingering faintly. Jiang Yanran smiled and waved. Standing beside her, Mu Qian scanned the entirety of the novice village. his lips curving slightly upward with a mix of satisfaction and nostalgia. What was once a modest settlement of simple wooden huts had transformed into a vibrant and picturesque village. The wooden houses were no longer arranged in monotonous rows. Instead, they had been redesigned into charming small villas, scattered harmoniously across the area. The villagers' personalities and preferences were reflected in the unique designs of each house. Among them, the residence shared by Mu Qian and Beigong Qianin stood out, a three-story wooden villa that gleamed under the sunlight, becoming a symbol of the village. The transformation of the novice village owed much to the efforts of life-skill players, particularly the architects who had dedicated themselves to its planning and design. Surrounding the village was a neat wooden fence, adding a sense of security to the settlement. Mu Qian looked into the distance and thought to himself that a serene lake nearby would make the scene even more idyllic. He shifted his gaze back to the group of leaders beside him, his tone suddenly firm and commanding, carrying the authority of a leader. All right, everyone, spread out and start defending the village. Understood, Beigong Qianin and the others responded in unison before the players of Zone 0 sprang into action. They quickly divided into 4 teams, each consisting of 250 members, as per the pre-assigned strategy. Mu Qian and Beigong Qianin took charge of guarding the main gate of the village, leading their team of 248 players. It didn't take long for them to reach their designated position. Standing at the gate, Mu Qian crossed his arms, his steady gaze fixed on the distant forest. He was well aware that the calm before the storm was always fleeting. Time ticked by slowly, and a subtle tension began to permeate the air. An hour later, the system's notification sound abruptly echoed through the area. Zone announcement. The first beast tide of Zone 0 is approaching. The system's cold, mechanical voice was like a war drum, striking a chord in every player's heart. The notification detailed the rules of the beast tide. The safe zone would be deactivated. Monsters would invade the novice village with reckless destruction, even slaughtering players. The beast tide would come in 10 waves, with the final wave featuring a high-level beast king. Additionally, players could earn battle merit points by defeating monsters, which could then be exchanged for valuable items in the merit shop. The first wave is approaching. Roars, shrieks, and growls erupted from the forest, their deafening cacophony growing louder. Mu Qian's eyes sharpened, and with a swift motion of his hand, the thousand-form cube materialized in his palm, emitting a faint glow. Beigong Qianin followed suit, summoning her weapona green quality growth-type artifact known as the Yin-Yang Orb. The orb hovered gently in her hand, radiating a soft, ethereal light. Boom! The ground trembled as the rumbling sound drew closer. From the depths of the forest, a massive horde of monsters surged forward like a dark tide, blotting out the horizon and exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. Yet, to everyone's surprise, the players were exhilarated. Their eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty light, their faces alight with manic excitement, and some even burst into wild laughter. Ha ha ha! Finally, they're here. These monsters are nothing but walking EXP bags. Beasts, today will be your end. Hearing these comments, Mu Qian couldn't help but glance back at the players in his team, a flicker of doubt crossing his expression. He noticed that, regardless of gender, everyone wore a crazed grin, and their eyes glowed with an eerie crimson light, as though they were under the influence of some mysterious force. Sun Qian, what's with the red glow in your eyes? Mu Qian asked, turning to a female player nearby. Caught off guard, Sun Qian blinked in surprise before a blush crept onto her cheeks. Quickly suppressing her earlier fervor, she pulled a small vial from her inventory and explained with a sheepish smile, Guild leader, this is the red-eye potion made by Wang Bin. It grants a 1-hour red-eye effect. It came highly recommended by Officer Gu and Officer Xiao. Red-eye effect? Mu Qian took the potion and examined it closely. The red-eye potion, a simple concoction. Once consumed, it activates a 1-hour red-eye effect. So straightforward. Mu Qian muttered to himself, then frowned slightly in confusion. When did this thing come out? I've been grinding levels these past few days and had no idea this existed. Guildmaster, we're here too. A hurried shout came from behind. Mu Qian turned around at the sound and saw a group of players rushing toward him. Their eyes glowed in eerie red, resembling someone afflicted with conjunctivitis. Within moments, several key members had gathered at his and Beigong Qianyan's side. Among them, Gu Chuan, Xiao Yuan, and Liang stood out with their red-eye effects fully activated. No monsters left on your side? Mu Qian glanced at the trio, quickly piecing things together. There was no way they came here without reason. The only logical explanation was that the monsters on their end had been cleared out, and the beast horde had converged in his direction. Exactly, Xue Qianfeng nodded solemnly. All right then. Mu Qian smiled faintly and turned his gaze toward the incoming beast horde. Taking a deep breath, the Rubik's Cube in his hand disassembled into countless small blocks, swiftly attaching themselves to his body and forming a radiant suit of armor. His sharp eyes scanned the densely packed monsters ahead. Gale Wolves, level 20. HP 22002200 Soul Eating Tigers, level 20, HP 23502350. A stream of data appeared in Mu Chen's vision. From the looks of it, this was merely the first wave of the beast horde. Although the numbers were overwhelming, most of them were just ordinary level 20 elite monsters. For their group of high-level players, this was hardly a challenge. Do your thing. Kill as many as you can. Mu Chen's lips curled into a smirk. With a single thought, his figure shot into the air like an arrow released from a bow. His voice echoed with an air of carefree confidence. Brothers, charge! Xiao Chong roared, his face full of wild excitement as he dashed forward. His eyes gleamed with fervor, and he moved like an untamed stallion. Seeing this, Gu Chuan exchanged a glance with the players beside him and broke into a grin. Kill. Let these monsters witness the might of our guild. Hee. Face the terror of the void. Another player let out a sinister laugh as he swung his weapon, charging alongside the others into the beast horde. For the guild master, someone shouted, igniting the passion of the entire group. In an instant, 1,000 players activated their red-eye effect simultaneously, resembling a horde of crazed beasts. With wild grins, they surged forward. At this moment, the true nature of the fourth calamity was revealed in all its glory. For the sake of experience and leveling up, these players showed no fear, ready to challenge even the gods themselves. The distance between the two sides rapidly closed. 100 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters, and then, abruptly, the monsters in the front line came to a halt. They sensed something was wrong. These human players, their eyes were crazier, their aura more ferocious. It didn't feel like the monsters were the hunters anymore. They had become the prey. What the hell? How are you lot more terrifying than us? A gale wolf growled lowly, its eyes filled with fear. Meanwhile, the players grinned viciously, their gazes like starving wolves eyeing plump sheep. Their excitement was palpable. Charge! The players roared in unison, their momentum like a raging storm, shaking the very ground beneath them. And so, the grand hunt began. The scene was nothing short of eerie. While the monsters hesitated in confusion, the players were already charging at them with full force, launching a relentless attack. Experience. It's all experience. Ha ha ha. Don't steal. Don't steal. What the? You dare bite me? I'll bite you back, you bastard. In an instant, chaos erupted as the battle commenced. The scene descended into utter mayhem, with players throwing themselves at the wild creatures like madmen, swinging their weapons in a frenzy of slaughter. Amid the chaos, a nimble player could be seen slicing down two monsters in one swift motion. His movements were fluid and precise, dispatching several more foes with ease. His face remained expressionless, his brow unflinching, as if killing was second nature to him. His hands never stopped. On the other side of the battlefield, another player, despite having his kidney and vital parts bitten off by a monster, refused to retreat. Instead, he retaliated in a fit of rage, sinking his teeth into the monster's waist, tearing it apart in a gruesome and bloody spectacle. Meanwhile, a female player wielding a dagger struck with ruthless precision, aiming directly at the monster's weak spot, her cold eyes filled with determination. The battlefield was a chaotic nightmare. The air was thick with the stench of blood, and the sounds of roars and screams intertwined, creating a scene that resembled hell itself. Above the battlefield, Mu Chun floated silently in midair, surrounded by countless small, glowing cubes. He held a longsword, but made no move to join the fray. His gaze was detached as he observed the carnage below. To him, these low-level monsters were beneath notice. The level gap is too big, theory, not even worth the experience, he muttered to himself, his eyes scanning the players who fought with reckless abandon. A faint smirk played at the corner of his lips, as though he were watching a dull, meaningless performance. The first wave of the monster horde ended quickly. The battered and bruised players, desperate to recover, chose to reset their bodies by committing suicide. Blood mist filled the air, leaving the ground in shambles. Just as they began to catch their breath, boom, 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 thud, thud, thud. The second wave of monsters arrived. This time, the creatures were as high as level 22, but Mu Chun remained motionless, merely observing with cold indifference. 15 minutes later, the second wave was cleared. Then came the third, the fourth. As the waves continued, the players began to show signs of exhaustion. Yet each battle was fierce, their blood and sweat mixing as the ground grew increasingly stained with crimson. No one knew how much time had passed before the seventh wave finally arrived. This time, the monsters reached a staggering level 36. However, the scene was strangely quiet. There were no swarms of monsters rushing in from the distance. That's odd. Where are the monsters? Xiao Chong downed a bottle of red elixir, glancing around in confusion. The other players also exchanged puzzled looks. Bei Gong Qianin shook her head gently, her expression uncertain. She then looked up at Mu Chun, her soft voice tinged with a hint of coquettishness. Brother, can you check if the novice village is under attack? Hearing her request, Mu Chan turned, his sharp gaze sweeping across the horizon. The novice village remained calm and undisturbed. He replied flatly, the novice village is fine. No sooner had his words fallen than a sudden, agonized scream shattered the silence. Ugh, what the hell? Why did you kill me? Everyone immediately turned toward the source of the commotion. A young man clutched his chest, glaring furiously at a nearby female player. She, however, remained cold and emotionless, her long sword still dripping with his blood, its tip aimed directly at his vitals. This merciless attack left the surrounding players momentarily stunned. Sparring wasn't uncommon among players, but it was usually controlled and meant for training. This, however, was no friendly duel. It was pure, unadulterated intent to kill. Mu Chun descended slowly from the sky, while several officers hurried over, encircling the female player with wary expressions. Mu Chun narrowed his eyes, raising his hand to activate the Dominion Eye, scanning her carefully. Doppelganger Demon, Elite Class, Level 35, HP 14,000. Doppelganger Demon? Mu Chun raised an eyebrow, recalling the creatures he had encountered in the Qianfeng mountain range not long ago. These monsters had the ability to disguise themselves as human players to launch sneak attacks, though they couldn't enter safe zones. Clearly, the seventh wave of the monster horde consisted entirely of these doppelganger demons. Mu Chen's expression remained calm, his mind already formulating a plan. No matter how well they disguise themselves, they can't escape my Dominion Eye. His gaze swept over the area, and he suddenly noticed something unusual. The number of players seemed to have increased significantly. Clearing his throat, he spoke in a low, commanding voice. All members, draw your weapons and commit suicide. The real players froze in shock at his words, while those disguised as players, the doppelganger demons, showed a flicker of unease in their expressions. The guild members froze for a moment, then quickly picked up their weapons and aimed at their own weak points. Hearing Mu Chen's command, the guild members were momentarily stunned, but they didn't ask questions. To them, Mu Chen's orders were absolute, unquestionable. In the next instant, as if in perfect unison, they raised their weapons and pointed them at their most vulnerable spots. No hesitation, no second thoughts. Blades flashed and blood sprayed. Slash. Splurt. The sounds echoed one after another as the guild members fell, one by one, their health bars hitting zero. The ground was soon soaked in blood. The scene was brutal, yet it carried an air of solemnity. Within moments, the entire guild lay dead. Meanwhile, Mu Chan stood calmly nearby, holding the little girl, Bei Gong Qianin, in his arms. There was no way he would let his beloved little sister take her own life. Bei Gong Qianin clung tightly to Mu Chen's neck, her face glowing with happiness. Her small, soft body pressed against her brother as if she wanted to melt into his embrace. I can't miss the chance to cuddle with my brother, she thought sweetly to herself. In stark contrast, the shape-shifting demons stood dumbfounded, completely bewildered by what they had just witnessed. They stared wide-eyed at the fallen players, their minds nearly short-circuiting. Are these players insane? They actually committed suicide? Does this mean our proud disguise abilities have been completely nullified? Shock and anger filled the demons' hearts. Death, these players didn't even flinch in the face of it. Mu Chen cast a calm glance at the demons and said indifferently, all right, Qianin, let's step aside and wait. The other players can handle this wave. As soon as he finished speaking, he held Bei Gong Qianin close and, with a swift movement, disappeared into the nearby forest. Bei Gong Qianin nodded obediently, her demeanor one of absolute trust in her brother. Meanwhile, the players began to revive. Upon respawning, the first thing they saw were the shape-shifting demons, still disguised as players. It didn't take long for them to piece together what had happened. So that's it. These monsters can disguise themselves as us. Liang sneered, his gaze sweeping over the young lady standing beside him. His eyes sharpened in an instant. Reaching out, he grabbed her by the throat and said coldly, how long are you planning to keep pretending? We don't want to die. Just because we're monsters, does that mean you have to kill us? The young lady struggled desperately, her voice sharp as her form began to distort. She transformed into a black-skinned, faceless creature. Ridiculous. Liang's lips curled into a mocking smile. If you don't die, does that mean I should? Talk about fairness? You're not worthy. Before the words had fully left his mouth, he unleashed a barrage of skills. A flurry of attacks rained down on the shape-shifting demon. Within seconds, the creature dissolved into a puddle of black blood, lifeless. Seeing this, the other players sprang into action. Swords swung, spells ignited, and one by one, the shape-shifting demons fell. Though the monsters still bore the appearance of players, the real players had already entered a bloodthirsty frenzy. At this point, distinguishing between friend and foe no longer mattered. Gu Chuan dispatched a shape-shifting demon with a clean, decisive strike. As he looked up, his eyes locked onto a familiar figure in the distance, and his expression lit up. Look, it's a copy of Xue Qianfeng. Everyone, follow me. Let's take him down, he shouted. Several players nearby heard his call and immediately followed, charging in the direction Gu Chuan had indicated. Meanwhile, Xue Qianfeng was still focused on clearing monsters, completely unaware of the impending danger. Suddenly, a figure lunged at him from the side, slamming him to the ground with a heavy shield. What are you doing? Xue Qianfeng exclaimed in shock, his face filled with disbelief. But before he could process what was happening, he heard a familiar voice behind him. Everyone, attack. I've pinned this monster down. Gu Chuan's voice carried a hint of mockery. Xue Qianfeng barely had time to react before a flurry of blades and magic rained down on him. Ah! The searing pain jolted him awake, and he shouted desperately, Stop! Stop! Xue Qianfeng, the real one. But Gu Chuan simply smirked, his eyes glinting with amusement. Still trying to fool us? Do you think I'm a child? His tone was calm, even dismissive, with a trace of disdain. The truth was, Gu Chuan had known all along that this was the real Xue Qianfeng, but he didn't care. In fact, he saw this as the perfect opportunity to settle an old score. After all, who said you couldn't use a little revenge to your advantage? Who's calling me weak every single day? This brat needs a serious lesson today. Xue Qianfeng turned his head, narrowing his eyes at Gu Chuan. But when he caught sight of Gu Chuan's mocking expression, realization hit him like a bolt of lightning. So that's how it is. This little punk did it on purpose. Xue Qianfeng's fury boiled over, veins popping on his forehead as he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood from sheer rage. Gritting his teeth, he muttered angrily under his breath, You little. Before he could finish, Gu Chuan's weapon gleamed and shot forward, a cold light streaking straight toward Xue Qianfeng. Whoosh! Xue Qianfeng's health bar instantly hit zero, and his figure collapsed heavily to the ground, disintegrating into nothingness. The surrounding players froze for a moment before exchanging bewildered glances. Wait, what? We killed the wrong guy. One player shouted in alarm. What language are you even speaking? Another player frowned in confusion. Oh, something I picked up from anime. The first player scratched his head awkwardly, but quickly realized the situation and corrected himself. No, wait, that's not the point. The point is we killed the wrong guy. Panic erupted among the players, though not because they feared Xue Qianfeng's revenge. No, the real problem was that they had just sabotaged their own teammate. In gaming, betraying your own team was an unforgivable sin. Relax, it's no big deal, Gu Chuan said nonchalantly, waving a hand dismissively. His tone was lazy, almost carefree. Blame it all on me. He can respawn anyway, so it's fine. Hearing this, the players collectively exhaled in relief. As long as someone took the blame, it didn't matter much what happened to Xue Qianfeng. After all, he'd be back soon enough. But something about Gu Chuan's relaxed smile was particularly grating. The slight upward curl of his lips carried a hint of satisfaction, as if a long-standing grudge had finally been resolved. He muttered under his breath, At least that guy's finally shut up. The world feels a lot quieter now. Just when everyone thought the drama was over, a sharp voice rang out from behind Gu Chuan. By the divine authority, I command judgment. Let no one be spared. Before Gu Chuan could react, a dazzling blade of light descended from the sky, striking with precision and severing his head clean off. Thud. His head flew high into the air, blood spraying everywhere, as his headless body knelt lifelessly to the ground. The sudden turn of events left the players utterly stunned. They all turned as one toward the source of the voice. There stood Chong, exuding an air of arrogance. He cast a cold glance at Gu Chuan's corpse, his tone dripping with disdain. The mere weakling dares to harm Officer Xue? You're already dead meat. Sir? One of the players took a deep breath, cautiously pointing at the lifeless body on the ground. Officer Xiao, that's the real Officer Gu. Look, his body hasn't dissolved or anything. The other players nodded furiously in agreement. Chong lowered his gaze to inspect the body for a moment. His expression grew increasingly serious before he nodded slightly, his tone grave. I see. I underestimated how quickly these monsters have evolved. It seems they're stronger than I thought. The surrounding players fell into an awkward silence, their thoughts filled with exasperation. As the tension in the air grew unbearable, a young player with a twitching smile finally spoke up again. Officer Xiao, wild monsters don't usual. Hey, Chao Yang, don't you get it yet? A girl beside him quickly grabbed his arm, leaning in to whisper. Officer Gu always calls Officer Xiao Chenger in private. You think Officer Xiao doesn't notice? This is clearly payback, get it? Chao Yang's eyes widened in sudden realization. He turned to the girl with a look of gratitude. Wei, thank you. If you hadn't pointed that out, I might have ended up dying for no reason too. Don't mention it. Hua Weiwei replied with a soft smile, her tone gentle. But just as the atmosphere began to calm, chaos erupted once more. With a sickening squelch, a gleaming dagger plunged into Chao Yang's side, blood gushing out instantly. You! Chao Yang's eyes widened in shock as he stared down at the blade lodged in his waist. He looked up in disbelief at the sweet, smiling face before him. Hua Weiwei's gentle smile remained unchanged, her voice as sugary as ever. You pervert. A few days ago, when I hosted a gathering at my house, didn't you steal my sister-in-law's stockings to make tea? Chao Yang's face froze, his expression gradually transforming into one of sheer defeat. He opened his mouth, struggling to respond, but Hua Weiwei clamped a hand firmly over it. Is this really how I die? Chao Yang screamed internally, feeling as though his entire world was falling apart. Hua Weiwei let out a soft snort, a glint of triumph in her eyes. Did you really think I wasn't close with Officer Gu? Chao Yang squirmed desperately, managing to choke out a muffled protest. To him with Officer Gu too? Well, am also with Sister Yin. Hua Weiwei retorted with a cold laugh, twisting the dagger cruelly in her hand. Bang! Chao Yang collapsed to the ground, never to rise again. For a moment, an eerie silence blanketed the scene. The air was thick with tension and oppression, as if the slightest spark could ignite an explosion. Among the crowd, some muttered curses under their breath, others gripped their weapons tightly, while many more players exchanged calculating glances as though scheming their next moves. Finally, someone couldn't hold back any longer. Ha! Zhou Yun, I've known all along you're not human. A tall, thin player suddenly drew his blade, pointing it directly at the woman beside him, his voice dripping with venom. You vile creature. Show your true form this instant. Are you insane? When did I ever provoke you? Zhou Yun retreated 2 steps in a panic, only to see the man charging at her without hesitation. Great dragon of power. Holy Xidagarba. Die now. The tall, thin player shouted as he swung his blade down. Chaos erupted. Feng Nishuan, did you pull down my pants the other day? On the other side, a burly man glared furiously at a short player beside him, his eyes blazing with rage. What the heck? Don't say that out loud. The short player frantically waved his hands, his face turning beet red. Wait, what? Why would you pull down his pants? Someone nearby couldn't help but interject, their tone tinged with mockery. Shut it. Today, it's either you or me. The burly man roared, throwing a punch at the short player. With shouts and screams echoing in the air, the conflict between players escalated rapidly. What began as a dispute among a few quickly spiraled into a full-scale brawl. The crowd was engulfed in a storm of grudges, jealousy, and resentment, with swords clashing and skills flying everywhere. Cooperation was a distant memory, and even the original enemy, the shape-shifting demons, were completely forgotten. Meanwhile, the remaining 100 or so shape-shifting demons had gathered at the edge of the chaos, standing at a distance and watching in bewilderment. What's going on here? One of the demons asked in a low voice, its tone filled with confusion. No idea, but they seem to have lost their minds, another demon replied, shaking its head as it observed the humans tearing into each other with a mix of emotions. Should we jump in? A hesitant demon asked. Forget it. No need to throw our lives away in the end. They chose to remain silent, standing there dumbfounded as they witnessed the bizarre scene unfold. Elsewhere, perched atop a tree, Mu Chun and Beigong Qianin were leisurely enjoying slices of cake. The dessert, smuggled out from a previous gathering, had become their snack of choice for watching the chaos below. Let me see how the fight's going. Mu Chun took the last bite of his cake and turned his gaze to the battlefield below. A moment later, his expression froze, and he raised a hand to cover his face. What the heck is this? He muttered under his breath, exasperated. The shape-shifting demons are just spectating, and the players are fighting each other. And they're all going for the kill? Who was the genius that started this mess? If Gu Chuan and Xiao Cheng had heard that, they would have eagerly stepped forward to claim credit. Gu Chuan would have shouted, I started it, and Xiao Cheng would have added smugly, and I made it worse. Mu Chun sighed deeply, picked up Beigong Qianin, and floated effortlessly into the air. The little girl looked down at the chaotic scene below, her face full of puzzlement. Brother, what's going on here? Beigong Qianin tilted her head, her small face brimming with curiosity. No idea. Mu Chun shook his head, then took a deep breath and shouted loudly, Everyone stop. Go deal with the monsters already. His voice thundered across the battlefield, instantly silencing the commotion. The players froze mid-action and turned their gazes skyward. Beigong Qianin responded with a sweet, angelic smile, as if she were a celestial being descending from the heavens. Seeing her smile, Gu Chuan immediately dropped to his knees and shouted passionately, living is worth it for a white-haired lowly. Praise be. Dude, wrong game. Shui Qianfeng couldn't help but mock. Seriously? Don't think I've never played that game. What the heck is praise be? Alright, Enough clowning around. Mu Chen rubbed his temples, his tone filled with exasperation. Go clean up the monsters already. At his words, the players finally snapped back to reality. They turned their attention to the shape-shifting demons, their eyes glowing red with murderous intent. The demons shuddered, but before they could react, an onslaught of skills rained down upon them like a torrential storm. Boom, boom. In just a few breaths, all 100 shape-shifting demons were wiped out. Soon after, the 8th wave of monsters appeared in the distance. This time, the monsters were predominantly level 35 and above, with the strongest reaching level 38. Mu Chun and Beigong Qianyin exchanged a glance and decisively joined the fight. It was unclear how long the battle lasted, but after the 8th and 9th waves of monsters were completely annihilated, the battlefield finally settled into a brief moment of calm. The 10th wave of the beast tide had finally arrived. Boom. Rumble. From afar, a colossal tiger-like beast loomed into view, towering like a small mountain. This was the beast king of the entire beast tide. The deafening roars tore through the heavens like rolling thunder, and the earth trembled under its immense weight. Mu Chun raised his gaze, his eyes locking onto a gargantuan tiger-shaped beast, at least 10 zhang tall, emerging slowly from the depths of the beast tide. Its limbs were like iron pillars, its muscles coiled and taut, resembling a mountain standing between heaven and earth. Its blood-red eyes glowed like a crimson moon, radiating an overwhelming, suffocating aura. A system notification echoed coldly in every player's ears, its mechanical voice devoid of emotion. Analyzing player strength in the current area, updating boss attributes. Update complete. 100-eyed Tiger King enhanced boss. Level 40. HP 10000010001000. MP 10000010000000. Attack 5000 Spirit, 5000 Speed, 5000 Defense, 5000. Skills: Tiger's Roar, Gale and Inferno. Click for details. So this is the Beast King? Mu Chan murmured under his breath, closing the Dominator's eye. His expression was heavy, his gaze fixed on the towering creature. It's at least 10 times stronger than the Dark Lord, truly worthy of being the king of the Beast Tide. Quickly regaining his composure, Mu Chin's mind raced. The boss's attributes were clearly dynamically adjusted based on the strength of players in the area. In Zone 0, where players were generally far stronger, this had resulted in the boss's terrifyingly high stats. Yet, despite this, a spark of determination ignited within Mu Chen. His heavenly healer skill might just turn the tide, and teaming up with Beigong Qianyin could bring about a decisive victory. Qianyin, let's unleash our skills together, Mu Chen said, his voice low but resolute as he glanced at the petite girl beside him. Got it. Beigong Qianyin nodded firmly, her youthful face set with determination. As soon as the words fell, a mysterious golden light enveloped Mu Chen, his presence instantly becoming sacred and imposing. At the same time, a golden phantom appeared beside him, its form unmistakably that of Beigong Qianyin. More phantoms began to materialize, 50, 200, until 1,000 shimmering figures hovered around him. Each phantom mirrored the appearance of a Zone 0 player, even including Qingling's likeness. The scene was nothing short of breathtaking. The sky seemed to be filled with these ethereal figures, radiating an awe-inspiring pressure that left everyone in stunned silence. What kind of skill is this? Unbelievable. Even my phantom's there. Of course it's powerful. This is Mu Chen we're talking about. Players murmured amongst themselves, their eyes filled with astonishment and anticipation. Those few who had witnessed Mu Chen's abilities before wore solemn expressions, a glint of understanding flashing in their eyes. This was Mu Chen's ultimate group skill, Dominator's Command, capable of summoning the strongest attacks from all subordinate players. Wasting no time, Mu Chen took a deep breath, activating the skill. His HP was instantly compressed to a single point. In the next moment, he raised his right hand high, and the phantoms around him began to charge their own abilities. Everyone, attack together, Xue Qianfeng shouted, raising his staff as radiant light burst forth from its tip. The other players quickly followed suit, lifting their weapons high. A kaleidoscope of skill effects surged like a tidal wave, transforming the battlefield into a dazzling sea of light. Mu Chen and Beigong Qianyin exchanged a glance, sharing a knowing smile. In unison, they extended their right hands and called out together, Heavenly Healer. The phantom of Beigong Qianyin mirrored their actions, and all the phantoms and players simultaneously unleashed their abilities. Countless streams of energy converged into a brilliant torrent, cascading toward the 100-eyed Tiger King and the horde of beasts behind it like a celestial river descending from the heavens. Whoosh, boom, crash. The battlefield erupted in an onslaught of light and sound. Explosions rocked the air, the sheer force uprooting trees and sending debris flying. Dust and smoke billowed. while fierce winds howled across the chaos, making players' cloaks whip wildly in the storm. All eyes were fixed on the front, breaths held, weapons gripped tightly. If the attack failed to clear the beasts, no one would hesitate to strike again. Seconds later, the system notification finally rang out. Congratulations! You have successfully survived the beast tide. Congratulations! You are ranked first on the battle merit board. Your quest Rise of the Human Emperor 2 is complete. You have earned 100,000 experience points and unlocked the next stage of the quest. Regional announcement. Zone 0 has successfully survived the first wave of the beast tide. Remaining player count, 1,000. As the mechanical voice echoed through the air, the players collectively exhaled in relief, the tension in their bodies slowly easing. Muchen lowered his gaze, a faint smile playing on his lips. Though the battlefield still smoldered with the aftermath of battle, the glow of victory had already warmed the hearts of everyone present. This new task for the Human Emperor is also related to the world boss? Muchen raised an eyebrow as he read the new quest. The task was titled, The Birth of the Human Emperor, and its brief description carried an imposing aura. Master of civilization, the ruler of all, the Emperor. It was labeled as a legendary quest, leaving no doubt about its difficulty. The requirement was to slay a world boss, and the rewards included 500,000 experience points and qualification for the final stage. The final stage? Huh? Mu Chan murmured, lightly rubbing his chin with his fingertips as his eyes narrowed in thought. Completing this quest would mean he would ascend to the title of Human Emperor. But what unique powers did the Human Emperor possess? And what did it symbolize in the world of Shunxi, the online game he was playing? Questions filled his mind, mingled with a glimmer of anticipation. After a brief pause, he opened the War Merit shop. A dazzling array of items appeared before him, with 3 golden tier items standing out prominently. Radiant Gold Crystal, priced at 1 billion War Merit points. It contains unknown substances and is one of the hardest materials in the Shenxi world. Claw of the End Dragon, priced at 1 billion War Merit points. A claw from the legendary End Dragon, capable of crafting top-tier weapons. Tear of the Goddess, priced at 1 billion War Merit points. A tear of an unnamed goddess, holding mysterious powers. Mu Chun froze at the sight of these astronomical numbers, his brow twitching in disbelief. He couldn't help but mutter under his breath, this has got to be designed to mess with people. He recalled that after painstakingly slaying a beast king, he had only earned 100 million War Merit points. At this rate of accumulation, obtaining even one golden tier item seemed utterly out of reach. However, instead of feeling disheartened, he began to carefully strategize. Lower tier materials were of no interest to him, they would eventually become obsolete. But these golden tier items were essential targets, especially since their descriptions hinted at extraordinary potential. They might even be the key to his future dominance. Just then, Beigong Qianin, standing nearby, noticed his expression and gently reminded him, Brother, I remember Sister Qingling mentioned that the War Merit points from the 2 Beast Tide events in our newbie area can be combined. While the points from this event aren't much, the second Beast Tide in half a month should yield a much larger amount. Hearing this, Mu Chen's eyes lit up. The 2 Beast Tide events in the newbie area, one of which had just concluded, offered a unique opportunity. The second event, set to occur in 2 weeks, would undoubtedly be more challenging, but would also grant significantly higher War Merit rewards. If he could merge the points from both events, there was a real chance of acquiring a golden ear item. After a moment of contemplation, Mu Chen sent a message to the guild channel. Everyone, transfer your War Merit points to me. I'm planning to save up all the points from both Beast Tide events to purchase a golden ear item. As soon as the message was sent, Xue Qianfeng was the first to voice his support. Great idea, guild leader. Golden tier items are the pinnacle of Shenki's treasures. Saving up for one will definitely strengthen our guild. Yin Linglong also nodded slightly, a faint smile curving her lips as she spoke with a relaxed tone. We don't have to worry about dying, and we can farm our own gear. Might as well hand over the War Merit points to the guild leader. With their endorsement, the guild members quickly rallied behind the plan. Guild leader, take my War Merit points. Yeah, these points are pretty useless for us individually. Better to pool them together. Since we won't lose anything from dying, giving the points to the guild leader is the smartest move. The guild channel buzzed with activity as members eagerly began transferring their points. Watching the steadily growing total, Mu Chun felt a surge of emotion. He silently vowed to himself, I will turn this trust into strength and secure that golden tier item. Not a single person refused. Every member handed over their War Merit points to him. For them, with the concept of the fourth calamity in play, there was no need to worry about their own safety. As a result, they weren't in a rush. They believed equipping themselves was less practical than focusing on weapons. Mu Chen didn't say much, but deep down, he felt a warm sense of camaraderie. He glanced around, noticing various pieces of equipment and materials scattered across the ground. Picking up a faintly glowing piece of metal, He tossed it in his hand a couple of times before addressing the group. Everyone, gather up these materials and equipment. As for the gear from the beast horde, they'll pass on it. Let's head out and find the world boss as soon as possible. Staying stuck at this level isn't ideal. Hearing this, the players immediately sprang into action, spreading out to collect the materials and equipment scattered across the ground. The scene quickly became bustling with activity. Only Mu Qian, Beigong Qianin, and a few core members remained in place, creating a relatively quiet atmosphere. Mu Qian glanced at the group, his expression turning serious as he spoke. "I'm planning to take on the world boss solo. You all should start your third advancement quest soon, right?" "That's right. The experience rewards for this quest are incredibly generous." Beigong Qianin nodded, her tone tinged with anticipation. "It's enough for all the senior members to begin their third advancement quests. Even some of the regular members might be able to start theirs." The others nodded in agreement. Beigong Qianin was the first to speak up. "Brother, my quest location is the Thousand Demons Cavern. I need to solo the boss inside. I'm heading to the Hundred Eyes Forest. My target is a Dark Knight." Yin Linglong chimed in. "Shui Qianfeng, also soloing a boss," Shui Qianfeng said softly. "Same here," Liang added in his usual calm tone. "Me too," Xiao Cheng followed suit. After each of them spoke, all eyes turned to Gu Chuan and Jiang Yinran. Jiang Yinran smiled slightly and said, "My task is a bit different. I need to enter a specific dungeon and complete a 5-star mission." After speaking, she glanced at Gu Chuan, clearly waiting for his response. Gu Chuan scratched his head, his smile turning a bit awkward. My quest requires me to find a boss called the Heartless Banshee and let her beat me up for an hour." For a moment, the atmosphere went completely silent. Then, expressions varied across the group. Some frowned, some couldn't hold back their laughter, and others outright burst into chuckles. "Wow, now that's a bizarre quest." Yin Linglong raised an eyebrow, her tone carrying a hint of teasing. "And a banshee? That's interesting." Mu Chun rubbed his chin thoughtfully, his gaze flickering with curiosity as he speculated. "You're not seriously thinking about making a move on the banshee, are you?" "Of course not." Gu Chuan instantly denied it, his tone firm, though his confidence wavered internally. He muttered to himself, "Come on, no one in Zone 0 even looks at me. What's wrong with trying my luck with a banshee?" Realizing head drifted off in thought, he quickly snapped back and noticed the amused expressions on everyone's faces. Hastily, he added with an awkward laugh, "Haha, I was just joking. Don't take it seriously." "Bullshit," Liang said bluntly, his tone flat but hitting the mark. "You're definitely thinking about it. But whatever, as long as you don't cause trouble for us. TCH, it's just a boss. What's the big deal?" Yin Linglong snorted lightly, her voice tinged with disdain. "If Gu Chuan really has the guts to make a move, let's see how far he gets. Honestly, those wild mobs are ugly enough. If he actually sees the boss, he might just wet himself out of fear." The group shared a round of laughter, brushing off the topic. As the laughter subsided, Mu Chen's expression turned serious again. "All right, let's focus. Our goal now is to complete the third advancement quests as quickly as possible. Let's aim to finish them all today." His words immediately brought a sense of urgency back to the group. After battling through the beast horde all night, dawn was breaking. But for these professionals, staying up all night was hardly an issue. At their current level, they could go a week without sleep with minimal impact. The only reason they maintained a semblance of normal sleep schedules was to preserve a sense of human routine. "They'll head out first, brother," Beigong Qianin said decisively, her tone crisp and efficient. "I need to get to my quest location as soon as possible and return before tonight." "All right, I'm heading out too," Mu Chen nodded calmly. With that, the group dispersed, each heading toward their respective quest locations. Their figures gradually vanished into the morning light. Around 10 a.m., after a long and arduous journey, Mu Chen finally approached the designated location of the world boss. He was now at level 40. While his heavenly healer skill might not deal percentage-based damage to the level 50 world boss, he remained unfazed. Though the significant gap in levels and attributes weakened the effectiveness of the healer's abilities, Mu Chun had a trump card up his sleeve: a true damage skill. With this skill, he could still inflict consistent damage on the boss. At this moment, his mana was sufficient to unleash the Dominator's command skill at full power once. Moreover, his Blood Burst skill could convert his health into mana, allowing him to cast it a second time. In other words, with each life, he could unleash Dominator's command twice. Thinking back to when he first stepped into this area after his second job advancement, Mu Chen felt like a completely different person now. His base attributes across all 4 dimensions had surpassed 600 points. With the percentage-based boost from the 1000 Transform Cube, his total attributes doubled to an impressive 1200 points. The power of Dominator's command was undeniable. Although the Heavenly Healer skill from Beigong Qianyan's Phantom was ineffective against the boss, the other Phantom's attacks could deal up to 15,000 damage. With 2 uses of Dominator's command per life, he could achieve a total of 30,000 damage. Considering the boss' 2 million health points, Mu Chun was confident that, with his all-out effort and the advantage of unlimited revives, he could finish the fight within an hour. Charge in and get it done. Mu Chun murmured with a faint smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. His strategy was straightforward. Leverage his ability to revive indefinitely, completely disregard the boss attacks, and focus solely on dealing damage, using sheer determination and persistence to claim victory. However, his thoughts were suddenly pulled back to the pressing issues of the real world. Foreign media had been relentlessly smearing transcendence, fabricating conspiracy theories about so-called genetic creations and weapons of slaughter. Ignorant citizens, incited by these claims, organized protests and demonstrations, pressuring their governments to eliminate transcendence. While governments outwardly appeared to align with public sentiment, Mu Chun knew it was all just empty rhetoric. The current international situation was limited to small-scale conflicts. No one dared to initiate a full-scale war, especially with the deterrence of Long's nuclear arsenal looming overhead. The most vocal nations, such as Sakura Country and West 8 Country, were merely puppets of the Bald Eagle Nation. But when it came to stepping up as the vanguard, none of them would risk it. Their territories were far too small to withstand even a few nuclear strikes, which could wipe them out entirely. In half a month, once the public beta launches, Blue Star will no longer be a world dominated by humans, Mu Chun muttered under his breath. Shaking his head, he dismissed these thoughts. He knew these matters were irrelevant to him for now. What truly mattered at this moment was the battle ahead. Before long, he arrived at the designated location of the world boss. Thanks to the activation of the teleportation portal mechanism by him and Liang earlier, the portal had remained open. Descending slowly, his figure flickered as he stepped into the portal. Everything went dark for a brief moment before his vision quickly cleared. Standing on a flat surface within an underground cavern, Mu Chun looked ahead at the colossal figure before him, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Finally, I'm here. Ancient Punishment Black Python World Boss Level 50, HP, 20000020000000, MP, 20000020000000, Attack, 10,000, Spirit, 10,000, Speed, 10,000, Defense, 10,000. Skills, Ancient Heaven's Body, Dark Punishment, Black Python Whip, Dark Poison Venom, Dark Death Ray, Serpent's Roar. Click for details. Feasible strategy, slowly wear it down. Mu Chun closed the Eye of Dominion and calmly set his resurrection coordinates. Wasting no time, he raised his hands slightly, channeling the power within him. A mysterious glow surrounded him, and soon, shadowy figures began to appear in the air around him. His aura surged to its peak in an instant. A blinding light pierced the darkness, jolting the slumbering boss awake. Its golden, slit-like eyes snapped open, scanning the area with a dangerous gleam. But as its gaze fell on Mu Chun, a hint of confusion flashed across its pupils. Deep within its memory, it distinctly recalled devouring this human. How was he now standing here, alive and well? The massive black python shifted its colossal body, attempting to shake off the puzzling thoughts. It had no interest in dwelling on such oddities. After all, when prey willingly delivered itself, there was no reason to refuse. Roar. A deafening roar echoed through the cavern. Although the sound resembled the bellow of a ferocious beast more than a snake's hiss, Mu Chun paid it no mind. A faint smile appeared on his lips as he waved his hand, triggering the power of the shadows around him. Command of Dominion. With his low command, the countless shadows moved in unison. In a split second, 2,000 streaks of skill light converged and struck the boss. Explosions erupted one after another, shattering its scales and exposing the bloody flesh beneath. Crimson blood gushed from the wounds, dripping down in streams. Not bad. Mu Chun observed the boss health bar drop by 35,000, just as he had anticipated. However, the boss had no intention of surrendering. Enraged by the pain, it fixed its icy golden gaze on Mu Chun, exuding an oppressive chill that would make anyone's blood run cold. Yet Mu Chun remained unfazed. Calmly, he manipulated his 1,000-change cube, suddenly directing a small piece to strike his own chest. Blood spurted from his mouth as Mu Chun's health instantly dropped to zero. His body collapsed lifelessly to the ground, resembling a corpse drained of vitality. The boss froze, its gaze locked on the bizarre scene before it. Never had it encountered prey that willingly chose to die. The sheer absurdity of the situation left it momentarily stunned. But only moments later, the truth became clear. A white glow enveloped Mu Chun's body, and in the blink of an eye, he stood back up, completely unharmed. His faintly smiling face sent an inexplicable chill down the boss' spine. Shall we continue? Mu Chun's voice was calm, his words simple. Without hesitation, he summoned the countless shadows once more. The mystical radiance returned, spreading across the battlefield. Time passed, and what felt like an endless tug-of-war dragged on for 50 minutes. Mu Qin died repeatedly, only to resurrect each time, while the boss health bar steadily dwindled under the relentless barrage of attacks. Finally, with one last blow from Mu Qin, the boss let out a piercing wail. Its massive body crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. It lay motionless, defeated. Congratulations! You have slain the world boss. You have gained 150,000 EXP in the Nightfall core. Your quest Birth of the Human Sovereign 3 is complete. You have gained 500,000 EXP and unlocked the next phase of the quest. Congratulations on completing your 5-star third advancement quest. You have successfully advanced to the third stage. Your level has increased to 41. Your level has increased to 43. Your level has increased to 48. You have acquired an exclusive skill. The life domain skill immediately caught Mu Qin's attention. Within this domain, he could teleport freely and even nullify any fatal attack, locking his health at just 1 point. Though it only lasted a minute and consumed 100 mana for every meter of range, the strategic value of this skill was undeniable. As for the Dominator's hand, its power spoke for itself. A massive golden hand could be summoned from the sky, dealing triple damage to both physical and magical stats. The initial hand was 3 meters long, consuming 1,000 mana, with an additional 1,000 mana required for every extra meter. This was a classic high-damage skill, capable of delivering an explosive burst of power. Mu Qin's grin widened, his eyes brimming with excitement. While the sheer dominance of the second skill was unquestionable, it was the first domain skill that thrilled him the most. Unlimited teleportation and the ability to lock his health at the brink of death were like having a surefire trump card in life or death scenarios. Though he was confident he wouldn't need the health locking feature, the skill gave him an undeniable sense of security. Feeling elated, he skillfully took out the God-eared treasure chest, eager for the surprises it might hold. In a low voice, he said, "Open the chest. Congratulations. You have obtained the White Dragon set blueprints." The system notification chimed. Blueprints for a set? Mu Qin was momentarily taken aback before lowering his gaze to examine the 5 blueprints in his hand. Each one detailed a different piece of the set: a robe, pants, gloves, boots, and a necklace. All 5 items were essential to complete the set. He unfolded one of the blueprints and examined it carefully. Name: White Dragon Feather Robe Blueprint. Type: Robe. Quality: Unique. Crafting requirements: White Dragon Scales Gold, Radiant Gold Crystal Gold, 1 drop of life spring water. Next, he picked up another blueprint. Name: Silver White Dragon Eye Necklace Blueprint. Type: Necklace. Quality: Unique. Crafting requirements: White Dragon Eye Gold, Goddess's Tear Gold, Silver White Essence Gold. Wow! As expected of unique equipment, Mu Qin couldn't help but exclaim after reviewing the details. Each material listed was extraordinarily rare. After a quick mental inventory, he realized he only knew the locations of the Radiant Gold Crystal and the Goddess's Tear. The rest were a complete mystery. Nevertheless, the value of this set was indisputable, giving him a clear goal for the future: collect the materials and forge the White Dragon set. He carefully tucked the blueprints away and headed toward the boss's corpse. At this point, the Zero Zone posed virtually no threat to him. All he had to do now was wait for half a month before heading to the Galaxy Continent. The thought of the Galaxy Continent made Mu Qin's eyes light up. He had once asked Qing Ling about it, and she had told him that the continent was home not only to humans but to various other races as well. What made it even more fascinating was its unique structure, resembling a towering spire with 100 distinct levels, each featuring different landscapes. Such a place was an adventurer's paradise. Pulling his thoughts back to the present, Mu Qin looked down at the loot left behind by the boss. The ground was littered with items, including a pile of coins totaling a staggering 50,000 gold. In addition to that, there were numerous materials like snake scales, snake bones, and snake fangs, all of which were purple tire items and undoubtedly valuable. A purple tire piece of equipment? His gaze was drawn to a faintly glowing item. He picked it up casually and found it to be a uniquely designed necklace. The pendant was a gemstone resembling a snake's eye, emitting an eerie light. It was a necklace adorned with a serpent's eye. Name: Ancient Serpent's Punishment. Type: Necklace. Quality: Purple. Superior gear. Requirement: None. Attributes: Increases user's mental power by 20. Mu Qin's gaze fell on the necklace in his hand, his brow arching slightly. Well, no equipment requirements, he murmured softly, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. This meant that even a mere level 1 player could wear this necklace. However, he quickly regained his composure, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Still, low-level players won't be able to unleash its true potential. After all, apart from Y-Tire gear, all other equipment attributes are percentage-based. High-level players can make far better use of such items. Without much hesitation, he put on the necklace and immediately felt a boost in his mental power. Not bad. This piece of gear will suffice for now, Mu Qin remarked. patting the necklace with satisfaction before turning his attention back to the other loot dropped by the boss. Before long, he fished out 4 blue-tier pieces of equipment from the pile of spoils. Blue-tier gear held little value for him at this point, so he unhesitatingly fed them to the 1,000 transforming cube. As the equipment neared the cube, a dazzling array of multicolored light erupted from within, like a radiant rainbow, swallowing the items completely. In mere moments, the cube finished absorbing the gear, and its glow became even more resplendent. The shimmering, flowing lights on its surface seemed almost alive, mesmerizing and dreamlike. Raising his hand, Mu Chun opened the cube's attribute panel. Name: 1,000 transforming cube. Type: versatile. Quality: superior blue. Growth item. Requirement: none. Attribute 1. Weapon can transform into 1,000 forms. Attribute 2. Increases user's 4 basic stats by 100. Attribute 3. Weapon can fully absorb enemy attacks to charge. Once fully charged 100, it can unleash a true damage attack. Attribute 7. None. Seeing the newly added attribute, Mu Chun nodded approvingly, a satisfied glint in his eyes. Absorbing enemy attacks to charge, this is an incredibly powerful defensive attribute, he commented softly. With both offense and defense combined, the 1,000 transforming cubes potential is truly unfathomable. This will undoubtedly be a major leap in my overall strength. After dealing with the equipment, Mu Chun opened his personal stats panel to review his current status. Name: Mu Chun. Title: Leader of the All Beings Guild. Level: 482180 000 EXP. Class: Life Sovereign Unique, 3rd Advancement. HP: 10,000,10,000. MP: 10,000,10,000. Attack: 1,000 Spirit, 1,000 Speed, 1,000 Defense, 1,000. Note: Base stats. Free stat points: 800. Skills: Life Seed exclusive, Sovereign's Eye exclusive, Sovereign's Command exclusive, Life Drain exclusive. Inventory: White Dragon Set Blueprint. Equipment: 1,000 Transforming Cube Blue. Growth item. Wealth: 62,000 gold. After the 3rd advancement, each level grants 50 points to all basic stats along with 100 free stat points. Mu Chun mused aloud, then distributed the 800 free stat points evenly across his 4 main attributes. Instantly, all 4 of his base stats surged to 1,200 points. Attack: 2,400, Spirit: 2,640, Speed: 2,400, Defense: 2,400. He exhaled lightly as he looked at the updated stats on the panel. A small, satisfied smile appeared on his face, breaking the 2,000 mark across the board just as I hoped. However, when his eyes landed on the experience bar, his brows furrowed slightly. Reaching level 49 required a staggering 180,000 EXP. This realization left him somewhat frustrated. The amount of experience needed to level up is getting ridiculous. I wonder if I can hit the 4th advancement before heading to the galactic continent. As he pondered this challenge, a crisp system notification suddenly echoed in his ears. The system notification echoed throughout the game world. Mu Chun looked up and murmured softly, "Qianyin has reached her 3rd advancement too." His gaze sharpened slightly, but soon, a faint smile appeared on his lips. Though he wasn't the first player to achieve the 3rd advancement, his name still proudly held the top spot on the leaderboard in this region. The first to complete the 3rd advancement was the notorious Butterman Gu Chuan, a prominent figure among the guild members. That guy had a stroke of luck. His 3rd advancement 5-star mission was relatively easy, which allowed him to claim the top spot early on. Mu Chun, on the other hand, was the 7th to reach the 3rd advancement. As for Bei Gong Qianyin, who had just advanced, she became the 8th. Although their progress in advancing was slightly slower, the massive amount of experience they had accumulated beforehand kept their positions on the leaderboard rock solid. Opening the leaderboard, Mu Chun casually glanced at the rankings. Level leaderboard. First, Mu Chun, level 48. Second, Bei Gong Qianyin, level 45. Third, Xue Qianfeng, level 44. Fourth, Yin Ling Long, level 44. Eighth, Gu Chuan, level 40. Still number 1, Mu Chun remarked with satisfaction, closing the leaderboard and stretching lazily. He then summoned his shifting cube, which transformed into a streak of light that enveloped his body as he flew toward the novice village. Along the way, he opened the regional chat channel and noticed the guild members enthusiastically mocking Gu Chuan. Regional channel. Wang Bin. TSK, Captain Gu, you've got to step up. How is it that you're the first to hit the 3rd advancement but sitting at 8th place on the leaderboard? Hua Weiwei. Exactly, Gu Chuan. This is just embarrassing. The channel was filled with relentless teasing aimed at Gu Chuan. After all, this guy had gone on a bragging spree in the regional channel when he achieved his 3rd advancement, acting all high and mighty with heaven is 2nd, earth is 3rd, and I'm 1st attitude. Now that he was ranked at the bottom, The others weren't about to let him live it down. Inside a wooden cabin in the novice village, Gu Chuan pursed his lips with a resigned expression. These people, seriously, can a guy show off a little? If young people don't show off, are they even young? He shrugged, deciding to change the subject before the ridicule got out of hand. Hua Weiwei, tell your brother I'm sorry, Gu Chuan casually typed, maintaining a nonchalant demeanor. Regional channel, Chao Yang. Her brother? You mean the one with legs wider and longer than most girls? Gu Chuan, yep. Last time I visited her house, I even swapped her brother's stockings with her sister-in-law's for fun. Chao Yang. Chao Yang fell silent after reading that. He was on good terms with Gu Chuan, but now a disturbing thought crept into his mind. The stockings he had used to brew tea last time, whose were they really? The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. Zhao Ming. Wait. Wasn't it Chao Yang who brewed tea with her sister-in-law's stockings? Could it be? As soon as Zhao Ming said this, the regional channel exploded with activity. Everyone became excited, eagerly discussing the matter. Even Mu Chen couldn't help but pause, his mouth twitching as he stared at the stream of messages. He suddenly realized his guild was full of weirdos, and most of the absurd antics could probably be traced back to Gu Chuan, the self-proclaimed butterman. Still, Mu Chen had to admit, he was now curious too. Were the stockings Chao Yang used for tea really Hua Weiwei's brothers? Regional channel. Chao Yang. Doesn't matter. With legs that gorgeous, it's fine even if they were his. Mu Chen. Hua Weiwei. Everyone else? The channel fell silent for a moment before erupting once more. The unanimous reaction was shock and disbelief. This guy was a total pervert. Did gender not matter to him? Was he channeling the spirit of some infamous deviant? Gu Chuan chimed in at the perfect moment. Calling everything gorgeous will only ruin you. He even added a dog face emoji to soften the blow. Not one to back down, Chao Yang retorted. Oh, and why did you ask Hua Weiwei to apologize to her brother? Gu Chuan sighed, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. Ah, sorry. I couldn't resist when I saw his legs. Chao Yang squinted his eyes, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly, as if trying hard to process the information in front of him. Mu Chen, on the other hand, sat deep in thought, his fingers lightly tapping the tabletop, seemingly pondering Gu Chuan's true intentions. Hua Weiwei, meanwhile, held her head in her hands, muttering under her breath, is this guy crazy? The rest of the group exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions a mixture of shock, doubt, and a hint of admiration. Unbelievable. Someone murmured in awe. Gu Chuan had just pitched an absolutely outrageous plan, leaving everyone unsure if he was joking or genuinely serious. After a brief silence, the chat channel erupted like a floodgate had opened. Shui Qianfeng, Mu Chen, President, I think we need to enforce some stricter rules. Otherwise, outsiders might really think we're some kind of villainous organization. Yin Linglong. I agree. Zhang Yinran. Aren't we villains though? Xiao Cheng. Ha ha ha, group fights and chaos sounds about right. I mean, we've never really been good guys, have we? Liang. Hey, speak for yourself. I'm a noble and righteous character. Xiao Cheng. Righteous? More like righteously evil. Huh? The banter left Shui Qianfeng and Yin Linglong momentarily speechless. On second thought, they had to admit most of the core members in their guild didn't exactly fit the mold of heroes. Meanwhile, Gu Chuan leaned back in his chair, a smug smile playing on his lips. He had casually thrown out an idea that suited his personality, and somehow, everyone bought into it. These people were way too easy to fool. Admiring his own cleverness, he made a mental note. If he ever found a partner, it would definitely not be a human. Sister Qingling had once said that interspecies relationships were generally harmonious, except for certain areas where racial tensions existed. When the time came, he was determined to find himself a coward beast girl. The thought brought a wistful smile to his face, but he quickly snapped back to reality, refocusing on the ongoing discussion in the chat. Just then, a message interrupted his thoughts. By you. Everyone. Something major just happened. The neighboring Bald Eagle has teamed up with 36 countries to conduct massive military exercises near Longwo's territorial waters. What's your take on this? The chat fell silent. Moments later, expressions of concern and unease began to surface among the group. Military exercises near Longwo? Someone repeated quietly, their voice tinged with apprehension. This was clearly no ordinary military maneuver. It was a deliberate show of force, likely aimed at them, the Transcendents. Otherwise, such a large-scale operation would make no sense. Mu Chen's brows furrowed deeply as he rubbed his chin in thought. He knew that with only half a month left until the official launch of the era of Transcendence, he hadn't planned to get involved in real-world affairs. But the Bald Eagle's actions were clearly calculated, potentially targeting the existence of Transcendents like them. Do they really think we're under Longwo's control? Mu Chen scoffed coldly, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. It seems the Bald Eagle is overplaying its hand this time. After a moment of contemplation, he sent a message to the chat. Mu-chun, what's our government's take on this? By you? Not sure, but I'd guess it's the same as before, business as usual. Mu-chun nodded slightly, considering his next move before issuing a swift command. Mu-chun, Zhang Yinran, reach out to the authorities and inform them that in half a month, all of humanity will be forcibly removed from Blue Star. They need to start preparing now. Zhang Yinran, understood. We'll make contact immediately. Zhang Yinran had previously worked for the government, giving her a credibility that would lend weight to their message. Mu-chun was confident that once the Longwu authorities grasped the gravity of the situation, they would take appropriate measures. The flurry of conversation in the chat gradually subsided, but a sense of unease lingered in everyone's hearts. A storm was brewing, and it promised to be far more complex than any of them had anticipated. Zhang Yanran's prior experience with the authorities added significant credibility to the Transcendence warnings. Mukin, if you want to join the fun, you can go along as well. Mukin smiled faintly but didn't respond. He simply stared at Zhang Yanran's last message in the regional channel for a moment before closing it. Meanwhile, Xiao Cheng and Gu Chuan, as if injected with adrenaline, exchanged an excited glance, their eyes gleaming with eagerness. How could they miss out on such a showy event? Without any hesitation, the two of them logged off alongside Zhang Yanran, disappearing from the channel. Mukin, however, remained motionless. The faint smile on his face faded as he opened his task panel. His gaze landed on a particular mission radiating a golden glow: the Human Emperor Quest. Quest, Birth of the Human Emperor. Description: the ruler of civilization, the sovereign of all. Quality, legendary note. Quest quality is ranked from lowest to highest as common, elite, hard, epic, legendary. Requirement: travel to the galactic continent and enter the Human Emperor Hall to complete the final trial. Reward: 1 million experience points. Human Emperor, title. Scanning the description, Mukin frowned slightly. The galactic continent was currently beyond his reach, making this quest impossible to complete in the short term. Looks like I'll have to wait another half a month, he murmured to himself, shaking his head before closing the panel. Since he couldn't make progress, he decided not to dwell on it and push the matter out of his mind. Blue Star, Dragon Nation, Xingho City, National Security Building, 10th floor. The atmosphere in the conference room was slightly tense. Minister Ling Baihai and Deputy Minister Zhang Xian were seated at the head of the table, their expression serious. Across from them sat three guests, none other than Zhang Yanran, Xiao Cheng, and Gu Chuan, all wearing the signature overcoats of extraordinary officers. The two national security leaders did not dare to show any negligence, as the insignias on these three individuals clearly indicated their exceptional status. Zhang Yanran calmly recounted the situation in detail. At the end, she offered a faint smile and said in an even tone, "Director Ling, Director Zhang, that's the gist of it." Ling Baihai and Zhang Xian exchanged a glance, both falling into silence. What Zhang Yinran had described was simply too mind-boggling. Half a month later, every person on Blue Star would be transported to a special place, never to return. The sheer magnitude of this information was overwhelming, making it difficult to assess its credibility. After a moment of contemplation, Ling Baihai spoke solemnly, "I will report this matter to the higher-ups immediately." His cautious tone reflected the gravity of the situation. Such an unprecedented event was clearly beyond his authority to decide. Zhang Xian nodded in agreement, evidently sharing the same view. Zhang Yanran and her companions had no objections, as they understood that only the Council of Elders could deliberate and reach a conclusion on such a matter. The tense atmosphere lingered until Xiao Cheng suddenly stood up, his tone relaxed. "In that case, leave the matter of the multinational military exercise to me." A confident smirk played on his lips, exuding self-assurance. Ling Baihai raised an eyebrow in slight surprise but ultimately nodded in agreement. "All right." Without further ado, Xiao Cheng retrieved a skill scroll from his storage space and tore it apart without hesitation. In an instant, the scroll dissolved into radiant particles that merged into his body. His feet lifted slightly off the ground, and to everyone's astonishment, he began to hover. Pushing open the window, his figure flashed and soared into the sky. Ling Baihai and Zhang Xian were left dumbfounded, while Gu Chuan and Zhang Yinran froze in place. "This guy can fly? Why didn't we know about this?" Gu Chuan finally snapped out of it, blurting out in disbelief before rushing to the window. Without a second thought, he leapt out, chasing after Xiao Cheng at full speed. Though fast, he still lagged behind Xiao Cheng by a considerable distance. Zhang Yinran remained where she was, her lips twitching slightly as a hint of exasperation flickered in her eyes. She had a sinking feeling that these two wouldn't handle the situation quietly. Time passed, and night fell. On this day, the global situation began to shift subtly. The White Eagle Nation, along with 36 other countries, launched a joint military exercise near the Dragon Nation's maritime borders. Among them, the Sakura Nation, the Thief Nation, and the Asen Nation were particularly enthusiastic, seemingly going all out in their participation. Meanwhile, The White Eagle Nation began live streaming the military exercise via satellite. The broadcast attracted a massive audience, with a constant stream of comments flooding the screen, creating a lively and chaotic scene. Damn it, the bald eagle is going too far. I swear, I just want to fight them. The online world was buzzing, flooded with discussions about the Dragon Nation's genetic warriors. Some jeered, some were furious, and others were envious. The citizens of the Bald Eagle Nation chanted slogans like, "Share the extraordinary power," while voices from Sakura country carried tones of smugness and provocation. Meanwhile, the mounting pressure from allied nations and the deployment of warships escalated the tension and excitement worldwide. Out on the open sea, a Dragon Nation cargo ship was intercepted, and the atmosphere on board was suffocatingly tense. Chen Juntian, the head of the Qin family from the imperial city, stood protectively in front of his daughter, Chen Xiao. His gaze was icy as he stared at the foreign soldiers ransacking the ship's cargo, but deep inside, he felt helpless. Behind him, his loyal bodyguards stood ready, but against fully armed soldiers, they had no choice but to endure in silence. Xiao, stay quiet. Don't let these guys notice you, Qin Juntian warned in a low voice, his expression full of vigilance. But they're being so unfair. Qin Xiao fumed, puffing up her cheeks. Clad in red, with her striking white hair, she looked like an angry Clara. Just moments ago, she had been chatting with her followers in a live stream, excited to return home only to encounter this unexpected disaster. Xiao, listen to me. Qin Juntian's tone was low, but carried an unmistakable authority. However, things did not go as he hoped. A voice from one of the Bald Eagle soldiers broke the tense silence. Oh my god! Look what we've got here! Qin Juntian whipped around, his heart sinking as he saw a black soldier staring greedily at Qin Xiao. Alarm bells rang in his mind, and sure enough, the soldier's attention quickly shifted to his daughter. Hey sir, let the young lady step forward. We need to conduct a body search, the black soldier said, his tone feigning righteousness, though his eyes betrayed his ill intentions. Without waiting for a response, he reached out to grab Qin Xiao. Let go of me. Qin Xiao struggled desperately, but her strength was no match for his brute force. Stop it! Qin Juntian roared, charging forward with his bodyguards. But they were outnumbered and quickly subdued by the armed soldiers. Meanwhile, chaos erupted in Qin Xiao's livestream chatroom. What the hell is that guy doing? Let her go. You bastards. Are you kidding me? What contraband could she possibly have? These war thugs are crossing the line. The Dragon Nation viewers were furious, their anger practically leaping off the screen. Yet, helpless behind their keyboards, they could do nothing but watch as Qin Xiao was dragged toward the depths of the ship. Her small figure seemed even more fragile under the soldier's grip. Trembling slightly, she bit her lip, her eyes filled with fear. Finally, she couldn't hold back and screamed, "Let me go! Let me go!" Her scream echoed through the cargo ship, momentarily stunning even the soldiers around her. Some exchanged mocking glances, smirking. But in the very next moment, those smirks froze on their faces. A golden light suddenly pierced through the sky. Everyone looked up, eyes wide with shock. A colossal golden statue began to rise, wielding a long blade and exuding an air of overwhelming authority. At the statue's core, a young man in flowing robes hovered in midair, looking down at the scene below. His gaze was cold and unyielding, like that of a deity descending upon the mortal world. Help me, Mr. Jing Yuan. Qin Xiao snapped out of her fear, looking up at the young man and shouting with all her strength. Her voice was filled with hope and desperation. Xiao Chong heard a rush of hurried footsteps approaching. He abruptly looked up, his gaze locking onto the figure of Qin Xiao. She was being dragged along by a burly soldier, stumbling with panic etched across her face. Xiao Cheng's eyes narrowed slightly as a foreboding feeling flashed through his mind. His expression turned icy, and a wave of killing intent surged within him like a raging tide. Swish, swish, swish. Golden light erupted from within him, blazing like the sun, instantly illuminating the surroundings. A towering golden deity materialized, its presence oppressive as a mountain. Around the deity, golden swords formed one after another, their edges sharp and menacing. With a mere thought, Xiao Cheng sent the swords streaking through the air like beams of light. Thud, thud, thud. On the Dragon Nation's merchant ship, the heavily armed soldiers didn't even have time to react before the golden swords pierced their hearts. Blood splattered everywhere as they collapsed lifelessly to the deck. In an instant, the ship's deck turned into a river of blood, the air thick with the pungent scent of iron. Yet Xiao Cheng did not stop. He raised the long blade in his hand, the cold glint of the blade sending chills down one's spine. In a low voice, he uttered a few words. Divine power, heed my command, strike. No mercy. Boom. The golden deity swung its massive blade, the arc of its slash ripping through the heavens. A thunderous roar echoed as an overwhelming surge of blade energy erupted like a raging tsunami, engulfing the warships ahead. In mere moments, waves churned violently, and towering waterspouts rose as the warships were torn apart like fragile paper. Debris scattered, sinking into the sea. From afar, onlookers were left utterly stunned by the sight. The live broadcast showed the fleet crumbling like a stack of toy blocks, wreckage floating on the water amidst a scene of utter devastation. Just one strike. An entire fleet of over 1,000 warships, obliterated. Foreign viewers held their breath, their minds blank as if their souls had been stripped away. They began to realize that if such power were unleashed upon their own nations, no army could stand against it. Fear spread like an invisible net, tightly gripping every heart. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Nation's live-streaming chatroom, the comments exploded in a frenzy. Holy crap! Is this what a transcendent is? So strong. General Jingyuan is the GOAT. This is straight out of mythology. Incredible. Wait, who's Jingyuan? A character from Honkai? Xiao plays that game too? LOL. Amid the fervent cheers, the people of the Dragon Nation were filled with pride and exhilaration. At the same time, a certain well-known entrepreneur, Xiao, was so excited he nearly jumped out of his chair. His eyes were glued to the screen, and he could hardly contain himself. Nothing could boost brand recognition like the power of a transcendent. On the other hand, high-ranking officials from various nations, watching the satellite broadcast, wore grim expressions. A heavy sense of dread loomed over them. The existence of transcendence posed a threat they could no longer ignore. What was even more alarming was that the Dragon Nation reportedly had nearly 1,000 such individuals. Chong sheathed his blade as the golden deity faded into nothingness. His face was slightly pale, a clear sign of the energy he had expended. Without hesitation, he turned and left, his steps firm and swift. He needed to find a secluded spot to recover his energy. His mana bar was dangerously low. Chun Xiao stood rooted in place, watching his retreating figure with flushed cheeks. Her clear, bright eyes glimmered with admiration. This power, this composurite had left an indelible mark on her heart. Nearby, Qin Zhantian, who had just managed to scramble to his feet, noticed her expression and frowned slightly. As an experienced father, he could immediately tell what his daughter was thinking. But the issue was, how could ordinary people ever hope to gain such extraordinary power? Even the Dragon Nation's authorities had no grasp of the methods involved. Qin Zhantian sighed and shook his head. Pulling out his phone, he called home to let them know he was safe, deciding not to dwell on such far-fetched matters. With the incident resolved, half an hour later, in the Divine Awakening online game, Beta Test Zone 0, inside the First Village's mayor's villa, Mu Chun and several guild leaders were gathered around the dining table, enjoying a lively meal. Gu Chuan stared at Xiao with a pout, his tone dripping with mock resentment. You moved way too fast. I didn't even get a chance to make my entrance, and you went ahead and solved everything. Seriously? Xiao, still focused on his food, didn't even bother looking up. His tone was calm and indifferent. You can't fly. Is that my fault? The group burst into laughter, ignoring the playful bickering of these two clowns. Yen Linglong furrowed her brows slightly, her gaze sweeping over the dishes on the table. After a moment of thought, she said, the Dragon Nation will enter full combat readiness tomorrow. Do you think those foreign leaders might come after us for revenge? Her voice was soft, yet carried an almost imperceptible heaviness. Beigong Qianin, however, seemed unfazed. She tilted her head and put on an innocent expression, her sweet and playful tone carrying a hint of mischief. No way, they wouldn't dare. Her relaxed demeanor made it seem like there was nothing to worry about. Zhang Yanran, on the other hand, wasn't so optimistic. She gently rubbed her chin with her fingertips, her brows furrowed in deep thought. We can't be so sure. What if foreign citizens protest under pressure? At that point, the leaders of those countries might find it hard to pretend nothing happened. Mu Chen listened to their discussion with a faint smile playing on his lips. He picked up a piece of meat and placed it in Beigong Qianin's bowl. His tone was calm, yet carried an undercurrent of meaning. The essence of living beings is reverence for strength. When faced with the strong, they don't ask why they use force, but instead question the weak for not resisting. These transcendents are no longer weak. The leaders of those nations will have no choice but to swallow their grievances. Mu Chen's words struck like a hammer, shattering the doubts lingering in everyone's hearts. They exchanged smiles and nodded in unison. Since that was the case, there was no need for them to worry further. The atmosphere gradually lightened, and the group resumed eating and chatting, returning to their usual calm. Time flew by, and half a month passed in the blink of an eye. At 5 p.m., the soft glow of the setting sun bathed the open field outside the novice village. Mu Chun stood quietly at the village entrance, gazing into the distance, waiting for the imminent beast horde. Over the past weeks, his level had steadily climbed, and he had now reached level 58, just a step away from unlocking the 4th-tier advancement quest at level 60. He was confident that after this beast horde, he could finally begin the quest. Not only that, but his guild had also upgraded to level 3 during this time, providing a 30 experience boost. Though the past fortnight had been uneventful, just grinding levels day after day, Qingling had brought some exciting news. Beta players who successfully survived this beast horde would see their class levels progress. Rare class players will advance to hidden classes, while hidden class players will have a chance to become unique class players. Qingling had announced with conviction, her tone brimming with excitement. However, she had no concrete information about what lay beyond the unique class. Still, I'm sure it won't disappoint the beta players, she had added as a final note. Mu Chun was filled with anticipation. For him, the unique class was already the pinnacle he could currently reach. So what would come next? He couldn't suppress his curiosity and opened his personal stats panel. Name, Mu Chun. Guild. President of All Beings Guild. Level, 581312200000 XP. Class, Life Sovereign Unique, Tier 3. HP, 19,000,190,000. MP, 20,000,200,000. Attack, 2000. Spirit, 2000. Speed, 1900. Defense, 1900. Note, pure attributes. Skills, Life Seed exclusive, Sovereign's Eye exclusive, Sovereign's Command exclusive, Life Drain exclusive, Life Domain exclusive, Sovereign's Hand exclusive. Items, White Dragon Set Blueprint. Equipment, Ever-Changing Cube Blue, Growth Type. Wealth, 11,000 gold. The stats remained consistent with no significant changes, but a sense of expectation stirred within Mu Chun. Just then, Beigong Chinin's voice broke the silence. Brother, what do you think our classes would look like if they really change? Her tone was filled with curiosity, and her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Mu Chun glanced back at her, shook his head gently, and replied with a smile, I have no idea. Before his words had fully settled, a system notification suddenly rang out, shattering the tranquility of the novice village. Regional announcement. The final beast horde of Zone 0 has arrived. During the beast horde phase, safe zones will be disabled, and monsters will invade the novice village, wreaking havoc and slaughtering players. This beast horde will consist of 10 waves, with the Beast King arriving in the 10th wave. Battle merit points will be awarded based on performance during the beast horde. These points can be exchanged for items in the battle merit store. Finally, it begins. Mu Chun stretched his limbs and gazed into the distance. Standing at the front line, Mu Chun clenched his fist slightly, the faint sound of cracking joints echoing through the air. His sharp gaze fixed on the horizon, where a dark, surging tide of beasts rolled forward. Dust filled the sky, blotting out the sun, as the overwhelming force of the oncoming horde resembled a torrential flood, suffocating in its intensity. This time, the beast tide felt even more oppressive than before. Every single creature in the horde was at least level 30, a well-orchestrated disaster waiting to unfold. These little guys don't even get the blood pumping, Mu Chun muttered with a slight frown, his eyes sweeping over the fully prepared team behind him. Everyone in the group had already completed their 3rd class advancement, making these low-level beasts hardly a challenge. Still, he knew all too well this was just the appetizer. The real threats would come later, stronger and more relentless. Turning to Yin Linglong, he spoke in a steady tone. Linglong, take the team and clear out this beast tide. Yin Linglong responded immediately, her voice firm. She sat atop her majestic sky griffin, clad in light armor with a military-style cloak draped over her shoulders. Her commanding presence was like that of a general on the battlefield, drawing admiration from all around. Nodding slightly, she drew her spear, her crimson lips parting as her voice rang like thunder. Knights, charge with me. Roar. The sky griffins let out earth-shaking cries as they spread their wings. Yin Linglong led the charge, a streak of red lightning streaking toward the beast tide. Behind her, countless mounted knights followed in formation, their ranks sharp and precise, like a blade poised to pierce through the enemy lines. Boom. The two forces collided in an instant, the deafening sound reverberating across the battlefield. The cavalry tore through the beast tide like a hot knife through butter, blood spraying in all directions. The scene was both brutal and awe-inspiring. Spears clashed with claws, swords met fangs, and amidst the anguished cries of the beasts, the knights became an unstoppable force, grinding the tide to dust. Kill! The knights shouted in unison, their coordination flawless. Their higher levels gave them a decisive edge, allowing them to cut through the beast tide like wolves among sheep. Despite the sheer number of beasts, they proved no match for this elite cavalry unit, reduced to nothing more than lambs for the slaughter. As time passed, the first wave of the beast tide was swiftly and thoroughly eliminated. Mu Chun raised his right hand high, signaling for the rest of the team to assemble. His motion was like a command. and the other players quickly drew their weapons, charging onto the battlefield with renewed vigor. For the guild master, fight! Demacia! Battle cries thundered across the field as the players surged forward like an unstoppable torrent. Only Yinling Long and the guild's core leadership remained by Mu Chen's side, observing the unfolding chaos with calm composure. Mu Chen cast a glance at his companions, his gaze eventually resting on Jiang Yinran. He asked, "How much gold do we have left in the treasury?" Jiang Yinran thought for a moment before replying, "Guildmaster, we're running low on funds. Most of it was spent on upgrading the guild. We've got just over 50,000 left." 50,000. Mu Chun rubbed his temples, a trace of weariness crossing his face. After a brief moment of silence, his expression steeled with resolve. "Looks like we'll need to find ways to earn more gold soon. Having a stable base is more important than anything else." The galactic continent, with its structured order and diverse races, was undoubtedly a more suitable place for their guild's development compared to the zero-zone beta test. Clearing his thoughts, Mu Chen refocused on the players fighting ahead. 3 hours later, the beast tide had advanced to its fifth wave. By this point, the creatures had reached level 45 and above, providing players with abundant experience rewards. The battlefield was a cacophony of shouts and clashes, the air thick with the heat of battle. Another 3 hours passed, and the seventh wave of the beast tide emerged. The monsters were now predominantly level 52, their strength significantly increased. Mu Chun took out his shape-shifting cube, stepping forward with steady determination. "Let's go. It's time for us to join the fight and finish this quickly." "Got it." The others responded, drawing their weapons and following closely behind him. The addition of the core leadership team was like injecting adrenaline into the battle. The pace of the fight picked up dramatically. Within just 1 hour, the seventh wave of the beast tide was completely eradicated. Shortly after, the eighth wave fell in quick succession. Before long, the eighth wave of monsters was cleared. "Congratulations on reaching level 59. Mu Chen's eyebrows slightly arched, a trace of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. He quickly glanced at his status panel, calculating in his mind, "Level 59 if I clear the next 2 waves of monsters. Breaking through to level 60 shouldn't be a problem." His gaze swept across the battlefield, still thick with the stench of blood. The remains of the 8th wave of monsters were scattered all around, most of them formidable creatures at level 60. The 9th and 10th waves of monsters definitely won't be below this level, Mu Chen thought resolutely. Without hesitation, he activated his flight ability, shooting forward like an arrow toward the incoming 9th wave. Time flew by as the battlefield erupted in a storm of clashing blades and surging energy. One by one, Mu Chen cut down the monsters of the 9th wave, their bodies disintegrating into experience points that flowed into his panel. Standing tall in the center of the battlefield, his long blade pointing to the ground, his deep gaze fixed on the horizon. Suddenly, his pupils contracted. In the distant sky, a massive white dragon emerged, its wings spread wide, casting an enormous shadow over the land. Its sheer presence exuded a pressure as heavy as a mountain. "A Western dragon?" Mu Chen muttered, a flicker of fighting spirit igniting in his eyes. This dragon was undoubtedly the Beast King of the Monster Tide's final wave. Its arrival sent a ripple of shock through the players on the battlefield. Just one monster? A Western lizard? It looks tough. Its defense might be impenetrable. The players murmured among themselves, their voices tinged with apprehension. After all, the 10th wave consisted of only this single creature, yet its aura was suffocating. The system announcement echoed. "Scanning current player status in the area, scan complete. Beast King attributes enhanced." Moments later, the dragon's stats appeared before everyone. Level 80. HP 10,000,000,000,000,000,000,000. MP 10,000,000,000,000,000,000,000. Attack 200,000. Spirit 200,000. Speed 200,000. Defense 200,000. Skills: White Dragon Roar, Dragon's Breath, Beast King's Dominance, White Dragon Howl. Level 80? Mu Chen's mouth twitched as his mind raced. These stats are insane. Healing skills are useless here. Looks like brute force is the only option. The dragon flapped its massive wings, descending above the players, its colossal figure enveloping the battlefield in darkness. Its piercing blue eyes scanned the crowd below with an icy gaze, as if declaring its unquestionable supremacy. Roar! A deafening roar tore through the air, shaking the earth and sending sound waves crashing into the players. Many instinctively covered their ears, but instead of fear, their faces carried a mix of bewilderment and amusement. "What's with this guy? Feels like it's trying too hard to show off," someone muttered. "Yeah, no attacks, just roaring. What? Does it think we'll be scared?" Another player scoffed. "Xiao Chong snorted coldly, a towering spirit figure rising behind him. Thunder cracked as dark clouds churned above, golden lightning snaking through the sky in dazzling arcs. Gripping his long sword tightly, he swung it down with force. The spirit figure mirrored his movements, unleashing a massive golden blade of energy aimed directly at the dragon's neck. Boom! The battlefield exploded with light as the dragon's neck was engulfed in lightning. The scene was breathtaking, but as the light faded, everyone froze. A damage number appeared minuscule. The battlefield fell silent, the players' expressions growing increasingly grim. Xiao Cheng's strength was unquestionable, yet even he couldn't pierce the dragon's defenses. This meant that regular attacks were useless, only percentage-based, or true damage could make a difference. It seems only Mu Chun, Beigong Qianin, and Liang stand a chance against this boss, someone murmured. At that moment, a light chuckle broke the silence. Heh, looks like it's time to show you all my true power. Everyone turned to see a young man. It was Bai Yu, the village's top blacksmith. With a confident smirk, he exuded an air of self-assurance. The crowd looked puzzled, and Gu Chuan stepped forward to ask, Bai Yu, what are you up to? Bai Yu let out a light snort, pulling a circular device from his pocket with his right hand and 2 cards with his left. The cards bore the portraits of Liang and Xiao Chong. This unexpected scene left many players wide-eyed. Wait, that device looks familiar, someone gasped. A sly grin spread across Bai Yu's face as he pressed a button on the device, which began to glow brightly. He inserted Liang's card into it and spoke softly, Liang, my esteemed senior. A deep, mechanical male voice resonated from the circular device, announcing the completion of the skill upload. Liang, skill upload complete. Bai Yu's face remained calm, but his eyes sparkled with excitement. He inserted Xiao Cheng's card into the device once more, and the mechanical voice rang out again. Senior Xiao Cheng. Xiao Cheng. Skill upload complete. The moment the voice faded, Bai Yu suddenly stood upright, striking a pose so exaggerated it rivaled that of an anime protagonist. He raised the circular device high above his head, his voice firm and resolute. I ask you both to lend me your strength. Immediately, the device emitted a series of mechanical beeps, as if performing some sort of complex fusion process. Liang, Xiao Cheng, cards uploaded, fusion upgrade in progress. Fusion complete. At the sound of the last announcement, all eyes turned to Bai Yu, focusing on the faint, rising silhouette behind him. A hush fell over the group until someone couldn't hold back and muttered under their breath, What the hell? Isn't that Orb Ultraman? Are you some kind of debt king? The atmosphere turned bizarre in an instant, especially with that final phrase, Ongqing form, leaving everyone utterly baffled. As the skill holders being utilized, Liang and Xiao Cheng exchanged a look, their expressions equally complicated. Their minds drifted back to when Bai Yu handed them the cards, casually explaining, These are skill storage cards, used to store skills. Now it seemed the skills were indeed stored, but this whole fusion upgrade business was well beyond anything they had anticipated. Are you seriously a blacksmith? Liang couldn't help but complain. Bai Yu, unfazed, flashed a cheeky grin, casually running a hand through his hair. He turned to Gu Chuan, striking a smug, self-absorbed pose. Gu, be honesto, I look cool, or what? Gu Chuan blinked, momentarily stunned, then nodded. You look cool. But he hesitated, his gaze shifting to Bai Yu with a peculiar expression. Why is your health bar constantly dropping? Only then did everyone notice that Bai Yu's health bar was indeed depleting at a visible rate. Bai Yu shrugged nonchalantly, explaining, Oh, that's because my class is just a rare one. Using a hidden class skill card is too much for my body to handle. Plus, this device is only of blue-tier quality, so my health just keeps draining. Without waiting for a response, he took a step forward, his hands assuming a downward slashing stance. He shouted boldly, With divine might, I command judgment, no mercy. As his voice echoed, a golden lightning bolt descended from the heavens, striking the boss with a deafening crash. The boss let out a thunderous roar that seemed to shatter the air itself. Its massive body plummeted from midair, leaving a colossal crater upon impact. A string of damage numbers floated above the boss, a clear indication of the substantial hit it had taken. However, at the same time, Bai Yu's health bar hit 0, and he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. A few seconds later, he respawned at the revival point, his eyes locked onto the boss with an intense, fiery gaze. His face lit up with exhilaration. Damn, it actually worked. It was clear he was immensely proud of the overwhelming damage his blacksmith class had managed to inflict. Wasting no time, he pulled out the circular device and 2 more cards, his movements as practiced as a seasoned gamer. Senior Xue Qianfeng, skill upload. Senior Liang, skill upload. Once again, he raised the device high, his voice brimming with dramatic, over-the-top enthusiasm. I ask you both to lend me your strength. The mechanical voice chimed in yet again. Xue Qianfeng, Liang, cards uploaded, fusion upgrade in progress. Fusion complete. The group couldn't help but twitch at the alto familiar sequence of events, their emotions a mix of exasperation and disbelief. What had been a tense and serious battle had now devolved into what felt more like a theatrical display of adolescent fantasy. Even the Beast King, standing off to the side, seemed to wear an expression of sheer bewilderment. As a dragon, even in its youth, the Beast King possessed significant intelligence. Watching Bayu's antics, it found itself at a loss for words. Only one thought lingered in its mind. This guy sure knows how to borrow power, and frequently too. Boom. A sudden wave of icy wind and snow engulfed the Beast King, its frigid force enveloping the creature. Yet the Beast King merely shook itself off, as though someone had given it a light slap, utterly unfazed. Meanwhile, Bayu respawned once more, his eyes gleaming with exhilaration, as if his previous failure had only fueled his determination for an even more spectacular attempt. Without further hesitation, the Beast Emperor let out a thunderous roar, its voice crashing through the air like a raging storm, shaking the very atmosphere. In an instant, a silver-white breath burst forth like a tempest, sweeping across the battlefield. Wherever it passed, players fell like wheat before a scythe, their forms disintegrating into fragments of data. The scene descended into an eerie silence, save for the relentless, devouring chill that lingered in the air. Seeing this, Mu Chen's eyes sharpened as he leapt into the sky with a swift motion. Raising his right hand, golden light surged from his palm, and a colossal golden hand materialized slowly from the heavens, as if it were the divine hand of a god piercing through the skies. Hand of Dominion, he murmured with commanding intensity. The giant hand radiated an overwhelming brilliance, its 5 fingers outstretching and transforming into multiple massive palms that descended with earth-shattering force, striking the Beast Emperor mercilessly. Boom! The moment the giant hand struck, the ground quaked, and clouds of dust erupted into the air. The Beast Emperor let out an enraged roar as its massive body was forcefully pushed back a meter. Scales shattered, and blood splattered in all directions. Yet, despite the devastating impact, it seemed the attack had failed to inflict any significant damage to its core. Roar! The Beast Emperor lashed its tail furiously, the sheer force tearing rifts into the surrounding air. The freshly resurrected players, however, were not deterred by the display of power. Instead, their eyes lit up with excitement. As expected of our leader, that skill was incredible. Forget the Heavenly Emperor, this is the hand of the heavens itself. Unbelievable damage, over 8,000. And that wasn't even his ultimate. If he uses it, it'll be godlike. Amid the chatter, more players sprang into action. Though their attacks couldn't truly harm the Beast Emperor, they worked tirelessly to disrupt its movements, buying Mu Chen precious time to launch further attacks. Surveying the battlefield from above, Mu Chen frowned slightly as he noted the damage dealt by the Hand of Dominion. Still not as strong as Command of Dominion, he thought to himself, weighing his options. After all, the Command of Dominion was an ultimate skill, and he wasn't ready to use it just yet. Brother, I'm here. A crisp voice rang out as Bei Gong Qianin appeared beside Mu Chen in a flash. Not far behind, Liang surged forward from the opposite side. Leader, count me in. The 3 of them stood shoulder to shoulder, launching a coordinated assault against the Beast Emperor. Although Bei Gong Qianin and Liang's attacks weren't as devastating as Mu Chen's, their cooperation began to show results as the Beast Emperor's health visibly started to decline. But the Beast Emperor wasn't about to bow down so easily. It roared furiously, swinging its tail and slashing with its claws, sending slicing wind blades in every direction. Its relentless barrage of skills left another wave of players falling, plunging the battlefield into chaos once more. Freshly revived, Bayu gripped the circular device in his hand, preparing to rejoin the fight. Just as he was about to act, Xiao Chong intercepted him. Bayu, give me the device and the cards. Your damage output is too low. I'll handle the attacks, Xiao Chong said decisively, his hand already reaching for the items. As a hidden class player, he was confident his damage potential far exceeded that of Bayu's rare class abilities. To him, it was a waste not to maximize the device's potential. Bayu hesitated briefly before nodding. All right. Handing over the device and the cards, he added. Each card can only be used once, and Liang has 10 more. Coordinate with the others to make the most of them. Got it. Xiao Chong accepted the items and quickly selected 2 cards. Holding the circular device high, he shouted, Xiao Chong, skill input. Liang, skill input. As the 2 cards were activated, the device began to emit a blinding light, accompanied by a mechanical voice. Xiao Chong, Liang, cards inputted, fusion upgrading. Hearing the announcement, Bayu couldn't help but laugh. Haha, Xiao Chong, what's with the double syllables? Are you sure this isn't a joke? Xiao Cheng's face twitched slightly with embarrassment, but he quickly refocused, his eyes locked on the device's transformation. As the light gradually faded, a towering spirit radiating an overwhelming aura appeared behind him, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. However, as both Bai Yu and Xiao Cheng turned to fully take in the sight of the spirit behind him, their expressions froze in utter disbelief. The appearance of the giant spirit had changed. It now had 2 heads and 4 arms, each hand wielding a massive golden blade. Its imposing and majestic presence inspired awe and reverence in all who beheld it. The sacred aura emanating from the golden colossus enveloped the surroundings, filling the air with a solemn atmosphere. Xiao Cheng stood nearby, his gaze fixed on the giant spirit's glowing golden eyes. A faint smile crept across his lips as he clenched his fist lightly, unable to suppress the surge of excitement in his chest. "Not bad at all," he murmured, his voice brimming with joy. Though he didn't fully understand why the inserted card had caused such a drastic transformation in the giant spirit, the result was undeniably satisfying. The giant spirit now exuded an extraordinary aura, with 2 additional arms each wielding a golden blade, appearing like a deity descended from the heavens. Xiao Cheng's mind conjured vivid images of the giant spirit slashing through enemies with its dual blades, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of smug satisfaction. If this goes up against the Beast Emperor, it'll definitely pack a punch, he thought. With that thought in mind, his gaze sharpened, and with a mere thought, the giant spirit transformed into a streak of golden light and merged into his body. Wasting no time, Xiao Cheng's figure flickered as he swiftly followed Mu Qian and the others toward the battlefield where the Beast Emperor awaited. Time passed quickly, and the battle reached a stalemate. The Beast Emperor's deafening roars shook the air, but its aura was gradually weakening. It had come to realize that these players were like unyielding cockroaches, using their endless revivals to relentlessly assault it. With each attack, its health dwindled further and further. A flicker of despair flashed in the Beast Emperor's massive eyes, but it quickly shook its head, suppressing the thought. Escape? That was impossible. The constant harassment from the players left it no chance to flee, forcing it to continue fighting with gritted teeth. However, deep down, it knew that if this continued, it would eventually be worn down to its demise. After what felt like an eternity, the Beast Emperor let out an anguished roar before its colossal body crashed to the ground, its health bar depleting to 0. With its fall, a large number of equipment and materials scattered across the battlefield. The system's notification echoed. Regional announcement. Zone 0 has successfully survived the final beast tide. Current remaining player count, 1,000. The portal is opening, connecting to the Milky Way continent. Cheers erupted from the players as the notification rang out. Before them, the air distorted, and a massive portal slowly took shape, emanating a faint, otherworldly glow. The system continued. Connection established. Players may now use the portal to travel to the Milky Way continent. The current beta testing phase has officially concluded. Congratulations to all Blue Star beta players, you have been awarded 1 career advancement stone. A luminous white stone appeared in each player's hand, and the crowd was ecstatic. However, Mu Qian and Bei Gong Chinin froze in place, their eyes locked on the items in their hands. The system's voice rang out again. Unique class detected. You have been awarded 2 divine crystals. Mu Qian glanced down at his right hand, where 2 diamond-shaped crystals radiating divine brilliance rested. His heart surged with waves of astonishment. Divine crystals? He murmured, his eyes reflecting disbelief. The system elaborated. Divine crystals are unique class advancement materials. Collect 5 to elevate your class to a god-level profession. As Mu Qian was still processing this revelation, another system notification arrived. Ding. Unique class detected with divine crystals obtained. Mythic quest Path to True Divinity initiated. Path to True Divinity? Mu Qian held his breath as he carefully examined the quest details. Mortal beings can ascend to divinity. Quest quality. Mythic. Requirements. God-level profession 01. Ninth rebirth level 200-01. Blank divine core 01. Staring at the 3 objectives, Mu Qian fell into deep thought. A god-level profession required 5 divine crystals. Ninth rebirth level 200 wouldn't be an issue for him, as the unique mechanics of the 4th calamity allowed for rapid leveling. However, the real challenge lay in obtaining the blank divine core. Blank divine core. Mu Qian muttered to himself, his fingers lightly tracing the surface of the crystals. He quickly grasped the key to the puzzle. Divine cores possessed numerous traits, and in order to ensure a perfect match, the core needed to be blank. Only then could he, upon ascending to godhood, nurture a divine core that aligned entirely with his own laws and principles. The road ahead is long, Mu Qian murmured as he gazed into the distance, his tone tinged with a trace of emotion. He hadn't even reached level 100 yet, and the path to divinity was clearly going to be a long journey. But he quickly pushed aside his thoughts, the corner of his lips curling into a faint smile as determination filled his eyes. One step at a Timino rush. At that moment, the system notification chimed again. You have reached the maximum level and need to undergo the 4th job advancement awakening to break through the current limit. Please select the difficulty level for your advancement. Mu Chen's gaze fell on the system notification in front of him, and a faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips. He had already reached level 60, naturally triggering the 4th job advancement quest. Without the slightest hesitation, he selected the 5-star difficulty. 4th job advancement quest activated. Difficulty, 5 stars. The system's voice was cold and mechanical, yet it ignited a surge of fighting spirit within Mu Chen. However, before he could fully grasp the details of the quest, another system notification followed promptly. You are currently on the final stage of the Human Emperor quest. Complete the quest as soon as possible to claim the title of Human Emperor. A 5-star job advancement quest, is this straightforward? Mu Chen raised an eyebrow, though he remained cautious. He knew all too well that seemingly simple tasks often concealed hidden dangers. Becoming the Human Emperor to advance his profession? It definitely wouldn't be that easy. It seems the final stage of the Human Emperor quest is the real challenge, Mu Chen murmured, his eyes reflecting deep contemplation. Just then, a soft voice broke his train of thought. Beigong Qianin, standing nearby, suddenly spoke up. Big brother, I just unlocked the Path of True Divinity quest. Mu Chen turned to her, his gaze falling on the 2 divine crystals she held in her hands. He immediately understood. As a unique class holder, her profession couldn't be directly upgraded, but instead granted these rare divine crystals. He reached out, gently placing his hand on Beigong Qianin's small head, and smiled warmly. That's great. Don't worry. One day we'll both ascend to godhood. Ma'am. The young girl nodded enthusiastically, her movements resembling a little chick pecking at grains. She then extended her hands, offering the divine crystals to Mu Chen with an earnest and expectant look. Big brother, these 2 divine crystals are for you. Mu Chen was taken aback, but quickly realized her intentions. He chuckled softly, his tone filled with affection. Qianin, you don't have to worry about me. I'll eventually get my own divine crystals. These belong to you, keep them safe. As her older brother, accepting his little sister's treasures would feel far too selfish. Besides, his current level was still relatively low, and without any clues to an empty divine core, he had no immediate use for the crystals. But Beigong Qianin shook her head firmly and took a step closer, wrapping her arms around his waist. Her soft, sweet voice carried a tone of determination. Big brother, you must take them. If your profession advances to a godtier class, your strength will improve dramatically. You need these more than I do. Her logic was simple and straightforward. Help her brother grow stronger first, and everything else would follow. After all, if Mu Chen became a godtier class holder, any future divine crystals he obtained would undoubtedly be shared with her. Why wait when she could help him now? Hearing her heartfelt words, Mu Chen felt a warmth spread through his chest. He couldn't help but think, this little one truly deserves all the care I've given her. Though they weren't related by blood, their bond as siblings was far deeper than most familial ties. All right, I'll accept them for now. Mu Chen finally relented, storing the divine crystals away with a nod. Seeing this, Beigong Qianin's face lit up with a radiant smile. She even nuzzled her small head against his waist, her voice filled with contentment. I'm so glad big brother didn't refuse me. Mu Chen couldn't help but laugh softly at her adorable antics, reaching out to ruffle her hair affectionately a couple more times. Just as the 2 siblings were enjoying this light-hearted moment, a familiar voice rang out. Guild leader, we've discovered an item that can directly raise a profession's level by 1 tier. Both Mu Chen and Beigong Qianin turned their heads simultaneously. A group of guild members stood not far away, their faces brimming with excitement as they animatedly discussed something. Among them, several corps officers quickly made their way toward the siblings. The officers surrounded them eagerly, their expressions full of anticipation. Mu Chen's gaze fell on the crystals in their hands, each radiating a soft, white glow. A thought struck him, could these be class advancement stones? He quickly glanced over the description of their properties, and his eyes lit up instantly. These stones could elevate a class by 1 rank, with the highest potential upgrade being to a unique class. The value of such an item was beyond measure. Just imagining the effects made his heart race with excitement. Advancing by 1 rank meant that every player in the Zero Zone beta test would at least reach the hidden class level. And 6 additional unique class players? If he and Beigong Qianin were excluded, their guild alone would have 8 unique class players. Such an improvement was nothing short of transformative. Not to mention, once they entered the galactic continent in the future, the guild's potential would far outshine that of other factions. After all, the sheer number of unique and hidden class players could dominate the entire world of Divine Awakening. Guildmaster, can we use them right away? Jiang Yanren's face was flushed with barely concealed excitement. Holding the advancement stone in both hands, her eyes sparkled like stars. A unique class. It was the strongest class at the moment. Once she used it, her potential would be significantly enhanced. The mere thought made her breath quicken, and her gaze overflowed with anticipation. The other senior players were just as eager, gripping their crystals tightly, their eyes blazing with enthusiasm, clearly unable to hold back any longer. Go ahead, use them, Mu Chun said with a light chuckle, his tone casual. These are your opportunities. There's no need to report to me. Just use them as you wish. He waved his hand dismissively, a carefree smile tugging at his lips. He wasn't the type of leader who exploited his subordinates. Opportunities like this were meant to be seized by each individual. With Mu Chen's approval, the players wasted no time crushing their class advancement stones. The soft white light instantly transformed into beams of radiance, enveloping everyone. The entire hall was soon ablaze with light and surging energy. At the same time, a string of system notifications rang in Mu Chen's ears. Your skills have changed. Skill Cold Storm has evolved into Frozen Expanse. Skill Golden Spear Thrust has evolved into Eternal Golden Spear. Skill. As the notifications continued, Mu Chun felt a surge of power coursing through his body, as though an invisible shackle had been shattered. He clenched his fist, sensing the immense strength flowing within him, and a smile crept across his face. This kind of advancement was intoxicating, utterly exhilarating. However, his brows soon furrowed slightly as a hint of regret surfaced in his mind. While these officers successfully advanced to unique classes, it seemed they hadn't unlocked any new skills. This was different from when he and Beigong Qianyin advanced. They would always gain 2 new skills with each class change. Perhaps these officers, having just reached unique class status, were temporarily unable to fill the skill gap. Still, overall, it wasn't a significant issue. The boost in their core attributes alone was enough to dramatically enhance their combat abilities. Before long, the advancement ceremony concluded, and the radiant light gradually faded. Mu Chen opened the leaderboard to check the changes in everyone's classes and levels. The updated rankings were displayed prominently. Level rankings. First, Mu Chun, level 60. Second, Beigong Qianyin, level 58. Third, Xue Qianfeng, level 56. Fourth, Yin Linglong, level 56. Fifth, Xiao Chong, level 56. Sixth, Liang, level 55. Seventh, Jiang Yinran, level 55. Eighth, Gu Chuan, level 55. Mu Chun nodded in satisfaction, a glint of meaning flashing in his eyes. 8 unique class players and nearly 1,000 hidden class players. Such a lineup was overwhelmingly powerful in the world of divine awakening. A faint smile played on his lips as a sense of invincibility surged in his chest. The current state of the Zero Zone could be summed up in one phrase: rare is commonplace, hidden is everywhere. Moments later, the players who had advanced opened their eyes one after another. Their first instinct was to check their status panels, and soon their faces lit up with uncontrollable joy. Yin Linglong, in particular, beamed as she gazed at Mu Chen with her enchanting eyes, her voice brimming with excitement. Guildmaster, our core attributes increased significantly, and we've gained a lot of free attribute points too. Congratulations, Mu Chun replied with a warm smile, his gaze sweeping over the group, his tone filled with pride. The gap between unique class and hidden class was indeed substantial. The core attribute boosts and free points for hidden class players were only half of what unique class players received. Meanwhile, the increases for ordinary and rare class players were even smaller. This disparity was more than enough to give them an overwhelming advantage in future battles. Xiaocheng suddenly seemed to notice something. Pointing at the items dropped by the Beast Sovereign, he exclaimed, "That looks like a gold-tier item." His voice carried a hint of excitement as his gaze locked onto the spot where the Beast Sovereign had fallen. Hearing this, the others turned their heads, only to see the area bathed in a dazzling golden light, so brilliant that it outshone the glow of all the other equipment scattered around. "Is it really gold-tier?" someone murmured in disbelief, their tone tinged with both awe and envy. Mu Chen's expression shifted slightly as he stepped forward. His sharp eyes focused on the source of the golden glow. Bending down, he picked up 2 items radiating golden light, and a system notification promptly appeared. White Dragon Scale Gold. The finest scale from the White Dragon, essential for crafting top-tier equipment. White Dragon Eye Gold. A material formed from the White Dragon's eyes, imbued with mysterious powers and unique properties. Mu Chen froze momentarily, a flicker of delight flashing in his eyes. These were exactly the materials he had been desperately searching for. These 2 items were the key components needed to forge his unique equipment. Carefully, he stowed the 2 golden materials away and scanned the rest of the items scattered on the ground. Around the Beast Sovereign's corpse, piles of gold coins shimmered alongside an assortment of equipment and materials. Without hesitation, he collected the 500,000 gold coins dropped by the Beast Sovereign and selected a few rare pieces of equipment and materials to list on the trading platform. After wrapping up, he stood tall and turned to face the group. "Everyone, transfer your battle points to me," Mu Chen said, his tone calm yet commanding, leaving no room for objection. The group exchanged glances, but there was no hesitation. One by one, they operated their interfaces and transferred their battle points to him. In moments, the system notifications came flooding in, and Mu Chin's battle points rapidly accumulated. When he checked, the total had soared to a staggering 3 billion. Just enough, he remarked with a faint smile, opening the battle point shop and swiftly navigating through the interface. Spent 1 billion battle points to obtain the Claw of the End-Dragon. Spent 1 billion battle points to obtain the Tear of the Goddess. Spent 1 billion battle points to obtain the Radiant Gold Crystal. In the blink of an eye, his 3 billion battle points were depleted. Closing the shop interface, Mu Chan stored the newly acquired materials and began to strategize silently. Now, his 2 unique pieces of equipment were just 1 material away from completion. White Dragon Robe. Possesses the White Dragon Scale and Radiant Gold Crystal, still missing the Life Spring Water. Silver White Dragon Gaze. Possesses the White Dragon Eye and Tear of the Goddess, still missing the Silver White Essence. Additionally, he still needed a Divine Crystal to finalize the crafting process. With the human sovereign quest now at its final stage, every step he took from this point on was crucial. Just then, Yin Linglong approached, curiosity written all over her face. Guild leader, how are the 2 gold tier items dropped by the Beast Sovereign? She asked. Mu Chin glanced at her, his tone calm yet laced with satisfaction. Exactly what I needed. Without further elaboration, he turned and added, let's go. We'll check the portal at the Beginner's Village. The portal to the Milky Way continent was located in the Beginner's Village, clearly marked on the map. With the Beast Sovereign defeated and its drop sorted, Mu Chan decided not to delay further and set his sights on the Milky Way continent. Hearing this, Yin Linglong and the other guild leaders nodded in agreement. They had no pressing matters at the moment, and with an hour still left before the Divine Awakening public test began, there was ample time. Together, the group began making their way toward the Beginner's Village. The remaining players watched them for a moment before following suit, one after another, forming a massive procession that gradually disappeared into the distance. Divine Revelation Online, Galaxy Continent. Welcome to the Galaxy Continent. The Galaxy Continent is a world where fantasy and mystery intertwine. Within its vast expanse of 100 layers, 90 have already been unlocked. As newcomers, Mu Chan and 1,000 other players are transported to the safe zone of the first layer Byong Town. Byong Town resembles a serene yet vibrant painting. Golden sunlight streams down like gossamer, illuminating the quaint little town. The air is filled with the fresh scent of greenery, while orderly shops line both sides of the dirt streets. People either hurry along or leisurely stroll through the town. Some carry tools as they head out to level up in the wild. Others tote materials to trade, and a few simply wander, chatting idly and enjoying the rare tranquility. Upon closer inspection, among the crowd are figures with animal-like features, professionals from various races or civilizations, most of whom adopt humanoid forms for ease of movement in this land. At this moment, the teleportation portal in the town square glimmers with light. The figures of Mu Chan and the other players appear one by one. The sight is nothing new to the town's resident seasoned professionals whose gazes briefly settle on the newcomers before returning to their own affairs. After all, waves of thousands of beginner players frequently arrive on the first layer, making such scenes a common occurrence. So this is the Galaxy Continent? Bei Gong Qianin took a deep breath of the fresh air, her eyes fixed on the breathtaking scenery before her, feeling a sudden sense of ease. Mu Chin glanced around and nodded slightly. It is. With a tap of his finger, he activated a skill, and lines of information instantly appeared before his eyes. Name, Iris. Race, Elf. Class, Elemental Mixologist Rare. Description, resident of Byong Town, first layer of the Galaxy Continent. Bartender at CC Tavern, known for her lively personality. Name, Yak. Race, Human. Class, Blacksmith Common. Description, resident of Byong Town, first layer of the Galaxy Continent. The naive son of the town's blacksmith, known for his kindness. After scanning his surroundings and confirming the information, Mu Chan deactivated the skill. He understood that the Blue Star civilization was far from being the only human civilization in the universe. In fact, Blue Star didn't even qualify as a level 1 civilization. However, in a world like the Galaxy Continent, there was no harsh conflict between races. The survival rules here diverged sharply from the Dark Forest theory, favoring interracial unity and cooperation. Of course, extremist factions always existed, but most races chose peace and friendliness. Feel free to explore, Mu Chin said, turning to the group of players behind him. As soon as the words left his mouth, he took Bei Gong Qianin by the hand and headed toward a small tavern across the street. The others quickly dispersed, each seeking their own objectives. Although the first layer had only one safe zone, the wilderness was vast, and many capable professionals opted to purchase land and build bases outside. However, glancing at his own wallet, Mu Chan let out a wry chuckle. Couldn't even think about buying land right now. He had to carefully budget just to cover daily expenses. As Mu Chun pushed open the wooden door of the tavern, a wave of aromas and enticing mix of alcohol and roasted meat wafted out. Inside, the tavern buzzed with activity. Professionals clustered in small groups, some boasting about their combat exploits, others discussing trades, while most simply relished the food and drinks. Mu Chin's gaze swept across the tavern and settled on a particularly intriguing table of guests. It was a group of three: a cat-eared girl, a minotaur, and a tiger-headed man. Their distinct racial features stood out, especially the cat-eared girl and the tiger-headed man, whose intimate gestures hinted at a romantic relationship. However, Mu Chin's keen eyes noticed the occasional exchanged glances between the cat-eared girl and the minotaur, filled with a subtle, unspoken understanding. This observation made him raise an eyebrow slightly, a spark of curiosity ignited within him. In such a situation, let him understand that the tiger-headed man just got bullied. Mu Chun felt a chill run down his spine, as if the scene he had just witnessed was still playing vividly in his mind. He quickly led Bei Gong Qianin to a quiet corner of the tavern and found a seat. His eyes swept over the lively, bustling crowd, and he silently vowed to himself, never interact with minotaurs again, far too dangerous. He had no intention of being bullied himself. Sir, here is our menu. A soft, sweet voice interrupted his thoughts. A fox-eared girl approached with a bottle of fruit juice in hand, placing it gently on their table before handing over a clean, tidy menu. Her voice was as refreshing as a spring breeze, carrying a playful yet respectful tone. Thank you, Mu Chun replied with a polite smile, taking the menu from her. His eyes scanned the list of dishes. Although the tavern specialized in alcohol, it also offered a variety of meals, clearly catering to professionals looking to replenish their energy after a long day. They'll have 2 plates of golden fried fire meat rice and 2 bottles of ice spring wine. Mu Chun ordered a few dishes made with ingredients he had never encountered in Zone Zero, eager to try the unique flavors of this otherworldly realm. Got it, sir, the fox-eared girl beamed sweetly, retrieved the menu, and turned to leave. Her tail swayed lightly as she walked with practiced ease, clearly accustomed to her work. Bei Gong Qianin rested her chin on her hand, watching the fox-eared girl leave. Then, turning to Mu Chun, she smiled and said, Brother, life in the Divine Awakening world seems pretty nice, doesn't it? It does, Mu Chun nodded, his gaze flickering slightly. The Divine Awakening world is absolutely fair. If you don't slack off, you won't starve. And as long as you work hard, there's a chance to become a top-tier expert. Sure, there are differences in job levels, but with the right opportunities, those gaps can be bridged. In contrast, people who thrive in the real world by exploiting others wouldn't last here. After all, if your subordinates are stronger than you, you're nothing. To command respect here, absolute strength is the only way. Bei Gong Qianin thoughtfully nodded in agreement. Her eyes then wandered around the tavern, and she murmured, But there are so many life professionals here. I thought combat professionals would dominate, like in the Divine Awakening MMO. Yeah, I got that impression too. Mu Chun leaned back in his chair, stretching lazily. A playful smirk appeared on his lips. Still, I wonder how those blue star people will react in an hour. It's going to be interesting. Bei Gong Qianin suddenly remembered something and looked up. Brother, Qingling just mentioned in the guild channel that she wants us to head to the 35th floor later. She's planning to celebrate our arrival in the galactic continent. All right, we'll go in a bit, Mu Chun replied with a smile. Let's take today to give ourselves a break. Just then, the fox-eared girl returned, this time carrying 2 bottles of ice spring wine. With practiced grace, she placed the drinks on the table and flashed a radiant smile. Here are your drinks, sir and miss. Thank you, Mu Chun said, taking one of the bottles and setting it down. Bei Gong Qianin's eyes lit up as she reached for a bottle, but Mu Chun swiftly stopped her. Kids can't drink alcohol, Mu Chun said, looking down at her with a warm yet firm smile. A little girl trying to drink wine? Absolutely not. You're not even of age yet, but I want to try. Bei Gong Qianin pouted, her voice brimming with dissatisfaction. Drink the juice, Mu Chun said, pointing at the bottle of fruit juice the fox-eared girl had brought earlier. His tone left no room for negotiation. Bei Gong Qianin pursed her lips and reluctantly picked up the juice, muttering under her breath, Fine. While she didn't argue further, her displeasure was written all over her face. It wasn't so much about not getting to drink wine, it was the fact that her brother still treated her like a child. She felt she had grown up, learned so much, even things she probably shouldn't have. Yet in her brother's eyes, she remained the little girl who needed protection. Mu Chun couldn't help but chuckle at her sulking expression. He lifted his glass and took a light sip. The cold, refreshing wine slid down his throat, leaving a crisp, invigorating sensation. His gaze drifted to the night sky outside the window, a glimmer of depth flickering in his eyes. Mu Chun smiled faintly at the sight, then continued sipping his drink. Continent of the Galaxy, level 35. This level was distinctly different from the first. This was the layer of nations, a place where chaos and opportunity coexisted. Here, there were no so-called safe zones, and over 10,000 nations operated as independent entities. For this reason, this layer was known as the layer of nations, where the strong ruled and the weak merely survived. At the border of the continent was a country named Dezay. Vast in territory, Dezay governed 36 cities. At this moment, in the eastern city of Baizay, within the city lord's mansion, the atmosphere was somewhat tense. In the grand hall, 3 individuals Gu Chuan, Liang, and Xiao Cheng sat upright, their gazes fixed on Qing Ling, who was seated at the head of the room. Qing Ling's brows were slightly furrowed as she spoke with a hint of helplessness, explaining her predicament. As it turned out, since her return from Zone 0, Qing Ling had been focused on completing high-difficulty tasks. However, 10 days ago, the ruler of Dezay abruptly issued a mission of political reconciliation, appointing her as the temporary Grand General of Dezay to oversee Baizay City. Yet, the situation was far from straightforward. One of the leaders of the rebellion, the Crown Prince, had also issued her a task. Both sides offered identical rewards, leaving Qing Ling caught in a dilemma. The Emperor and the Crown Prince are both waiting for my response, but I really don't want to get involved in this mess. Qing Ling rubbed her temples, her tone tinged with exhaustion. So, I've decided to pass this mission on to you. Any takers? Upon hearing this, Gu Chuan's eyes lit up instantly. Without hesitation, he exclaimed, "The position of Grand General? Give me the mission. Hand it over to me instead." Xiao Cheng chimed in right after, his tone filled with eager enthusiasm. Qing Ling glanced at the 2 men in front of her, her lips twitching slightly. Gu Chuan was notorious in the guild for his eccentric behavior, while Xiao Cheng was infamous for his over-the-top theatrics. She could almost foresee the chaos that would ensue if she entrusted the mission to either of them. Dezay's future would undoubtedly become even more unpredictable. Shaking her head, Qing Ling turned her attention to the silent Liang. "Are you interested in this mission?" Startled, Liang clearly hadn't expected to be called upon, but he quickly nodded. "Sure, why not? I've never been a general before. Might as well give it a shot." Hearing this, Qing Ling seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and began operating her interface. Moments later, a system notification chimed. "Ding. Player Qing Ling has transferred the mission Imperial Rebellion to you. You have been appointed to the position Grand General Temporary. You have unlocked the Army Corps interface." With the system notification, Liang's status underwent an instant transformation. From an ordinary player, he was suddenly elevated to the temporary Grand General of Dezay. "Since the mission is now yours, I'll summon my deputy and strategist for a handover," Qing Ling said, opening her interface once more. Before long, footsteps echoed outside the hall. A middle-aged man and a young woman entered one after the other. The man, dressed in a long robe and holding a feathered fan, had an elegant and scholarly demeanor, exuding the aura of a strategist. The young woman, on the other hand, was strikingly valiant, clad in light green armor that accentuated her toned figure. Her golden hair swayed slightly with each step, and her pointed ears revealed her identity as an elf. "General." Both of them knelt on one knee upon seeing Qing Ling, their expressions carrying a hint of respect. Qing Ling waved them off and gestured toward Liang, who was seated to her left. Calmly, she said, "I've handed over my position to him. From now on, he is your new general. This is Liang, a fellow member of my guild." As soon as she finished, she turned to Liang and introduced them. "This is Deputy General Hua Nana and strategist Lu Chu Feng." Liang instinctively gave the two a once-over, silently marveling at the combination. A spirited elf maiden and a refined intellectual. The pairing certainly carried the aura of a general's entourage. Little did Liang know that he was about to step into a whirlwind of political intrigue and power struggles. In the world of Shunqi, NPCs are not just background characters, they are remarkably similar to players. They possess most of the same abilities as players, and in some cases, they even have unique traits. The only notable limitation is that they cannot access the world chat or floor chat. However, NPCs hold a significant advantage that players do not: the ability to issue quests. This unique capability grants NPCs a special status in the game, and makes players particularly familiar with the concept of guilds. Faced with the figure of General Li before them, the two companions wasted no time, bowing respectfully. As Qing Ling's allies, they trusted that this man was no villain and would likely handle their request appropriately. Liang gave a small nod, his expression turning serious as he spoke with an air of unquestionable authority. "How many troops do the Emperor and the Crown Prince each have right now?" Unlike Qing Ling, Liang approached tasks with a level-headed focus, devoid of unnecessary emotions. He already had a plan in mind. Whoever had the superior forces would gain his support. The ultimate goal was to complete the quest as quickly as possible. Which side he chose didn't matter after all. The reward for this mission was a national treasure, an orange-tier item with considerable value. Lu Chu Feng responded promptly, his tone tinged with caution. "General Li, The emperor commands an army of 170,000, while the crown prince has 200,000 troops. 170,000? 200,000? Liang's brows furrowed slightly, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. The difference in numbers wasn't significant, which explained King Ling's hesitation. Choosing a side would ultimately determine the fate of the throne. Clearly, military strength alone wasn't enough to make a decision. After a moment of contemplation, he followed up with another question. What about their governance abilities? How do the two compare in managing the country? If troop numbers couldn't provide clarity, perhaps assessing their leadership skills would reveal a solution. Hearing this, Lu Chufeng immediately replied. The emperor ascended the throne at the age of 30 and has ruled for 40 years, leading the nation into a golden age. His governing abilities are beyond doubt. The crown prince, on the other hand, is known for his compassion and care for the people. He often travels incognito to observe the lives of the common folk and personally experiences the struggles of the lower classes. Liang fell silent at this, and so did Gu Chuan and Xiao Chong. The three exchanged glances, and a shared thought immediately surfaced in their minds. No wonder the crown prince rebelled. The emperor ascended the throne at 30 and has ruled for 40 years, meaning the crown prince has been stuck as a crown prince for 40 years. If it were them, they probably wouldn't have been able to endure it either. Suppressing their inner commentary, the group once again found themselves deep in thought. Based on their abilities, both the emperor and the crown prince seemed like virtuous rulers, making the decision even more difficult. This is exactly why I've been stuck here, Qingling sighed, feeling slightly comforted by their expressions of struggle. At least someone could finally understand her predicament. After a while, Liang rubbed his temples and said helplessly, "How many troops do we have? Let's figure out the situation first before making any decisions." At this moment, Huan Nana spoke up, a hint of pride in her voice. "Generally, you're the Grand General of the Empire, holding real power. We have an army of 1 million troops." As her words landed, the atmosphere instantly fell into an eerie silence. Liang, Gu Chuan, Xiao Cheng, the three of them were speechless, their expressions shifting from contemplation to sheer astonishment. 1 million troops? That was a staggering number, leaving them momentarily unsure how to process the information. Seeing their reactions, Qingling and Huan Nana exchanged puzzled looks. Qingling leaned in and whispered to Huan Nana, "Did I misspeak?" "No," Huan Nana replied, shaking her head. Although she was equally confused, she couldn't figure out what was going through the minds of this group. Seconds turned into minutes before Liang finally took a deep breath, regaining his composure. He glanced at Gu Chuan and Xiao Cheng, a faint smirk playing on his lips. "What do you suggest we do, my loyal ministers? How should I, the emperor, handle this quest?" Qingling, Huan Nana, Lu Chufeng. Once again, the atmosphere descended into an awkward silence. The three Qingling, Huan Nana, and Lu Chufeng exchanged subtle expressions, their lips twitching slightly. From the moment Liang began referring to himself as Zhen, they had a vague sense of his intentions. But was this really the right way to go about it? Qingling furrowed her brow, uncertainty clouding her thoughts. Huan Nana, on the other hand, seemed indifferent, shrugging her shoulders as she inwardly scoffed. "Whoever sits on the throne makes no difference to me, as long as I can grow stronger." Lu Chufeng, however, was lost in a storm of conflicting emotions. His loyalty to Dezhe was unwavering, and yet the thought of becoming a founding father of a new dynasty, with his name etched into the family genealogy, Lu Chufeng, patriarch of the Lu clan, first scholar of the XX dynasty, a mind as brilliant as Yu, unparalleled in governance. The dynasty's most indispensable minister was a temptation too great to ignore. Such an achievement would make his life complete. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chufeng's lips curved into a cold smile as he muttered under his breath, "Damn you, Dezhe. Today marks the beginning of your downfall. His Majesty Liang is the true sage king, the benevolent monarch, the chosen son of heaven." His eyes gleamed with anticipation, as if he could already see his glorious legacy immortalized in history. Meanwhile, Gu Chuan and Xiao Cheng exchanged knowing glances, their lips twitching with restrained amusement. They had long since discerned Liang's intentions. Without a word, Gu Chuan reached into his bag and retrieved a yellow dragon-embroidered robe. Rising to his feet, he approached Liang and draped the robe over his shoulders with practiced ease. His tone was calm as he remarked, "It's cold. Wear this to keep warm." Forced to don the imperial robe, Liang looked both reluctant and exasperated. Pointing an accusing finger at Gu Chuan, he fumed, "You're setting me up for disaster." The group collectively exchanged helpless glances, speechless. For someone who claimed to be set up, Liang's use of Zhen was remarkably smooth and natural. Unable to hold back, they all rolled their eyes in unison. Breaking the momentary silence, Xiao Cheng stepped forward, clasped his fists in a formal salute, and declared solemnly, "Your Majesty, I believe the Crown Prince of Dezhe has committed treason." He and his entire clan must be eradicated. His words rang with conviction, carrying a weighty implication. Everyone present immediately understood the subtext, their gazes meeting in tacit agreement. Liang lowered his gaze, his fingers brushing over the dragon robe as he murmured, "Exterminate their 9 generations?" His tone carried no objection, but his expression conveyed a deliberate air of restraint, as though he were carefully weighing the matter. Gu Chuan, standing to the side with a sly, fox-like grin, interjected smoothly, "Your Majesty, I must respectfully disagree." "Oh?" Liang blinked in surprise, silently wondering. Does this guy not realize I was just speaking offhandedly? That can't be right. Despite his inner doubts, he followed the flow and asked, "Gu Aiching, what is your suggestion?" Gu Chuan's grin widened into a mischievous smirk. Bowing slightly, he replied, "Your Majesty, I have heard that the current Empress Dowager still retains her charm." The room fell into stunned silence. Qingling, Huanana, and Lu Chufeng were all momentarily frozen in place, their expressions a mixture of shock and disgust. Huanana's eye twitched involuntarily, while Lu Chufeng's face darkened. In their minds, a single thought echoed in unison. "You just got here. How could you possibly have met the Empress Dowager? This lie is so absurd it's practically insulting. Unbelievable, even has designs on the Empress Dowager." Gu Chuan, however, remained utterly unfazed by their reactions. His confidence was unshaken, as if this was the most natural course of action. If anyone had been privy to his inner monologue, they might have marveled. Ah, those without knowledge of Blue Star's Chinese history could never comprehend the lofty ambitions of a grand chancellor or the legacy of Cao Cao. Liang's gaze swept over the group, a playful smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Rising to his feet, the dragon robe billowing gently around him, he spoke with resolute authority. "In that case, let us march forth and depose the traitorous Dezay Emperor." His proclamation was sharp and commanding, as though he had already declared the entire Dezay royal family to be rebels. 10,000 troops? What of it? If Yufei could triumph against the odds, then with 1,000,000 soldiers at his disposal, how could he falter? Dezay shall fall, and Liang shall rise. If not now, then when? "Yes, Your Majesty. At once, Your Majesty." Gu Chuan and Xiao Cheng responded in unison, their voices firm and deliberate, each opting for a different formal reply to emphasize their sincerity. Liang strode forward with imperial dignity, the dragon robe flowing behind him. Gu Chuan and Xiao Cheng flanked him on either side, the very image of a ruler and his trusted lieutenants. Qingling, Huanana, and Lu Chufeng exchanged glances, each harboring their own thoughts, yet they all fell into step behind him without hesitation. Meanwhile, in the real-world Blue Star, the night grew deeper, the clock nearing midnight. Most had long since drifted into slumber, while a few remained awake, either burning the midnight oil or tossing restlessly, their minds burdened with unspoken worries. Just as the clock struck midnight, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. Suddenly, a blinding light swept across Blue Star, jolting every sleeping person awake. Blue Star announcement. Blue Star announcement. Blue Star announcement. The cosmic online game, Divine Awakening, is officially live. All Blue Star inhabitants are now compelled to enter the game. Welcome to the world of Divine Awakening, the universe's first extraordinary online game. In this realm, players can obtain anything they desire: supernatural powers, wealth, status, and even immortality. Ultimately, one may even ascend to godhood. Beware, this game does not have a logout function, nor does it allow resurrection. All players must stake their lives and ensure their survival within this game world. Commencing entry. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless beams of light descended from the sky, each one precisely enveloping an individual. This surreal scene struck terror into everyone worldwide. They panicked, desperate to scream, yet before they could utter a sound, they were swallowed by the light and vanished without a trace. The process lasted 10 seconds. Once humanity disappeared, Blue Star returned to an eerie stillness. The once bustling cities and crowded streets were now silent, with only the soft rustle of grass carried by the wind. Animals wandered aimlessly through the desolate landscapes. What was once a vibrant planet now seemed bleak and lifeless without its human inhabitants. Divine Awakening, Region 66666. Congratulations! You have successfully entered Divine Awakening. You have arrived in Region 66666, a beginner zone. You have 30 days here. Randomizing your class? Congratulations! You have awakened a hidden class, Flame Shield Warrior. As a hidden class holder, you have unlocked access to the Blue Star communication channel ahead of schedule. Inside a small wooden cabin, Zhang Xian's eyes snapped open. For a brief moment, his vision was blurry, but it quickly cleared. He sat in a daze for a second before regaining composure. He raised his hand, feeling the tangible sensation against his palm, and looked down at himself to confirm there were no abnormalities with his body. The cabin was simple and crudely built, with light faintly seeping through the cracks in the walls. Just then, voices of other players could be heard from outside. Ha ha ha, is this what extraordinary power feels like? I've awakened the mage class. The jack-of-all-trades class. Ha ha ha, wah, am only 5 years old. Why do I have to be here? Mommy, Daddy, thank goodness. My newborn daughter is here with me. At least she's still by my side. The voices outside were a chaotic blend of emotions. Some were elated. Others were devastated, and a few were grateful for having loved ones with them. It was a cacophony of human reactions to the unknown. Zhang Xian remained silent, observing the floating interface in front of him. Compared to the beta version, the public version of the game now featured several new modules, including a guild panel, a pet panel, and the Blue Star channel. After a moment of thought, he tapped the screen to open the Blue Star communication channel. The messages in the channel were scrolling at a dizzying speed. Long Feiyang Region 1. Who would have thought a cosmic online game would appear? Are there any Region 1 players here? Suyu Region 279. 2 hidden classes in one area? That's ridiculous. Starsea Future Region 6. Everyone. Hello, big brothers and sisters. Zhang Xian only skimmed through the messages, but quickly got the gist. This Blue Star channel seemed to be exclusively for elite players from their world. The number of people here was shockingly low, just around 20,000. From what he gathered, some regions didn't even have players qualified to join this channel. Out of billions of Blue Star inhabitants, only a little over 20,000 had access to this channel. Zhang Xian couldn't help but marvel at how rare hidden classes must be. As he pondered, a familiar name suddenly popped up in the channel. Ding! Player Mu Chun has activated Global Mute. Mu Chun Region 0 Administrator. Chatting is fine, but stop spamming mentions non-stop. The appearance of Mu Chun made Zhang Xian raise an eyebrow. A flicker of complex emotions crossed his face. That Namihi knew it all too well. Zhang Xian fell silent. He had seen Mu Chun's profile before and knew exactly who this person was. Zhang Xian's gaze froze as fragments of information about Mu Chun swirled in his mind. Although he had never met this enigmatic figure in person, he was well aware that Mu Chun was no ordinary individual. He was, without a doubt, the undisputed leader of the Transcendents. As he scanned through the data on the God's Revelation online game, he noticed that there was no information about Zone 0. This wasn't an oversight, it was a deliberate omission. Without question, Zone 0 was most likely the beta testing area. As Zhang Xian was lost in thought, a system notification sounded in his ears. Ding! Player Mu Chin's mute status has been lifted. The moment Mu Chin's restriction was removed, before he could even say a word, an arrogant player jumped in. Zone 37, Nethers. Mu Chun, who the hell are you? Why do you think you can boss us around? Mind your own damn business. This blatant provocation immediately plunged the entire Blue Planet chat channel into an eerie silence. Everyone held their breath for a moment before the channel erupted with a chaotic mix of emotions: admiration, shock, and even a touch of schadenfreude. Unbelievable. Someone had the audacity to directly challenge an administrator. That was some serious nerve. Meanwhile, in a small tavern in Biang Town, Mu Chun was calmly enjoying his meal. Hearing the brazen comment, he paused for a moment, then slowly put down his chopsticks, a faint smirk playing on his lips as he stared at the screen with an amused glint in his eyes. From the moment Blue Planet players entered God's Revelation, all beta testers were automatically added to the Blue Planet chat channel and granted administrator privileges. Initially, Mu Chun had casually reminded the newcomers not to tag everyone incessantly. He hadn't expected someone to be so outrageously bold. Glancing at the player's avatar, Mu Chun noticed the individual was black. He let out a soft snort, a cold smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. No wonder. That level of aggression clearly indicates a lack of brain power. Nearby, Beigong Qianin, who had been busy managing in-game affairs, overheard the insult directed at her brother. Fury surged through her instantly. She shot to her feet and activated a full-channel mute without hesitation. Ding! Player Beigong Qianin has activated full-channel mute. Beigong Qianin, Zone 0, Administrator. Insult my brother? Ha! Someone like you isn't even worthy of existing. Almost immediately, the other beta testers began to appear one after another, unleashing a merciless torrent of condemnation toward Nethers. Xiao Chong, Zone 0 Administrator. How dare you? A mere insect dares to defy an administrator? Who gave you the courage? Yin Linglong, Zone 0 Administrator. A hidden class player? You're just a rookie who barely stepped into God's Revelation. Know your place. Gu Chuan, Zone 0 Administrator. You brought this on yourself. Don't blame anyone else. Sun Xian, Zone 0 Administrator. Ignorance may be bliss, but you've seriously crossed the line this time. The beta testers' wrath swept through the Blue Planet channel like a violent storm, leaving no room for reprieve. Their identities alone were enough to leave the newly arrived players utterly stunned. Zone 0? How are there so many Zone 0 players? To these newcomers, The Blue Planet channel was supposed to be the exclusive domain of hidden class players. The sudden emergence of hundreds, if not thousands, of Zone Zero players completely shattered their perception of the game. Hidden classes? This is more like they're crawling out of the woodwork. Nethers, now the target of universal scorn, broke out in a cold sweat. He had thought his comment was nothing more than a casual jab, never imagining it would provoke such a hornet's nest. However, as he calmed himself, he recalled a crucial detail from the God's revelation: game manual zones were not interconnected. In other words, the players from Zone Zero couldn't possibly reach him. Relieved by this realization, he exhaled slightly. But just as he began to relax, Mu Chen's icy voice rang out again, instantly plunging him into despair. Mu Chen, Zone Zero Administrator. Guchuanliang Xiao Chong, you're in Qingling, right? Borrow a tool from her and wipe out that zone. With just a few words, Mu Chen's statement sent a bone-chilling wave through the entire channel, silencing it once more. An entire zone wiped just for one insult? Everyone swallowed hard, feeling a cold shiver run down their spines. Mu Chen's ruthlessness was terrifying, yet Mu Chen's expression remained indifferent. He understood clearly that most of the players in these new zones came from the same country, and Nethers was obviously not from Longhua. If they're not on the same path as us, there's no need to show mercy. Tu Chu's actions are perfect for establishing dominance, making these newcomers think twice before speaking out of turn. Xiao Cheng smiled faintly, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. He spoke in the administrator channel of Blue Star Zone Zero. I'll handle it. Beigong Chinin followed immediately, her tone icy. Remember, wipe them all out. Xue Qianfeng did not bother to conceal his killing intent. Exactly. Even ants dare to speak so arrogantly. Consider this a warning for all of you. The 35th floor. Liang was leading his army toward the royal palace when he suddenly stopped in his tracks. He turned to look at Qingling beside him, his gaze intense. Sister Qingling, that item you used the last time you came to our region, lend it to me? Qingling hesitated, her expression complicated as she glanced at Liang. After a moment, she finally reached into her robes and pulled out a faintly glowing stone. Gently stroking its surface, she spoke with a trace of reluctance. Here you go. Don't lose it. This is a keepsake left by a dear friend of mine from the 200th reincarnation. She perished in battle against the boss on the 90th floor and entrusted this to me with her dying breath. Liang took the stone, examining it closely as his brows furrowed slightly. This is a time-space stone? Qingling nodded and explained in a low voice. Yes, it's a Goddard artifact. By inputting coordinates, you can travel through time and space. Back then, my friend knew she wouldn't survive and used the artifact's power to send it to me. As for why she couldn't come along with it, it might have been a lack of time or some negative effects debuffing her. In any case, she was already desperate by then. Xiao Cheng, who had been listening, smirked faintly, his expression unreadable, gripping the time-space stone in his hand. His voice was calm but carried a chilling undertone. I'll go ahead. Qingling nodded and reminded him. Come back soon. Liang waved dismissively, signaling her not to worry. Before her words had fully faded, Xiao Cheng's figure had already vanished into thin air. At that moment, in the Blue Star chat channel, the beta players were mocking Zone Zero with sarcasm. However, only moments later, an icy system notification echoed in the minds of every Blue Star player. Blue Star newcomer Zone 37. All players have been annihilated. The entire Blue Star player community fell into stunned silence. Players across all zones were left dumbfounded, unable to believe their ears. What just happened? Holy crap. An entire zone got wiped out already? Don't we have safe zones? How did they die so quickly? Discussions erupted everywhere, while players who hadn't joined the Blue Star chat channel remained utterly clueless. In contrast, the beta players who knew the truth were shaken to their core, their faces filled with shock. That was fast. How long has it been? Zone 37 is already gone? Zone 0 as expected. They're not to be trifled with. Back in the Blue Star channel, Xiao Cheng's message ignited the chat once again. His tone was casual, as if he had just completed a trivial task. All done. Those guys were hilarious, thinking they were safe in the safe zone. What a joke, I'm no mere monster. Jiang Yanran coldly chimed in. Too bad there's no mute button. Meanwhile, Bai Yu quickly shifted the topic. Forget about those guys. I've arrived at the coordinates Qingling gave me, but why isn't anyone here? At that moment, Liang suddenly posted a cryptic message in the channel. The great Zhe Prince has rebelled. I have decided to exterminate his entire clan. Everyone froze for a moment before the chat exploded in confusion. What? Rebel? Clan extermination? What's going on? Mu Chen couldn't help but respond. Explain in detail. Only then did Liang begin to recount the internal strife within the Great Zhe Empire. After hearing the full story, the guild members were full of admiration, praising his cunning and strategy. Meanwhile, on the 35th floor of the Galaxy continent, in a forest within the Great Zhe Empire, Liang's army was assembling. Inside a high-ranking tent, Liang approached Mu Chun with a wide grin, holding a ceremonial dragon robe in his hands. Carefully draping it over Mu Chun's shoulders, he spoke with flattery. Guild leader, it's getting cold. Please wear this. Mu Chun glanced down at the dragon robe, a look of satisfaction crossing his face. He raised his head to give Liang a meaningful look, gently running his fingers over the intricate embroidery. With a faint smile, he said, I see the makings of a great general in you. Well, times have changed. Even emperors are different now. Don't be fooled by Liang's cheerful appearance inside. He's weeping bitterly. Liang stood in the center of the group, his signature smile plastered across his face, but his heart felt like it was being torn apart. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that the empire he ambitiously sought to establish would crumble into nothingness in less than 2 hours. Though it had yet to officially be founded, the crushing sense of failure weighed heavily on his chest. Keep marching. No rebels are allowed to exist within the borders of Daxian. Mu Chun withdrew his gaze, his tone as cold as frost. Gripping a long sword that gleamed sharply under the morning sun, he exuded an intimidating presence. Taking a deep breath, he scanned the group of followers behind him, his expression stern and unyielding. The remnants of the previous dynasty must be dealt with swiftly. We can't afford to let them catch their breath. Yes, your majesty. The guild members behind him nodded in unison, their deference making it seem as though Mu Chun was already the undisputed emperor. Exactly. Dez's treachery deserves the extermination of their entire clan. Someone exclaimed angrily, their tone filled with righteous fury. Indeed, Daxian has no place for such despicable individuals. Another chimed in, their words sharp and accusatory, as if Deze had already been condemned as the vilest of traitors. Years of calamities and hardships for the people all, because of an incompetent court. Our guild leader ascending to the throne is clearly an act of divine will. A middle-aged man declared righteously, as if justifying Mu Chun's claim to the throne. Exactly. In such circumstances, how can this be called rebellion? The true traitor is none other than that dog emperor of Deze. Voices echoed in agreement, their fervor rising as if they had already nailed the Deze emperor to the pillar of infamy. Mu Chun's expression remained calm, though a faint trace of amusement flickered in his eyes. He said little, merely nodding slightly before turning to lead the group forward. Nearby, Qing Ling, Huanana, Lu Chufeng, and a few generals and strategists remained silent. They refrained from commenting on these claims of divine will, exchanging only a few complicated glances. Inwardly, they cursed, damn it, how did Deze suddenly become the rebels? Aren't we the real rebels here? And isn't this supposed to be a time of prosperity? Where's the suffering populace coming from? Despite their private grumblings, none dared voice their thoughts, silently following Mu Chun and the others as they advanced toward the Deze imperial palace. The night passed without incident, and the next morning arrived. The capital of Deze, Rueisho City, was about to witness its most extraordinary day. As the heart of Deze, Rueisho City had always been bustling with activity, its streets teeming with merchants and pedestrians. But now, an eerie silence blanketed the city. The streets were deserted, save for the armored soldiers stationed every 10 steps, their spears in hand and their piercing gazes scanning the surroundings like hawks. The unusual atmosphere had driven the city's residents into hiding within their homes. From behind cracked windows, they cautiously peeked outside, their faces etched with fear, not daring to make a sound. They had no idea what was happening. Was it a rebellion? But who was rebelling? Was it the rumored crown prince? Speculation ran rampant in their minds, but the tense situation kept them from taking any action. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, the Deze imperial palace was ablaze with light within the White Emperor Hall. The early bird catches the worm, the emperor of Deze said, seated upon the dragon throne. His gaze swept over the assembled civil and military officials, a hint of weariness showing in his expression. Recently, rumors of the crown prince's rebellion had left him at his wits' end. To prepare for any possible insurrection, he had utilized the task system to recruit a temporary 5-star general. Though this player was undeniably powerful, the emperor wasn't concerned about them seizing power. After all, players were typically straightforward in their goals focused on leveling up and gaining strength. Moreover, he held the task system in his hands, allowing him to revoke tasks and reclaim authority at any time. What truly troubled him, however, was the issue of the crown prince. As he mulled over these thoughts, a soldier burst into the hall, stumbling forward in a panic. He nearly fell as he entered, his disheveled appearance drawing the startled gazes of the assembled officials. Your Majesty, something terrible has happened, the soldier cried out urgently, his voice cutting through the hushed hall. How dare you? A middle-aged official in a ceremonial robe stepped forward, his face darkening as he reprimanded the soldier harshly. Is this how you conduct yourself in the presence of the emperor? Enough, the Deze emperor interjected. raising a hand to halt the official's scolding. His gaze shifted to the soldier, his tone calm yet commanding. Speak. What's happened? The soldier, gasping for breath, lifted his head. His face was pale with terror, his voice trembling as he delivered the news. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince has made his move. The Emperor's brows furrowed deeply, and a sinking feeling gripped his heart. The very scenario he had feared the most had now become a reality. And still, he had yet to receive a response from General Qingling. Otherwise, he could have directly dispatched troops to capture the Crown Prince alive. Huffing and puffing, a soldier staggered forward and stammered. Why, Your Majesty, the general has rebelled. Ruizhou City has fallen. The Emperor of Dezay froze for a moment, his expression stiffening slightly, while the entire court fell into a deathly silence. The general has rebelled? What nonsense is this? Someone murmured under their breath, their voice tinged with disbelief. Before anyone could recover from the shock, a figure clad in a golden dragon robe strode confidently into the hall from the main doors, followed by an imposing entourage whose footsteps echoed with authority. It was none other than Mu Chun. Draped in a resplendent dragon robe that shimmered with golden light, Mu Chun exuded an aura of supreme dominance, as if he were born to rule the world. The officials stared in stunned silence before the entire White Emperor Hall erupted into chaos. How dare you? The Prime Minister was the first to step forward, pointing an accusing finger at Mu Qian and shouting angrily, Traitor! How dare you wear the Emperor's robes? The other civil and military officials quickly followed suit, glaring at Mu Qian with fury, the atmosphere in the hall growing tense and volatile. However, the Emperor of Dezay remained calm, a cold smile playing at his lips. Slowly raising his hand, a translucent interface appeared before him as he began to operate it with an air of detachment. With each movement of his fingers, Mu Chun and his followers received a notification. Your position as general has been revoked. You have lost command of the army. Not only that, but all other members of the guild were added to the blacklist, marked as red-named players by the system. Guards, escort these rebels out of the palace, the emperor ordered in an indifferent tone, as though everything was under his complete control. Bai Hong, the emperor, smiled confidently, fully aware of his absolute authority over the empire. As long as he didn't bring ruin upon himself, the foundation of the empire would remain unshakable. Mu Chun let out a cold laugh, glancing at the people behind him. The guild members clenched their teeth in frustration. Among them, Hua Nana and Lu Chu Feng wore conflicted expressions, struggling internally. They could feel the system-imposed hostility weighing heavily on them, stirring a near-violent urge to attack Mu Qian and his group. But in the end, they suppressed their impulses. They knew all too well that the moment they chose this path of rebellion, there was no turning back. Mu Qian's gaze swept over his followers before finally landing on the civil and military officials in front of him. At this point, the officials could no longer conceal their greed, their eyes brimming with avarice, as though eager to tear apart these rebels on the spot. Interesting, Mu Chun remarked with a faint smirk. Then, in a calm yet commanding tone, he said, Do it. At his command, the guild members grinned wickedly, their weapons gleaming coldly as their collective aura surged with ferocity. Sometime later, the situation within the White Emperor Hall had completely reversed. Mu Chun, still wearing the dragon robe, sat lazily on the imperial throne, one elbow resting on the armrest and his chin propped up on his hand. From his elevated position, he surveyed the chaos within the hall with a detached gaze. 3 guild members held down an official, forcing him to kneel. Meanwhile, the Emperor of Dezay, Bai Hong, was restrained and forced to kneel by Qing Ling and Xue Qianfeng. As for the rest of the royal family, including the Empress, consorts, the Dowager Empress, princes, and princesses, they were all gathered and made to kneel in the center of the hall. The royal family consisted of the Empress and 10 consorts, 1 Dowager Empress, 3 princes, and 2 princesses. The atmosphere was somber. Among the guild members, Gu Chuan smirked mischievously as he restrained the Dowager Empress. Gazing at her still elegant face, his eyes glinted with ill intent. He then turned to Mu Qian and said, Your Majesty, I believe the Dowager Empress may have some secrets she hasn't disclosed. I request permission to interrogate her privately. Mu Qian raised an eyebrow slightly, his gaze sweeping over the people in the hall, his expression enigmatic. The Dowager Empress kept her head lowered, her face a mix of complex emotions. Meanwhile, the guild members appeared eager and restless, awaiting Mu Qian's next command. The power had shifted entirely into Mu Qian's hands. You bastard! Do you even know what you're saying? Gu Chuan's cold gaze swept across the grand hall, his tone dripping with disdain and provocation. His words cut deep, and everyone present could sense the hidden meaning behind them. Even Bai Hong's face flushed red with a mix of shame and fury as he glared daggers at Gu Chuan, his eyes practically spitting fire. To insult his mother, this was an unforgivable humiliation. How dare you? Bai Hong ground his teeth, his rage boiling over as if he wanted nothing more than to strangle Gu Chuan on the spot. Yet, his anger was futile. The situation around him was overwhelmingly unfavorable. The Empress Dowager trembled with rage, her eyes fixed on Gu Chuan's pale face, her fury growing even stronger. That face so weak and lifeless. Couldn't they at least find a proper man? And instead, they send this frail excuse of a man to humiliate us? Gu Chuan, however, remained utterly composed, as if he couldn't care less about the seething anger directed at him. He even allowed a faint smirk to curve his lips, clearly intending to provoke them further. Gu Chuan, enough of this nonsense. Mu Chen waved a hand dismissively, his tone filled with impatience. Stop fooling around and get rid of this traitor already. I still need to check how much gold we have in the treasury. The atmosphere in the hall froze instantly. Though Mu Chen's tone was casual, it carried an undeniable authority that left no room for defiance. In truth, the Dezhe Kingdom was a mere minor nation, and Emperor Bai Hong's cultivation level was only at the 5th tier, hardly worth mentioning. Qing Ling had easily subdued Bai Hong, and the other civil and military officials were utterly powerless, surrounded by Mu Chen's guild members. The balance of power in the Grand Hall had already tipped entirely in Mu Chen's favor. Mu Chen had no interest in ruling the kingdom itself, but the wealth stored in its treasury was his true objective. He silently calculated, thinking that if the treasury were sufficiently stocked, he could purchase land on the galaxy continent and formally establish his base of operations. Swish! A flash of cold steel cut through the air, followed by a spray of blood. Xue Qianfeng didn't hesitate for a moment, delivering a decisive sword strike that ended Bai Hong's life. Bai Hong's eyes widened in disbelief, as if unable to comprehend that he hadn't even been given a chance to defend himself. The sight sent waves of terror through the hall. Officials and their families alike were frozen in shock, their faces pale with fear and despair. At that very moment, a system notification rang in Mu Chen's ears. Emperor Bai Hong of the Dezhe Kingdom has been slain. Player Mu Chen has ascended as the new emperor, establishing the Dai Xian Kingdom. The Dezhe Kingdom is no more. The national interface has been unlocked. You may now manage various aspects of your empire. Click for details. Immediately afterward, a national announcement echoed throughout the newly established Daxian Kingdom. The Dezhe Kingdom has fallen. The Daxian Kingdom has risen. The announcement struck like thunder, leaving countless citizens stunned, unable to believe what they had just heard. The Dezhe Kingdom is gone? Wait, wasn't that the Crown Prince's entourage entering the palace earlier? No way. Our 500-year-old dynasty, gone just like that? Meanwhile, across various regions of the former Dezhe Kingdom, dormant factions began stirring, their ambitions reignited. That bastard. Brothers, this new emperor can't be up to any good. Fine, I'll come clean. My name is Bai Xiao, a direct descendant of the founding emperor. Let's unite and restore the Zhe dynasty. Restore the Zhe dynasty. Restore the Zhe dynasty. In no time, numerous groups began rallying under the banner of restoring the Zhe dynasty, though their true motives remained shrouded in mystery. In a certain city, within the study of the governor's mansion, a middle-aged man with a scholarly demeanor sat alone, quietly shedding tears. This man was none other than Bai Huangshu, the crown prince of the Dezhe dynasty. Father, the Dezhe kingdom has fallen. Bai Huangshu's voice trembled with grief he could not suppress. His fists clenched so tightly that his nails dug into his palms. Generations of the Dezhe dynasty's foundation had been destroyed in an instant, leaving him heartbroken. If only I hadn't rebelled. Taking a deep breath to suppress his regret, he turned to the two generals standing by his side. Brothers, we must restore the Zhe dynasty, no matter what. Understood, brother. We're with you. The two burly men nodded firmly, their expressions resolute. Bai Huangshu fell silent, his gaze deep and contemplative, as he began strategizing their next moves. Back in the now empty white imperial hall, Mu Chen stood alone, his eyes scanning the newly unlocked national interface. He frowned slightly. So poor. He casually flipped through the data displayed on the interface. The treasury contained only 12 million gold coins, along with a modest collection of materials and equipment including a single purple tire set. For a kingdom, this level of wealth was pitifully inadequate. Shaking his head in disappointment, Mu Chen transferred all the resources from the treasury into his personal inventory. He then listed the equipment and items in the guild warehouse for his members to use. After finishing this, he turned and called out, "Xiao Chong, come here." Xiao Chong, seeing the situation, quickly approached him with a serious expression, clasped his hands and said, "Your Majesty." Mu Chenza rose gracefully, his gaze both loving and commanding. With a casual motion, he draped the imperial robe over Xiao Cheng's shoulders and spoke in a low, resolute tone, leaving no room for objection. "My son Fengxian, from this moment on, you are the crown prince. The empire is yours to govern." As his words fell, he decisively handed over all imperial authority to Xiao Cheng. Xiao Cheng froze, his pupils contracting. Crown Prince? He repeated instinctively, his voice filled with disbelief. The Emperor of the Great Xian Kingdom, Mu Chunza, smiled faintly but said no more. He turned and walked away, officially announcing his transition to the status of retired emperor. Meanwhile, Xiao Cheng, under the astonished gazes of everyone present, formally ascended the throne as the new emperor of the Great Xian Kingdom. At that moment, a system notification sounded timely. Xiao Cheng took a deep breath, his hands trembling slightly with excitement. He knew it. Becoming sworn brothers with that man all those years ago was worth it. Look at him now, elevated from adopted son to crown prince, no, to emperor. Thank you, your majesty. He bowed deeply, his voice firm and resolute. He then solemnly donned the imperial robe, his every movement exuding the aura of a ruler. Mu Chunza, holding Beigong Qianyan's hand, cast a sweeping glance over the crowd and spoke in a calm yet instructive tone. Once this matter is settled, come to the harem for a gathering. We need to discuss our next steps. Xiao Cheng nodded, his expression serious. Rest assured, father. It will be done shortly. Satisfied, Mu Chunza nodded and left the grand hall with Beigong Qianyan. Their figures grew distant, while Xiao Cheng slowly took his seat on the dragon throne, feeling the weight of power settle upon him. A faint smile curved his lips as he murmured to himself. So this is what power feels like, a glint of ambition flashing in his eyes. At that moment, Gu Chuan and Liang stepped forward in unison, their voices ringing out, "Congratulations, your majesty. Long live the emperor." Xiao Cheng snapped back to reality, his gaze sweeping over Gu Chuan and Liang with calm authority. His voice was low yet commanding. "Deliver my decree." At his command, the generals in the hall immediately dropped to one knee, while the guild members held their breath, their eyes fixed on Xiao Cheng, eager to hear what orders he would issue. Gu Chuan is hereby promoted to first rank, granted the Heavenly Fate Sword, titled Marquis of Loyalty and Righteousness, and named Heavenly Strategy General. He is bestowed a mansion, 10,000 taels of gold, and 500 beauties. Xiao Cheng's voice was steady, yet each word struck the crowd like a hammer. Liang is hereby promoted to first rank, granted the Dragon Slayer Spear, titled Lord of Martial Peace, and named General of National Defense. He is bestowed a mansion, 10,000 taels of gold, and 500 beauties. As the imperial decree echoed through the hall, an eerie silence fell. The crowd was stunned, some even whispering, "Does the Great Xian Kingdom even have treasures like the Heavenly Fate Sword and Dragon Slayer Spear?" Yet Xiao Cheng paid no attention to these murmurs. His gaze remained fixed on Gu Chuan and Liang, who were already overcome with emotion, tears streaming down their faces as they knelt and shouted, "Thank you, your majesty." "Rise," Xiao Cheng said with a wave of his hand, his expression gentle. But then he added, "I am not finished with my conferrals." Gu Chuan and Liang froze momentarily before silently standing, not daring to speak further. Xiao Cheng then called out in a commanding voice, "Come forward. At your service." Huan Nana stepped forward immediately, dropping to one knee once more. Xiao Cheng's tone deepened, carrying an undeniable authority. "In recognition of their meritorious service in helping me secure the realm, both shall be posthumously titled Kings of Loyalty and National Defense upon their deaths. They will be buried with imperial honors in the royal ancestral tomb." The entire hall was thunderstruck, as if struck by lightning. Everyone stared in disbelief, some even gasping audibly. Only then did they understand Xiao Cheng's true intentions: promote them to high ranks, then posthumously title them as kings upon their deaths? Such an audacious move. The crowd exchanged complex glances filled with shock, admiration, and confusion. Gu Chuan and Liang, however, were utterly stunned. They looked up at Xiao Cheng in disbelief, their expressions a mix of anger and betrayal. "Aren't we sworn brothers? Why would you do this to us?" Xiao Cheng met their gazes, a faint smirk playing on his lips. His eyes held a hint of mockery, silently conveying a message. "You know too much." Gu Chuan and Liang felt a chill run down their spines as they instantly grasped his meaning. They exchanged a glance, both inwardly cursing, "Damn it, this treacherous emperor." Before they could react, Bai Yu stepped forward with three other men, grinning. "Understood." With that, the four of them unceremoniously grabbed Gu Chuan and Liang by their arms and dragged them out. As they were forcibly taken away, Gu Chuan and Liang cried out loudly, "Your Majesty! Your Majesty! We are your closest brothers. Damn you, you treacherous emperor. We helped you conquer the realm, and now you want to silence us? No, please." Their voices grew fainter as they were dragged further away. Xiao Cheng, however, remained seated on the dragon throne, the smile on his lips growing wider. He raised a hand lightly and said in a calm tone, "Next decree." Sometime later, in the White Emperor Palace, the inner chambers, thousands of guild members had gathered, and the atmosphere was lively. Although Gu Chuan and Liang had indeed experienced death once before, the overall situation remained largely unaffected. The only one who had truly suffered was Xiao Chong, who endured a severe beating. However, the most pressing issue at hand was the depleted treasury of the Great Xian Kingdom. Yet, Xiao Chong seemed calm and composed, smirking as he proposed a solution. Corrupt officials? Confiscate their property. He waved his hand decisively. The amount of gold they embezzled will determine whether their entire clan faces execution. His eyes glinted coldly as he added, and as for those die-hard loyalists of the former dynasty, seize their assets, strip them of their positions, and as for the individuals themselves, he paused, turning to Hua Weiwei. Assign a few people to handle them quietly. Hua Weiwei nodded slightly, a trace of coldness flashing in her eyes. Clearly, she had no mercy for those who still clung to the previous regime. After dealing with these matters, the group moved to the inner chambers of the White Emperor Palace. Naturally, the high-ranking members, including Mu Chun, gathered to listen to Qing Ling elaborate on the topic of the human emperor. The 10th level of divine awakening is a very unique floor, Qing Ling began, her voice cool and tinged with mystery. For a ruler to truly become the sovereign of their civilization, they must enter their corresponding imperial hall. This floor, however, is only accessible to rulers and ruler candidates. Beyond that, she paused, her gaze sweeping across the group. Every one of these rulers, without exception, belongs to the emperor-class profession. At this, the room fell into silence as everyone absorbed the information. Mu Chan, however, narrowed his eyes slightly, a thoughtful look in his gaze. So, the 10th level is indeed extraordinary. Only rulers and their candidates can enter, and all of them belong to the emperor-class profession. His voice was calm but carried a note of certainty. It seems there's more than one emperor-class profession. That means the task of entering the human emperor's hall will fall solely on you. Bei Gong Qianin murmured softly, her tone tinged with a hint of helplessness. Clearly, the others couldn't provide much assistance in this matter. That's not a big deal, Mu Chen replied with a calm wave of his hand. He then turned to Qing Ling and asked directly, how many human emperors are there at present? Qing Ling pondered for a moment before answering. Each civilization can only have one ruler, which means only one emperor-class professional can emerge from each civilization. However, the human civilization is not limited to just Blue Star, so the human emperor is not unique. 4. She shifted her tone, providing the answer. And within a civilization, there can only be one emperor-class professional. These professionals are inevitably ruler candidates because, without an emperor-class profession, it's impossible to unlock the human emperor tasks. Mu Chen nodded thoughtfully at her explanation. As expected, emperor-class professions are favored by the heavens. What about their profession levels? Mu Chen asked again, as if something had just occurred to him. Qing Ling smiled faintly before elaborating. Their professions are all rare tier. Hidden emperor-class professionals across the entire galaxy continent number fewer than 5. After all, they are public beta players, whereas you are a closed beta player. The difference is significant. Emperor-class professions are indeed powerful, she continued. Rare-tier emperor-class professionals can share one skill from each subordinate, while hidden emperor-class professionals can even share all the skills of their subordinates. However, someone like you, who can also enhance the potential of your subordinates, is truly unprecedented. There was a hint of admiration in Qing Ling's voice as she added, what's more, none of these emperor-class professionals came from the closed beta. It's safe to say you've benefited from the perfect combination of timing, location, and opportunity. You are undoubtedly the chosen one. What's the title of the human emperor for our human race? Xue Qianfeng suddenly asked, his tone laced with curiosity. Clearly, he was intrigued by the honorific of the human ruler. I actually don't know, Qing Ling replied with a slight shake of her head, her expression carrying a hint of helplessness. Human emperors typically refer to themselves by their honorific titles. The human sovereigns have never revealed their true names. The human sovereigns, revered figures in the Divine Awakening online game, remain shrouded in mystery. Even players like Yin Linglong, who rank in the mid to lower tiers, have never heard their real names. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity as she asked, what about their titles then? Qing Ling cleared her throat, as though anticipating the question, and answered slowly. They are known as the Arcane Sovereign, the Warlord Sovereign, the Blade Sovereign, and the Shadow Sovereign. These titles were bestowed by the Hall of Sovereigns, reflecting their respective class specialties. It's said that after returning from the Hall of Sovereigns, their four-dimensional attributes are on par with those of unique class holders. But I don't know the details after all. I'm not qualified to enter the 10th floor. Her explanation left the group deep in thought. Arcane Sovereign? The name alone suggests a connection to mages. Warlord Sovereign, obviously the pinnacle of warriors. As for the Blade Sovereign and Shadow Sovereign, their specific powers were unclear, but their titles alone were enough to spark the imagination. Noticing the growing interest, Qing Ling continued, by the way, each human sovereign has a distinct characteristic. For instance, the Arcane Sovereign's subordinates are always mage class players. This is a defining feature of sovereign tier classes, though it can also be seen as a limitation. After all, sovereign tier classes are so advanced that mismatched classes would only create conflict. Take this as an example. She gestured with her hand. The Arcane Sovereign is the destined ruler of mages. But imagine if a warrior became their subordinate. Can you picture the chaos? Their attributes and fighting styles would clash completely, essentially crippling the warrior. The group nodded in understanding, clearly grasping the logic. Yet as the discussion continued, their gazes gradually shifted toward Muchan. Sitting calmly, his expression remained composed, though the collective attention caused him to subtly raise an eyebrow. "Why are you all looking at me?" Muchan asked evenly. "Why else?" Qingling chuckled, shaking her head. "Our guild leader's sovereignty class is entirely different from theirs. Your subordinates can span all classes without any weaknesses. Honestly, becoming one of your subordinates is every player's dream." She massaged her temples, her tone carrying a hint of playful teasing. "Stop staring at the guild leader like that. He's the only one with a unique sovereignty class. In 2 words, absolute legend." Hearing this, Mu Chun let out a soft laugh, though his gaze grew more resolute. Rising from his seat, he declared firmly, "If that's the case, it's time for me to head to the Hall of Sovereigns. Once I return, I'll not only become a human sovereign, but also complete my 4th advancement." "Guild leader, you'd better hurry," Qing Ling said with a smile in her eyes, her voice tinged with anticipation. "The sovereign aura you'll gain will be a huge boon for us, your subordinates." Muchin nodded. He wasn't entirely sure what the sovereign aura entailed, but it didn't shake his determination. With a brief farewell, he left the crowd and exited the imperial palace of the Great Xian Kingdom. Before long, he stood before the Grand White Emperor Hall. At the gilded entrance, a teleportation portal shimmered faintly, exuding an ethereal glow. "The 10th floor," he murmured, stepping into the portal. A flash of light engulfed him, and his figure disappeared. Divine Awakening Online, Galaxy Continent, 10th floor, Sovereign's Domain. The 10th floor was a realm unlike any other, reserved exclusively for sovereigns and their successors. Here, sprawling palace complexes stood in majestic harmony, their ancient architecture radiating an aura of timelessness. At the center of the domain lay a grand Colosseum-like structure, as if the entire floor revolved around it. The streets were sparsely populated, with only a handful of players wandering about. Compared to the bustling lower levels, this realm was clearly the domain of the elite. Mu Chan materialized before a teleportation portal. As he opened his eyes, still adjusting to his surroundings, a few deep voices reached his ears. "The Mortal Deity Conference is about to begin again. When will we ever defeat the gods?" Defeat the gods? Without the emergence of deity-tier players, it's simply impossible. Muchin felt as though he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. Deity Conference? God or professions? A battle? His brow furrowed slightly as his gaze locked onto 2 women deep in conversation ahead of him. The woman on the left was dressed in a fiery red phoenix robe, her posture upright and exuding an aura of regal authority. Her refined features were accentuated by a pair of phoenix-shaped eyes that naturally radiated an intimidating presence. A burning flame emblem on her forehead seemed almost alive, flickering with heat. Her crimson hair flowed freely, contrasting against her fair skin, making her appear like a blazing inferno. The woman on the right, however, was entirely different. She wore an elegant emerald green gown, her demeanor gentle and graceful. Her pointed ears and flowing golden hair unmistakably marked her as an elf. Her long, slender legs swayed slightly, adding a touch of carefree charm and liveliness to her presence. Mu Chen's eyes swept over the information displayed above their heads, and his breath hitched momentarily. Name: Feng Tianling. Title: Flame Phoenix Empress. Level: 191. 9-turn professional. Race: Phoenix Clan. Description: one of the rulers of the Phoenix Clan. Sovereign of Flames. Name: Daesis. Title: Elven Empress. Level: 200. 9-turn professional. Race: Elf. Description: the sole ruler of the Elven Clan. Sovereign of Magic. Muchin drew in a sharp breath. 9-turn professionals? These were the most elite beings on the galactic continent. Meanwhile, he was merely a 3-turn professional, not even close to breaking into the 4th turn. An immeasurable gap. A Phoenix Clan ruler and the Elven Empress, just their very presence was enough to weigh heavily on him. Yet, he quickly suppressed his shock and stepped forward confidently. "Ladies, could you tell me what exactly the deity conference is?" Muchin asked directly, his tone calm yet self-assured. He was well aware of the friendly relations between the human race and many other races, particularly the elves, who shared a deep bond with humans. This was information Qingling had shared with him long ago. Hearing Mu Chen's voice, both women turned their gazes toward him. When their eyes landed on the title and level displayed above his head, a flicker of surprise crossed their faces. Oh, a crown prince candidate? Are you the crown prince candidate of the human race? Feng Tianling narrowed her phoenix eyes slightly, her gaze filled with curiosity as she examined Mu Chun from head to toe. Yes, is there a problem? Mu Chun replied calmly, meeting Feng Tianling's gaze without flinching. There's definitely a problem, a big one. Before Feng Tianling could respond, Daisy stepped forward, her golden eyes glimmering with envy. I've never heard of a fifth human civilization arriving on the galactic continent before. So, you must be a beta tester from the fifth human civilization, right? Beta testers entering the galactic continent always end up recruiting rare hidden professionals as subordinates. How could I not be envious? Daisy's words suddenly cleared up Mu Chin's confusion. It dawned on him every beta tester in the test server started with at least a rare profession, and after the beta test concluded, their profession would undergo another upgrade, reaching the level of a hidden profession. In other words, every beta tester began at the hidden profession level at minimum. And he, evidently, was even more exceptional, a hidden profession of the Emperor class, a type of profession that existed in fewer than 5 individuals across the entire galactic continent. Although both Daisis and Feng Tianling's eyes carried envy, Mu Chun could sense there was no jealousy in their emotions. After all, they were rulers of their respective races, standing at the very pinnacle of their domains. Feng Tianling, and this is Daisis. Feng Tianling introduced herself, her voice carrying a tinge of authority. The deity conference we just mentioned is a battle between rulers and gods. A battle between rulers and gods? Mu Chun raised an eyebrow, his interest piqued. He had never heard of actual deities existing within the Divine Awakening game, nor had Qingling ever mentioned anything similar. This suggested that the rulers had kept this matter tightly under wraps, revealing nothing to the outside world. As Feng Tianling spoke the word gods, a trace of worry appeared on her stunning features, adding a touch of softness to her otherwise commanding presence. Meanwhile, Mu Chin's mind began to race, pondering the secrets that might be hidden behind this mysterious conference. Although it's unclear why this information is so tightly guarded. With his unique status, Mu Chin figured he could probably gather quite a bit of information. With that thought in mind, he asked again, could you explain in more detail? Daisis gave a faint smile, her tone carrying a hint of ease. It's actually nothing too complicated, just a battle between the emperors and the gods. While we don't fully understand what gods truly are, from their perspective, among us mortals, only the race emperors and divine-level professionals are deemed worthy of their attention. So, every year, a contest between the emperors and the gods takes place. Hearing this, Mu Chun frowned slightly, his mind racing. He couldn't believe this event was as simple as it seemed on the surface. Everything happens for a reason. The gods wouldn't challenge the emperors without a purpose. If that's the case, then there must be a hidden agenda behind all of this. His gaze sharpened as his thoughts whirled. What could the gods' objective be? And as for the emperors, could they truly be unaware? Impossible. The emperors were far from ignorant. If they knew and still chose to participate, it could only mean that this contest offered them something irresistible, perhaps a reward or benefit too significant to refuse. With this realization, Mu Chin's eyes flickered. He pressed on. When does this mortal god assembly begin? Daisis chuckled softly and replied, tonight. Tonight? Mu Chen murmured, repeating her words as if contemplating something. After a moment, he looked up and smiled faintly. Let's add each other as friends. I need to head to the Human Emperor's Hall to complete my task first. Daisis exchanged a glance with the other young woman beside her, and a hint of delight flashed in both their eyes. They had been wondering how to bring up the idea of adding him as a friend, but to their surprise, Mu Chun had taken the initiative. Sure, no problem. Daisis agreed cheerfully. After the three added each other as friends, Mu Chun bid them farewell and headed off toward the Human Emperor's Hall alone. Along the way, he walked with his head slightly bowed, deep in thought. He couldn't help but feel dissatisfied with his current level of strength. He knew all too well that he was still far from being powerful enough. If he wanted to survive and thrive in this tumultuous world, he had to grow stronger quickly. 10 minutes later, following the directions on the map, Mu Chun finally arrived at the entrance of the Human Emperor's Hall. Looking up, the exterior of the hall seemed unremarkable at first glance. Yet, the moment he stepped through the threshold, a wave of ancient, almost timeless energy swept over him, leaving him momentarily shaken. At that instant, fragmented visions began to surface in his mind. He saw a middle-aged man, standing resolute in the face of natural disasters and human suffering, channeling his grief and anger into understanding the mysteries of the universe, creating the 8 trigrams of humanity. Then, he saw an elderly man, determined to save his people from the clutches of disease, tasting countless herbs to develop the foundations of medicine and crafting remedies that saved countless lives. Finally, he saw a young man, witnessing the divisions among his people, wielding a sword to establish laws, uniting his fragmented race. These visions, like scattered moments from history, gradually wove themselves into a grand and stirring tapestry. He saw one figure after another, inspired by their predecessors, ultimately rising to become emperors of humanity. And at the end of it all, he saw a human emperor who sought to abolish the cruel practice of human sacrifices, only to meet his demise for challenging the interests of the nobility. This is the history of Chinese civilization? Mu Chun snapped back to reality, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. There was no mistaking it. This was undoubtedly the history of China. As someone who had lived 2 lives as a proud descendant of the Yin and Huang emperors, he couldn't have been more familiar with these scenes. While interpretations of the earliest 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors vary among scholars, one thing is indisputable. These 3 sovereigns were revered as great sages by countless people of their time, laying the foundation for humanity's brilliance. Just as his emotions began to settle, another vision appeared in his mind. This time, he saw an emperor, a ruler whose aura seemed to command the heavens and the earth. This emperor unified 6 kingdoms, expanded the nation's territory, standardized the written script, established uniform laws, synchronized measurements, and consolidated currency. Finally, he forged a jade seal, engraved with 8 characters. Mandated by heaven, may it last forever. In the vision, the emperor held the jade seal in his hand, his expression calm yet exuding an unparalleled authority. His voice was steady but carried immense weight as he declared, "I have surpassed the 3 sovereigns and outshone the 5 emperors. Son of heaven? Mandated by heaven? My power needs no divine sanction. I am the first emperor, my mandate equal to heaven itself, beyond heaven's decree." The first emperor, Mu Chun murmured softly, his heart surging with waves of emotion. Those words, spoken with unwavering conviction, seemed to echo through the annals of history, striking directly at his soul. The sovereign stood with an expression of calm indifference, yet his demeanor radiated an unparalleled arrogance and authority. In his perception, he was equal to the heavens. His commands governed the entire mortal realm. He required no divine mandate. The weight of his majesty was as immovable as a mountain, emanating from his very presence. His gaze swept across the land, as if even the heavens and earth were compelled to bend to his will. Standing atop a high platform, he looked down upon the masses, as though everything before him was merely a chessboard under his feet. His voice was deep and commanding, resonating with an undeniable authority. "My will is divine will. Why would I need heaven's decree?" As his words fell, the world seemed to fall silent for a brief moment, even the wind pausing as if in reverence to his proclamation. The scene shifted, and Mu Chin's thoughts were pulled back to reality. Narrowing his eyes slightly, his lips moved faintly, murmuring as if in contemplation. Zhang, the name struck his mind like a thunderclap, reverberating within him. Of all the emperors in history, none left a deeper impression on him than the first emperor, the one who united the realm. Taking a deep breath, Mu Chin's thoughts churned. To think, even the first emperor was a human sovereign. As he reflected, the more he considered, the more it made sense. The first emperor, who unified the 6 states and dominated the land with unparalleled might, needed no divine mandate to bolster his authority. His declaration of receiving the mandate of heaven was perhaps not the humility later generations interpreted it as, but rather a bold proclamation. His will was equal to that of heaven. Such audacity was precisely the bearing of a true ruler of humanity. Yet, as Mu Chin's thoughts shifted, a sigh escaped his heart. Despite the first emperor's unparalleled achievements, surpassing the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of legend, he could not escape his obsession with immortality. The empire he founded lacked a worthy successor, leaving him to seek eternal life to secure the stability of his dominion. Tragically, Su Fu's betrayal dashed the emperor's hopes. If Zhang had achieved immortality, how could the chaos of later generations have ever taken root? Shaking his head with a wry smile, Mu Chen sighed. "Zhang, if only you were immortal, would I even need to learn English? What for? A single call of rally, old Qin, and defend the nation would be enough to inspire awe for all eternity." Gathering his thoughts, Mu Chun turned his gaze to his surroundings. The grand hall of the human sovereign palace came into focus, a magnificent and solemn space that symbolized the pinnacle of human civilization. The hall was circular, with walls adorned by 4 intricate murals. Each mural depicted countless figures, engaged in either battle or construction, narrating humanity's long and storied history. At the center of the hall stood a round table, surrounded by 4 gilded chairs, each exquisitely carved to signify power and prestige. As Mu Chun carefully observed his surroundings, a sudden prompt echoed in his ears: "Sovereign, the leader of the race. Only one acknowledged by the majority of their race may ascend as sovereign." Final trial of the human sovereign gain the recognition of the ancestral sages. Before the voice had fully faded, the scene shifted abruptly. Mu Chun now found himself in a military camp, the air thick with the grim aura of battle and faint traces of blood. In the center of the tent, an elderly man clad in armor sat before a table, methodically polishing a sword that gleamed with a chilling light. His expression was calm, yet his tiger-like eyes exuded a commanding presence that could strike fear into the hearts of even the bravest foes. Holding his breath, Mu Chun felt the overwhelming aura of the man, as if countless war spirits roared around him. Just as Mu Chun was lost in thought, the man suddenly raised his head, his gaze sharp as a blade piercing straight into Mu Chun's eyes. His voice thundered like an explosion. "I am Bai Qi, General of Qin, Lord of Martial Peace." As his words reverberated, the man's figure dissolved into a cascade of starlight, leaving Mu Chun standing there alone, awestruck and speechless. The scene shattered like broken glass. Immediately, another scene emerged. A vast grassland stretched out before him. At its center stood a young general, brimming with vitality. Clad in gleaming silver armor and astride a white steed, he exuded an air of confidence and command. The wind swept across the grasslands, carrying with it the fresh scent of greenery. The young general held a long spear in his hand, his piercing gaze unwavering. With a gentle pull on the reins, the white horse reared up, letting out a powerful neigh. He bowed his head slightly, yet his eyes locked firmly onto Mu Chun. A confident smirk played on his lips as he proclaimed in a resonant voice, "How can I return home while the Xiongnu remain undefeated?" As his words echoed, the scene shattered like a mirror, disappearing in an instant. Mu Chun had no time to dwell on it before the vision shifted again. One after another, spectral figures began to emerge, each radiating an imposing aura, as if they had traversed the annals of history to appear before him. "I would rather betray the world than let the world betray me," declared a man in long robes, his cold laughter filled with pride and defiance. Then, another figure appeared, a warrior gripping a long sword, softly reciting, "With every 10 steps, I claim a life. I journey 1,000 miles without a trace." He stood in the midst of a battlefield bathed in blood, his blade dripping, exuding an overwhelming killing intent. The scenes continued to shift. Among a grove of peach blossoms, a scholar in green robes gazed skyward and sighed. "If one day I become the Green Emperor, I will command the peach blossoms to bloom alongside me." His voice was clear and melodic, yet carried an undeniable majesty. Lastly, a war-torn general appeared, his armor tattered and soaked in blood. His eyes burned with determination as he declared, "I fear no death, no destruction, as long as I leave my honor untainted for the world to remember." One by one, these spectral figures appeared, and Mu Chun finally understood they were the sages and heroes of the past who, despite their greatness, had never claimed the title of emperor during their lifetimes. A heavy sense of history pressed down upon him, as if the weight of an entire civilization now rested on his shoulders. Just then, a grand scroll of history unfurled before his eyes, its characters radiating an aura of solemnity and gravitas. Swish, swish, swish. Within the hall of the human emperor, two ethereal halos began to materialize. One hovered above the round table, while the other illuminated a blank section of the wall. As the halos spun, time seemed to come to a standstill, and Mu Chun's gaze was utterly captivated. It was unclear how much time had passed when the visions abruptly converged and the light faded. By the round table, a brand new golden throne slowly rose, symbolizing supreme authority. On the wall, a fresh mural emerged, resplendent and majestic, as if narrating the birth of a new legend. The system's notification rang out. "Mission birth of the human emperor completed. You have gained 1,000,000 experience points. You have obtained the title of human emperor. You have earned the title sovereign of all beings. You have unlocked the human emperor's aura." Meanwhile, in the outside world, within the novice trial zone of the galactic continent in the Divine Awakening online game, the mechanical voice of the system suddenly echoed across the entire continent, halting every player in their tracks. Whether they were beginners still undergoing trials or seasoned veterans who had fought countless battles, everyone stopped what they were doing and looked up, holding their breath. "A server-wide announcement?" someone murmured amidst the crowd. "The last time we had one of these was 5 years ago, when the undead sovereign was born, right?" "Yeah, that's right. What could it be this time? Is it another sovereign's birth?" someone speculated aloud. "Don't be ridiculous. Do you think sovereigns are as common as cabbages? Out of the countless trillions of players on the galactic continent, there are only a little over 10,000 sovereigns in total." Another person immediately retorted. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, the mechanical voice returned, its tone solemn and authoritative. "Player Mu Chun of the Blue Star Civilization has ascended to the title of Human Emperor. His honorific title is Sovereign of all beings. Let us offer our sincerest congratulations on the rise of a new emperor." Server-wide announcement. Player Mu Chun of the Blue Star Civilization has ascended to the title of Human Emperor. His honorific title is Sovereign of all beings. Server-wide announcement. Player Mu Chen of the Blue Star Civilization has ascended to the title of Human Emperor. His honorific title is Sovereign of All Beings. The announcement was repeated 3 times for emphasis. As the final words echoed across the continent, a brief silence fell, followed by an eruption of exclamations and astonishment. Holy crap! A new human emperor? This must be the 5th human emperor in human history. Are you kidding me? The key detail is the title Sovereign of All Beings. A title that represents all life. Just how overpowered must this class be? Quick! Does anyone have a friend slot with the new emperor? Give me one. I need to hitch a ride on this success. The players were thrown into a frenzy. After all, every sovereign's honorific title was closely tied to their race or class. For the newly crowned Mu Chun to bear the title Sovereign of All Beings, the implications were staggering. The only plausible explanation was that his title was linked to his class. Could it be that he had unlocked an emperor-class hidden profession? Like a stone dropping into a tranquil lake, the news sent ripples across the galactic continent, causing countless discussions and speculations to erupt into chaos. The 35th floor. Guild members who had already left the Imperial Palace stood gathered in front of the teleportation portal. As they listened to the system notifications, smiles naturally appeared on their faces. I knew it. My brother would definitely become the human emperor in no time. Beigong Qianin said softly, her tone filled with absolute certainty. Her eyes gleamed with pride and contentment, as if this outcome was only natural. Does my brother becoming the human emperor even need explanation? Blind faith is all that's necessary. The sovereign of all, Gu Chuan murmured as he opened the chat channel and saw the overwhelming flood of messages. He couldn't help but sigh. The whole channel is blowing up. He shook his head. His expression complicated equal parts admiration and a trace of wistfulness. The chat channel was indeed bustling with activity. Players were fervently discussing the legend of Mu Chen, the newly crowned ruler of the human race. Some were full of praise, others astonished, and a few even harbored jealousy. But without exception, everyone was deeply shaken by the news. All I can say is, he truly lives up to the title of human emperor, someone remarked with awe. Just then, Xue Qianfeng seemed to notice something and suddenly broke the brief silence. Hey look, it seems like we've received the human emperor's aura blessing. Hearing this, everyone quickly opened their status panels. What they saw left them utterly stunned. At the bottom of their panels, a new entry had appeared. Subordinate of the Sovereign of All, upon leveling up, gain an additional 50 in both core attribute points and free attribute points. An extra 50? Are you kidding me? Someone exclaimed, their voice filled with disbelief. I have to admit, this aura is ridiculously overpowered. Xue Qianfeng marveled, his eyes sparkling as if envisioning a promising future. No wonder everyone wants to follow an emperor. Yin Linglong said softly, her tone tinged with realization. Being under the command of an emperor means gaining extra attribute points with every level up. Just this one perk alone is enough to tempt anyone. Meanwhile, in the Blue Planet's newbie zone, Sector 66666, countless players from the Blue Planet were left dumbfounded by the system notifications. They stared wide-eyed at their panels, unable to react for a long time. Human Emperor? What the heck is this? Someone finally blurted out in the chat channel. You don't know what the human emperor is? He's the ruler of the human race. The sovereign of us Blue Planet people, someone explained. But why him? One player asked, their tone heavy with dissatisfaction. Who even is Mu Chen? What sector is he from? What makes him worthy of becoming the human emperor? The chat channel exploded into chaos, with some expressing admiration, others jealousy, and still more voicing their frustration. This was especially true for former high-ranking players from the Blue Planet. Having already lost their status upon entering the Divine Revelation game, many had built up a deep sense of resentment. Now, the emergence of a sovereign only served to further destabilize their mindset. But regardless of the arguments and grievances, the identity of the human emperor was already set in stone. No amount of debate could change this fact. The scene shifted back to Mu Chen, on the 10th floor of the galactic continent, inside the hall of the human emperor. Congratulations on completing the 5-star 4th transition quest. Congratulations on successfully advancing to the 4th transition. Your level has increased to 61. Your level has increased to 62. Your level has increased to 65. You have acquired exclusive skills, Sovereign Summon, Life Heal. For completing the 5-star 4th transition quest, you have received a divine treasure chest. So am the human emperor now? Mu Chen was momentarily stunned, his brows furrowing slightly. He had expected the path to becoming the human emperor to involve a series of grueling trials, at the very least earning the recognition of the sages. Yet all it had taken was a simple glance at the figures of those sages in history, and he had passed? That's it. Mu Chen shook his head, his lips twitching slightly. For a moment, he was at a loss, but he didn't dwell on it further. There was no point in overthinking now. Becoming the human emperor was already a fact. He turned his attention to the system notifications and examined the rewards for completing the human emperor quest. Human emperor's authority. Upon leveling up, gain an additional 100 in both core attribute points and free attribute points. Human emperor's aura. Subordinate players gain an additional 50 in both core attribute points and free attribute points upon leveling up. Human emperor's duty. Pave the way for the people. Increase your influence and advance to the floors where top-tier players reside as soon as possible. Seeing these rewards, Mukin couldn't help but take a deep breath. The bonuses were simply too overwhelming, practically game-breaking. Human emperor's duty. He murmured to himself, his gaze gradually becoming resolute. Since he had already embarked on this path, there was no turning back. The era of the human emperor was just beginning. Mu Qian was utterly stunned when he saw the rewards granted by the human emperor. Tightly, almost felt like his heart stopped. Doubling his stats? How overpowered was this? He could already sense that he was going to leave the average players far behind. Even those with unique professions wouldn't be able to match his power in the later stages. Taking a deep breath, Mu Qian forced himself to calm down. His gaze landed on the status panel, and he carefully examined the changes to his attributes. Before his fourth advancement, he was level 60, with the following base stats: Attack 2100, Spirit 2500, Speed 2100, and Defense 2100. However, upon completing his fourth advancement, his level had climbed to 65. The rules of the fourth advancement were simply jaw-dropping. With each level up, his base stats automatically increased by 100 points across the board, and he gained a staggering 400 free attribute points to allocate. But the most shocking part was the effect of the Human Emperor title, which immediately activated and doubled both his base stat gains and free attribute points. This meant that with every level up, his base stats increased by 200 points each, and his free attribute points skyrocketed to 800. As Mu Qian pondered over this, a terrifying realization struck him. Just the 5-level increase from his fourth advancement had already resulted in an attribute boost that far exceeded all the gains he had accumulated in his previous 60 levels. Without any hesitation, he swiftly allocated his attribute points and reopened the status panel to review his updated stats. Name: Mu Qian. Title: Leader of the All Beings Guild. Rank: Emperor of All Beings. Level: 65-9-7-30350-000 EXP. Class: Life Sovereign Unique, 4th Advancement. HP: 41,000,41000. MP: 41,000,41000. Attack: 4100. Spirit: 4100. Speed: 4100. Defense: 4100. Innate skills: Life Seed exclusive, Sovereign's Eye exclusive, Sovereign's Command exclusive, Life Drain exclusive, Life Domain exclusive, Sovereign's Hand exclusive. Items: White Dragon Set Blueprint, Divine Crystals X4. Equipment: Morphic Cube Blue, Growth Type. Wealth: 12.03 million gold. Looking at these absurdly inflated stats, Mu Qian couldn't help but let a small grin creep onto his face, his eyes gleaming with unmistakable excitement. Doubling the attribute points is just insane. That Human Emperor quest was absolutely worth it, he murmured to himself, a deep sense of satisfaction welling up inside him. Let's check out the new skills, he muttered after a moment of thought. Opening his skill panel: Sovereign Summon exclusive. Consume a specified amount of mana to summon subordinate class holders to your side for combat. Life Healing exclusive. Consume mana to restore 50 of an allied target's HP. These two skills. Mu Qian raised an eyebrow, his expression turning somewhat peculiar. Sovereign Summon was clearly a strategic skill, but Life Healing it felt oddly similar to Beigong Qianyan's Heavenly Healer ability. The resemblance was so striking that it made him wonder if it was redundant. However, he quickly shook his head and chuckled lightly. Whatever, you can never have too many skills. They'll just use them when the time comes. He closed the skill panel and was about to take a short break when a clear, melodious voice like flowing water rang out behind him. Mu Qian's eyes narrowed slightly as he turned around swiftly, only to see a woman approaching him. She was clad in a starry robe, holding a glowing azure orb in her hand, her entire being exuding an ethereal aura like a goddess stepping out of the cosmos. She had golden hair and striking blue eyes that seemed to peer straight into one's soul, radiating a calm and refreshing presence like a gentle summer breeze. Despite the robe covering most of her figure, her graceful curves were faintly discernible, and her long, slender legs, accentuated by her fluid movements, were particularly captivating. Mu Qian tilted his chin slightly, meeting her gaze with calm, piercing eyes, his demeanor composed yet commanding. I am Mu Qian, he said evenly, his voice calm but carrying an undeniable weight of authority. The woman stopped a few steps away, her lips curling into a sweet smile. Greetings, I am Ansha, the Archmage of Humanity. Her voice was soft and soothing, like a gentle breeze brushing past, instilling an inexplicable sense of tranquility. Let's address each other by our real names, shall we? Mu Qian said with a gentle smile, noticing the agreeable demeanor of the other. All right, Ansha nodded slightly, her expression softening. The two then proceeded to their respective thrones as rulers of humanity. Once seated, Ansha's gaze shifted slightly, as though a thought had crossed her mind. She suddenly asked, Mu Qian, are you a hidden class emperor? Her tone carried a hint of curiosity, and her clear, bright eyes seemed to anticipate some kind of answer. Indeed, Mu Qian replied calmly, his voice steady yet exuding confidence as he admitted it outright. Hearing this, a faint smile graced Ansha's lips. Finally, humanity has a hidden class emperor. While I can't personally help you level up, finding someone 10 levels higher than you to assist shouldn't be a problem. Her words carried a trace of relief, as if she felt a sense of hope for the future of their people. At that moment, it was evident that Ansha had grasped the significance of Mu Qian's emergence for humanity. Among the myriad races, humanity's influence had always been moderate, lacking a hidden class emperor to lead the way. But now, with Mu Qian's presence, humanity's status was poised for a significant rise. Though his current level wasn't high, the potential of a hidden class professional was immeasurable. Coupled with the rules of the galactic continent, the gap in levels wouldn't pose too much of a challenge. On this continent, professionals with a level difference exceeding 10 levels couldn't gain experience through mentorship. However, if the gap was within 10 levels, leveling up through assistance was entirely feasible. At level 65, Mu Qian could greatly benefit from the help of a level 75 professional, making the leveling process far more efficient. But Mu Qian shook his head resolutely. There's no need. I can level up on my own. Ansha blinked in mild surprise, but refrained from arguing. Instead, she gazed at him with curiosity. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Mu Qian's lips, and a glint of confidence flickered in his eyes. Not to brag, but fighting opponents above my level is a piece of cake for me. Besides, I have the guild attribute, Fourth Calamity, so leveling is hardly an issue. If anything, having players without resurrection capabilities babysit me would only slow me down. Ansha chuckled softly at his words. All right then, it's all up to you. She didn't press further, clearly confident in Mu Qian's abilities. After a moment's pause, her expression turned serious as she added, but you must focus on strengthening yourself and becoming a 9-turn professional as soon as possible. After all, the responsibilities of an emperor are yours to bear. The duty of a human emperor is to carve a path for all, she said solemnly, her eyes carrying a profound meaning. Every emperor shoulders the responsibility of paving the way for their civilization. While the emperors of the galactic continent may differ from those of Blue Star, their ultimate purpose is still to plan for the well-being of their people. The galactic continent was a world where strength reigned supreme. An emperor who focused solely on developing their civilization, but neglected their personal power, would never make it to the top tier. Thus, the criteria for selecting emperors varied across eras. As for carving a path, it literally meant that emperors were tasked with securing broader survival opportunities for their civilization. As long as you can quickly ascend to 9-turn status, you'll gain access to the 90th floor and create more possibilities for the professionals of the galactic continent, Ansha stated with conviction, her gaze earnest. The 90th floor, the front line of the high tier levels, is precisely where the emperor's responsibilities lie. In the galactic continent, strength is the foundation. If you're powerful enough to fulfill your duties, no one will dare to question you. Mu Qian's expression grew serious as he nodded firmly. Understood. Whether it's for the people or for myself, I'll do everything I can to grow stronger and reach the 90th floor as soon as possible. Satisfied, Ansha gave him an approving nod. The two continued their conversation, the atmosphere relaxed yet tinged with an undercurrent of contemplation about the future. At the same time, they awaited the arrival of the remaining 3 human emperors and the onset of nightfall. During this period, Mu Qian took a moment to send a message in the guild channel. Not coming back tonight? His tone was casual, but there was a quiet sense of preparedness behind his words. Meanwhile, on the second layer of the Divine Awakening, this was a realm imbued with a distinctly Western aesthetic majestic architecture intertwined with an unfamiliar aura, as if a brand new world was quietly unfolding. There are nations here too, but not as rampant as on the 35th floor. At the moment, they were in the western region of the second floor's Kingdom of Ireland, inside the Adventurers Guild in Sunflower Town. This guild was a unique gathering place for NPC professionals, and today, the atmosphere was particularly lively. The hall was bustling with people taking on quests, the sound of chatter filled the air, and the clinking of glasses mixed with boisterous laughter and banter. In the southeast corner of the guild, at an unremarkable wooden table, sat 3 players, Guchuan, Liang, and Xiao Chong. They had just descended from the 35th floor. Upon learning that Mu Qian wouldn't return today, they immediately left the 35th floor. Xiao Chong had even made a decisive move, passing on his title as the Great Qian Emperor to Qing Ling. However, Qing Ling, preoccupied with a mission, transferred the throne to Xue Qianfeng. Thus, within a single day, the great Xian kingdom experienced 5 successions to the throne, a vivid embodiment of everyone gets a turn to be emperor. His Hu Liang leisurely took a drag from his cigarette, exhaling a thin wisp of smoke, a satisfied expression crossing his face. This cigarette's pretty good, not harsh on the throat at all. The cigarettes in God's awakening world are amazing, not only harmless to the body, but even come with buffs. They might not be particularly useful, but it feels great to smoke them. Gu Chuan listened as he waved a hand, signaling for him to quiet down, then nodded toward a certain direction. The targets have appeared. Liang and Xiao Cheng followed his gaze to see 5 figures standing in front of the quest board. They were dressed in black, form-fitting outfits, their demeanor cold and unapproachably not the friendly type. A mix of undead, human, dark elf, tiger folk, and goblin. This was the classic composition of a hunting squad. Xiao Cheng narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke in a low voice. Even though all races coexist peacefully here, there are always some players who enjoy stirring up trouble. These individuals are likely the infamous hunting team from the Galaxy continent. The hunting squads of Sunflower Town were notorious for robbing and hunting players. They typically consisted of 5 members, with this particular mix of races being the most common. Gu Chuan's lips curled into a sly smile. Let's tail them once they leave. After we rob them, we can head to the entertainment floor on the 3rd level and find a massage parlor to relax. Good idea. Liang and Xiao Cheng exchanged a glance, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Their goal for coming to the 2nd floor was clear: to make money. And robbing a hunting squad was undoubtedly the quickest way to get rich. To liven up the mood, Liang suddenly pulled out a poster and slapped it onto the table. Speaking of the 3rd floor, take a look at this. Gu Chuan and Xiao Cheng leaned in. In the next moment, they exclaimed in unison, "Duck, duck." On the poster was a young girl with long gray hair, exuding youthful energy and cuteness. Her outfit bore an uncanny resemblance to the character Bronya from a certain gacha game. As seasoned anime enthusiasts, the 3 immediately picked up on the resemblance. Exactly, Liang nodded and explained. She's an up-and-coming minor celebrity in the God's Awakening online game. Her stage name is Black Wolf. What? Gu Chuan and Xiao Cheng looked bewildered. Such an adorable girl, and she's called Black Wolf? Why not just go with Duck Duck? Wait, there's a celebrity industry in God's Awakening? Xiao Cheng raised an eyebrow, then recalled that the 3rd floor was an entertainment hub, and it all made sense. To be honest, she has a concert this afternoon, and am planning to attend, Liang said solemnly, taking a deep drag from his cigarette. We're coming with you. Gu Chuan and Xiao Cheng slammed the table in unison, declaring, Duck Duck deserves her fan club. As the 3 were passionately discussing their plans, the 5 members of the hunting squad seemed to have picked up a quest and began leaving the guild. Gu Chuan immediately stood up and whispered, "Let's move. The hunting squad is on the move." Liang and Xiao Cheng quickly got to their feet and followed quietly. The 3 trailed their targets silently. Time passed, and in the monster-infested forest outside Sunflower Town, the 5 members of the hunting squad gathered under a patch of shadows. The dark elf woman sighed and said helplessly, "I can't believe no one bought into our disguise as a hunting squad." The undead mage, cloaked in a tattered robe, responded calmly, "The people in the guild are familiar with us. It's no surprise they recognized us. As for other players, who would come to a remote town like this in the kingdom? Consider today a trial run." The woman nodded and was about to speak when the tiger folk player beside her interrupted. He pointed ahead, his expression serious. "Everyone, I think we've got trouble." Hearing this, everyone stopped in their tracks and looked ahead. There stood 3 young men. One had a righteous demeanor, another carried himself with arrogance, and the third, well, he looked frail and weak. The trio stood shoulder to shoulder, each exuding a distinct aura, yet all carrying an inexplicable sense of pressure. However, when the 5 of them shifted their gaze to the frail man, their lips twitched involuntarily. His face was pale, his legs trembled slightly, as if he might collapse at any moment. The 5 couldn't help but wonder, how on earth did someone who looks like he's about to keel over join this group? Before they could dwell on it further, the 3 men began walking toward them. Leading the way was the righteous-looking youth, Gu Chuan. A faint smirk played on his lips as he walked with an air of composure. His tone was calm yet tinged with amusement as he spoke. "So, you're the infamous hunting party everyone's been talking about lately?" The 5 exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of confusion and amusement. What was going on? Did these guys seriously mistake them for a hunting party? They found it both frustrating and funny, but managed to suppress their emotions. The only human boy among them quickly stepped forward to clarify, "You've got it wrong. We're not part of a hunting party." But before he could finish, the arrogant young man beside Gu Chuan, Liang, let out a cold snort. He stopped about 10 meters away, his gaze carrying a hint of disdain. "And you think saying you're not makes it true? Do you take me for an idiot? You're on the brink of death, and you're still lying." His eyes swept over the group as he sneered. This close to the town? You're probably worried about attracting attention, so you're spinning lies. TSK, pathetic. Before the words had fully landed, the undead player stepped forward anxiously, waving his hands in protest. We're really not. Listen to me. We just thought these outfits looked cool, so we wore them for cosplay. You know what cosplay is, right? Gu Chuan raised an eyebrow at this, his expression shifting into one of faint amusement. Oh, throwing in some fancy lingo, are we? Interesting. He paused, seemingly deliberating whether to believe them. Finally, he gave a slight nod, his tone softening. Fine, they'll let it slide this time. Just don't let me catch you again. With that, he turned to leave, dragging along a still bewildered Liang and the frail man, Xiao Chong. The three walked away, their figures gradually disappearing into the distance. The five finally exhaled in relief, exchanging looks with each other. The goblin player was the first to shrug off his black jacket, muttering, "We'd better take these off before we get mistaken again." Good idea, the others agreed, quickly removing the troublesome black outfits. Just as they were about to relax, the sound of hurried footsteps suddenly came from behind them. Thud, thud, thud. The five whipped around, only to see the trio returning. The frail man, Xiao Chong, wore an almost comical look of surprise as he exclaimed, "Oh, fancy meeting you again. Looks like we can't let you off this time." The five stared at each other, their faces stiff with disbelief. Internally, they were all thinking the same thing. It's only been 10 seconds. Was going to believe this isn't intentional? Xiao Cheng let out a cold laugh, a red glow flashing briefly in his eyes as he spoke in a chilling tone. Hunting party brats, once a hunter, always a hunter. Understand? Liang, on the other hand, seemed thrilled as he pulled a purple phone out of his backpack, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Perfect timing to test the gear buy you made for me in the starter zone. He glanced at the group, cutting off any attempt at explanation. Save your excuses. I'm not interested. Shura armor. Liang announced loudly, his voice firm and commanding. Gu Chuan? Xiao Cheng. Both men froze, turning to look at Liang with faces full of confusion, their expressions practically screaming. What in the world are you doing? Shura armor? What's this new gear? Are we channeling armor heroes now? Liang stared at the purple flip phone in his hand, a faint smirk forming on his lips. He tapped the screen a couple of times, and a slot resembling a bracelet popped out from his left wrist. With practiced ease, he flipped the phone shut and slid it into the slot in one fluid motion. Fusion. A deep, mechanical voice reverberated through the air. Armor fusion. As the words echoed, a dark purple light erupted from his body, casting an eerie glow that seemed to stain the night sky. Within the radiance, Liang's figure was slowly enveloped by a sleek, futuristic suit of purple armor. The metallic sheen, streamlined design, and commanding presence of the armor exuded power and authority. The high-budget special effects left the onlookers wide-eyed, as if they were watching a blockbuster movie unfold before them. Everyone stood frozen, their minds seemingly fried like overheated CPUs, unable to process what they were seeing. Before they could snap out of their daze, Liang took a step forward, the purple armor glinting coldly under the sunlight. His tone was calm yet brimming with an unshakable arrogance. You two stay back. I'm taking on all five of them myself. Gu Chuan and Xiao Cheng exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Gu Chuan, where did this guy get an armor summoner? Xiao Cheng lowered his voice, astonishment evident in his tone. Didn't you hear? Bai Yu made it. Gu Chuan frowned slightly, his expression complex. A blacksmith can make stuff like this? Xiao Cheng clicked his tongue in disbelief. Modern blacksmiths? Ever heard of them? You're so outdated, old man. Gu Chuan quipped with a hint of mockery. Xiao Cheng gave him a blank stare, deciding it wasn't worth the argument. After a brief exchange, the two turned their attention back to Liang. Somewhere in the wilderness, beneath a large tree, a group of five was tied up tightly, their faces swollen and bruised as they leaned against the tree trunk. Their expressions were a mix of shock and fury. Meanwhile, Liang, Gu Chuan, and Xiao Cheng crouched nearby, sorting through the spoils of their recent battle. Man, so broke. Hardly any blue-tier items, and only 500,000 gold coins, Xiao Cheng muttered disdainfully as he rummaged through a backpack. Are you sure these guys are a hunting squad? I could probably earn this much on my own with a bit of effort. A hunting squad resorting to robbing players? And still this poor? Gu Chuan frowned, his tone skeptical. They're probably not. That's why I didn't kill them. Liang shrugged nonchalantly. Doesn't matter if they are or not. Wolves get hunted. Take what you can and move on. Gu Chuan snorted. We didn't take their lives. I'd say we're being pretty reasonable. Why not just finish them off? Gu Chuan mused coldly after a pause. If we're already the bad guys, might as well go all the way. Besides, what if they really are just a dirt-poor hunting squad? The moment Gu Chuan spoke, the group of five turned pale with fear. The dark elf woman among them, who seemed to be the leader, suddenly lifted her head. Her amethyst-like eyes fixed on the trio, and her voice carried a sharp edge of warning. You better let us go right now. My boyfriend is a fifth-year professional. If he can't find me, he won't let you off the hook. Her words hung in the air as Gu Chuan, Xiao Chong, and Liang exchanged amused glances. Is this a threat? Xiao Chong raised an eyebrow, a faint smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. Seriously? Smack. Gu Chuan wasted no time, delivering a sharp slap across the dark elf's face. Her head snapped to the side, stars dancing in her vision as her body shook with rage. Before she could retaliate, Gu Chuan's icy voice cut through the tension. Who cares about your boyfriend? You think we don't have boyfriends too? He spat on the ground dismissively and turned to Xiao Cheng and Liang. Let's go. We've got tickets to the Duck Duck concert. Without waiting for a response, he strode off with decisive steps. It was clear he wasn't afraid of the fifth-year professional, but simply didn't want to stir up unnecessary trouble that could impact their guild. Xiao Cheng and Liang exchanged a silent look before following him without a word. It wasn't until the trio disappeared from view that the group of five finally snapped out of their shock. The human player among them wore a complicated expression as he muttered in disbelief, "Boyfriend? Guys can have boyfriends too?" Clearly, Gu Chuan's earlier comment had sent him into an existential spiral, and it wasn't just him. Even the dark elf woman seemed to be at a loss, her anger gradually replaced by confusion. Maybe we should just contact someone to come untie us, the tiger folk brawler suggested, his tone laced with resignation. The suggestion drew a moment of silence before the group collectively glanced down at the ropes binding them tightly. Then, one by one, they silently opened their friend lists. The Galactic Continent, 10th layer. Inside the Hall of the Human Emperor. Time flowed quietly, like sand slipping through an hourglass. After a long conversation with Ansha, Mu Chun had gained a general understanding of the Mortal Gods Conference. The core of the Mortal Gods Conference is led by two factions. The Divine faction, represented by 10 top-tier deities negotiating on behalf of the gods, and the Sovereign faction, governed by 4 emperors with hidden class titles, who hold the reins of power. These 4 hidden class emperors are the current hidden class representatives among the sovereigns. Logically speaking, Mu Chun also qualified to represent the sovereigns at the Mortal Gods Conference. While his level might not be among the highest, his profession undoubtedly met the criteria. Moreover, based on the current circumstances, the sovereigns had largely deduced that Mu Chun was highly likely to be a hidden class individual. After all, the 5th human civilization had yet to descend on a large scale, and Mu Chun's identity as a beta tester was practically an open secret. Against this backdrop, it was only fitting for the 4 sovereigns to expand to the 5 sovereigns, with Mu Chun claiming the newly added seat. Having absorbed all this information, Mu Chun collected his thoughts, his gaze darkening slightly. He then reached into his inventory and retrieved a divine-grade treasure chest that radiated a mysterious glow. A slight smile tugged at his lips as he mused to himself. I haven't opened the reward chest from my 4th-tier quest yet. I wonder what treasures it holds. Is that a divine-grade treasure chest? Ansha exclaimed in disbelief as the chest materialized before Mu Chun. Her tone betrayed her astonishment. Divine-grade treasure chests aren't something you come across easily. How does one obtain it? Mu Chun asked calmly, his fingers lightly tapping the chest's surface. Only through a 5-star advancement quest. Ansha took a deep breath, her gaze tinged with a mix of surprise and complexity. You actually managed to complete a 4th-tier 5-star quest? That's truly unexpected. Oh, is it particularly special? Mu Chun raised an eyebrow, smiling as he looked at her. Ansha's expression turned solemn as she explained slowly, 5-star quests are far more challenging than ordinary ones. Even the human emperor wouldn't take them lightly. Without powerful equipment and skills to back you up, the risks of failure are just too great. My 4th-tier quest? Nothing too extraordinary, it just required me to become the human emperor. Mu Chun replied nonchalantly, as if he were recounting a trivial matter. Become the human emperor? Ansha froze for a moment, then sighed in amazement. That's no ordinary task, especially the final step, gaining the recognition of the sages. Many sovereign candidates get stuck there. I can't believe you actually completed it. That's truly remarkable. Guess I was lucky. Mu Chun chuckled softly, his right hand gently moving to open the treasure chest. Click. The chest slowly opened, releasing a soft, radiant glow. Congratulations, you have obtained 10x Sacred Essence. A system notification chimed in his ears. Sacred Essence? Mu Chun's eyebrows lifted slightly as he examined the 10 small vials of liquid in his hands. Just as he was about to check their details, Ansha suddenly gasped in astonishment. Sacred Essence? You recognize this? Mu Chun turned to Ansha, his gaze now curious. Ansha nodded, her tone carrying a trace of excitement. Of course I do. Sacred Essence is the treasure every max-level professional dreams of obtaining. It is an essential item for ascending to godhood. Essential for godhood? Mu Chen's heart stirred slightly as he lowered his gaze to study the sacred essence in his hand. Item: sacred essence. Quality: description: contains divine material. Collect 100 units to synthesize a blank divinity core. A necessary item for ascending to godhood. Amazing! Mu Chen's eyes gleamed with excitement, and a faint smile played on his lips. It seemed that with this blank divinity core as his first step, his journey to godhood was officially underway. As long as he proceeded steadily, he was confident he would become a deity. Carefully stowing away the sacred essence, Mu Chun looked up at Ansha once more, his gaze now carrying a hint of deeper meaning. Just as he was about to speak, a voice rang out from outside the hall of the human emperor. Ansha, are you there? We're leaving now. A lively and cheerful female voice called out from outside, carrying a playful yet commanding tone. Mu Qian turned his head toward the sound and saw a young girl stride confidently into the hall. She was dressed in golden light armor, her petite frame exuding a spirited and heroic aura. A blue cape adorned her head, and her face glowed with a confident smile, making her appear both adorable and mischievous. Hands on her hips, she radiated an undeniable presence. Suddenly, a system notification appeared before Mu Chan. Name: Wu Naren. Title: Battle Sovereign. Level: 182, 9th Evolution Class. Race: Human. Description: one of the sovereigns of the human race, the Combat Sovereign, the Emperor of the Warrior class. Mu Chen's gaze was immediately drawn to her equipment. She was clad in a complete set of golden armor that gleamed brilliantly, clearly a rare and valuable golden tier set known as the Wudi set. Golden equipment was already a rarity, let alone a full set. Mu Chun couldn't help but marvel at her extraordinary resources and wealth, befitting her title as the Battle Sovereign. And who is this? Wu Naren's curious gaze fell on Mu Chun. Hello. Mu Chun greeted with a warm smile, extending his hand. Wu Naren blinked before breaking into a bright, hearty smile. She shook his hand with a firm and decisive grip, a gesture that reflected her straightforward personality. Releasing his hand, she skipped the pleasantries and said directly, "All right, the three of us should head to the venue now. The meeting's about to start." Ansha nodded in agreement, and Mu Chun had no objections. The three of them promptly left the hall of the human emperor, heading toward the meeting venue. As they stepped out of the hall, the bustling streets came into view. The streets were already crowded with numerous human sovereigns and sovereign candidates. Although the candidates didn't have speaking rights at the meeting, as future sovereign prospects, they were allowed to attend. Along the way, many turned their gazes toward Mu Chun, their eyes filled with scrutiny and curiosity. Mu Chun understood their reaction. His identity as the new sovereign of all beings had clearly not gone unnoticed. After all, the human race originally had only 4 sovereigns, and his emergence as the 5th was bound to attract attention. Shifting his focus, Mu Chun opened his friend list and located Feng Tianling's avatar. He sent her a private message. Miss Feng, I'm on my way to the venue with our human race's Law Sovereign and Battle Sovereign. Feng Tianling's reply came swiftly. Just call me Tianling. I know your race's sovereigns, as does Daisy. Let's sit together later. All right, Mu Chun responded. He wasn't surprised that Feng Tianling knew the human sovereigns. Having lived on the galaxy continent for countless years, it was natural for the sovereigns of the 3 major races to be acquainted. The trio continued down the street, and after about 10 minutes, they arrived at the entrance to the venue. Situated at the central level of the structure, the venue was spacious and grand. Mu Chun scanned the area and saw that a large number of sovereigns had already gathered. Whether from the human race, the beast race, or the demon race, their imposing figures were scattered throughout the area. The atmosphere was lively, with sovereigns conversing in small groups, though an undercurrent of tension and anticipation could be felt. There are so many people, Mu Chun muttered under his breath, his gaze sweeping over the diverse and commanding sovereigns around him. He was keenly aware that this meeting would be a pivotal one that could shape the future of the world. Let's head inside. Mu Chun, not seeing Feng Tianling or Daisy, decided to enter the venue first and figure things out later. Beside him, Ansha and Wu Naren both nodded in agreement. With that, the 3 of them stepped into the event hall. Meanwhile, on the 3rd layer of the galaxy continent, known as the entertainment hub of the entire galaxy continent, the 3rd layer was a dazzling display of prosperity. Its architectural style was a unique blend of medieval classical houses, modern skyscrapers, and futuristic holographic structures. Despite the stark contrast in design, the eclectic mix created a captivating and harmonious visual impact. In this layer, there were no emperors or kings ruling over the cities. Instead, the city lords held the highest authority, their decisions closely tied to the city's destiny. As a result, every city had its own distinct character. One city, in particular, stood out in the central area of the entertainment layer, Future City. At this very moment, chaos was erupting at a concert venue within this bustling metropolis. Boom. Boom. Damn it. Catch them. Unbelievable. How dare you ruin Chijiang's concert? I saw their guild tags. They're from the All Beings Guild. Quick, get them. I'm going to make them pay. Deafening explosions echoed through the concert hall as smoke and fire engulfed the venue, igniting the fury of the crowd. Countless pairs of enraged eyes turned toward the main entrance, where three young men were seen scrambling to escape. Get them! The enraged crowd surged forward like an unstoppable tidal wave, roaring as they charged toward the exit. The scene resembled a zombie apocalypse. The three young men Gu Chuan, Xiao Chong, and Liang had already bolted out of the venue, running for their lives. As they reached the entrance, they spotted a gray-haired girl standing there. It was none other than the person they'd been thinking about, Yaya. Yaya, run. Don't just stand there. We got your revenge. Now move it. The three shouted in unison, grabbing her and pulling her along as they fled. Yaya, or rather, Black Wolf was utterly baffled, but there was no time to ask questions. She quickly followed the trio, sprinting alongside them. Her mind flashed back to the events earlier that day. As a fourth-tier professional, she had hoped to shine at this concert. Instead, her performance was forcibly taken over by a sixth-tier, third-rate celebrity who had humiliated her with a bag of coins. Just as she was consumed by anger and frustration, these three die-hard anime fans had appeared. "We'll help you get revenge," they declared with confidence. And so, they orchestrated this explosive act of retaliation. While their plan succeeded, it had also enraged the entire audience, sparking a furious chase that now had them running for their lives. Run faster. They're catching up. Xiao Cheng glanced back, his face paling at the sight. Black Wolf instinctively turned to look as well, only to see more explosions erupting near the venue's entrance. Moments later, a mob of furious players burst out, shouting angrily as they gave chase. Catch them. If I don't chop these guys to pieces today, I'm not Wong. Run all you want. You'll pay for crossing Chijiang's fans. The sight made Black Wolf's scalp tingle. Her throat tightened as she picked up her pace. What is this? A zombie outbreak? What did you guys do to them? Does it matter? Just run. Gu Chuan panted, his legs pumping furiously. Xiao Cheng, barely keeping up, managed to ask, "By the way, Yaya, does your world have zombies too? Is this seriously the time for that?" Black Wolf snapped, exasperated, but she didn't dare slow down. The players' enraged shouts grew louder, their pursuit relentless. The chase was heating up, and yet the road ahead seemed endlessly long. With you three fans, I must have the worst luck in 8 lifetimes. So what do we do now? Gu Chuan paced anxiously in circles, his hands clutching his head. His gaze darted toward the distance, where a horde of relentless, crazed fans closed in, desperation written all over his face. Most of them are fourth-tier professionals, and some are even sixth-tier. There's no way we can outrun them. His voice trembled with fear. Although their earlier actions had been exhilarating, escape now seemed nearly impossible. Hei Lang's expression was grim, his sharp eyes scanning their surroundings as his fists clenched tightly. It was clear he was trying to devise a way out. But the reality was harsh. None of the three of them had even reached the fourth tier, while their pursuers were all high-level professionals, with several sixth-tier individuals among them. If they were caught, the consequences were obvious. It was game over. At this critical moment, Liang's lips curved into a sly smile as he glanced at the other two. Now's the time for the all-powerful Bailayu to save the day. Bailayu? Gu Chuan and Xiao Cheng froze, staring at him in confusion. What the heck is that? Liang ignored their bewildered reactions and decisively opened the guild chat channel. His fingers flew across the virtual keyboard as he typed quickly, his tone urgent yet carrying a hint of confidence. Bailayu. Help, we're in trouble. The guild chat exploded instantly. Jiang Yinran? Doryman? Yin Linglong. I feel like I need to roast this. Chao Yang. Same here. Wang Bin. Count me in. A flood of teasing messages filled the chat. Clearly, everyone was baffled by Liang's Bailayu reference, though there was also a good deal of curiosity about what kind of mess head landed himself in this time. Baiyu, speak. Liang clung to this lifeline like it was his last hope and quickly replied, Gu Chuan, Xiao Cheng, and I are being chased by thousands of people. Send us an escape item, quick. Baiyu, let me check. But time wasn't on their side. Gu Chuan suddenly shouted, oh crap, they're catching up. The three of them turned around, and their faces went pale. The wave of crazed fans surged closer, now less than 50 meters away. Hei Lang, run faster. Xiao Cheng, think of something quick. The tension spiked instantly. Cold sweat dripped from Liang's forehead as his mind raced, but no escape plan came to mind. Finally, he gritted his teeth, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. He grabbed Gu Chuan's shoulder firmly and said with unwavering resolve, brother, I'm sorry, but you'll have to take one for the team. Gu Chuan was dumbfounded, completely at a loss for what that meant. The next second, Li Ong's right hand shoved Gu Chuan forcefully toward the oncoming mob. He Lang and Xiao Chong were utterly stunned. You just sacrificed your teammate? He Lang stared in disbelief, his eyes wide. This was practically sending Gu Chuan to his doom. Xiao Chong, however, couldn't help but grin, even letting out a chuckle. Nicely done. Liang smirked as well, his tone casual. You're welcome, He Lang. He felt like his brain was about to short-circuit. He couldn't keep up with their logic at all. Meanwhile, Gu Chuan, now sprawled on the ground after being pushed, looked up at the rapidly retreating backs of his so-called teammates. Tears welled up in his eyes as he cried out in despair. You heartless jerk, Liang. Do you have any idea how much getting beaten hurts? Wah. Before he could finish, the crazed fans swarmed and surrounded him. What followed was a merciless beating. Get him. Break his legs. Let's make him regret everything. The mob unleashed their fury, fists and feet flying. Some even aimed specifically at his more sensitive areas. Gu Chuan's blood-curdling screams echoed in the distance, sending shivers down the spines of Liang and the others. Oh! None of them dared to look back. They could only run as fast as they could. Just then, a message popped up in the guild chat. By you, Liang Xiao Chung Gu Chuan. I've sent an escape item to the guild warehouse. It's priced at 1 contribution point. Grab it now. Liang, thanks a ton. Without hesitation, Liang opened the guild warehouse and quickly purchased the top-listed item. Whoosh! A sleek, futuristic motorcycle with a blue and white color scheme materialized out of thin air, gleaming with a metallic sheen. Starting tomorrow, updates will be massive between 6,000 and 10,000 words per day, not per chapter. Heavy Armored Bunny? Liang was utterly dumbfounded. What the hell? Heavy Armored Bunny actually exists? What kind of bizarre contraptions does Bai spend his days creating? But right now, this thing was of no practical use to Liang. The most pressing issue was still figuring out how to escape their pursuers. However, the motorcycle only had 2 seats, which meant Liang's gaze involuntarily shifted to Xiao Chong. Almost simultaneously, Xiao Chong turned to look at him. Their eyes met in the air, sparks seemingly flying between them. Liang's heart sank as he cursed internally. No need to guess, this guy is definitely scheming to get rid of me. Liang and Xiao Chong exchanged cold smirks, both silently adding the other to their must eliminate lists. At the same time, Black Wolf's attention was completely drawn to the motorcycle in front of her. Her eyes flashed with a mix of surprise and an indescribable excitement, as if something deep within her DNA was calling out. The next second, she didn't hesitate, hopping onto the motorcycle, gripping the handlebars firmly, and turning to urge, hurry up. Stop, you fiend. I can tell with one look that you're up to no good. Xiao Chong suddenly interrupted, pointing dramatically at Liang with a stern expression. I am Xiao Chong, the great emperor of the Xuanwu dynasty. Villain, you must answer for your treachery against Gu Chuan today. Liang wasn't about to back down. He sneered, SK, Xiao Chong, you've violated the galactic law of annoying me. Prepare to meet your end. Before either of them could finish their sentences, they simultaneously activated their skills. Golden light and flames intertwined as battle armor and majestic auras burst forth. The fight ignited in an instant. The 2 figures lunged at each other, their murderous intent so thick it was suffocating. Black Wolf was momentarily stunned. Her brain seemed to freeze, unable to comprehend what had caused these 2 to suddenly lose their minds. But before she could process it further, the sound of approaching footsteps from their pursuers grew louder. In a panic, Black Wolf fumbled and accidentally pressed a button. Heavy Armored Bunny. Rider mode. Automatic driving activated. A cold mechanical voice announced. Huh. Black Wolf barely had time to react before the motorcycle shot forward like an arrow from a bow. The sudden turn of events caused both Liang and Xiao Chong to halt mid-fight, staring dumbfounded as the motorcycle, with Black Wolf aboard, disappeared into the distance. They stood frozen, their faces filled with disbelief, unable to utter a single word. Heh, why aren't you 2 running now? A deep voice suddenly sounded from behind them. Was that girl working with them? Another voice chimed in. Come on, we have our principles. Whoever started the fight gets the beating, a third voice declared. Agreed. More voices joined in agreement. Liang and Xiao Cheng's bodies stiffened as they slowly turned around, only to see a group of burly, intimidating men closing in on them. The 2 exchanged a glance, forcing polite yet awkward smiles, though their shared thought was crystal clear. We're doomed. This time, we're really doomed. The circle of burly men tightened, and the smiles on Liang and Xiao Cheng's faces grew increasingly strained. Galaxy Continent, 10th layer, Mortal Deity Arena. This place was built like a coliseum, with emperors seated in the northern section and deities occupying the southern area. As a human emperor, Mu Chan was currently escorted by Wu Naren and another human emperor to the designated area for their kind. Including Mu Chan, there were 4 human emperors present, 2 men and 2 women. Mu Chan took his seat but didn't immediately engage with the other emperors. Instead, his gaze fell on the guild chat channel, his brows furrowing as he delved into thought. Guild chat channel. Xiao Cheng, not the face. Ah, it hurts. It hurts so much. Liang, no, don't kick my little brother. No. Ah. Mu Chan stared at the messages, his lips twitching involuntarily. He had no idea what kind of mess Xiao Cheng and Liang had gotten themselves into, but their grievous updates were certainly grabbing attention. Other guild members were also intrigued by the exchange. Shuiqianfeng, what's going on? Sun Qian, no clue. Suji, I'm more curious about what happened to Liang's little brother. Mu Chun, lost in thought, found himself picturing Liang and Xiao Cheng being mercilessly beaten by their pursuers. Shaking his head, he muttered under his breath, what on earth are those two idiots up to now? Guchuan, ha ha ha, serves you right. Serves you right. Ha ha ha, that's what you get for betraying me. As the crowd buzzed with chatter, Guchuan suddenly appeared, his voice dripping with gloating satisfaction. His laughter was sharp, like barbs piercing directly into Xiao Cheng and Liang's hearts. Ha ha ha, serves you right. I told you, karma spares no one when it strikes. His eyes sparkled with delight as he watched their embarrassed expressions, growing even more smug, as if venting all the frustration he had endured before. Standing to the side, Mu Qian shook his head helplessly. These three just can't stay out of trouble, he muttered to himself, his tone a mix of exasperation and indulgence. He had long since figured out that Guchuan, Xiao Cheng, and Liang couldn't go a day without stirring up some drama. Still, he had no intention of interfering. After all, these minor squabbles wouldn't kill anyone. Sometimes a little setback was the best teacher. Just as Mu Chun was about to turn and leave, a calm, gentle voice sounded from beside him. Is this what your daily life looks like? The voice was warm and composed, carrying an air of refinement that instinctively put people at ease. Mu Chun froze for a moment and turned to look. A young man in a cyan robe stood nearby, smiling at him. Mu Chin's instincts kicked in, and he activated his Dominator's eye. Instantly, a panel of information about the stranger appeared before him. Name, Jin Shursan. Title, Sword Emperor. Level 200, 9th tier class. Race, human. Description. One of humanity's emperors, the pinnacle of swordsmanship practitioners. Mu Chin's gaze flickered slightly as he silently marveled. Jin Shursan's strength was undeniable, was the undisputed peak of humanity's swordsmanship. But before Mu Chan could dwell on it further, his attention was drawn to another figure. This one was a tall man, his entire form seemingly shrouded in a faint, dark mist. Name, Weiss. Title, Shadow Emperor. Level 189, 9th tier class. Race, human. Description. One of humanity's emperors, the sovereign of shadow-based classes. Greetings, Mu Chan said calmly, his tone steady as he glanced at the two. Despite holding the trump card of a hidden class, he showed no arrogance in the presence of fellow emperors. Jin Shursan nodded with a faint smile, while Weiss brushed back his golden hair, his eyes carrying a hint of scrutiny and curiosity. Their brief exchange was soon interrupted as Wu Naren approached, her expression tinged with something peculiar. I just received word from Feng Tianling of the Phoenix clan and Daisy of the Elven royalty. They said they're coming here to attend the Mortal God Conference, she said, pausing to glance at Mu Chan. Do you know them? Somewhat, Mu Chan replied with a nod, recalling their brief encounter on the 10th layer. I think we should call it a day, Weiss suddenly interjected, his tone carrying a note of seriousness. He ran a hand through his golden hair again, his gaze sweeping over the group. As you all know, the identity of a hidden class emperor is no trivial matter. With Mu Chen's status, he'll likely have to join the other four emperors at the Mortal God Conference. Indeed, Jin Shursan agreed, his tone laced with a hint of admiration. Hidden class emperors naturally hold undeniable authority. Even if their levels are lower than other emperors, their position at the Mortal God Conference is no less significant. It's the unique nature of their classes that grants them such standing. The higher your class level, the stronger you become, not just in terms of raw power, but also in terms of status and influence. Especially in situations like this, where emperors and deities face off, the importance of class level cannot be overstated, Jin Shursan elaborated, his voice carrying a touch of introspection. Mu Chun nodded inwardly, fully aware of the truth in Jin Shursan's words. In this world, one's class was the ultimate foundation. Whether ascending to godhood or claiming the title of emperor, class level was always the most critical threshold. The prerequisite of a unique class for godder professions alone was enough to deter countless aspirants. As time passed, the emperors began gathering one by one. Ansha, sensing something, suddenly turned her gaze to the opposite side, her expression growing solemn. It's starting, she murmured. The other emperors, hearing this, all straightened up, their gazes collectively fixed in the same direction. Following their line of sight, Mu Chun saw beams of radiant divine light erupt from the seats opposite them. The light was extraordinary, both sacred and gentle, like a spring breeze caressing the skin, putting one's heart at ease. Yet beneath this tranquility lay an oppressive pressure that was suffocating. Within just 10 seconds, the divine light dissipated. In its place appeared figures bathed in divine radiance. Their auras varied, some exuded warmth, others authority, but all inspired an undeniable sense of reverence. Mu Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as he felt the overwhelming, abyss-like power emanating from these beings. A flicker of awe arose in his heart. So this was the might of deities? Even as a hidden-class emperor, he couldn't help but feel a faint, insurmountable pressure before such entities. So this is what divine power feels like? Hi there, my lovely people. Did you miss me? A crisp, melodious female voice rang through the air, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Even the regal figures seated above turned their gazes downward. At the center of the grand hall, a woman with skin as fair as snow and radiant like jade stepped forward gracefully. She was adorned in an exquisite, flowing gown embellished with intricate, delicate patterns that swayed with her every step, exuding an aura of nobility and warmth. Mu Chen's eyes fell on her, and his brows furrowed slightly. The divine name Iman, accompanied by a series of unfamiliar symbols, appeared in his field of vision. Authority, compassion, divine power. All the information was shrouded in an air of mystery. Yet, what struck Mu Chen the most was not the enigmatic data but her name Iman. Iman? Mu Chen muttered to himself, his expression gradually turning peculiar. His unique ability allowed him to glimpse divine titles and names, which he had thought was his limit. But now, he found himself at a loss, for this name was not only unfamiliar but also strangely reminiscent of something close to Hema nickname he used for his beloved waifu from the second dimension. What unsettled him even more was that this goddess's pink hair and appearance bore an uncanny resemblance to his fictional love. As Mu Chen's mind wandered in disarray, the goddess Iman seemed to sense something. She lifted her head and looked directly in his direction, a subtle yet meaningful smile gracing her lips. Seeing this, Mu Chen's heart sank, and his brows knitted tightly. He knew all too well his earlier act of probing her information must have caught her attention. As expected, a deity's perception far surpasses that of mortal beings. Mu Chen thought to himself, now on high alert. He silently resolved to never again recklessly investigate a deity's details, at least not until he reached the realm of divine-level capabilities. Before he could dwell further on his thoughts, a deafening wave of screams erupted from the audience, their collective voices almost shaking the roof off the venue. Ah, Goddess Iman. I love you. Goddess, Goddess, I've missed you so much. Iman, please, just look at me. The deities in the crowd seemed to lose all composure, shouting wildly and waving their arms. Even many of the regal figures couldn't conceal their excitement and joined in the frenzy. Mu Qian stood there, utterly dumbfounded as he watched the scene unfold, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. He had always assumed that both sovereigns and deities were lofty, dignified beings, but this spectacle completely upended his understanding. Is this some kind of idol fan meeting? Mu Qian couldn't help but grumble inwardly. Beside him, Jian Shursen suddenly leapt to his feet, his face brimming with enthusiasm as he waved his arms like an overzealous fanboy. Goddess, I like you so much. Mu Qian nearly choked on the air, rubbing his temple in exasperation. Unbelievable, he muttered to himself. The dignified image of a sovereign is completely shattered, and now even the god's prestige is crumbling alongside it. As Mu Qian silently lamented, Wu Naren chuckled lightly, as if seeing through his confusion. She turned to him and explained, Mu Qian, don't be too surprised. While there are indeed competitions between sovereigns and deities, before such matches, deities often place bets. The rewards from these bets are extraordinarily generous. For us mortals, this is an unparalleled opportunity. And besides, if the deities truly harbored malicious intent toward us, they would have acted long ago. Mu Qian nodded in realization. I see. So this gathering isn't just about competition. It's a complex game of interests. Still, you'll need to observe further to fully grasp the rules. His gaze returned to the center of the hall. There, the goddess Iman raised her hand and waved gracefully to the crowd, her face adorned with a sweet smile. Her genuine warmth made it impossible for anyone to harbor resentment toward her. Hi, everyone. Did you miss me? No matter the time or place, Iman will always answer your call. Her voice was as heavenly as a song, instantly igniting another wave of fervent cheers. The fans' screams grew even louder, and Mu Qian even saw with his own eyes that some deities were clutching their chests, their faces flushed with infatuation, before dramatically fainting. Mu Qian's mouth twitched as he covered his face with one hand, feeling as though his worldview was being mercilessly trampled by this absurd spectacle. This is nothing like the solemn and dignified assembly I imagined. Shouldn't this kind of event be serious and formal? Why does it feel like a celebrity fan meet and greet? Mu Chen internally wailed. At that moment, Ansha suddenly stood up, her voice filled with excitement as she shouted, Iman, I've been thinking about you all this time. Mu Chen's lips twitched uncontrollably, his hand still covering his face. This is not what I signed up for, he thought helplessly. I'm with you. Iman, the greatest under heaven, unmatched above the skies. Let the unsung ballads be heard once more, and let the forgotten stories of history be sung again. The thunderous chants erupted like a storm, igniting the entire venue with fervent passion. Countless rulers were flushed with excitement, some even dropping to their knees in worship, their eyes brimming with fanatic devotion as though Iman was their sole faith. Me too, someone shouted, sparking an even greater wave of response. The echoing cries surged like a tidal wave, as if they could shake the heavens themselves. Amid the crowd, one of the rulers wiped the sweat from his brow nervously and muttered under his breath, Mu Chun am barely holding it together. So what's the deal here? Is this really just a fan meetup? Where are the 10 divine beings? And the 4 great rulers? In the midst of the uproar, Iman, seated in the primary position, smiled faintly as if everything was under her control. Her gaze swept across the crowd, her eyes glinting with playful mischief. In a soft, melodious voice, she announced, All right, this year's Mortal and Divine Assembly is officially starting. Now, let's welcome the other 9 divine beings. As her words fell, 9 radiant beams of divine light descended from the sky, slicing through the clouds like sharp swords. The divine light illuminated the heavens, causing the stars to shimmer and the air to be suffused with a holy aura. In that moment, the galaxy seemed to come alive, and the world was bathed in dazzling brilliance. Whoosh, 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 the divine lights struck the ground, revealing the figures of 9 divine beings standing beside Iman. Each exuded a unique presence, one as icy as frost, another as blazing as fire, and yet another brimming with the vitality of a lush forest. The arrival of every being triggered even more frenzied cheers from the crowd. Lord Howu, look at me. I'm the god of the forest. Oh my god. I can't take it anymore, I'm going to faint. Screams erupted one after another, and some individuals even fainted from sheer excitement. Iman observed the scene with a faint smile that carried a hint of amusement. She softly remarked, Now, with me included, the 10 divine beings are all here, isn't everyone thrilled? Her voice was sweet yet carried an air of authority, instantly silencing the crowd, if only temporarily. She then raised her hand slightly, her expression turning playful once again. Perhaps some of the rulers or divine beings here have forgotten my name, so how about I reintroduce myself? You wouldn't mind, would you? No way, came the deafening response, shaking the earth and sky alike. Pleased, Iman nodded and continued, Thank you, everyone, my name is Iman, the goddess of compassion, who loves all in this world. As you can see, I'm a beautiful maiden who truly lives up to her name. She added a playful wave to the crowd of rulers and divine beings, exuding a mix of charm and elegance. After a moment, she cleared her throat, her tone shifting slightly. All right, I've said what I needed to say. Now, let's welcome the 5 great rulers to the stage. Before she even finished speaking, streaks of light shot out from the rulers' seats, swift as lightning and carrying an overwhelming aura. They landed firmly before the divine beings. As their figures emerged, it became clear that these individuals were no ordinary rulers, they were 90-year professionals, far surpassing the others in both speed and presence. Mu Chen froze for a second, then quickly realized what was happening. The so-called 5th ruler Iman mentioned was clearly him. After all, among the rulers present, he was the only one qualified for such a title. Mu Chen, get moving, Wu Naren reminded him urgently. Got it, Mu Chen replied with a nod. He stood up and, with a swift motion, descended toward the stage. Meanwhile, the 4 great rulers had already positioned themselves 10 meters ahead of the divine beings. Their figures stood tall and imposing, like towering mountains radiating an undeniable sense of power. All eyes now turned to Mu Chen, the lone figure descending gracefully from midair. Is that the 5th ruler with a hidden class? What? He's only at the 4th tier? And his level is insanely high. Yeah. The players in this beta test have only been in the Galaxy continent for 2 or 3 days, and he's already reached the 4th tier in just a month? That's insane leveling speed. A buzz of whispers spread among the rulers, their gazes filled with curiosity and astonishment. Even the divine beings in the distance exchanged quiet remarks, clearly intrigued by this newly ascended ruler. If they only knew that Mu Chen's class wasn't merely a hidden one, but a one-vacant, singular class, who knows how they would react? Mu Chen landed steadily, coming to rest beside a middle-aged ruler. His expression remained calm as his gaze swept over the crowd, carrying an air of quiet confidence, as if this entire spectacle were just another ordinary event for him. Hey, Aren't you going to introduce yourself? I'm quite curious about you, Iman said with a playful smile, her gaze fixed on Mu Chan. My name is Mu Chan, Emperor of the human race, sovereign of all beings, Mu Chan said with a faint smile, his tone calm and concise. He didn't bother to mention his profession, it simply wasn't necessary in his eyes. Iman nodded slightly, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in her eyes. The next moment, she raised her right hand, and a pink light appeared. In an instant, a round table materialized out of thin air at the center of the gathering of emperors and deities, surrounded by 15 chairs. Everyone, please have a seat, Iman said softly, her voice gentle as she gracefully took her place at the table, her movements elegant and composed. The others followed suit, each taking a seat around the table. Mu Chan was no exception, moving with an air of calm detachment, his gaze steady and observant, as if he were merely a spectator. Once everyone was seated, the mortal and divine assembly, rare meeting of emperors and gods, officially began. Same as every year? Random draws to decide the matchups? Qinglong Emperor, one of the leaders on the side of the human emperors, spoke first. His deep and commanding voice carried an undeniable authority. Every year, the mortal and divine battles were conducted in a similar manner, with participants randomly paired for competition. The battles were divided into two types: intellectual duels and physical combat. In intellectual duels, the rules were fairly lenient, with almost no restrictions. Physical combat, however, required the gods to suppress their power levels to match those of the emperors, ensuring a level playing field. Even so, the emperors rarely triumphed over the gods. After all, the gods' wisdom and strength were nearly insurmountable. Of course, exceptions did exist. For instance, going up against the god of foolishness in an intellectual duel significantly improved one's chances of winning. The god of foolishness, true to his domain, struggled with even basic logic, let alone complex reasoning. Mu Chen sat quietly, saying nothing. His purpose for attending was clear, was here merely to observe and broaden his horizons. As for participating in the battles, he had no interest. That works, a golden-haired young man said with a gentle yet authoritative smile. He was none other than the sun god, one of the 10 supreme deities. As soon as the sun god spoke, he smiled again and added, there will be 5 rounds of competition in total. For the first round, I'll provide the rewards. With that, he retrieved 3 items from the void and placed them lightly on the table. The first item was a heart radiating a faint golden glow. Item: dragon's heart, quality, gold. Description: the heart of a dragon, crystallized after its death. It possesses remarkable attributes. The second item was a shimmering orb that resembled a miniature star. Item: star of the galaxy, quality, gold. Description: a spherical object containing a small celestial body. Its power is extraordinary. The final item was an exquisitely crafted music box, emitting a unique, mesmerizing light. Item: eternal love music box, quality, unique. Description: allows the user to revive after death by sacrificing 1 level. Can be used once per day. As the details of the items were revealed, the 4 emperors couldn't help but focus their attention on them. The unique item, in particular, elicited expressions of astonishment. A resurrection item? And a permanent one at that. Someone murmured in awe, their tone brimming with excitement. This is a priceless treasure. I never thought I'd see something like this here. Even Mu Chen raised an eyebrow, momentarily surprised. However, he quickly regained his composure. He knew such an item held little value for him, compared to the benefits granted by his guild's attributes. No wonder ordinary players know so little about the god's existence. Mu Chen mused silently. The rewards offered by the gods are simply too extravagant, and with the random draw determining matchups, the odds of ordinary players participating are slim to none, let alone defeating a god. Under such circumstances, it's only natural that knowledge of the gods remains scarce. He sighed softly, feeling as though a lingering mystery had finally been unraveled. And so, the mortal and divine assembly had only just begun. The 4 sovereigns exchanged glances, then nodded in unison. Dinga crisp sound echoed in Mu Chen's mind. Would you like to draw a sovereign? Slightly startled, he quickly understood. This was the beginning of the first trial. Without a moment's hesitation, he silently uttered a single word in his mind. Draw. Ding. The system's voice rang out again. The 10th level mortal deity battle is now open. Randomly selecting a sovereign. This was immediately followed by a mechanical announcement. Selection complete. Floor announcement. In battle mode, death allows for resurrection. These few short sentences caused the atmosphere in the arena to momentarily freeze. Upon hearing the announcement, all beings paused for a moment before their expressions shifted. Some whispered among themselves, others furrowed their brows, and a few had faint, knowing smiles playing on their lips. The Lizard Ice Sovereign? Someone murmured, their tone tinged with surprise. Isn't that the sovereign of the Lizard Clan? This round is as good as over. What a shame. I was curious to see what had the Azure Dragon Sovereign and the others so excited about their wager, someone else muttered, shaking their head, clearly losing interest in the match. The Lizard Ice Sovereign versus the Elemental Goddess? A snicker arose from the crowd. Is there even a need to watch? A sovereign inherently countered by their opponent going up against a deity who commands the elements? It's a foregone conclusion. The reputation of the Lizard Ice Sovereign evidently failed to stir much anticipation. Neither the sovereigns nor the deities, not even the ordinary spectators, seemed to find any suspense in the outcome of this match. Let the battle begin. The referee's declaration silenced the arena instantly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh above the sky. A massive crystal orb suddenly appeared, glimmering with a faint, ethereal light. Mu Chun raised his head, his gaze fixed on the orb. The images within immediately captured his attention. Inside the crystal orb, two figures emerged clearly. The Lizard Ice Sovereign's clumsy form was clad in shimmering scales that reflected an icy blue light under the cold glow. On the other side stood the Elemental Goddess, exuding an elegant yet oppressive aura, as if the very frost and chill of the world were under her command. Before the Lizard Ice Sovereign could fully register his opponent's presence, an overwhelming icy current surged toward him with such speed that it left no time to react. In an instant, he was completely frozen, transformed into a crystalline ice sculpture. Battle over victory to the deities. The image within the crystal orb vanished, leaving the arena in silence. Moments later, scattered sighs broke through the quiet. This so-called match could hardly be called a battle. It was nothing more than a one-sided crush from start to finish. Lowering his head, Mu Qian withdrew his gaze, shifting his attention to the deities standing before him. My, that ended far too quickly. I didn't even have time to get interested. The goddess of love covered her mouth with a soft laugh, her tone carrying a trace of exasperation. You're not the only one bored. We found it rather dull too, one of the nearby deities said with a yawn. Even the four sovereigns showed hints of weariness. Clearly, such a predictable outcome failed to meet their expectations. Let's continue. The Angel Sovereign, the only female among the five sovereigns, spoke. Her voice was calm and composed. All right, the stakes remain these three items, the Sun God said, gesturing lazily at the objects on the round table. His tone betrayed a lack of enthusiasm for the battles to come. There were no objections from the sovereigns, and soon, the second battle commenced. Meanwhile, on the other side of the galactic continent, in the city of Dawnlight on the third level, located slightly to the east of the central region, Dawnlight City stood in stark contrast to Future City. While embracing modern technology, its overall architectural style leaned heavily toward a Western, otherworldly aesthetic. Beneath a star-studded night sky, its towering walls and spired towers appeared particularly enigmatic under the moonlight. A young woman on a motorcycle slowed to a stop in front of a small tavern on the outskirts of the city. She glanced up at the sign, her brows furrowing slightly before she let out a long sigh. This should be the place, she murmured softly, her voice carrying a hint of complicated emotion. The Black Wolf gazed at the tavern name, Cute Maid, and let out a sigh. The only reason she had come here was because she had added a player friend from the All Beings Guild, which led her to this place. Standing in front of the tavern, she looked up at the slightly comical signboard, her emotions a tangled mess. She hadn't planned on getting involved with these people, but the thought of the three fans who had died because of her weighed heavily on her mind. She had decided to make this trip after all. Since the disaster was of her making, she owed them an explanation, especially if they had family who might need support. With that thought, she glanced down at her meager savings in hand, her brows furrowing slightly. She muttered under her breath, if I'd known, I wouldn't have wasted money on gear. Now I'm not even sure if this will be enough for compensation. Tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear, she took a deep breath, her long, slender legs stepping forward as she pushed the door open. Inside, the tavern was dimly lit with a bustling atmosphere. Many adventurers were seated around tables, drinking and chatting, their occasional bursts of laughter filling the room. Black Wolf scanned the crowd with a hint of disdain, silently noting, quite the crowd. Her gaze quickly landed on a figure sitting quietly in the corner. The player wore a white coat and a mask, his tall and lean frame suggesting he was a young man. Above his head was the guild prefix, All Beings, marking him as the person she was looking for. Without hesitation, Black Wolf walked over. She stopped in front of him and sat down across the table, getting straight to the point. Are you from the All Beings Guild? The young man looked up and offered a polite smile. That's right. Nice to meet you, Yaya. I'm Xiaoming. Hello, Black Wolf replied with a nod, then frowned slightly, her tone tinged with confusion. But as far as I remember, my stage name and in-game nickname are both Black Wolf. Why do you all call me Yaya? Xiaoming chuckled at her question, his tone carrying a hint of teasing. Don't you think Yaya sounds cute? Besides, with how much you resemble a duck, what else would we call you? Black Wolf was momentarily taken aback before shaking her head in resignation. Fine, Whatever. She decided not to dwell on the nickname and shifted the topic, her expression turning serious. I'm here to ask about the situation with Gu Chuan and the other two, and to provide some compensation. Hearing this, Zhao Ming raised an eyebrow. Compensation? His face showed a trace of confusion, as though he hadn't fully processed what she meant. While he had heard Xiao Chong and the others mention Black Wolf before, the idea of compensation hadn't crossed his mind. After all, it was just a gamino one truly died, and the notion of compensation felt absurd. Seeing his reaction, Black Wolf patiently recounted the events involving Gu Chuan and the other two in detail. As Zhao Ming listened, his expression grew increasingly complicated, and a faint sense of unease crept into his heart. Lowering his head, he quickly opened the guild chat channel and sent out a message. Guild chat channel. Zhao Ming, Gu Chuan Xiao Chung Liang, where are you guys? Yaya just contacted me, saying she wants to compensate us. If I tell her about the revival mechanics directly, she probably won't believe me. I'm planning to bring her to see you. Gu Chuan. Yaya? Xiao Chung. We're at a counseling clinic on Allen Street in Dawn City. Liang. Some trauma? Needed a psychologist. Reading their replies, Zhao Ming's lips twitched involuntarily, his emotions a whirlwind of complexity. The guild chat went silent for a moment, and the other male members were clearly just as stunned by the situation. After all, who would have guessed that the three officers were in need of therapy because they had been, well, kicked in a rather delicate area? Zhao Ming couldn't help but silently think to himself, what a tragic bunch. He looked up at Black Wolf, his tone calm. Follow me. They'll take you to see them. All right. Black Wolf nodded and stood up, following after him. The two walked out of the tavern, one after the other. The night breeze carried a slight chill as they stepped outside. Just as they exited, Zhao Ming's attention was caught by a motorcycle parked by the roadside. He froze for a moment, his eyes lingering on it in surprise. This heavy armor bunny? A question mark seemed to hover above Zhao Ming's head. He stared at the motorcycle in front of him, finding it oddly familiar. It looked like Duck's ride, and it even had the same heavy armor bunny as its accessory. Wasn't this the legendary exclusive gear of the Lychee Hershers? Zhao Ming silently cursed in his heart, unaware that Bai Yu had lent this equipment to Black Wolf earlier. After all, Bai Yu never specifically explained the nickname of the gear, so Zhao Ming naturally assumed it was Duck's standard equipment. Yes, Black Wolf nodded, her expression as calm as ever. She stepped forward, swung a leg over the bike, and then turned her head to look at Zhao Ming. Hop on behind me, and you can guide me. No thanks. Zhao Ming shook his head, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. This is the perfect chance to test out my new shoes. As he spoke, he pulled two metallic rings out of his backpack. Oh? Black Wolf stared at the rings, utterly baffled. What kind of shoes are those? Rings? You can wear those? Sensing her confusion, Zhao Ming chuckled lightly without offering much of an explanation. Instead, he placed the rings on the ground. The next moment, flames burst forth. The rings instantly stood upright and began floating about a decimeter above the ground. With a composed expression, Zhao Ming stepped onto them as if walking on air, standing steadily. White Lae use wind-fire wheels, Zhao Ming said, glancing down at the shoes beneath him, flashing a bright grin. A must-have for everyone. Black Wolf's lips twitched slightly, unsure of how to respond. This guy always seemed to come up with the weirdest gadgets. And really, were those wind-fire wheels even shoes? Let's go. Black Wolf decided not to ask any more questions, twisting the throttle. The engine roared to life, and the motorcycle surged forward. Zhao Ming smirked, and with a flash of fire under his feet, he struck a stylish pose. Pulling a long spear out of his backpack, he easily kept pace with Black Wolf. The two of them sped down the street one after the other, drawing plenty of attention from bystanders. Zhao Ming's floating fiery wheels, in particular, left people gawking in astonishment, completely clueless about this bizarre technology. After traveling about 500 meters, a clear voice suddenly rang out from the side of the road. Stop! Both Black Wolf and Zhao Ming hit the brakes almost simultaneously, their eyes snapping toward the source of the voice. A white-haired young man in a law enforcement uniform, his expression stern, strode toward them. His gaze briefly swept over Zhao Ming before locking onto Black Wolf. Where's your helmet? The white-haired man demanded in a severe tone, his eyes fixed on Black Wolf as if trying to exert some kind of pressure. Helmet? Black Wolf blinked in confusion before frowning slightly. Why would I need that? In Future City, we don't even wear helmets. What kind of rule is this in Chiming City? What did you just say? The white-haired man's eyes widened, clearly irritated by Black Wolf's attitude. Without hesitation, he drew a large, glowing sword. The blade gleamed as he declared with righteous authority, "Hand over your license. It's been revoked." Black Wolf's mouth opened slightly, rendered speechless for a moment. Zhao Ming, standing to the side, watched the scene unfold with an increasingly amused expression. He glanced at the name above the white-haired man's head and suddenly realized who he was dealing with. Kevin, The old ancestor. Xiao Ming muttered under his breath, his lips twitching. No wonder he looked so familiar. Xiao. Black Wolf, on the other hand, was still recovering from her shock. Hearing Kevin's words, she felt a sudden pang of unease, as if about to lose something important. She quickly retorted, revoking my license for not wearing a helmet? Even Future City doesn't have such ridiculous rules. Oomph. Kevin, the veteran enforcer, snorted coldly, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. This is Chiming City. Here, it's mandatory. Don't try to argue your way out of it. Kevin's response left Black Wolf fuming. She pointed at Zhao Ming beside her and shouted angrily, "What about him? He's not wearing a helmet either." Kevin turned his head to glance at Zhao Ming, then scoffed. "Do you think I'm an idiot? What he's using are boots, not a vehicle. Why would I bother with him?" Black Wolf's eyes widened in disbelief, completely dumbfounded. Zhao Ming stood there, watching the interaction between the two, his lips twitching uncontrollably. The rules in Chiming City were truly baffling. Back to Muchan. The mortal god battles had already reached the 10th round. Muchan stood with his arms crossed, silently observing the battlefield before him. Having watched 9 consecutive battles, he had gained a good understanding of the rules and dynamics of this mortal god conflict. When deities and emperors clashed, most emperors opted for physical combat over intellectual duels, except for a rare few with specialized roles. After all, mortal intelligence often seemed insignificant in the face of divine wisdom. Instead of attempting to compete in the realm of the gods, it was more practical to fight in the domain where they excelled physical prowess. On the battlefield, the gods remained imposing and majestic. The emperors gave it their all to challenge them, yet they could never truly shake their dominance. Before long, the 10th battle concluded, and the result was no surprise, another victory for the gods. Ai Min rose gracefully, a faint smile on her lips. Her deep, captivating eyes scanned the crowd before finally landing on Muchan. Her smile carried a hint of mischief as she teased, "Oh my, no emperor managed to claim a reward this year either. Better luck next year." Before her words could fully settle, the gods transformed into streaks of white light and vanished from the venue in an instant, as if they had never been there. The grand hall was left with only the emperors. Muchan stood up, preparing to leave, when a middle-aged man next to him smiled and extended his hand. "Hello, I'm Ao Qing, the Azure Dragon Emperor." Muchan turned to meet his gaze and responded with a polite smile. "Hello, I'm Muchan, the Emperor of all beings." He extended his hand, shaking Ao Qing's lightly. Soon after, 3 other hidden class emperors approached, clearly intrigued by Mu Chen's presence. As the 5th hidden class emperor among their ranks, Mu Chen's emergence was undoubtedly noteworthy. After a brief exchange of introductions and contact information, the emperors added Mu Chen to a group chat called Emperor's Chat. They then bid their farewells and dispersed, each returning to their own guild responsibilities. Watching them leave, Mu Chen turned and headed toward the human emperor's gathering point. Before long, he arrived at the spot where he had been earlier and noticed that Feng Tianling and Daisy were already there. "Everyone's here. Let's head out," Wu Naren said with a faint smile, turning to Mu Chen. Mu Chen nodded, and the group left the venue together, making their way down the street. As they walked, Jian Shursan let out a sigh, his brows furrowed with concern. "I wonder when the 91st floor will finally be cleared." Even though there are plenty of max-level players now, including unique class players, the challenges starting from the 90th floor have become increasingly overwhelming. The floor guardian, each level's boss, was a formidable foe, powerful enough to inspire despair. Only by defeating the guardian could players advance to the next level. Currently, even the strongest players on the galaxy continent were stuck on the 90th floor, a testament to its difficulty. "Don't dwell on it," Feng Tianling said, shaking her head with a hint of resignation. "Unless we have the right divine guild traits and a divine class player, breaking through is impossible." As 9th-tier players, they rarely venture to lower floors, spending most of their time on the 90th floor. But now, with their progress stalled and no clear path forward, the sense of stagnation weighed heavily on them. "I wonder what it will be like once we clear the 100th floor," Jian Shursan murmured softly, a trace of yearning in his eyes. Listening to their conversation, Mu Chen was lost in thought. He was well aware of how challenging the 90th floor guardian was. Even a 9th-tier level 200 player couldn't make a dent. However, he had a hunch if his guild members could all reach max level and leverage their unlimited revival ability, they might just overcome this seemingly insurmountable barrier. "As long as we keep leveling up steadily, nothing is impossible," Mu Chen reassured himself silently. The group continued their conversation as they walked, and before they knew it, they had arrived at the teleportation gate. Mu Chen bid farewell to everyone and then stepped through the portal, leaving the 10th level behind. Sometime later, on the 35th level of the galactic continent, the all-nations floor, Mu Chen entered the Taishan Palace within the imperial palace of the Daishan Kingdom. The palace was resplendent, its walls inlaid with star stones that emitted a faint glow. This was where the emperor handled state affairs. The court officials had long since been dismissed, leaving the vast hall empty except for Xue Qianfeng, who was bent over a desk, poring over a thick stack of memorials. Creak, the heavy palace doors were pushed open, and the sound of footsteps echoed through the spacious hall. Xue Qianfeng lifted his head, his gaze following the source of the sound. Upon seeing the visitor, a faint, relaxed smile appeared on his lips. Guildmaster, you're here?
Yes.
Mu Chun gave a slight nod, his eyes sweeping across the grand hall before he spoke. How is the situation in the Dacian kingdom now? Xue Qianfeng set down the memorials in his hands, a trace of helplessness flashing across his face. It's a bit absurd. When I confiscated the assets of those corrupt officials, we uncovered a total of 50 million gold coins. All of it has been deposited into the national treasury. Honestly, even if we didn't plan a rebellion, this nation would likely descend into chaos within 50 years. What? Mu Chen blinked, raising an eyebrow. 50 million? He recalled the mere 12 million gold coins he had recently withdrawn from the treasury. It was only the tip of the iceberg? The disparity was staggering. Exactly, Xue Qianfeng said with a shrug, his tone light but tinged with mockery. And that's not all. Those remnants of the former dynasty who supported De Ziefter, I exiled them. Their family assets were also confiscated. From their estates alone, we found another 25 million gold coins. Now, the Dacian kingdom's treasury holds a total of 75 million gold coins. Mu Chun couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth, his expression tinged with complexity. Incredible. The level of corruption in Dezay was beyond imagination. Shaking his head, he pondered for a moment before speaking. Transfer 5 million gold coins to me. Later, find me a suitable base of operations. The All Nations floor isn't ideal for our headquarters. Xue Qianfeng nodded. Understood. He quickly completed the transfer, sending 5 million gold coins to Mu Chun. His tone carried a hint of ease. The remaining 70 million will be more than enough to govern the Dacian kingdom effectively. Mu Chen accepted the gold coins and stored them in his inventory. He then reminded in a low voice, remember to establish a cabinet system. Also, don't neglect your level progression. I understand. Xue Qianfeng nodded solemnly. I plan to start forming the cabinet tomorrow. As for those within the country who harbor rebellious intentions, I've already arranged for them to be dealt with. Once the new dynasty system is fully implemented, everything should fall into place. Mu Chen nodded slightly, satisfaction evident in his gaze. Just as he was about to leave, Xue Qianfeng seemed to recall something and spoke up. By the way, Guildmaster, there's something I think you should know. Among the Blue Star civilization, there are quite a few people who seem to have objections to you becoming the sovereign of Blue Star. Oh. Mu Chen paused, his brows furrowing slightly. What makes you say that? Because of your previous district cleansing actions, many believe you are unworthy of being crowned the sovereign of all beings. Xue Qianfeng spoke candidly, his tone carrying a trace of concern. Hearing this, Mu Chen merely chuckled softly, his expression unshaken. Qianfeng, you must also understand that at that time, I was already a candidate for sovereign. In our Huaxia civilization, insulting a sovereign or a sovereign candidate often results in execution, sometimes even implicating their entire clan. This isn't about personal grievances. It's about upholding the dignity of the sovereign. He paused, his gaze turning cold. When an emperor annihilates 9 clans, innocents are inevitably caught in the crossfire. But such actions are necessary to instill fear and maintain the sovereign's authority. Without such measures, how could one command respect? Xue Qianfeng was momentarily taken aback, then nodded slowly, seemingly awed by Mu Chen's composure and resolve. Lowering his head, a newfound sense of respect gleamed in his eyes. In the game Divine Revelation, being a ruler is akin to leading a civilization, and more so for Mu Chen, who belongs to the emperor class. As the saying goes, an emperor's wrath leaves corpses in thousands. When he first spoke in the chat channel, he did so under the authority of an administrator. Back then, he was merely reminding new players not to excessively tag everyone in the group. Once or twice was tolerable, but constant interruptions were a challenge to order. His tone was calm yet firm. However, while most people were rational, there were always a few ignorant individuals who lacked respect. Some even went so far as to hurl insults, crossing the line and challenging the ruler's authority. Mu Chen was not a merciful person. He understood that simply eliminating those who insulted the ruler wouldn't truly deter others. In modern society, lenient punishment often emboldens challengers and may even attract more foolish individuals to be exploited. Thus, he opted for a more decisive approach: mass annihilation of the region. This method was reminiscent of ancient emperors maintaining order, using overwhelming force to suppress rebellion and instill fear in others, effectively cutting off future troubles. Some might question whether his virtue matched his position, but Mu Chen never cared. From the moment he stepped into Divine Revelation, he had aimed for strength above all else, advancing step by step to eventually claim the title of ruler. As long as this world recognized him as the ruler, that was enough. Let's go. Let's find a suitable location for our guild headquarters, Mu Chun said, pulling himself from his thoughts and cracking a faint smile. All right. Xue Qianfeng nodded, standing up with a tone of certainty. I've gone through a lot of books about the galactic continent today. Guild leader, I believe the 15th layer, the dreamscape floor, would be the ideal place for our headquarters. We'll trust you on this. Let's head over and take a look. Mu Chun agreed with a nod. The two walked side by side out of the grand profound palace. Just as they reached the entrance, the guards saluted in unison, their voices loud and clear. Founding Emperor, Your Majesty. In the world of divine revelation, there were no eunuchs. Within the imperial palace, all roles, including guards, were filled by women. These women were equally powerful, and the palace soldiers were all valiant heroines. Hearing the guard's address, Mu Chun frowned slightly, a peculiar expression crossing his face. He turned to Xue Qianfeng with a hint of confusion in his voice. How did I suddenly become the founding emperor? Wasn't he the grand emperor? How did I end up as the founding emperor? Xue Qianfeng blinked in surprise, then awkwardly explained, Guild leader, check your empire panel. At his suggestion, Mu Chun opened the interface. Displayed prominently were the following titles. Grand Profound Kingdom Founding Emperor, Xiao Chong. Grand Profound Kingdom Martial Emperor, Qing Ling. Grand Profound Kingdom Grand Emperor, Xue Qianfeng. Grand Profound Kingdom Current Emperor, Mu Chun. Well, I didn't expect to become the founding emperor this quickly, Mu Chun muttered, shaking his head as he closed the panel, choosing not to dwell on it further. The two continued walking toward the teleportation portal. Galactic Continent, 15th layer. The Dreamscape floor. Legend has it that this floor provides players with a dreamlike experience, hence its name. Within it lies a safe zone, a small town called Dreamscape Town, named after the floor itself. At this moment, Mu Chun and Xue Qianfeng's figures appeared in the center of Dreamscape Town. They looked around, taking in the bustling streets lined with shops. Players moved about in droves, the atmosphere lively and vibrant. Yet, Mu Chun didn't notice anything particularly special. There's nothing remarkable about this place, he remarked, frowning slightly with a trace of disappointment in his eyes. It just looks like a typical otherworldly town. Guild leader, look at the sky, Xue Qianfeng suddenly said, pointing upward. Mu Chun followed her gaze, and in the next moment, he froze completely. Why are there so many bubbles? Above the sky, amidst the cotton-like white clouds, countless large, crystal-clear bubbles floated gently. Within these bubbles, players could be seen laughing and playing, their cheerful voices piercing through the delicate membranes, echoing in the air. By now, night had fallen, and the dark sky was adorned with vibrant, multicolored lights, transforming it into a dreamlike spectacle. The soft lights stretched from north to south, resembling a long, enchanting cable that turned the entire night sky into a breathtaking painting. These bubbles were the hallmark of the Dreamscape floor, floating bubbles. Not only could they be ridden, but they also served as spaces for resting and playing in midair, making them a paradise for players. Xue Qianfeng gazed at the scene before him and, recalling the book he had read earlier that afternoon, thoughtfully remarked, This is what makes the Dreamscape floor unique. Mu Chun nodded, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. What book were you reading this afternoon? Let me borrow it sometime. The Galactic Continent Travel Guide, Xue Qianfeng replied with a light chuckle, a hint of pride in his tone. The book describes many fascinating floors, like this Dreamscape floor and the Sweet Treats floor on the 14th level. There, you'll find massive flying donuts, pink cotton candy clouds, chocolate waterfalls, and even cookie-made floors. And the best part? Everything is edible. Mu Chun's eyes lit up as he eagerly asked, What else? Xue Qianfeng continued. The 13th floor is the ocean floor, entirely submerged in water. Beneath the sea, there's a hollow underwater city where players can live and admire the stunning marine scenery above them. The 12th floor is the sky floor, with no land, only massive, solid clouds that hold structures like the Sky City. The 11th floor is the music floor, where every tree produces music, and you can find wonders like the music sanctuary and candlelight chimes. He paused for a moment, adding a touch of mystery to his voice. As for the 16th and 17th floors, those are the most extraordinary theory collectively known as the inverted floors. From the 16th floor, you can look up and see the 17th, and vice versa. During sunrise and sunset, the sky reveals a spectacular phenomenon called solar radiance, which is absolutely breathtaking. Xue Qianfeng's vivid descriptions left Mu Chun brimming with excitement, eager to explore these magical floors. He couldn't help but exclaim, Just hearing your descriptions already feels unbelievable. These floors are all between the 10th and 20th levels, right? That's right, Xue Qianfeng confirmed, adding, Most guilds purchase their bases on these floors. However, the 19th floor is an exception. The 19th floor? Mu Chun raised an eyebrow, a hint of confusion crossing his face. What's so special about it? Shui Qianfeng cleared his throat, looking a bit awkward as he explained. The 19th floor is called the Eternal Night Floor. It's perpetually shrouded in darkness, without a single trace of light. As a result, apart from undead guilds or other night-dwelling races, almost no one wants to settle there. Ah, I see, Mu Chun said, his lips twitching into a faint smile. A floor that's always in darkness definitely wouldn't appeal to most people. No wonder other guilds avoid it. The two continued chatting as they strolled through the crowd, gradually leaving the small town behind. As soon as they stepped out, the sight before them made them stop in their tracks. This floor truly lives up to its name, the Dreamscape floor. Mu Chun marveled, his eyes filled with awe. It's like stepping into a dream. Shui Qianfeng took a deep breath, his gaze lingering on the mesmerizing scenery. He nodded in agreement. The difference between the town and the outside is like night and day. Deep within the forest, a soft emerald glow shimmered through the tender green leaves, as if draping the entire woodland in a veil of dreamlike mist. Countless fireflies danced gracefully in the air, their tiny lights resembling stars, further enhancing the mysterious and enchanting atmosphere of the surroundings. Nearby, clusters of mushrooms stood out as particularly unusual. Their tall caps arched gracefully like small bridges. Some players leapt onto the mushrooms, using their springy surfaces to bound swiftly through the forest. The mushrooms' arcs were incredibly precise, allowing players to land steadily on another mushroom and continue their journey with ease. On either side of the dirt path, an unfamiliar tree-like plant grew, its trunk shimmering with multicolored light as though embedded with countless gemstones, illuminating the entire trail. Along this dazzling path, Mu Chun and Shui Qianfeng strolled leisurely, taking in the surreal scenery around them, temporarily forgetting to converse. Both were immersed in the magical atmosphere of the forest until, after a long while, Mu Chun finally withdrew his gaze and opened his minimap. Let's purchase a guild base on this level, he said firmly, his voice low. First, let's see if there's a suitable spot on the map. Hearing this, Shui Qianfeng also opened his map, his eyes scanning it quickly. Guild leader, what would your ideal base look like? He asked while searching. By a lake, Mu Chun replied, a faint smile curving his lips as though he were already envisioning the scene. Sitting in a rocking chair, fishing, with a gentle breeze sounds pretty nice. Shui Qianfeng nodded in agreement. However, as they walked and filtered through the map's markers, they still couldn't find a suitable location for the guild base. Looks like everyone has good taste, Mu Chun remarked with a chuckle. This level does have plenty of lakes, but because of that, there are too many players with the same idea as me. All the good spots are already taken. Shui Qianfeng suddenly stopped, his eyes lingering on a specific spot on the map before sharing the marker with Mu Chun. Guild leader, how about this small lake? Mu Chun opened the marker to take a closer look and found it was a small lake in the northern part of the enchanted forest, surrounded by dense woods. Due to the lake size and its distance from major towns, the map showed no other guild bases in the area. It seems it's because there's no teleportation gate nearby, Mu Chun said thoughtfully. Teleportation gates can be purchased, but they're ridiculously expensive, Shui Qianfeng added. And the blueprints for the gates are only available to the major guilds, not to mention the materials are incredibly rare. So, places far from towns are usually avoided as guild base locations. Mu Chun nodded, then decisively said, let's go check it out. If we have a target, we should confirm it first. As for the teleportation gate, we can ask the Royal Guild later if they have an extra one. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand to summon the 1000-change cube. With a series of mechanical clicks, the cube quickly disassembled into countless parts that reassembled into a floating device, lifting Shui Qianfeng into the air. Mu Chun followed suit, his movements light as he floated upward, heading toward their destination. Just then, a notification popped up in the guild chat, tagging all members. The two exchanged a glance and opened their panels to check the message. Guild channel. Yin Linglong, everyone. How's everyone's haul today? Zhang Yinran. Hee, Linglong, Qingling, and I took down a hunting team's hideout today. Mu Chun raised an eyebrow and murmured. They're even resorting to looting? Zhao Ming. Curious.jpg. Chowko. Spill the tea. Yin Linglong. Nothing much, really. Aren't we all looting to earn gold? The three of us found a hunting team full of third-year players, and since Qingling was with us, we just took them down. Zhang Yinran. Everyone's pretty strapped for cash right now since we all want to build a bigger guild base. Shui Qianfeng chuckled softly, but Mu Chun fell into thought. It seemed that many players on the Galaxy continent had turned their attention to hunting teams, using such black methods to quickly amass resources. The competition on this continent was far more intense than it appeared on the surface. Guchuan, wow. We only managed to rob a small hunting squad today, and we didn't even kill anyone. Liang, true, it doesn't feel very in line with my sense of justice. Xiao, don't say that. What we rob might not even be a hunting squad. Guchuan, you never know. Honestly, I think we should have finished them off. What if they were a hunting squad? While the guild chat buzzed with lively discussion, an icy voice suddenly rang out from ahead, laced with subtle hostility. Well, you two, stop right there. At that moment, a voice echoed from below. The two of them looked down to see 5 players clad in black robes slowly floating upward. All of them were 4th-tier players, and one of them had even advanced to the 5th tier. As they ascended, they drew their weapons and surrounded Mu Chun and Xue Qianfeng in a tight circle. Xue Qianfeng glanced around, a peculiar smile playing on his lips. President, looks like we've run into a hunting squad. Huh? Weren't they just being talked about in the chat channel? And now they show up right in front of us? Talk about speaking of the devil. Mu Chun remained calm, giving a slight nod. I'm aware. Without a hint of panic, he casually manipulated the 1,000-change cube, and together with Xue Qianfeng, began to descend. Seeing this, the leader of the black-robed group smirked with amusement. Oh, not even resisting? Impressive, impressive. There's an old saying, a wise man adapts to the circumstances. Seems like you two are quite clever. With that, the 5 of them followed Mu Chun and Xue Qianfeng downward. A few seconds later, they all landed steadily on the ground. Mu Chin's gaze swept over the group before fixing on the leader who had just spoken. A faint smirk tugged at his lips as he spoke with a trace of mockery in his voice. I've seen people courting death before, but never anyone in such a hurry as you. The black-robed leader couldn't help but chuckle, his face filled with undisguised derision. 5 of us, 1 5th tier, for 4th tier. And you? 1 4th tier and 1 3rd tier. Who's really courting death here? Don't joke around. In this situation, how could you possibly turn the tables? If you manage to kill us, they'll eat my words and more. The other black-robed players chuckled disdainfully, clearly not taking Mu Chin seriously. They even started chatting amongst themselves. That cube equipment looks premium. Guess we're scoring big today. Mu Chin shrugged, saying no more. He simply raised his hand and silently activated a skill sovereign summon. In that instant, Xue Qianfeng's eyebrows lifted slightly, as though sensing something. A sly grin crept across his face. At the same time, the mocking smiles on the faces of the 5 black-robed players began to freeze. Their expressions shifted to disbelief and growing terror. As the saying goes, when one person's smile fades, another's begins to bloom. At this moment, Xue Qianfeng's smile replaced the confidence of the hunting squad. Centered around Mu Chun, the surrounding space seemed to rupture under an invisible force. One by one, figures began to materialize silently. Their eyes glowed crimson like blood, emitting a chilling light. The sheer number of players was staggering. There were hundreds of them. Each one stared at the 5 members of the hunting squad with an intense, predatory gaze. Some even licked their lips, their expressions brimming with an unsettling, feral excitement. The 5 black-robed players felt a chill run down their spines as cold sweat dripped from their foreheads. They gulped nervously, darting their eyes around in panic. Where did these monsters come from? How did they appear without any warning? What the hell is going on? The air became suffocatingly still, as if frozen in time. For a moment, the scene was enveloped in dead silence. Then, out of nowhere, an eerie, sinister laugh broke through the tension, shattering the quiet of the forest. KHKHK. 5 little cuties have walked right into our hands. How delightful. KHKH. Daring to mess with the president? Don't you know the rules of the Soul Eater Hall? KHKH. Slurpo. I can't wait to make my move. KHKHKHKHKHK. Mu Chun stood motionless, his expression calm, as if he had foreseen this outcome all along. Beside him, Xue Qianfeng laughed even more wildly, his mocking gaze making the 5 members of the hunting squad feel as though they'd fallen into an icy abyss. Their composure shattered as they gripped their weapons with shaking hands, unable to summon the courage to flee. In that moment, the roles of hunter and prey had been completely reversed. The 5-man hunting squad was on the brink of collapse. Standing frozen in place, cold sweat streamed down their faces like rivulets. The group before them had bloodshot eyes, exuding an aura so oppressive it felt like they had emerged from the depths of hell itself. The hunters could barely breathe under the weight of their presence. What the hell were these creatures? Their gazes seemed to scream. Aren't you the real hunting squad here? Kid, don't you know I'm busy? How dare you disturb the guild master? A cold, sharp voice shattered their thoughts. Xiao Chong stepped forward, raising his hand with lightning speed to grip the leader of the hunting squad by the throat. His movement was so swift that it was almost imperceptible. Moments ago, Xiao Chong had been explaining the situation to Yaya, intending to invite her to join the All-Life Guild. And yet, these clueless fools had the audacity to barge in. Damn it, trying to rob the guild master? You must have a death wish. Don't move. One of the younger hunters suddenly shouted in panic. His hands trembled as he clumsily raised a futuristic-looking firearm, pointing it straight at Mu Chun. His voice quivered with fear. If you move again, they'll kill him. The moment those words left his lips, The entire scene fell silent for a heartbeat only to erupt into uproarious laughter. The guild members doubled over, laughing uncontrollably, while even Mu Chun couldn't help but curl his lips into a mocking smile. Ha ha ha, do you even know what you're saying? Oh man, I can't take this, this is hilarious. You? Kill me? Seriously? Amid the laughter, Liang leisurely strolled forward, a sly, meaningful grin playing on his lips. He patted the young man on the shoulder, his tone tinged with mock sympathy. You've got guts. I almost thought the entire hunting squad was full of cowards. Gee, guts? The young man froze, utterly baffled by Liang's words. A low-ranking member of the hunting squad being praised for his bravery by the enemy? A whirlwind of emotions surged through him, couldn't tell whether it was shame or pride. Seeing the young man's confusion, Liang extended a finger, pointing at him with a mix of seriousness and playfulness. And you, my friend, you're a true hero. Just then, the sound of a blade slicing into flesh shattered the odd atmosphere. All eyes turned toward the source of the noise. One of the hunters had seized the moment to strike, plunging a knife into Xiao Cheng's side. Xiao Cheng glanced down at the wound, his expression utterly unfazed. Instead of pain, a faint, calm smile appeared on his face. He shook his head slightly, as if mocking the attacker's naivety. Are you kidding me? After dying so many times, do you think a little scratch like this could break my resolve? He took a deep breath, gazing up at the sky with a hint of melancholy in his voice. Heroes are as common as grains of sand in a river. Before anyone could react, he pulled a long sword from his bag, aimed it at his own neck, and slashed without hesitation. Squelch. Blood sprayed in an arc as Xiao Cheng collapsed, lifeless. The hunting squad's 5 members stared in shock, their jaws hitting the floor. They had never witnessed such an insane act, stabbed in the side, only to commit suicide immediately after? What kind of courage, or rather, lunacy was this? We're doomed. The hunters felt as though they'd been plunged into an icy abyss. The sheer indifference these people displayed toward death was beyond anything they could comprehend. Beads of cold sweat rolled down their foreheads as their limbs trembled uncontrollably. Mu Chun watched the scene unfold in silence before snapping his fingers with a soft click. Take care of it. With those words, he casually pushed aside the young man still pointing the gun at him and walked away with Xue Qianfeng. Beigong Qianin, Yin Linglong, and Jiang Yinran quickly followed suit. The guild members parted to create a path, silently watching their leaders depart. Only after Mu Chun and his companions had completely vanished from sight did the guild members turn their gaze back to the hunting squad. Their eyes, now glowing crimson, radiated murderous intent. Swish, swish, swish. Countless pairs of blood-red eyes locked onto the hunters, suffocating them with an invisible pressure. The hunters swallowed hard, unable to utter a single word. Slap. A crisp sound suddenly broke the tension. Gu Chuan stepped forward and, without a word, delivered a resounding slap to the face of the hunter who had stabbed Xiao Cheng. Then, as if venting all his fury, he continued to rain slap after slap on the man, each strike accompanied by a fiery crack and seething rage. Charge! With his command, the guild members surged forward like a tidal wave. Heh heh heh. Trying to ambush us? Pathetic. Every single one of you hunters deserves to die. You kicked me where it hurts earlier, now it's your turn to feel the pain. Think you can run? Oh, you're not getting away that easily. Hey Jia, take off those fancy glasses of yours. It'd be a shame if you lost them. Amidst the raucous laughter of the guild members and the anguished screams of the hunters behind him, Mu Chen's lips curled into a faint smile. His mood lightened considerably. Beside him, Beigong Qianin stepped closer, tilting her head up. Her big, clear eyes sparkled with curiosity. Brother, how did you and Qianfeng manage to buy a base here? Mu Chen glanced down at her, his heart softening. This girl's intuition was sharper than most. Shed hit the nail on the head with just a few words. Indeed, he was here to scout for a guild base, and the wild monsters on the 15th floor were a perfect fit for their needs. The Galactic Continent's tiered system was well defined. Newly awakened players typically trained on the first 10 floors, while those who had undergone a second job change moved to the 11th through 20th floors, and so on. As for Mu Chun, he had long since surpassed the need to linger anywhere below the 50th floor. The Dreamscape floor is ideal for our guild's base, Mu Chun explained with a nod, his tone firm and resolute. Beigong Qianin listened carefully and gave a small nod, seemingly quite satisfied with his choice. However, her gaze shifted toward Jiang Yinran, as if a thought had just occurred to her. Following her line of sight, Mu Chun turned to Jiang Yinran and asked, Yinran, where's Qingling? She's off doing a mission, Jiang Yinran replied evenly. She helped Linglong and me take down one of the hunter's dens earlier today, but her main focus right now is advancing to her 6th job tier, so she couldn't make it. Mu Chun nodded slightly at her response, not pressing further. He understood that every guild member had their own plans and goals. It was unrealistic to expect everyone to gather at a moment's notice. Besides, This particular group of hunters only consisted of 5 people. He had called for backup almost on a whim and was surprised by how many members had shown up. Standing nearby, Yin Linglong, clad in her knightly armor, fixed her intense gaze on Mu Chan. Guild leader, did you notice anything out of the ordinary on the 10th floor today? Her question instantly drew everyone's attention, their eyes locking onto Mu Chan. The 10th floor, that was a place reserved for kings, an elite rank that sparked endless curiosity. Mu Chan chuckled softly, his voice calm yet tinged with subtle intrigue. Nothing much. Just ran into a god. A god. Everyone froze, the air thick with stunned silence. Moments later, expressions of shock spread across their faces. The revelation that a deity existed on the galactic continent's 10th floor was nothing short of mind-blowing. Beigong Qianin quickly regained her composure, her expression turning serious. She spoke in a low yet firm voice. We shouldn't let this information spread. Though her tone was gentle, it carried an undeniable authority. Clearly, Mu Chen's words had touched on secrets that only royalty players would concern themselves with, and she was determined to avoid unnecessary trouble. The others nodded in agreement, and the atmosphere grew heavier for a moment. But before long, the tension gave way to light-hearted conversation, and the group continued their journey, chatting as they went. Before they knew it, they arrived at their destination. Before them lay a tranquil lake, its surface shimmering with soft starlight. The water was crystal clear, like a mirror embedded with countless stars. The surrounding environment exuded a serene and peaceful energy. Standing at the water's edge, Mu Qian felt an uncharacteristic sense of calm wash over him, as though the beauty of the scene had soothed his very soul. This is the place, he murmured, then opened his interface to begin setting things up. Any location in the wilderness could be purchased as a base, but it required approval from the Divine Awakening game system. Mu Qian's eyes were focused, his fingers moving swiftly across the interface. You have opened the trade hall. You have selected to purchase wilderness land. Scanning current environment. Calculating property value of this location. Final estimate. 10,000 gold coins per square meter. 10,000 gold coins per square meter? Mu Qian's footsteps came to a halt, his gaze fixed on the system notification in front of him. His expression shifted from shock to disbelief. This is even more outrageous than property prices on Blue Star. And this is just for land, he muttered under his breath, quickly doing the math in his head. 17 million gold coins would only buy him 1,700 square meters of land. The realization hit him like a punch to the chest. Are you kidding me? A guild of 1,000 people, and each person would barely get 2 square meters? This is absurd. He cursed under his breath, frustration and helplessness lacing his tone. Shui Qianfeng adjusted his glasses and replied calmly, Guild leader, actually, this price is already considered cheap. The closer you are to the safe zone, the higher the land value gets. Exactly, and the trees here are incredibly sturdy. We can use them to build tree houses. Jiang Yinran chimed in, her voice carrying a soothing tone. Once we have more gold coins in the future, we can expand the base. For now, this place is remote enough that no other players are likely to compete for it. Mu Chun surveyed the area, his eyes scanning the towering trees that seemed to touch the sky. As Jiang Yinran pointed out, these trees were indeed excellent building materials. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded. All right, let's secure this land first. Make full use of the surrounding resources. Nothing should go to waste. Having made up his mind, he quickly marked a section on the map and decisively clicked the purchase button. Purchase successful. You have acquired permanent usage rights for the land at location XXX. As the system notification sounded, the atmosphere in the area subtly shifted. Safe zone established. All wild creatures within the zone have been expelled. Would you like to designate this area as the guild base? Yes. Mu Chen responded without hesitation. As the confirmation was completed, the guild interface updated accordingly. Guild. All beings Guild LV3. Next level requires 1 million contribution points. Leadership. 4th Calamity God Guild Leader, Mu Chun. Vice Leader, Beigong Qianin. Officers, Shui Qianfeng, Gu Chuan, Liang, Yin Linglong, Xiao Chong, Jiang Yinran. Qing Ling members, Baiyu, Wang Bin, Hua Weiwei. Members, 1001. Guild Warehouse. Wraith Armor, Breath of Gloom. Contribution points, 12,000. Mu Chen glanced at the interface and gave a slight nod. Not bad, he murmured, before closing the panel and turning to face the guild members behind him. His tone was light, with a hint of curiosity. What are your plans for tomorrow? I'm going to complete my 4th-tier advancement quest, Beigong Qianin said calmly, her eyes meeting Mu Chen's. I need to set up the cabinet system. There's a mountain of work to do in the Great Qian Kingdom, Shui Qianfeng added, adjusting his glasses with a tired sigh. No time for leveling tomorrow. Yinran and I are planning to level up together. Guild leader, want to join us? Yin Linglong invited with a cheerful smile. After a brief moment of thought, Mu Chen nodded. All right, Both Zhang Yinran and Yin Linglong were close to their 4th-tier advancements, so helping them level up seemed like a good idea. Honestly, if Beigong Qianin, Zhang Yinran, and Yin Linglong teamed up, their synergy would be impeccable. Zhang Yinran excelled in burst damage. Yin Linglong was a reliable frontliner, and Beigong Qianin could both heal and poison enemies. It was the perfect trio. However, ever since everyone gained the ability to resurrect infinitely, strategic thinking had taken a back seat. Now it was all about brute force. Why bother with team composition? Especially Gu Chuan, who once planned to dump all his free attribute points into attack power. If Mu Chen hadn't stopped him in time, that shield warrior class would have been completely ruined. Alright, let's find a place to rest. As for building the base, leave it to Bing Linlin tomorrow. She's our guild's top architect, Mu Chen said with a smile, his tone full of trust. Everyone nodded in agreement and began heading toward the safe zone together. Time flew by, and 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the 3rd layer of the Milky Way continent, inside the cozy-made cafe of Dawnlight City, sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a warm glow on the wooden floor. It was late morning, and somewhere in the cafe, Mu Chen, Shui Qianfeng, Xiao Chong, Liang, and Gu Chuan were gathered around the table, enjoying food and drinks. The atmosphere was relaxed, with the aroma of wine and dishes blending together, creating a rare sense of ease. Over the past few days, everything had been progressing steadily. Qing Ling, with her unique ability of infinite revival, had successfully initiated the 6-turn quest and was currently deeply immersed in it. Meanwhile, the other key members had also been busy, completing their 4-turn quests one after another. Even many ordinary guild members had managed to achieve 4 turns. However, the leveling speed after 4 turns significantly slowed down, as if trudging through a swamp. Take Mu Chen as an example. After 5 days, he had only reached level 68, a testament to the current difficulty of leveling up. Still, Mu Chen had anticipated this and remained calm. In the open floors of the galaxy continent, quests and dungeons were everywhere. However, quests required specific conditions to trigger, and dungeons were under the control of the sovereigns. Fortunately, as a sovereign himself, Mu Chen had unrestricted access to dungeons. By repeatedly clearing a few dungeons, his level could naturally increase faster. Additionally, life profession players in the guild also found new opportunities to level up. Upon entering the galaxy continent, life profession players could gain experience points through actions related to their professions, such as blacksmiths forging weapons or gardeners tending to flowers. This system undoubtedly provided a fresh development path for life profession players, as not everyone was suited for grinding mobs outside. At the moment, the 5 of them were seated around the table, chatting and drinking. Suddenly, Gu Chuan looked up at Shui Qianfeng with a curious expression and asked, "Why are you here with us today?" Typically, at this time, Shui Qianfeng would be busy attending to matters in the Grand Xian Kingdom and would only join them for leveling after finishing his duties. His sudden appearance at the gathering was unexpected. "Oh, I passed the throne to Linglong," Shui Qianfeng replied casually, as if he were mentioning something trivial. The group froze for a moment, then collectively twitched their mouths. The throne of the Grand Xian Kingdom had changed hands again? Was it really that casual? "Don't look at me like that," Shui Qianfeng shrugged and explained. "Linglong and I agreed to take turns managing the Grand Xian Kingdom on a weekly basis. Today happened to be the handover day, so I passed the throne to her." Hearing this explanation, the group found it absurd but could only accept it with resignation. After all, Shui Qianfeng had always been a carefree person. Just then, Mu Chen seemed to recall something and raised his head to ask, "By the way, about that quest you mentioned earlier, can it be trusted?" Their reason for coming to the 3rd floor of the galaxy continent was to pursue a special quest. The reward for this quest was a profession advancement stone, a rare item that could upgrade one's profession. Xiaoqing nodded, his expression serious. "It's reliable." The information came from Black Wolf. He said that Motor City is hosting a competition, and the first place prize is a profession advancement stone. This news has already spread across the galaxy continent, and even some sovereigns are preparing to participate. Hearing this, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Mu Chen's eyes. Profession advancement stones were incredibly valuable, even for those with unique professions like themselves. After all, no one would ever have too many of such resources. However, just as Mu Chen was about to share his thoughts, Liang suddenly spoke, his tone thoughtful. "Guild leader, if we do win the competition, I think the profession advancement stone should go to Bai Yu." "Bai Yu?" Mu Chen raised an eyebrow, picturing the elusive mechanical cat from their guild. "Why?" Liang's expression remained calm, but his tone carried a hint of peculiarity. "Apparently, he's working on creating a Digimon evolution machine." Mu Chen froze, his hand holding the wine glass pausing midair, his face filled with confusion. "A Digimon evolution machine? What is he up to now?" Mu Chen let out a soft sigh, pushing aside the tangled thoughts in his mind. Refocusing on the meal in front of him, he wiped his mouth with his hand, glanced at his teammates who were still chatting quietly, and spoke up, "All right, everyone full? It's time to head to the preliminary site for the mission in Qiming City. This mission had drawn countless players to participate, and Qiming City was just one of many locations on the third layer serving as a preliminary venue. Only the top 50 players in the preliminaries would qualify for the grand finals in Motor City. To ensure fairness, the system had implemented strict rules. Players could only use blue quality gear, and all abilities were prohibited. Since the mission was issued through the task mode, the organizers had no concerns about cheating, given the robust oversight mechanisms of the Divine Awakening online game. Understood. The group responded in unison. They quickly tidied up, following Mu-Chin out of the tavern and heading toward the competition venue. The streets were bustling with activity, with high-level players moving in groups in the same direction, clearly heading for the same event. As Mu-Chin walked, he observed the players, quietly evaluating the strength of potential opponents. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from the crowd. "Hey, Mu-Chin, you're here in Qiming City too?" Mu-Chin stopped in his tracks and turned toward the voice. He saw Feng Tianling approaching with a member of her guild. She was clad in light armor, exuding an air of confidence, her face adorned with a faint smile. "It's you," Mu-Chin said with a slight smile, a hint of surprise in his eyes. "This mission is for the professional advancement stone who wouldn't come?" Feng Tianling nodded, her smile tinged with certainty. "Exactly. Every city on the third layer is hosting preliminaries, and many sovereigns have shown up. The rewards this time are just too tempting to pass up." The professional advancement stone, a rare item that had only appeared during the game's beta testing phase, with virtually no related missions on the entire galaxy continent. Even if there were, players would be highly unlikely to share the information. As soon as rumors of this mission spread, it sent top-tier players into a frenzy. Still, rumors are just rumors. Who knows how accurate they are? Mu-Chin shook his head slightly, his tone carrying a hint of skepticism. He wasn't one to blindly trust hearsay. If the professional advancement stone were so easy to obtain, sovereigns would have long surpassed their bottlenecks. Even so, he decided to check it out himself after all, better safe than sorry. Feng Tianling chuckled softly, a glimmer of understanding in her eyes. "I feel the same way. But don't worry, we'll find out soon enough." There was something cryptic in her tone, and Mu-Chin was about to press her further when his communication panel suddenly lit up. Someone had tagged him in the Sovereign chat group. Opening the panel, his brows furrowed slightly. Messages in the Sovereign chat group were pouring in one after another. "Ao Qing, Dragon Sovereign. Everyone, leave it be. The reward for this mission is a pet advancement stone, not a professional advancement stone. I just confirmed it with the Motor City Lord. Turns out the rumors were exaggerated. Jin Shursan, Sword Sovereign. A pet advancement stone? In that case, I'll just send some guild members to participate. Boosting pet stats isn't a bad deal. Daisy, Elf Sovereign. Same here. I'll have someone give it a shot. Wu Naren, Battle Sovereign. Agreed." The messages kept coming, with sovereigns expressing their opinions one after another. While the rumor about the professional advancement stone had been debunked, the pet advancement stone was still a valuable prize. For the sovereigns, it might not be worth competing personally, but sending subordinates to participate was a reasonable choice. Mu-Chin couldn't help but laugh softly at this. Looking up at Feng Tianling, he caught the mischievous glint in her eyes. The two exchanged a knowing smile, sharing the humor and mild exasperation over this wild goose chase of a mission. "So it's just a pet advancement stone after all," Mu-Chin said, shaking his head with a trace of resignation. "I was expecting something more exciting." Feng Tianling's smile deepened as she replied lightly, "Well, at least it wasn't a wasted trip. Maybe the player spreading the rumors just heard about the evolution stone and started making wild guesses." Feng Tianling shrugged lightly, her tone carrying a hint of casual mockery. "No worries, let the subordinates participate if they want." She smiled faintly, her eyes flickering with disinterest in the competition. Then, she turned and asked, "Do you want to check out the 90th floor?" Mu-Chin shook his head, his expression calm yet firm. "No, I plan to head to the 45th floor dungeon to level up." His words were simple but resolute. The pet evolution stone wasn't a priority for him. His goal was clear focus on leveling up, and the current situation presented him with the perfect opportunity. At this, his gaze shifted, sweeping across the group before stopping on Xue Qianfeng. "Who's coming with me?" Xue Qianfeng smirked slightly, his tone relaxed yet respectful. "We'll go with our guild leader." It was clear he was already prepared to follow. Since the evolution stone wasn't part of the rewards, he had no reason to stay. Feng Tianling noticed and smiled faintly, her eyes glinting with amusement. "Then I'll take my leave. If anything comes up, message me. It'll help if I can." "All right." Mu-Chin nodded briefly, his tone concise yet assured. As her words faded, Feng Tianling turned and gave a couple of instructions to her guild members before leaving gracefully. Meanwhile, Mu-Chin and Xue Qianfeng headed toward the teleportation portal. The two arrived at the teleportation portal in Qiming City. Xue Qianfeng glanced up at it, a faint smile on his lips. "Guild leader, The dungeon on the 45th floor isn't going to be easy. Mu Chun smiled faintly, his steps steady. The harder it is, the more worthwhile. They exchanged a glance and stepped into the portal without hesitation, their figures vanishing into the light. At the same time, news about the competition rewards had spread. Many high-level players who weren't interested in the rewards chose to leave, while most of the lower-level players stayed. For them, nurturing their pets was one of the few ways to make up for their lack of combat power. Galaxy Continent, 45th floor cultist lair. With a flash of light, Mu Qian and Xue Qianfeng appeared at the camp on the 45th floor. This floor was unique, teeming with cultist-like monsters. There were no safe zones, forcing players to establish camps for protection. The atmosphere here is even more oppressive than I imagined, Xue Qianfeng remarked, frowning as he surveyed the surroundings. Mu Chun remained silent, opening his map to pinpoint the dungeon's location. Let's go. The dungeon is our target. They began walking in the direction marked on the map. Along the way, Mu Chun casually opened the guild chat channel to check on the activity of other members. Guild chat channel. Xiao Chong. Wang Bin, my man. I knew you weren't any less skilled than Bai Yu. Liang. This is the guy who invented the red-eye cure. Knew he had potential. Gu Chuan. Wang Bin. 1 glow potion, 1 hair dye potion, 1 eye color potion, 1 glowing effect potion, please. Bai Yu. Don't forget to deliver my 4-nozzle class car. Xiao Chong. Make sure the car has speakers. No insomnia beats, no drifting. Wang Bin. Chill, chill. We'll put everything up for sale now. Bai Yu. You guys don't understand the struggles of US researchers. Mu Chun and Xue Qianfeng exchanged glances, both falling silent before letting out a synchronized sigh. What even is this? Xue Qianfeng couldn't help but ask. Why does it feel like the entire chat is filled with racing game vibes? Mu Chun shook his head slightly, a trace of helplessness in his voice. They're just participating in the competition. What are they even doing? After a moment's thought, he opened the guild warehouse and bought a few potions, skimming their descriptions. Glow Potion White. Creates a glowing effect under your feet with a 1-meter radius. Color can be chosen. Duration, 1 hour. Hair Dye Potion White. Changes hair color. Duration, 1 hour. Eye Color Potion White. Changes eye color. Duration, 1 hour. Glowing Effect Potion White. Makes the body emit a soft, faint glow. Duration, 1 hour. Reading through the descriptions, Mu Chin's lip twitched slightly. So they're basically just racing game players. He sighed, stashing the potions in his backpack before continuing toward the dungeon. Beside him, Xue Qianfeng couldn't hold back his laughter, chuckling so hard he nearly doubled over. So they're basically just racing game players, huh? Mu Chun shook his head slightly, reaching out to close the virtual panel in front of him, a trace of helplessness flashing in his eyes. Those 3 troublemakers were at it again, but for now, leveling up was the top priority. He turned to look at Xue Qianfeng beside him. She nodded, her gaze firm with determination. Without further delay, the two quickened their pace, striding swiftly toward the dungeon. In the northern part of the Shadow Cloud Forest, a gloomy and eerie woodland stretched out before them. The pair pushed through brambles and vines, cutting down numerous smaller creatures that dared to block their path. Finally, they arrived at a clearing, the entrance to the dungeon. The area was bustling with players gathered in small groups, some whispering strategies, others forming parties, creating a lively atmosphere. As Mu Qian stepped into the area, a tall lion-head man dressed in a white enforcer's uniform approached him. The man had an imposing stature, his lion-like head exuding authority. Clearly, he was one of the players assigned to oversee the dungeon entrance. Do you two have a reservation? The lion-head man asked, his eyes scanning Mu Chun and Xue Qianfeng with a scrutinizing gaze. Mu Chun responded with a faint smile, his fingers swiftly tapping on his panel. In the next moment, a line of golden text lit up above his head, shimmering with brilliant sovereign of all beings. The moment the golden title appeared, the lively chatter around them came to an abrupt halt. Every player's attention was drawn to Mu Chun. That's the sovereign of all beings title. Someone whispered in astonishment. Oh my god, I can't believe I'm witnessing a sovereign here. A sovereign on the 45th floor. Holy crap. I've been playing Divine Awakening for so long, but this is the first time I've ever seen a sovereign in person. The surrounding players erupted in a chorus of awe and excitement. Even members of the so-called Sovereign Guild couldn't hide their enthusiasm. Our guild has so many members, but only the higher-ups usually get to see a sovereign. This is a once-in-a-lifetime moment. Mu Chun remained calm and composed, merely offering a small wave to the crowd. His simple gesture stirred a wave of warmth among the players, who couldn't help but admire his approachable demeanor. Please, Sovereign, go right ahead. The lion-head man quickly stepped aside, his tone filled with reverence. He knew that members of the Sovereign Guild had priority access to dungeons and didn't require reservations. Thank you, Mu Chun replied with a nod, stepping forward alongside Xue Qianfeng toward the dungeon entrance. Before them, a shimmering barrier of light appeared, marking the dungeon's gateway. Mu Chen paused and raised his hand to check the dungeon's details. Altar of the Evil God. Entry requirements. Level 65-75. Player limit. 100. Fastest completion time. 30 minutes, 17 seconds. Current challengers. 2. After confirming the details, Mu Chen exchanged a glance with Xue Qianfeng. Both nodded in silent agreement, then stepped into the light without hesitation, their figures vanishing instantly. Outside the dungeon, the players watched as the two disappeared into the gateway. The buzz of conversation resumed. Do you think the Sovereign can clear this dungeon? Hard to say. There's only 2 of them, and honestly, it looks pretty risky. Don't forget, Sovereigns aren't ordinary players. They never take on challenges they can't handle. The crowd's tone was filled with curiosity and anticipation rather than doubt. After all, in this world, the power of a sovereign was something no one dared to underestimate. Inside the altar of the evil god, Mu Chun and Xue Qianfeng found themselves in a dimly lit, damp corridor. The walls on either side were lined with torches emitting an eerie green glow, casting flickering shadows on the cracked and aged surfaces. The air was thick with the stench of decay, an oppressive atmosphere that heightened their senses. With a flick of his hand, Mu Chun summoned the 1000-change cube, which immediately split into 26 smaller cubes, hovering around him and radiating a soft glow. Xue Qianfeng gripped her frost sky eye staff tightly. The staff, a growth-type weapon, shimmered with a frosty blue light, a testament to her formidable strength after her 4th class advancement. Well, looks like we've got fresh sacrifices, a chilling voice echoed from up ahead, carrying a sinister and eerie undertone. Mu Chen's gaze sharpened as he looked toward the end of the corridor. From the shadows, several figures emerged, clad in tattered black robes and clutching blood-streaked daggers. Their eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty fervor. Their presence only deepened the oppressive atmosphere of the corridor. They seem powerful, one of the cultists murmured, eyeing the duo. Perfect. That makes them ideal offerings for the altar. Another hissed with twisted delight. The cultists advanced steadily, their footsteps slow but deliberate, as if savoring the moment. Their fervent gazes were locked onto Mu Chen and Xue Qianfeng. A faint smirk tugged at the corner of Mu Chen's lips, his eyes glinting with a cold edge. With a subtle motion of his fingers, the cubes orbiting him began to hum, radiating an intense energy. Meanwhile, Xue Qianfeng raised her frost sky eye staff, its icy glow growing brighter and sharper. Looks like we'll have to deal with these pests first, Mu Chen remarked, his tone carrying a hint of disdain. From the shadowy corners of the corridor, more and more cultists began to appear, their sinister laughter echoing through the air. The cultists fixed their venomous gazes on Mu Chen and Xue Qianfeng, their eyes brimming with fanatical devotion and bloodthirsty excitement. Clad in tattered robes and wielding various weapons, they exuded an oppressive aura that made it hard to breathe. Hundreds of them emerged simultaneously, surging forward like an unstoppable tide, their momentum terrifying. Cultist Elite, level 67, HP 50,000. Cultist, level 69, HP 40,000. Mu Chen glanced at the information displayed about the cultists. A faint smile played at the corners of his lips, and a glint of battle intent flickered in his eyes. In a calm yet commanding tone, he said, Qianfeng, let's take them on together. His voice carried an unshakable confidence, leaving no room for doubt. This was a time for him to hone his combat skills and techniques. While he possessed the strength to annihilate these enemies in an instant, he welcomed the opportunity to challenge himself and grow stronger. All right, Xue Qianfeng responded with a nod. He raised his hands, and the surrounding air turned icy cold. Razor-sharp icicles materialized around him, glinting menacingly in the dim light. Mu Chen said no more. He lowered his stance slightly, his body coiled like a spring. With a sudden burst of force, he propelled himself forward, leaving a cloud of dust in his wake. In mere seconds, he closed the distance to the cultist's front line. Tang Blade! Mu Chen extended his right hand, and 3 small blocks swiftly combined, transforming with a series of clicks into a gleaming Tang Blade. Without hesitation, he swung the blade in a horizontal arc, the blade's light cutting through the air like a streak of silver. The front line of cultists fell instantly, blood spraying in all directions. Slash! The sound of steel slicing through flesh resonated sharply. Mu Chen's attacks were precise and lethal. Even with just basic physical strikes, his critical damage exceeded 8,000, a staggering display of power that left no doubt about his formidable strength. Kill him! Attack! The cultists roared, charging at Mu Chen in a frenzy. They brandished their weapons, determined to overwhelm their powerful adversary. Yet Mu Chen moved with the agility of a predator, dodging their strikes with ease. His movements were fluid and unpredictable, and with each counterstrike, he felled his attackers one by one. Meanwhile, Xue Qianfeng provided support from the rear. Icicles rained down like arrows, striking the cultists with unerring accuracy and inflicting significant damage. The battlefield became a chaotic blend of ice and blood, the air thick with the scent of death. Suddenly, a cultist stealthily circled behind Mu Chun, conjuring a dark energy orb in his hands, aiming to immobilize Mu Chun with a skill attack. Mu Chun's sharp peripheral vision caught the movement, and a cold smirk crossed his face. Without hesitation, he released his grip on the Tang blade. The weapon instantly disassembled into 3 small blocks, which shot back like projectiles, disrupting the cultist's skill with pinpoint precision. In the same instant, 5 additional blocks rapidly combined behind Mu Chun, forming a long spear that flew into his waiting hand. He seized the spear and swept it in a wide arc, its shadow resembling a dragon's tail. The powerful strike sent the encroaching cultists reeling backward. Swish, swish. Mu Chun twirled the spear effortlessly, the flourish a testament to his mastery. His battle spirit burned even brighter as his lips curled into a confident smile. Spear in hand, he charged back into the fray. Keep going. His voice was low yet resolute, carrying over the cacophony of battle. The fight raged on. Elsewhere, in the virtual world of Divine Awakening, on the 50th floor of the galactic continent, lay a zone known as the treasure hunting floor. This unique floor was the only one in the entire continent linked to the divine. According to legend, a god once fell here, and the devastating aftermath of their demise obliterated the entire area. All the wild creatures perished, and even the safe zones were not spared from destruction. As a result, countless mysterious artifacts and items were buried within the ruins. Adventurers flocked to this place, hoping to uncover relics of the fallen god. The ruins gained fame as the treasure hunting floor. Beigong Qianin, Yinlinglong, and Jiang Yinran were making their way through the desolate remains of this floor. This expedition was Beigong Qianin's idea, as she firmly believed that the area held remnants of the god's fall. Chief among these sought-after treasures was the fabled divine crystal. Amid the ruins, Yinlinglong, who was walking ahead, suddenly halted. Her gaze sharpened as she pointed forward. Qianin, there's another NPC up ahead. Let's go ask for some information. Beigong Qianin gazed into the distance, her expression calm yet determined. For the past 2 days, she had been lingering on this level, her sole purpose to locate a specific NPC shrouded in rumors. According to player intel, this area concealed clues related to the gods. Yet, every player who had taken on this task had met their demise. Even the mighty emperors had dispatched their elite forces to investigate, a testament to the significance of these whispers. The area was now teeming with players, all eager to seize the opportunity. Yet, despite the bustling crowd, Beigong Qianin had achieved nothing. 2 days of searching had only led her to a few wandering NPCs, most of whom were treasure seekers like herself, irrelevant to her true objective. Let's go check it out, she said, her voice cold but resolute. A flicker of determination burned in her eyes. She had to find the divine crystal at all costs. With it, her brother could ascend to a gaudier class and become a true powerhouse. The thought of her brother's gentle smile brought a faint blush to her cheeks, softening her otherwise stoic expression. The trio moved forward, their attention fixed on an elderly NPC. The old man stood hunched, seemingly lost in thought. It wasn't until they approached that he slowly lifted his head. His clouded eyes held a depth of wisdom, as if hiding countless untold stories. Are you here in search of the divine relic? The old man asked, his voice hoarse and weathered, as though time itself had worn it down. Yes, that's exactly why we're here, Beigong Qianin replied firmly, her gaze locked onto the elder, unwilling to miss even the slightest clue. The divine relic, the old man murmured, his tone laced with reminiscence. It's the mark left behind by fallen gods, but it has also become the graveyard of countless adventurers. Beigong Qianin's breath caught for a moment, her heart racing with excitement. Before she could even ask, the elder had already revealed information about the divine relic. It seemed she had finally found the right person. Beside her, Yinlinglong and Jiang Yinran couldn't hide their excitement either, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. The old man wasted no time and issued the task directly. Quest Divine Relic. Rank, Legendary. Requirement. Assemble a team of no fewer than 1,000 adventurers below the 5th tier and enter the divine relic together. Reward? The trio was momentarily stunned before their faces lit up with joy. This was indeed the NPC tied to the legendary god-related quest. However, as they carefully reviewed the quest requirements, their expressions gradually turned serious. 1,000-member team? The difficulty was staggering. 1,000 people, Yinlinglong muttered, her eyes scanning the quest description. The danger of the divine relic was beyond doubt, especially since the elder before them seemed to be the only survivor. Despite the daunting challenge, none of them showed any intention of backing down. Beigong Qianin's lips curved into a faint smile as her eyes shone with resolve. The divine relic? So what? If the health bar drops, we'll just charge straight in. Yin Linglong and Jiang Yinran exchanged a glance and smiled, their hearts brimming with fighting spirit. Their guild happened to have over 1,000 members, just the right number to embark on this grand adventure. Without wasting any time, the three of them opened their guild chat channel, their actions swift and decisive. Beigong Qianin was the first to speak. All members, we found the god-related quest on the 50th floor. We need 1,000 players assemble immediately. Yin Linglong quickly chimed in. All members, hurry up. This is a legendary quest. The rewards will be incredible. Jiang Yinran followed suit. All members, drop everything and come over now. Location has been shared. The guild chat exploded instantly. Holy crap. A legendary quest? 1,000 players? Bai Yu was the first to exclaim, his message practically vibrating with excitement. This is insane. Luo Zuanya's response carried a mix of disbelief and awe. On my way now. Wang Bin's reply was short and to the point, clearly already in motion. One by one, the guild members abandoned their current tasks and rushed toward the 50th floor. After all, this was a legendary quest. To date, the only known legendary quest was the Human Emperor quest undertaken by Mu Chun, one of the emperors. Its rewards had been so mind-blowing that words failed to describe it. The rewards were so absurdly overpowered that no one knew how to even react. Another legendary quest has appeared, and everyone can join. We absolutely have to go. The moment Qingling's announcement dropped, the guild chat exploded with activity. Mu Chan had just finished clearing the 45th level of the cultist dungeon and allocated his free attribute points when he noticed the lively chatter in the channel. Qingling's message stood out. Perfect timing. I still need to complete the final stage of my 6th advancement quest. Wait for me. This is a legendary quest. I have to be there first. Seeing this, Mu Chan smiled faintly and turned to look at Xue Qianfeng beside him. She was already looking at him, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Let's go. The two of us will head there right now. Mu Chun declared decisively. All right. Xue Qianfeng nodded lightly, her eyes flashing with determination. Unlike regular dungeons, which could be cleared at any time, legendary quests were rare opportunities, Miss One, and you might never get another chance. Without hesitation, the two exited the dungeon and made their way straight to the quest location. Third layer, entertainment floor, Qiming layer. Backstage at the competition venue. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Three figures appeared almost simultaneously in the backstage lounge, still surrounded by the shimmering effects of their recent advancement. They were Gu Chuan, Xiao Cheng, and Liang, who had just successfully cleared the competition round. The next match doesn't start until tomorrow. If we head there now, we might even finish the quest today, Gu Chuan said excitedly, closing the chat panel and glancing at the event schedule. Agreed. Xiao Cheng responded with his usual efficiency. Send Black Wolf a message and let her know we're heading out first, Liang added. Although Black Wolf hadn't officially joined the All Souls Guild yet, she was a revered figure among the three, and staying in touch was a must. Without wasting any time, the trio left the competition venue and headed straight to the quest location. 50th layer, treasure hunting floor. Beigong Qianin, Lung Yu, and Su Wan stood in front of the quest board, faint smiles on their faces. The guild chat was buzzing with messages as members responded to the call to assemble. Beigong Qianin looked at the disheveled old man in front of them and spoke. Sir, our people are on their way. We're taking this quest. The old man gave a slight nod before closing his eyes, seemingly entering a meditative state. He lay down quietly, as if waiting for something. Beigong Qianin and her companions also waited, anticipating the arrival of their guildmates. Time ticked by, and half an hour later, the atmosphere at the quest location grew increasingly lively. One by one, figures began appearing. The number of guild members steadily climbed. 100, 500, 700 until the entire guild was assembled. Nearby treasure hunters paused their activities to watch the spectacle, whispering among themselves. Suddenly, the sound of synchronized footsteps echoed, drawing everyone's attention. A group of players clad in official-looking coats emerged from the crowd. As if sensing their presence, the onlookers instinctively stepped aside, standing straight and forming a pathway. The sheer scale of the scene left the spectators stunned. The players marched in neat formation, exuding an intimidating aura. At the very back of the procession were 6 individuals whose coats bore star-shaped emblems, making them stand out prominently as they walked forward under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Step, step, step. Mu Chun led several guild executives forward, his gaze sweeping across the gathering before settling on Beigong Qianin and her companions. Standing behind him were the core members of the guild's leadership. At this moment, Gu Chuan's subordinate, Chao Yang, suddenly stepped forward, taking it upon himself to entertain the crowd. He dramatically slammed his right hand against his chest and shouted, "Everyone, offer your hearts to the noble and elegant Emperor of all souls." Though initially confused, the guild members quickly caught on and followed suit, pounding their chests in unison and shouting, "Guild Master!" Mu Chen's expression twitched, his emotions a mix of embarrassment and exasperation. This is so awkward. This is so awkward. Why does his Chinibu keep getting worse? Mu Chun took a deep breath, calming the agitation in his heart. His expression returned to a composed calm. Adjusting his collar, he strode forward with steady steps, leading the officials behind him toward the hunched old man. Stopping in front of him, Mu Chun glanced briefly at the mission description, pondered for a moment, and then spoke. Sir, our team is all here. The old man lifted his head and gave Mu Chun a faint glance before nodding slightly. His movements were slow yet deliberate. From within his robe, he pulled out an ancient scroll, his voice low and gravelly as he said, "Let's get going." As soon as he finished speaking, he tugged at the scroll with his fingers, tearing it apart. Rip! A massive magic circle instantly unfolded beneath their feet, runes glowing and weaving together in a dazzling display of light. Those standing within the circle were blinded by a flash of brilliant white light, and in the next moment, their figures vanished entirely. Not far away, a group of onlookers, casual players merely spectating, stared in stunned silence at the scene. It took them a while to snap out of their daze, and when they did, they erupted into a flurry of chatter. Is that the legendary deity quest? Yes, it is. I remember the rumors. It said the quest NPC uses a large-scale teleportation scroll. This scene matches the description perfectly. Damn, so jealous. That player leading the group, wasn't he called Sovereign of All? Quick, notify the guild leader. The players scrambled to contact their respective guilds. Meanwhile, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the light faded, Mu Chun and his team opened their eyes again, only to find themselves in a place that made them all hold their breath. They were now standing in the midst of an ancient and mysterious ruin. The ruins were covered in dust, the air thick with the scent of decay. 10 broken stone pillars surrounded them, each one riddled with cracks that seemed to tell tales of a long-forgotten past. The walls were adorned with faded murals, their cryptic designs made even eerier by the moss that clung to them, adding to the desolate atmosphere. The entire structure was circular, and they were standing right at its center. Mu Chen's gaze fell ahead, his pupils narrowing as he spotted a floating diamond-shaped crystal. The crystal emitted a faint, eerie glow, starkly contrasting with the ruin's dilapidated surroundings, making it appear both strange and out of place. Just as Mu Chun was puzzling over the sight, the old man's deep, excited voice broke the silence once more. Everyone, let's begin. This time, there was a subtle but unmistakable shift in the old man's tone. His excitement felt oddly out of place. Mu Chen's eyes narrowed further, his instincts immediately on high alert. Slowly, he raised his hand and summoned the thousand-form cube, swiftly transforming it into its combat form. The black weapon gleamed with a cold, menacing light as it pointed directly at the old man. From the moment I accepted this mission, I knew something was off, Mu Chen said, his tone icy and sharp as a blade. His piercing gaze locked onto the old man. How exactly did you escape from this place? He glanced once more at the mission description before continuing. A 1,000-member expedition, and you are the only one who made it back alive? Sure, that can be chalked up to luck. But what about the players who took on this so-called legendary quest afterward? Every single time, you're the sole survivor. Don't you think that's a bit too convenient? Mu Chen's analysis was concise and cutting, his voice steady but impactful. The officials around him, though diverse in character, were no fools. Realization dawned on their faces, and one by one, they drew their weapons, encircling the old man. The old man surveyed the scene and suddenly let out a low chuckle, a sound laced with an unsettling chill. Heh. Before anyone could react, a fierce gale whipped through the ruins. The wind howled, kicking up a storm of dust and sand that obscured everyone's vision. Mu Chen gritted his teeth, his eyes never leaving the old man. In the next instant, black mist began to pour from the old man's body, engulfing him entirely. Whoosh! The black mist churned violently, exuding an aura that sent shivers down their spines. Moments later, the mist dispersed with a sudden burst. As their vision cleared, the group collectively gasped in shock. Standing before them was no longer the frail, hunched old man, but a monstrous entity radiating malevolence. It had 2 sharp horns protruding from its head, a pair of blackened wings unfurled from its back, and blood-red skin etched with grotesque patterns. Its hideous appearance was both terrifying and repulsive. The creature's form bore an uncanny resemblance to the demons described in the legends of Earth. The moment he appeared, an invisible pressure descended upon everyone present. It felt as though a massive, unseen mountain had settled on their shoulders, making even breathing laborious. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, over 900 members of the guild collapsed to their knees, unable to withstand even a single second of the overwhelming force. Only about a dozen individuals managed to barely hold on, kneeling on one knee, their foreheads drenched in sweat, veins bulging as they gritted their teeth to endure. The sensation was no illusion. It truly felt like an invisible mountain was crushing down on their shoulders. Among the crowd, the only one still standing was Qingling. Her knees were slightly bent, her face pale, yet she stubbornly held her ground. As the guild's only fifth-tier professional, she could not afford to fall. She knew that if she gave in, the others would have no chance of rising again. At the same time, two figures stood out starkly among the crowd. One was Gu Chuan, cloaked in radiant golden light, resembling a deity descended to earth. The other was the guild leader, Mu Chun, who had also activated the paternal golden light skill. Both radiated immense power, their gazes sharp as they exchanged a look before turning in unison toward the figure exuding the crushing aura. Mu Chun activated his Eye of Dominion, attempting to discern their opponent's level and abilities. However, the results only deepened his unease. Level? Health points? Mana points? This guy. Mu Chen's eyes flickered slightly, his expression growing grim. He refused to believe that the enemy's sole purpose was to lure players here for slaughter. Such reckless behavior might seem insane, but it was undoubtedly calculated. Across from them, Karsus burst into wild laughter. His eyes swept over the crowd with mockery and disdain, his tone dripping with amusement as he slowly spread his arms wide, as if declaring his supremacy. Of course, I tricked you mortals into coming here just to kill you. While none of you are divine-tier professionals, your collective strength will still serve to help me restore my former glory. Before his words even settled, he broke into manic laughter once more, a chilling sound that sent shivers down spines. Ha ha ha, but I must admit, I didn't expect to pull in 9 unique professionals this time, along with a group of hidden class players. The harvest this time far surpasses all my previous attempts combined. Ha 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 ha. His crazed laughter echoed through the vast space, grating and oppressive. Mu Chen's brows furrowed tightly, while Gu Chuan, standing beside him, could no longer hold back. Veins bulged on Gu Chuan's forehead as he erupted in fury, shouting, "God damn it! Are you some kind of clown? Laugh, laugh, laugh. What the hell are you laughing at? Are you the evil spawn of some cursed bloodline?" As Gu Chuan's outburst rang out, a sudden gust of wind whipped through the area, and the surrounding air seemed to grow restless. Both Mu Chuan and Gu Chuan turned their heads simultaneously, only to see the guild's top alchemist, Wang Bin, enveloped in a rising white aura. Within the aura, streaks of golden lightning crackled, and his energy surged rapidly. A powerful force radiated from him, generating a fierce wind that made it nearly impossible for nearby players to keep their eyes open. Wang Bin's entire body trembled uncontrollably, veins bulging on his face as he seemed to endure tremendous pain. Clenching his teeth, he let out low growls, which soon escalated into a primal roar. Aha! Mu Chuan and Gu Chuan exchanged a glance, their expressions turning odd. White aura, golden lightning, and all that shouting. The same familiar image popped into both their minds simultaneously. In stark contrast, Karsus watched Wang Bin with great interest, a hint of admiration flickering in his eyes. Not bad, not bad. Quite the promising talent. Too bad you'll never make it out of here. But Wang Bin seemed entirely oblivious to Karsus' words. His roars grew louder, his body trembling more violently, knees slightly bent, with both fists tightly clenched at his sides, as if he were gathering some earth-shattering power. Under everyone's watchful gaze, Wang Bin's hair began to rise, slowly changing from black to gold. His irises shifted from black to a striking emerald green as his energy surged to an unprecedented level. Ha! With a thunderous roar that seemed to tear the heavens apart, Wang Bin straightened his body fully. The white aura around him transformed into a blazing golden flame, his hair now entirely golden, and his eyes gleaming like emeralds. At that moment, he exuded the presence of a god descending into the mortal realm. Karsus' gaze sharpened slightly, but the grin on his face only widened. Interesting. Very interesting indeed. Mu Qian was utterly dumbfounded, his jaw dropping so low that it could fit an egg inside. Gu Chuan's eyes widened to the size of saucers, and his weapon nearly slipped from his grasp. Even the usually composed Karsus couldn't help but twitch his brow, his face screaming, "What kind of absurdity is this?" Standing before them, Wang Bin radiated golden light, the air around him swirling turbulently. He looked like a character straight out of an anime, a full-blown Super Saiyan. What the hell? Gu Chuan finally blurted out, unable to contain himself. Are you some kind of alchemist who's been training with Bailayu? Your potions were already insane, and now you're making Super Saiyans. Mu Chuan was completely frozen, his gaze fixed on Wang Bin as his mind raced with wild thoughts. Could this guy actually brew a potion for a Super Saiyan god too? Even if the effects weren't the same, the look would definitely be spot on. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Wang Bin lowered his head slightly, his eyes sharp as blades. A faint smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth as he said calmly, That's right. This is my Super Scion potion. However, it's merely an imitation. His tone was steady, yet brimming with confidence. At least my hard work has paid off. Nearby, Bayu knelt on one knee, his fists clenched tightly, his teeth grinding audibly. Watching his comrade bask in glory, he felt as if his chest was on fire. Damn it, he's already standing tall. Does that mean I have to fall behind? No way. Never. Swish, swish. Bayu swiftly pulled 2 cards and a circular device from his backpack. He inserted one of the cards into the ring and shouted, Senior Gu Chuan. As his words fell, a mechanical voice responded, Gu Chuan. Skill recorded. Without hesitation, Bayu inserted the second card into the device and called out, Senior Yin Ling Long. The mechanical voice echoed again, Yin Ling Long. Skill recorded. Once the cards were fully loaded, Bayu gritted his teeth and raised the circular device high above his head. His voice hoarse yet resolute. Please, lend me your strength. In an instant, the device burst into dazzling light, its golden radiance so intense that it was blinding. The mechanical voice rang out once more, Gu Chuan. Yin Ling Long. Cards recorded. Fusion upgrade initiated. Fusion complete. Buzz, buzz. Bayu's entire body was engulfed in golden light as he rose to his feet, exuding an overwhelming aura. He glanced at his hands, a confident smile spreading across his face. That's right, Gu Chuan's card is practically a universal tool. It's on par with Leon's all-purpose card. While Leon's card offered unparalleled true damage, Gu Chuan's card symbolized unyielding dominance. Each had its unique strengths. Bayu chose Gu Chuan's card purely because the true damage card was no longer in his possession, and he hadn't had the chance to record new skills with Leon yet. As Bayu steadied himself, he locked eyes with Wang Bin. Their gazes met, and it seemed as though they were silently communicating. Moments later, they both nodded in unison. The next instant, they each opened their backpacks and dumped a slew of items capable of nullifying oppressive auras into the guild warehouse. Wang Bin raised his voice, everyone. The guild warehouse is stocked with items that can negate suppression effects. Go grab them. Go, go, go. Bayu echoed enthusiastically. The guild members erupted into a frenzy at their announcement. They rushed to access the guild warehouse, their eyes practically glowing like searchlights. Among the items, the Super Scion potion was the most sought after and was snatched up in mere seconds. After all, not only was this potion ridiculously powerful, it also looked undeniably cool. Meanwhile, on the other side, Leon had just secured a piece of equipment when he turned to Xiao Chong with a sly grin. Xiao Chong, let's do this. Exactly what I had in mind, Xiao Chong replied, flashing a grin of his own. The two seamlessly equipped the items they had just acquired and began their preparations. Moments later, a low roar echoed through the air. Imperial armor. Fusion. A beam of golden light shot skyward, and in the next moment, a figure clad in resplendent golden imperial armor stood proudly. He radiated an aura of majesty, as if an emperor had descended upon the battlefield. Meanwhile, another player consumed a peculiar fruit, causing his entire body to emit a golden glow as his power surged dramatically. This scene ignited the fighting spirit of the guild members like never before. Aya! Male players roared one after another, gulping down Super Scion potions like madmen. Ha! I am the Scion Prince. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One by one, players erupted with golden energy. Their hair turned a brilliant gold, and their eyes gleamed with piercing blue light. The entire guild hall had transformed into a gathering place for Super Scions. Even the female players couldn't resist joining in. Many of them downed the potion, transforming into golden-haired warriors themselves. Among them, Beigong Qianin and the other female officers stood out, their golden aura enhancing their already commanding presence. Beigong Qianin purchased a staff from the guild warehouse, her expression filled with confusion. This? What is this? She muttered, inspecting the staff. There was a slot-like feature embedded in it. The overall design and color scheme, however, appeared distinctly feminine. Frowning, Qianin turned the staff over repeatedly in her hands, examining it closely. The combination of pink and gold left her baffled. Is this really meant for combat? She asked skeptically. Miss Qianin, have you never seen Cardcaptor Sakura? Bayu, standing nearby, couldn't hold back a chuckle. He pointed at the slot on the staff and explained, this is for inserting cards. Why not try it with Gu Chuan's Clow cards? Inserting cards? Qianin was momentarily stunned. Then, pulling a Clow card from her personal storage, she carefully slotted it into the staff. In an instant, a dazzling golden light burst forth from her, radiating like the sun and forcing everyone around her to squint. Simultaneously, the oppressive weight that had been bearing down on her shoulders, as if a mountain had been pressing against her, vanished without a trace. For a moment, the entire guild hall fell silent. All the guild members stood frozen, their eyes wide with shock as they took in the scene before them. At the back of the hall, Mu Chan stood with his arms crossed, saying nothing. His gaze flicked from the staff in Qianin's hands to the brilliant golden light enveloping her. His expression grew complicated as he silently mused. What kind of guild is this? The equipment, the skills, even the plotline, everything is so absurd that I don't even know where to start criticizing. After pondering for a moment, he shook his head, deciding not to delve too deeply into these bizarre mechanics. There were more pressing matters at hand, like the deity standing before them, Karsus. Karsus stood in the center of the hall, utterly unfazed by the players' stares. His lips curled into a faint, cold smirk, carrying a hint of disdain. Even though your current aesthetics are far more absurd than mine, a god is still a god. You mortals can never hope to compare. Did he just say his aesthetics are outdone by us mortals? The players collectively froze for a second before the corners of their mouths twitched. They struggled to stifle their laughter. Did this god just crack a joke? How unexpectedly relatable. But Karsus paid no mind to their reactions. With a cold snort, he suddenly spread his arms wide and let out a low roar. A gaping, abyss-like maw formed, spewing forth roaring flames. The fire surged like a tsunami, its searing heat distorting the very air around it. Boom. In a single move, hundreds of players fell, their screams cut short as their bodies were reduced to ash within the inferno. In less than a minute, 200 to 300 players had perished. This scene left Karsus feeling immensely triumphant. His gaze swept over the remaining survivors, his grin growing increasingly arrogant. Now, do you understand the chasm between mortals and gods? Even with my strength reduced to a mere fraction and my divine soul fractured, a god is still a god. However, his smugness was short-lived. The moment his words fell, countless streaks of light suddenly rose around him. To his shock, the players who had just died began to revive one after another. What? Karsus froze, his smile stiffening into something akin to a statue. He stared blankly at the resurrected players, utterly at a loss for how to respond. Idiot! Gu Chuan snorted, a disdainful smirk tugging at his lips. Did you really think you could kill us? We were just humoring you earlier. By now, Karsus's face had turned as dark as storm clouds. Though he couldn't comprehend how these mortals were capable of resurrection, a vague suspicion had begun to form in his mind. Before he could fully process his thoughts, however, Mu Chin's cold voice cut through his reverie. Enough with the chatter. Mu Chin's gaze was icy, golden light gathering in his hands. This guy is too dangerous. We need to take him down as quickly as possible before more players get hurt. As soon as he finished speaking, a golden phantom appeared behind him, resembling a celestial deity descending to the mortal realm. Mu Chin's eyes sharpened, and without hesitation, he unleashed his ultimate move. Before Karsus could react, a massive, ethereal hand descended from the heavens, carrying an unstoppable force that seized him in an iron grip. What? Karsus's expression shifted to one of utter panic. He struggled with all his might, but the colossal hand held him firmly, unyielding. The crowd's eyes turned toward Xiao Chong, who stood not far away with his hands raised, mirroring the posture of the giant hand. His expression was resolute as he declared righteously, "Nine-tailed, deity, you're far too dangerous. I must seal you away." Karsus was dumbfounded. He looked up at the towering divine statue behind Xiao Chong, emanating an oppressive aura, and then glanced back at the swarm of players who could resurrect at will. His lips twitched uncontrollably. For a moment, he couldn't figure out who was truly in danger. Karsus stood frozen, his gaze locked onto the colossal statue behind Xiao Chong, radiating an overwhelming pressure that made his heart sink. What unnerved him even more was the group of crazed players before him, players who, despite being blasted away moments ago, were now charging at him with reckless abandon, as if death meant nothing to them. His mind spiraled into chaos as his lips quivered. Who's really in trouble here? In the name of the sovereign, I command all subordinate classes. Mu Chin raised his right hand high, his entire being exuding an overwhelming aura. The skill he activated shimmered in his grasp, coalescing into a brilliant beam of light that shot straight into the heavens. As the skill unleashed, Mu Chin's presence reached its peak, as though the entire world bowed to his might. But just then, the crazed players surged forward like an unstoppable tide, shouting absurd and bizarre lines. Huh, you think you're a god? Look at your health bar. You deserve to be wiped out. Remember us. We're your loving daddies. Ha ha ha. The players paid no heed to Karsus's oppressive aura. Neither his devastating skills nor the terrifying presence of the divine statue could make them retreat even a step. Over and over, they fell, only to rise again, like relentless, undying specters. They pushed Karsus into a corner, leaving him no escape. For the first time, Karsus felt the icy grip of fear. His eyes brimmed with despair as he stared at the unyielding players. What are these monsters? They can't be killed, and I can't reason with them. His thoughts spiraled into a panicked frenzy as cold sweat dripped from his forehead. For the first time, he regretted provoking this insane group. It's over. I'm doomed today, he muttered through gritted teeth, but he was powerless to change his fate. The player's relentless skills rained down on him like a torrential storm. Amid the dazzling flashes of light, Karsus's figure was slowly overwhelmed. Finally, under the barrage of countless skills, Karsus could hold on no longer. He fell to his knees, trembling, his eyes filled with hopeless tears. Mother, he whimpered in despair. With a final, heart-wrenching cry, his body disintegrated into motes of light, vanishing completely. A short while later, legendary quest relic of the divine completed. Reward: 1 divine crystal. Total experience: 50 million. Experience points are being distributed based on contribution. Total gold: 30 million. Gold is being distributed based on contribution. The system notification echoed, and the players erupted into cheers. Among them, Mu Chun stood frozen in place, his gaze fixated on the divine crystal floating midair. His eyes were filled with disbelief. A divine crystal? This? His trembling hand reached out to seize the radiant crystal shimmering with mystical light. His heart pounded so fiercely it felt like it might burst from his chest. After all, he already possessed 4 divine crystals, and this 5th one completed the set, allowing him to unlock a Godder class. The first Godder class user on the galactic continent, Mu Chen murmured to himself, overwhelmed with excitement. As the only Emperor class user during the game's beta phase, achieving a Godder class would make his status utterly unshakable. The surrounding guild members burst into an uproar. Whoa, a divine crystal? The guild leader's about to become the first Godder class user on the entire continent. Damn, this is insane. This quest was so worth it. Exactly. Just the divine crystal alone is a massive win, not to mention all the other rewards. The group buzzed with excitement, their voices filled with awe and envy. Mu Chun had never hidden the fact that he already possessed 4 divine crystals, so with the 5th now in hand, his breakthrough was practically guaranteed. I never thought I'd witness the birth of a Godder class. Qing Ling sighed in awe from the side. As she reflected on her laid-back approach to life on the galactic continent, her emotions were a whirlwind. Though she held a hidden class, her cautious nature kept her from joining dangerous quests, yet here she was, witnessing history unfold. Mu Chen's eyes burned with determination as he stared at the divine crystal in his hand, his mind alight with visions of the future. He knew that from this moment forward, his name would be forever etched in the annals of the galactic continent's history. It wasn't until she joined the All Beings Guild that she dared to throw herself into tasks and leveling up with reckless abandon. Looking back, she couldn't help but feel her decision back then had been absolutely right. After all, Mu Chun was about to ascend to the ranks of Godder professions. This was not merely a personal achievement for him. It symbolized a monumental moment for the All Beings Guild. Their name would be forever etched into the history of the galactic continent, remembered by countless players. At this moment, all the effort and persistence had finally paid off in the most dazzling way. Brother, go ahead and use it already. The little girl, Beigong Qianin, was brimming with excitement, her eyes sparkling with anticipation and pride. Her tiny fists were clenched tightly as if she were even more thrilled than Mu Chen himself. This is amazing. Brother is finally becoming a Godder professional. Mu Chun smiled faintly and reached out to ruffle her hair. All right, he nodded firmly, without the slightest hesitation, and retrieved 4 remaining divine crystals from his inventory. He combined them with the one he had obtained earlier. The system notification appeared immediately. You have acquired 5 divine crystals. Would you like to consume the divine crystals to advance your unique profession? Yes. Mu Chen's gaze was resolute as he confirmed without a moment's doubt. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 5 divine crystals instantly transformed into radiant beams of light, spiraling around Mu Chun. They moved in a mysterious trajectory before gradually merging into his body. His frame shuddered slightly, and in the next moment, a warm surge of energy flooded through him like a tide, enveloping him in a comforting embrace akin to a mother's arms. His entire being was bathed in an unprecedented sense of ease. A sacred and gentle aura began to flow within him, carrying an indescribable sense of majesty and mystery. Though those around him couldn't directly see this power, they could clearly sense the transformation taking place in Mu Chun. His figure seemed shrouded in a faint, ethereal glow, exuding an unfathomable depth. 10 seconds later, the radiance gradually subsided. Mu Chen's aura became calm and restrained, like the surface of a tranquil, yet immeasurably profound ocean, serene but brimming with boundless power. At that very moment, a grand and authoritative voice reverberated across the galactic continent, shaking the eardrums of every living being. Server-wide announcement. Server-wide announcement. Server-wide announcement. The triple announcement resounded like a thunderclap, and countless players and NPCs paused in their tracks, looking up at the sky with expressions of shock and curiosity. What's going on? Another announcement? Could it be that another emperor candidate has ascended to emperor? No way. These announcements are coming way too frequently. Twice in 7 days? What's happening? Could this be the work of one of the beta testers? Speculation buzzed among the masses as everyone waited eagerly to learn the content of this announcement. After all, server-wide announcements were rarely made, and each one always heralded a game-changing event for the galactic continent. As their discussions grew louder, the system finally revealed the answer. Server-wide announcement. Player All Beings Emperor has successfully advanced to a god-tier profession. The galactic continent has officially entered the era of Ascension. The moment the announcement was made, the entire galactic continent fell into a stunned silence, only to erupt moments later like a volcanic explosion. Players and NPCs alike were thrown into a frenzy. A god-tier professional? Era of Ascension? What does that mean? Holy crap. Does this mean the galactic continent has entered an age where people can become gods? All Beings Emperor? Isn't that the human emperor? He just became emperor, and now he's awakened a god-tier profession? This is insane. My goodness, the era of Ascension, does this mean we all have a chance to ascend to godhood? A new age is dawning? But alas, am already old All Beings Emperor. Why couldn't you have arrived on the galactic continent 1,000 years earlier? Players were practically losing their minds, their faces filled with shock and exhilaration. This wasn't just about the birth of the first god-tier professional. It marked the beginning of a new epoch for the galactic continent, a time when anyone could potentially ascend to godhood. Countless players frantically opened their panels, eager to delve into the details of this so-called era of Ascension. A new era meant new rules, new opportunities, and everyone wanted to secure their place on this unprecedented stage. Chong stood quietly where he was, feeling the surging power within him. A faint smile played at the corners of his lips, his gaze firm and profound. This was only the beginning. Some of the older players were in tears. They didn't have much time left, and their prime days were long gone. For them, pushing themselves to level up and transition to new professions was an impossible task. They felt sorrow and bitterness because this era had come too late for them. Now, the Galaxy Continent is a world full of diverse human experiences. Galaxy Continent, 90th floor, Human Emperor Camp. In the Grand Hall, four human emperors sat around a large, ancient table. On the table lay the latest intelligence reports, and all their eyes were fixed on a few lines of text. The era of the Ascension Age has finally arrived, Jian Shursan murmured, his voice trembling with barely contained excitement. The document clearly listed 3 key pieces of information. 1. Profession advancement stones would no longer be limited to the beta phase. A new exclusive quest system on the Galaxy Continent would allow players to acquire them. 2. The Ascension leaderboard would officially launch, showcasing all players who achieved god-tier professions. 3. Missions related to the gods would be significantly increased. These 3 pieces of information struck the human emperors like a thunderclap, leaving them stunned. Jian Shursan took a deep breath, suppressing the surge of joy in his heart. For these emperors, who appeared to be at the pinnacle of glory, their stagnating profession levels had long been a source of frustration. When they first entered the online game Divine Awakening, they weren't beta testers, and the rare profession advancement stones were only available to those who participated in the beta phase. Why would beta testers ever give up treasures like these? Unaran sneered, a trace of disdain flashing in her eyes. Even if it were us, we wouldn't hand them over so easily. Her words earned silent nods from the other 3. The value of profession advancement stones was undeniable. They were precious resources that could elevate one's profession to new heights. Who would willingly let them go? But now, things are different. Jian Shursan clenched his fists, his voice trembling with emotion. The arrival of the new era finally gives us a chance. Exclusive quests for the advancement stones. This means we can break free from our stagnation and truly ascend to greater heights. The atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly intense, and the eyes of the emperors burned with newfound determination. However, Wu Naren narrowed her eyes slightly, her voice low but laced with excitement. What lies ahead is the era of godhood. Godhood, Ansha repeated softly, a meaningful smile curling her lips. That's a power that transcends everything. The group fell into a brief silence, yet they could all feel the shared anticipation and tension in the air. Let me put it this way, Wu Naren broke the silence, her tone calm yet analytical. In the previous Mortal God Conference, even though the gods seemed evenly matched with us in battle, it was only because they suppressed their strength to save us some face. If they were to go all out. She didn't finish her sentence, but everyone understood her implication. Even one minor deity among the 10 great gods could crush all the emperors into dust. That's the weight of godhood. Honestly, it's a relief that Mu Chan is part of the human race. Ansha suddenly chuckled, breaking the tense atmosphere. At her words, the other 3 emperors also smiled. Despite their different civilizations, Their shared humanity created a natural bond. Mu Chun, the only god or professional among the human emperors, would elevate the reputation of their entire race and indirectly benefit them as well. The smiles gradually faded, and Jian Shersan's expression turned serious once more. He surveyed the room and said firmly, "From now on, dispatch people immediately to search for quests related to the profession advancement stones. We cannot waste this opportunity." Their gazes met, and in each other's eyes, they saw the same unwavering determination. The horn of a new era had sounded, and they would not miss this feast of godhood. The age of godhood has begun. The wheels of time have already begun to turn, and they must adapt to the changing era or risk being left behind. The first task at hand is to uncover the whereabouts of the profession advancement stone. The three human sovereigns exchanged glances, nodding in silent agreement. Determination gleamed in their eyes. They understood all too well that the tide of the times waits for no one. Only by embracing change could they secure their place at the top. Without hesitation, they opened the guild channel and issued a command to all members. Focus all efforts on finding clues about the profession advancement stone. Located as soon as possible. The order reverberated like a war drum, igniting a surge of urgency across the entire galaxy continent. Meanwhile, the other sovereigns sprang into action. Their thoughts mirrored those of the human sovereigns. Faced with this sudden upheaval, adaptation was the only way to preserve their status and honor. In no time, the entire galaxy continent was abuzz with activity. Renowned guilds mobilized their elite forces, and the tension across the land reached a fever pitch. At the same time, the scene shifted back to Mu Chun. Sitting cross-legged, an indescribable aura of power radiated faintly from him. Suddenly, a series of notification sounds shattered the stillness around him. Your profession has undergone a transformation. Profession advancement successful. Your attribute panel has been updated. Mu Chun slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of surprise flashing across them. He closed them again, sensing the changes within his body. After a moment of reflection, a realization dawned on him. "So that's how it is," he murmured softly, the answer now clear in his mind. The path of true divinity quest prompt resurfaced in his thoughts, clearly outlining the requirements for ascension to godhood. A divine level profession, reaching level 200 after 9 rebirths, and a blank divinity core. These three elements corresponded to the essence, spirit, and vitality of all living beings. A divine level profession represents the essence. A blank divinity core symbolizes the spirit. And as for reaching level 200 after 9 rebirths, Mu Chun's thoughts paused briefly before the answer clicked. It signifies vitality and physical constitution. Only by perfecting one's 4 core attributes during the process of 9 rebirths can one forge the ultimate divine body after ascension. He took a deep breath, his gaze resolute. This was only the beginning. He had merely completed the first of the 3 requirements, and the road ahead remained long and arduous. However, at that moment, 2 alternative methods of achieving godhood surfaced in his mind. The first method was faith-based ascension. This required amassing a vast following of believers and using their faith to condense a divinity core. Yet, the resulting divine power would be relatively weak, far inferior to other methods. The second method was inheriting a divine position. This approach was simpler. One needed only to find the divine position of a fallen deity or accept the legacy of an existing god. However, since the divine position was not originally one's own, the power it provided would be less perfectly aligned with the individual. Mu Chun let out a cold laugh, a rebellious spark flashing in his eyes. These methods may be easier, but neither is the path I'll choose. I aim to become a true god, perfectly aligned with my being. As he contemplated, a crisp voice interrupted his thoughts. "Well, big brother, what's the profession panel for a divine class like?" Beigong Qianin looked at him with wide, curious eyes filled with anticipation. Mu Chun smiled faintly. "I haven't checked yet. Let me take a look now." With that, he opened his attribute panel. Name, Mu Chun. Title, Guild Master of All Beings Guild. Level, 6923 000550 000 EXP. Divine Profession, Creator of Life, Unique Divine Profession, 4th Advancement. Note, current profession is a supreme divine profession. No duplicates can exist. It is a unique class. Health, 100. Note, health is calculated as a percentage. As before, critical damage will cause rapid health loss. Divine Power, 6969. Note, 1 divine power point is gained per level, used for casting divine abilities. Attack, 6100. Spirit, 6100. Speed, 6100. Defense, 6100. Note, pure attributes. Inventory, White Dragon Set Blueprint. Equipment, 1000 Change Cube Blue. Growth Item, Wealth, 931,000 gold. Mu Chun's eyes swept over the panel, his brows arching slightly in astonishment. Divine Power, he muttered, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Such an incredible boost. From now on, I can use any non-divine skill without consuming divine power. So this is the dominance of a divine profession? Truly extraordinary. Clenching his fists, he felt the surging power within him, as though the entire world was within his grasp. In this moment, he finally understood that becoming a divine-class professional was merely the first step on the path to true divinity. Countless challenges still lay ahead. So this is the might of a divine profession? Absolutely extraordinary. Chong felt an overwhelming surge of power flooding into his body, like a torrential wave of experience points pouring in, instantly triggering a series of level-ups. The system notifications chimed one after another, echoing in his ears like a triumphant anthem. Congratulations! Your level has increased to 70. Congratulations! Your level has increased to 71. Congratulations! Your level has increased to 77. At the same time, the reward for slaying the deity arrived right on schedule. 1.61 million gold coins were credited directly to his account. Chong smiled faintly, the exhilaration evident in his expression. His experience bar now stood at 513,000,710,000, leaving him just a step away from yet another level up. The experience from killing a deity is truly extraordinary. Chong marveled, his eyes gleaming with excitement. After a quick calculation, he realized that 3 more levels would unlock another job advancement for him, and his divine skill points had already risen to match his new level of 77. Unable to contain his excitement, he opened the skill panel to examine the 4 newly unlocked divine abilities. Among them, one new feature caught his attention and filled him with delight, a game-changing addition related to experience points. From now on, he no longer needed to grind levels himself. As long as his subordinate players were leveling up, he would automatically receive 10 of their total experience points. What made this even more incredible was that the experience he gained wouldn't be deducted from his subordinates' earnings. Instead, it was an extra reward granted by the system. Chong grinned widely, thinking to himself, this is insane. It's like having a cheat code custom-made just for me. However, a moment of doubt crept into his mind. Wait, didn't the life seed absorb the Hand of the Sovereign? The Hand of the Sovereign is an attack skillet, shouldn't have anything to do with experience points. He frowned slightly, but decided to let the matter go after a brief moment of thought. Oh well, whatever the case, this skill is ridiculously overpowered. He moved on to examine the second divine skill and nodded approvingly. This one's decent. The effects are solid overall. The best part is that I can now view information about deities without being detected. Plus, my eyes have gained a healing ability, definitely practical. Chong couldn't help but marvel at the immense gap between divine professions and regular ones. Divine professions weren't just a prerequisite for ascending to godhood. They also allowed him to use his subordinate skills without consuming any of his own resources. In other words, he essentially had an infinite energy cheat at his disposal. The only downside was that divine professions didn't directly boost his core attributes. Like his unique profession, attribute growth still depended on allocating stat points. Still, the power of these divine skills is already absurd. Chong thought as he distributed his free stat points. His base stats instantly transformed into attack, 9300 spirit, 9300 speed, 9300 defense, 9300. With the additional bonuses from his 1000 change cube, his total attributes were now approaching 20,000. And with each successive job advancement, the stat point gains would multiply exponentially. By the time he reached his 5th advancement, his strength would experience yet another massive leap. This haul is nothing short of terrifying. Chong muttered to himself with satisfaction as he stroked his chin. Then, he closed the skill panel. Just then, Beigong Chinin's voice came from nearby. Brother, how's everything? Chong smiled faintly, a hint of pride in his tone. Not bad at all. Plus, my profession is a Wonyo divine class. He paused for a moment before continuing. Divine professions are all about their unique traits. I don't yet know what sets a Wonyo divine class apart, but it's definitely far superior to those common divine professions. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes as he added, next, it's time to upgrade the guild. Chong handed over all the gold coins in his possession to the guild system without hesitation. As a golden light flashed, the system notification followed. Your guild has leveled up to LV4. The next level requires 5 million contribution points. LV4 guilds receive a 40 experience bonus. With a slight smile, he turned to face the guild members behind him, his tone relaxed yet expectant. Alright, everyone. To level up the guild again, we'll need 5 million contribution points. Let's work together to gather them, shall we? Hearing this, the guild members didn't hesitate. They opened their inventories and began contributing their gold and resources without delay. In just a few moments, golden light shimmered once more, and the system chimed again. Your guild has leveled up to LV5. The next level requires 30 million contribution points. LV5 guilds receive a 50 experience bonus. Mu Chun nodded in satisfaction, his gaze sweeping over the group with a hint of approval and amusement. Great work, everyone. You've all done well. Now, let's move out. The guild members responded with nods and murmurs of agreement, falling into step behind Mu Chun as they left the area. Their movements were synchronized, exuding a quiet sense of camaraderie and pride. As time passed, the night settled in. It was now 7 p.m. on the 15th floor of the Galaxy continent, where the All Beings Guild's base of operations stood. The heart of the base was a newly constructed treehouse, which had been completed after several days of meticulous effort. The treehouse, a symbol of the guild's unity and progress, was a towering structure that stood proudly amidst the base. The treehouse had 3 levels. The first floor served as a meeting room for high-level discussions and decision-making. The second floor included a lounge and kitchen, offering a space for relaxation. And the third floor housed the private quarters of Mu Chun and Bei Gong Qianin, modestly decorated yet radiating warmth. Meanwhile, on the first floor, within the meeting room, the atmosphere was calm but serious. At the center of the room was a large circular wooden table, polished to perfection and exuding a faint, natural wood fragrance. Mu Chun sat at the head of the table, his gaze scanning the gathered guild leaders. Alongside the guild's core members were 3 notable individuals: Bai Yu, the village's first blacksmith; Wang Bin, the first alchemist; and Bing Lin, the first architect. Bai Yu, with his hidden profession as an eccentric blacksmith, sat quietly, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. His self-assured demeanor spoke volumes. His unique crafting ability allowed him to forge equipment that defied conventional logic, powerful, unorthodox, and often imbued with unexpected effects. Bai Yu was undeniably the backbone of the guild's equipment production. Beside him sat Wang Bin, whose profession as a quirky alchemist was just as unconventional. Like Bai Yu, his creations often yielded surprising results, though sometimes they strayed into the realm of unpredictable. Despite this, his alchemy skills were indispensable to the guild. Compared to these two, Bing Linlin's profession as a masterful architect seemed more grounded, but her extraordinary talent in construction had transformed the guild's base into a fortress of ingenuity. Mu Chen's gaze finally rested on Gu Chuan, who was sitting quietly, scribbling something in a small notebook. Curiosity piqued, Mu Chun leaned slightly to catch a glimpse of the page. Written on it was a bold title: By La Yu and Wang Wenwu's Item Collection. Amused, Mu Chen chuckled softly and shook his head. Clearing his throat, Mu Chen addressed the room, bringing the meeting to order. Tomorrow, I plan to search for materials to craft the unique equipment. Bing Linlin, you'll continue overseeing the construction of the base. Bai Yu and Wang Bin will assist you. Bing Linlin nodded firmly, her expression resolute. Understood. I'll do my best. Mu Chen shifted his attention to Gu Chuan and his companions, noticing that the 3 of them were already looking at him. Their gazes met briefly, and after a moment of silence, Gu Chuan finally spoke up, his tone hesitant yet reminding. Guild leader, we have a competition tomorrow. Mu Chen nodded calmly. He understood that the 3 were discussing forming a party to level up, so he didn't linger. Standing gracefully to the side, Bei Gong Qianin spoke softly. Brother, they'll be leveling up with Sister Linglong and Sister Yanran. Qing Ling chimed in eagerly. I'm almost done with my 6th transition quest. I need to focus on completing it tomorrow. All right, let's go with that, Mu Chen responded briefly. His gaze swept across the group, signaling the meeting's conclusion. Following his cue, everyone got up and left, and the spacious room gradually quieted down until only Mu Chen and Bei Gong Qianin remained. Looking down at the petite girl who had walked up to his side, Mu Chen spoke with a hint of advice in his tone. Qianin, we also need to pay more attention to tasks related to the gods. These quests are rare, but since the rules have changed, there's always a chance. If there's an opportunity, seize it. Bei Gong Qianin nodded, her youthful face showing a trace of seriousness. Got it, brother. Seeing her earnest attitude, Mu Chen smiled in satisfaction. He then stood up and patted her shoulder. All right, I'll head back to my room now. If you're not tired, go ahead and take care of your own tasks. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked toward the staircase. Bei Gong Qianin didn't say anything more and quietly followed him. Her light steps carried a trace of dependency, making it clear that since her brother was going to rest, she wouldn't stay behind alone. The night passed uneventfully. At 7 in the morning, sunlight bathed the 10th layer of the Galaxy continent. Mu Chun stepped out of the portal, raising a hand to shield his eyes from the dazzling light. His gaze swept across the sky as he took in the unique atmosphere of this world. Each layer of the Galaxy continent had its own sky, resembling self-contained worlds. Though the underlying mechanics were unknown, as long as people could live and thrive here, who would bother to question such mysteries? Mu Chen's white dragon feather robe fluttered gently in the breeze. The life spring water he needed, according to Wu Naren's information, could only be found in the Forest of Elves on the 31st layer. The Forest of Elves was the domain of the elf race, home to a non-player character NPC species distinct from the player races. While they differed in some ways, there was no hostility between them. Rather, cooperation and coexistence were more common. However, the Forest of Elves had a unique rule. Only elf players could enter freely. Players of other races needed an elf player to guide them in. This was precisely why Mu Chan had arranged to meet Dazis. As he walked, Mu Chin's steps were steady, his eyes scanning his surroundings. The streets were bustling with people, and many sovereigns wore expressions of barely concealed excitement. Clearly, the arrival of the era of Ascension yesterday still had them brimming with energy, their enthusiasm spreading through the crowd. 10 minutes later, Mu Chin arrived in front of a verdant palace. This was the Elven Sovereign's palace, the Elven Royal Hall. Unlike the grandeur and imposing nature of the human royal hall, this place exuded a natural charm. Green vines and flourishing leaves adorned its surroundings, blending harmoniously with the natural world. Stopping a meter away from the palace gates, Mu Chun suddenly heard a notification sound in his ears. You are not an Elven Sovereign. Would you like to send a visitation request to the Elven Sovereign? Yes, Mu Chun replied without hesitation. The royal halls were unique entities within the galaxy continent. Only the sovereign of a specific race could enter freely, while members of other races needed permission to gain access. Moments later, another notification sounded. Visitation approved. Welcome, human sovereign Mu Chan. Hearing this, Mu Chin's lips curved slightly upward as he stepped into the palace without hesitation. Tap, tap, tap. As soon as he entered, Mu Chan saw Daisy sitting gracefully on a large leaf, a steaming cup of tea in her hand. Her innate elegance seemed to bring a sense of serenity and solemnity to the entire space. When she noticed his arrival, Daisy's red lips curved into a faint smile, the amusement reaching the corners of her eyes. You're here.
Yes.
Mu Chin nodded, his gaze calm yet tinged with urgency. He took a few quick steps toward Daisy and said firmly, let's set off now. He didn't want to waste even a single moment. With the final material in hand, he could forge the unique equipment that would completely alter his destiny. All right. Daisy rose to her feet with an air of effortless grace. Her fiery figure was outlined perfectly in the sunlight, her movements exuding confidence. She passed by Mu Chin lightly, her long hair swaying in the breeze, carrying a faint, delicate fragrance as she took the lead. Mu Chin followed closely behind as the two left the Elven Hall and headed toward the portal. For a while, they walked in silence, but then Daisy let out a soft sigh, her tone tinged with a hint of melancholy. Sigh, even though a new era has begun, tasks like finding the profession advancement stone are still incredibly rare. Hearing this, Mu Chin's eyes flickered slightly as he glanced at Daisy ahead of him. That's true. Although profession advancement stones can still be found on the galactic continent, the rarity of the associated quests is almost legendary. Without enough opportunity, strength, and luck, it's nearly impossible to succeed, let alone when the task involves the gods. Daisy turned her head slightly, her captivating eyes carrying a trace of admiration as she looked at Mu Chin. Still, your divine role sounds impressive, life creator. Does that mean you can already create life? Her voice carried a hint of curiosity and anticipation, her gaze fixed on Mu Chin as if trying to read his expression. Mu Chin shook his head, his tone calm but full of confidence. Not yet. At this stage, I can't create life. But the potential of the life creator divine role is immense. As long as I keep improving myself, one day I will achieve it. Daisy's eyes sparkled with a trace of approval as she nodded gently. You're right. Before the fifth advancement, progress for professionals may not be as noticeable, but after the fifth advancement, each transition becomes a qualitative leap. When that time comes, your divine role's power will truly shine. The two continued onward. Suddenly, Daisy stopped and turned to face Mu Chin, her tone solemn. As for the life spring water, you'll need to communicate directly with the Elven Queen. Even though I hold a high position as the ruler of the elves, I must abide by the divine decree. If you can complete the tasks set by the Elven Queen, obtaining the life spring water will not be an issue. Her stance was crystal clear. Despite her esteemed status among the elves, when it came to matters involving the life spring water lifeline of their race, she had no authority to act independently. I understand. Mu Chin nodded, a determined glint flashing in his eyes. He knew the path ahead would be fraught with challenges, but retreat was never an option for him. As they conversed, they soon arrived at the portal. Mu Chin took a deep breath while Daisy raised her hand with a gentle wave. The portal shimmered with a faint glow, and in the next moment, their figures vanished. Blue Star, Newcomer Testing Zone. In the 66,666th region, inside a modest wooden hut in the beginner's village, Zhang Xian sat wearily on the bed, his hands resting on his knees as he let out a sigh. It had been nearly a week since the game launched, and out of the 1,000 players in this region, 1/10 had already met their demise in this brutal world. This world is far too dangerous, Zhang Xian muttered to himself, his brows furrowed and his eyes filled with worry. Fortunately, he had revealed his identity as a hidden class player and successfully became the village chief. This had barely managed to unite the players. Without his leadership, if everyone had continued to act independently, even more lives would have been lost. At this moment, he was conversing with Zhang Yinran, the only beta tester he had added as a friend. Much of the crucial information he had was thanks to her. Zhang Yinran's message came through quickly, her tone carrying a sense of urgency. Zhang Xian, you're about to face your first beast tide. You'd better get those cowardly players out there to level up soon. If not, when the beast tide hits, you're all going to die miserably. Beast tide. Zhang Xian froze, his face filled with shock and disbelief. It was the first time he'd ever heard of such a thing. As Zhang Yinran mentioned, here's the current situation in the newbie zone. Many players have chosen to cower in the safety zones, planning to idle away their time and survive until they can leave this cursed place after a month. Zhang Xian looked at the village before him, calculating in his mind. As long as he could form a hunting team and supply food for the entire village, he might be able to hold out until the day he could leave. However, things were far from as simple as he imagined. A beast tide? Zhang Xian frowned deeply, quickly sending a message to Zhang Yanran with a hint of unease in his tone. How strong is the beast tide? Zhang Yanran's reply came swiftly. The difficulty of the beast tide is determined by the average level of all players in the zone. The stronger the players in your zone, the tougher the beast tide. The weaker the players, the relatively easier it will be. Zhang Xian felt a bit relieved, but his heart was soon gripped tightly by the next piece of news. Don't think you can handle the beast tide just by training a few elites. Zhang Yanran continued, her words sharp and serious. When the beast tide begins, the safety zones will be removed. At that point, those idle players who are just waiting around won't be of any help to you. They lack even the most basic combat skills and could end up dragging the entire zone down. Faced with the overwhelming numbers of the beast tide, your zone could very well face complete annihilation. Zhang Xian stood frozen in place, his fingers gripping the communicator tightly. A grim image flashed through his mind. Safety zones disappearing, wild monsters swarming in, and those completely unprepared players running around in panic, only to meet their end at the hands of the creatures. This meant that the survival of the entire zone rested on the shoulders of the few who were capable of fighting. Damn it! Zhang Xian cursed under his breath, a resolute glint flashing in his eyes. Even though the overall strength of the players in his zone was only average, relying solely on the hunting team's strength would never be enough to survive the beast tide. He had to find a way to mobilize everyone, even those idle players who were just biding their time. Taking a deep breath, he opened the Dragon Nation Village Chief Group, a chat group he had spent 10 gold coins to create. Its purpose was to bring together all the village chiefs from the Dragon Nation's newbie channels to share information. In the game Divine Revelation, creating a group chat required gold coins, and this was undoubtedly the most worthwhile 10 gold coins he had ever spent. Dragon Nation Village Chief Group. Zhang Xian 66666 Zone. Everyone. Folks, I've just received some intel from a beta tester. We might need to take some drastic measures soon. The group instantly became active. Long Feiyang 1 Zone. Spill it. Chen Xiao 2 Zone. Spill it. Su Yu 279 Zone. Spill it. The village chiefs chimed in one after another, clearly intrigued by the information Zhang Xian had to share. Without wasting words, Zhang Xian posted the detailed information about the beast tide in the group word for word. As soon as the message was sent, the chat fell completely silent. The screen was blank, as though everyone had been stunned by the sudden news. After a brief pause, Long Feiyang from Zone 1 was the first to break the silence. Long Feiyang 1 Zone. So, what you're saying is, we'll have to drag those idle freeloaders out into the field with us? Wei Tianming 18269 Zone. What a pain. Those people are like unruly street hooligans. If I try to force them into the wild, they might just rebel. Su Yu 279 Zone. Things aren't too bad on my end. I've only got about 80 freeloaders. The rest of the players are sensible and understand the importance of improving themselves. Interestingly, I've noticed that the ones who are actually willing to work hard at leveling up are often those who enjoy reading novels or come from modest, hardworking backgrounds. On the other hand, many of the freeloaders are former boxers or high-ranking executives. Reading through the chat, Zhang Xian rubbed his temples, feeling the weight on his shoulders grow heavier. He knew it wouldn't be easy for these village chiefs to change the attitudes of the idle players, but there was no other choice. If they wanted to survive the beast tide, they had to unite everyone and raise the combat capabilities of the entire group as much as possible. In Chen Xiaoxiao's Zone 2, the situation was just as she described. Players from the lower social strata found an unprecedented glimmer of hope. Those unwilling to live a mundane life joined the ranks of level grinders, their eyes burning with determination, eager to rewrite their destinies. Meanwhile, the once high-ranking executives seemed uncharacteristically sluggish in adapting. Zhang Xian couldn't help but let out a sigh, his gaze growing heavy. My situation is quite similar to yours, he said quietly, a trace of helplessness in his tone. The younger players, steeped in modern novels, understand that safe zones won't remain safe forever, so they've been cautiously working to improve their skills. The military players, on the other hand, have displayed remarkable discipline and coordination, forming organized teams to grind levels efficiently. He paused, his brows furrowing slightly. As for the common folk, the honest and diligent ones follow instructions, while the ambitious ones actively join the main group. But those troublemakers, he let out a cold chuckle, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. They're like unruly hooligans. Expecting them to join the grind? That's harder than reaching the heavens. They're neither helpless children nor frail elders, yet they act as though the world owes them something. Zhang Xian's tone turned sharper. Enough. I'll sort this out soon. Those willing to level up can come along. The rest? Let them fend for themselves. This trial was designed to be a survival game. It's clear in the rules of the newbie trial zone. Those who qualify move on to the galactic continent. Those who don't, perish. Having made up his mind, he lifted his gaze to Jiang Yinran, his expression regaining a semblance of calm. Thanks for the reminder. I understand now. With that, he rose, pushed open the wooden door, and walked out without looking back. Galactic continent, 31st layer, verdant floor. The verdant floor was a world enveloped in the essence of nature. Here, there were no modern structures, only towering ancient trees and an array of exotic flora. The inhabitants of this realm embodied the spirit of nature. Flora fairies, plant folk, and elves, all thriving in harmony across this lush land. The safe zone was located in a grand forest hall, resembling an ancient altar. Mu Chun and Daisy had just teleported in and quickly slipped away from the crowd, heading toward the elven forest. After traversing the emerald green sea of trees, they finally stopped before a colossal tree towering 300 meters high. It stood like a pillar of the heavens, its trunk robust and its branches sprawling, as though it held the secrets of the entire forest. The two descended to the ground, gazing up at the tree in awe. This is the entrance to the elven forest, Daisy said softly, raising her hand to gesture toward the massive trunk, a faint smile playing on her lips. Mu Chun was momentarily stunned, his eyes scanning the bark with curiosity. No wonder players from other races can't enter. So this is the entrance, he murmured, his tone brimming with intrigue. Daisy smiled knowingly and lowered her gaze, chanting an ancient incantation in a voice that was both melodious and imbued with an age-old rhythm. As she finished, she extended her right hand and gently pressed it against the tree trunk. Whir. Hum. A doorway emitting a soft white light emerged on the tree's surface, the glow casting deeper shadows among the surrounding foliage. Let's go in, Daisy said, withdrawing her hand and stepping through the luminous portal. Mu Chun snapped out of his daze and hurried to follow. As the two passed through the doorway, the white light vanished in an instant, and the giant tree returned to its tranquil state, as if nothing had occurred. Galactic continent, third layer, entertainment floor. In the heart of Motor City, the grand finale of the motorcycle racing tournament was in full swing. The stadium buzzed with excitement as tens of thousands of spectators filled the stands, eagerly discussing the long-awaited showdown. Anticipation was etched on every face, and the atmosphere was electric. The host, dressed in a sharp suit, held a microphone as he stood at the center of the stage. His eyes scanned the crowd, and a professional smile curved his lips. With a voice brimming with enthusiasm, he announced, "Next up, let us welcome the top 3 contenders of this championship. They are." Each name was met with an eruption of cheers and applause from the audience. The deafening roar seemed to shake the entire venue, the fervor of the crowd reaching a fever pitch. The excitement in the air was palpable, propelling the competition toward its climax. Let's give the top 3 champions the loudest and most heartfelt cheers. The 3 generals. The 3 generals. I love you. The 3 generals. The audience erupted into a frenzy, their voices blending into a deafening roar. The arena was alive with waves of cheers, rising and falling like a relentless tide. The name of the 3 generals was already legendary, and the crowd's excitement was palpable, as if their shouts alone could bring the roof down. The All Beings Guild, with its meteoric rise and the leadership of Mu Chun, had become the dream destination for countless players. Though still in its infancy, everyone firmly believed that with a leader like Mu Chun, the All Beings Guild would inevitably ascend to the ranks of the top guilds in the galaxy continent. This shining emblem of prestige had already become the envy of many. Amidst the anticipation, 3 figures slowly stepped onto the stage. The first was a man in a yellow suit, his lazy gait and sly expression giving the impression that he had just stumbled in from a late-night mahjong game. His demeanor screamed slacker. In stark contrast, the second figure exuded an upright and commanding presence. Dressed in a sharp red suit, he stood tall like a pine tree, his piercing gaze and stern features seemingly declaring that justice was inviolable. The third man wore a blue shirt under a white vest, his tired, deadpan eyes betraying a hint of nonchalance. Yet, the innate arrogance and confidence in his posture made it impossible to underestimate him. Draped over their shoulders were white capes emblazoned with the word justice, radiating an air of authority and power. The three generals. The announcer practically roared their arrival, driving the crowd into an even greater frenzy. The atmosphere reached its peak, with cheers and applause crashing like waves. The name All Beings Guild now shone as the brightest star in the arena. Next, let's welcome the other contestants, the host announced, his voice trembling with excitement. However, compared to the grandeur of the three generals' entrance, the arrival of the other competitors was noticeably more subdued. Even so, the audience's attention remained riveted, and the tension in the air grew heavier with every passing moment. Meanwhile, back with Muchon, the forest of elves was like a secluded haven, untouched by the outside world. Towering ancient trees stood in harmonious disarray, their intertwined branches forming a natural canopy. Sunlight filtered through the gaps, casting golden specks of light that bathed the forest in a sacred glow. The air was rich with the faint, calming fragrance of plants, inviting anyone entering to relax and breathe deeply. As Muchon and Daisy stepped into this mystical realm, they were promptly stopped by two elven guards. Both had flowing golden hair, pointed ears, and wore light green and white armor. Armed with bows, they stood poised and alert, their expressions cold and vigilant. Yet, upon seeing Daisy, their demeanor shifted instantly. They bowed slightly, their voices respectful. "Your Majesty." Daisy nodded with a warm yet commanding smile. Her voice was gentle, but carried an undeniable authority. "I bring the human emperor to meet the elf queen." "Understood, Your Majesty." The guards immediately stepped aside, allowing the pair to proceed deeper into the forest. As they walked, Mu Chen's gaze wandered across the scenery. The towering trees and lush greenery seemed to stretch endlessly, and every now and then, a nimble creature would dart across the treetops. Their pace was steady, unhurried, and soon, a grand palace perched atop a colossal tree came into view. The structure was a seamless blend of natural beauty and artistic craftsmanship, surrounded by countless treehouses that exuded the unique elegance and charm of the elven race. Elves bustled about, their graceful movements a testament to their ethereal nature. Upon noticing Daisy's arrival, they paused their tasks and greeted her with bright smiles and melodic voices. "Lady Daisy, Your Majesty, our Queen." Their greetings were as refreshing as a spring breeze. Daisy maintained her composed smile, responding to each greeting with poise and grace. Her calm confidence was a true testament to her regal demeanor. "Looks like you're quite popular among your people," Muchon remarked with a slight smirk, his tone carrying a hint of playfulness. Daisy chuckled softly, her voice tinged with a serene nonchalance. "An emperor who refrains from foolish actions will naturally be loved by their people. It's nothing extraordinary." Muchon nodded in agreement. Indeed, as the symbolic pillar of a race, a ruler who acted sensibly would always garner respect and devotion from their subjects. As their conversation continued, a soft, melodious voice echoed from above. "Lady Daisy." The voice was accompanied by the graceful descent of a young woman, crowned with a delicate tiara. She landed gently, her presence like a refreshing breeze, instantly drawing every gaze her way. The young girl wore a short emerald green dress that accentuated her snow-white skin, while her legs, wrapped in white silk stockings, added an air of grace and charm. On her head rested a delicately crafted crown, marking her noble status. Mu Qian observed her quietly, thoughts stirring in his mind. This girl was most likely the legendary princess of the elven race, Filna. Daisies, noticing his gaze, softly called out the girl's name. Hihi. Filna smiled warmly, her gaze shifting to Mu Qian, curiosity flickering in her emerald green eyes. "Lady Daisies, what brings you to the forest of elves today? Are you here to seek the life tree's help in nurturing your kin?" Daisies responded with a faint smile, but chose not to confirm or deny. Mu Qian had long heard of the unique traits of the elven race. This all-female species had two distinct ways of bringing new life into the world. The first, by forming a union with a partner to reproduce. The second, by offering a drop of their own blood onto a leaf of the life tree, which would then nurture and birth a new elf. This extraordinary method made the life tree the lifeblood of the elven race. Yet Daisies didn't address Filna's question directly. Instead, she shook her head slightly, stepped aside, and gestured toward Mu Qian as she introduced him. "Not for that reason. I've come today to introduce an important guest. This is the Emperor of Humanity, the sovereign of all beings, and the first deified individual of the galaxy continent." The sovereign of all beings? Filna's delicate figure stiffened slightly, her eyes wide with disbelief. That name had recently become famous across the entire galaxy continent. In just one day, Mu Qian's name had spread far and wide, becoming the talk of countless beings. Most notably, his name had soared to the top of the Divine Ascension rankings, and the information displayed there was nothing short of astonishing. Divine Ascension rankings rank 1. Mu Qian, the sovereign of all beings. Level 77. Fourth advancement deity. Deity title, creator of life. Race, human. Guild, all beings guild. This incredible achievement had catapulted Mu Chun into the spotlight of the galaxy continent. Even someone like Filna, an NPC with a unique profession, had access to the rankings and was well aware of his feats. Regaining her composure, Filna quickly suppressed her initial shock, offering a graceful bow as she spoke with poise and respect. It is an honor to meet you, sovereign of all beings. Mu Chun, ever composed, responded warmly, his tone polite and measured. The honor is mine, Princess Filna. My visit today is to seek the aid of the Life Spring. The Life Spring? Filna echoed, her expression momentarily startled, a trace of hesitation flickering in her green eyes. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly as she pondered for a moment before replying slowly, "This matter, I'm afraid it requires my mother's approval." Mu Chun nodded in understanding, his expression calm and unsurprised. Dazis had already briefed him thoroughly about the elven race on their journey. The Life Spring, being deeply connected to the Life Tree, was a sacred artifact of the elves and not something Filna could decide upon alone. Time is of the essence. Let us meet Queen Silvial without delay. Dazis interjected decisively, her tone firm. Very well. Filna agreed without hesitation, raising her hand in a gesture. The three of them ascended into the air together, weaving through layers of lush canopies as they made their way toward the elven palace. The pure white palace serves as the residence of the royal family of the elves. Named after the Tree of Life, this majestic structure is called the Palace of Life. As a man and two women soared into the sky above the palace, a unit of elven guards was already lined up neatly at the entrance, armed with longbows and maintaining a solemn watch. "Your Majesty, Your Highness," the guards greeted in unison, their eyes filled with reverence. Daisesai and Faerna nodded slightly in acknowledgement, signaling their response before leading Mu Chun into the palace. The guards resumed their positions, eyes fixed forward as they continued their duties. The moment Mu Chun stepped inside, he surveyed his surroundings. The palace's interior was opulent beyond measure, with pure white and gleaming silver intertwining harmoniously. The space was vast and brilliantly illuminated. At the far end of the hall, in the central position, stood a throne intricately carved from wood and vines, lifelike and seemingly a gift of nature. On the throne sat a woman, dressed in an elegant green gown and adorned with a delicate crown. Her presence exuded grace and authority, commanding respect and awe. The woman bore a resemblance to Faerna, but carried an air of dignity and composure that spoke of wisdom and experience. It was the kind of regal bearing forged through the passage of time. A system notification popped up. Level 200. Class 9th tier professional. Race elf. Description: NPC of the galaxy continent, queen of the elven race. Surrounding the elven queen were several elders of the elven race, each draped in pristine white robes. They stood solemnly, their demeanor dignified and refined. Upon seeing the three arrivals, the elders were momentarily startled but quickly bowed in greeting. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Daisesai responded with a faint smile, her gaze falling on the woman seated on the throne. "It has been a long time, Zivial." "Indeed, it has been a long time, Daisesai," Zivial replied with a gentle smile before gesturing to the elders. "Elders, let us discuss matters later." "Yes, Your Majesty," the elders replied respectfully before tactfully excusing themselves. They understood that the upcoming conversation was not meant for their ears. Once the elders had departed, Faerna immediately dropped her reserved demeanor and bounded toward Zivial. She threw herself into her mother's embrace, wrapping her arms around her slender waist. "Mother, His Majesty is here to request the life spring water." "You," Zivial sighed softly, her tone filled with affection as she gently stroked Faerna's hair, her eyes brimming with tenderness. This display left Mu Chin's lips twitching involuntarily. He couldn't help but grumble inwardly, "Wow, just a moment ago, you were all poised and proper in front of the elders, and now you're clinging to your mother like a child. And here I am, an outsider. Should I even be watching this?" While Mu Chun wrestled with his thoughts, Zivial seemed to realize something. She gently extricated herself from Faerna's embrace and turned to Mu Chun, bowing slightly with a newfound air of respect and formality. This was a divine envoy. Clearly, Zivial recalled the rumors she had heard the day before and adjusted her demeanor accordingly. "Greetings, esteemed envoy. There's no need for such formality, Your Majesty. You can simply call me Mu Chun," he replied, shaking his head to indicate that excessive courtesy was unnecessary. Without hesitation, he got straight to the point. "Queen Zivial, I have come to request a drop of the life spring water." "The life spring water?" Zivial's brows furrowed slightly as she pondered his request. After a brief moment of thought, she nodded slowly. "It is possible, but you must first complete a task for me." "Name it." Mu Chin's eyes lit up, his interest piqued. He was well aware that anyone seeking the life spring water would typically be assigned a high-difficulty task by Xiao. These tasks were notoriously challenging, often resulting in failure for most players. However, Mu Chuan was undeterred. With the power of the fourth calamity on his side, what task could possibly stop him? But what Xiao said next left him utterly dumbfounded. It's quite simple. I want you to join my daughter Feyerna's guild. Oh? Mu Chuan was stunned. Oh? Daisesai froze as well. Oh? Feyerna was the most shocked of all, completely blindsided by her mother's unexpected request. Mu Chun could never have imagined that the task would be so straightforward, and Feyerna was equally unprepared for her mother to take the initiative in binding her to Mu Chen's cause. Dazis had never expected that the other party would issue such a task. When it came to the art of navigating social situations, Mu Chun was clearly a master. Witnessing this scene, Sylvia's lips curved into a brilliant smile. Her impression of Mu Chun improved even more. She wasn't naive, she fully understood the significance of the era of Ascension. While a new age was dawning, how many could truly ascend to the divine thrones? Instead of betting on vague possibilities, it was far wiser to align with someone who had already begun their journey toward godhood. Mu Chen's potential was undeniable. Thus, she decided to send her daughter to join Mu Chen's guild, sowing the seeds of goodwill for the future. This way, even if Ferna were to ascend the throne one day and lacked a certain level of maturity, no one would dare act recklessly. After all, with Mu Chan as her formidable backing, who would risk offending them? This was precisely why Sylvial issued such a seemingly simple task. Task name: The Elf Queen's Request. Description: The Elf Queen wishes for her daughter to train outside the Forest of Elves and hopes she can join the Players Guild. Quality: Epic. Requirement: Ferna must join the All Beings Guild. Reward: 1 drop of life spring water. The task was straightforward and concise, with no unnecessary details. Staring at the sudden pop-up on the task panel, Mu Chen's lips twitched slightly before he decisively accepted it. Adding someone to the guild? That was hardly a challenge. He turned to Ferna and calmly said, "Go ahead and send the request." Oh. Ferna snapped out of her daze and quickly began operating the interface. As the elf princess, she was far from foolish. She understood her mother's intentions perfectly. Since that was the case, there was no reason to refuse. Without hesitation, she submitted her application. Congratulations! NPC Ferna has joined the guild. The system notification had barely faded before the guild's chat channel erupted. Guchuan. Whoa. A princess. Simping.jpg. Chao Yang. Same here. Sunxian. Count me in? Huawei. Me too. Shueqianfeng. This is getting complicated. I wanted to welcome the newcomer, but I didn't expect this kind of scene. Yin Linglong. One chaotic member managed to derail the entire guild. I've always said we shouldn't let these jokers in. They're too contagious. Mu Chan pinched the bridge of his nose in exasperation. What kind of ridiculous welcoming ceremony was this? He silently vowed that once everything was dealt with today, he'd hang Gu Chuan from a lamppost and teach him a lesson. That guy needed to learn some discipline. However, when Mu Chin glanced at Ferna, he noticed she was frozen in place, her expression a mix of shock and disbelief. It wasn't the guild chat antics that had stunned her, but rather the guild's entry description that had left her utterly shaken. The fourth calamity. Ability. Unlimited resurrection. Those 6 words thundered through her mind like a storm. The sheer magnitude of the revelation left her momentarily speechless. Unlimited resurrection? That completely defied all logic. With such an ability, the All Beings Guild was practically invincible. How could anyone else even compete? They were born unbeatable. Both Dazis and Sylvial exchanged glances after noticing Ferna's reaction, their eyes reflecting a hint of intrigue. For Ferna to display such astonishment, it was clear that the guild's attribute was extraordinary. Otherwise, she would never have lost her composure like this. After a brief moment, Ferna finally regained her composure. She looked at Mu Chun with a mixture of confusion and disbelief, her tone incredulous. Guild leader, why does my class seem to be the weakest in the guild? Fierna was on the verge of a breakdown. Sure, her rare class might not be the strongest, but it was still leagues ahead of most professionals on the galaxy continent. Yet here, in the All Beings Guild, she was at the bottom. Completely and utterly at the bottom. Her face froze, her lips twitched slightly, and her eyes were filled with disbelief. The guild member list she had just seen replayed in her mind over and over. The rows of hidden class names felt like hammer blows, shattering her pride piece by piece. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself, but when she spoke, her voice involuntarily rose a few notches. Your guild, everyone here is at least a hidden class? Mu Qian heard her and smirked faintly, a look of mild amusement crossing his face. His tone was casual, almost dismissive. It's not that big of a deal. Without counting me, there are only about 1,000 of them. You'll have to work hard. 1,000 hidden classes? Fiona's eyes widened in disbelief, as if she had just heard an absurd fairy tale. I, a princess, am actually ranked dead last? Her voice cracked with a hint of a sob as her eyes turned misty. Her emotions spiraled out of control. A rare class, and I'm at the bottom. This is insane. Wah. Dazis and Sivir, standing nearby, exchanged a glance. From each other's eyes, they could see the same shock mirrored. They had always thought Mu Chen's guild was extraordinary, but this level of extraordinariness was beyond anything they could have imagined. 1,000 hidden classes. That was simply beyond comprehension. Sivir took a deep breath, suppressing her inner astonishment. She turned to her distraught daughter, her tone gentle yet firm. Fiona, my class has the ability to pass down its legacy. I can transfer it to you, and then you'll have a hidden class too. Really? Fiona's tears stopped instantly as her face lit up with excitement. Her eyes sparkled with joy as she exclaimed, "Thank you, mother." She threw herself into Sivir's arms, her voice brimming with gratitude and exhilaration. "I knew it. Mother, you're the best." Sivir gently patted her daughter's back, soothing her while secretly breathing a sigh of relief. At least Fiona's emotions were finally under control. She lifted her head to look at Mu Chen, her expression softening into a warm smile. "The tree of life is behind the palace. Please follow me." "All right." Mu Chen nodded calmly and stepped forward. Dazis and Fiona quickly followed behind him. The four of them passed through the palace and arrived inside the massive tree. The sight before them made Mu Chen pause for a moment. The interior of the tree was like another world entirely. A spiral staircase wound its way downward, leading to the base of the tree. At the very bottom stood an ancient tree bathed in a faint emerald glow, its trunk exuding a subtle aura of life. However, what caught everyone's attention even more was the floating projection screen in midair. On the screen, a broadcast of the Mecha City competition was being displayed. Mecha City competition? Fiona blinked and followed Mu Chen's gaze. A flicker of confusion crossed her face. "I think isn't your guild officer named Guchuan? Why is he participating in this competition?" Dazis, equally curious, added, "Your guild is full of hidden class members. Do you really need beast tamers to enhance your combat strength?" Mu Chen smiled faintly, his tone calm. "We have quite a few cavalry members in the guild. Their mounts require pet evolution stones, so participating in competitions like this is pretty normal." Dazis nodded in understanding. "That makes sense. Cavalry does need powerful mounts. I guess this competition could be useful for you after all." Just then, the host on the projection screen spoke up. "Now, let's interview the champion and hear their victory speech." The four of them turned their attention to the screen. The host approached a player clad in a justice cloak and a bright yellow suit. Mu Chen's expression froze instantly. His lips twitched as he silently cursed in his mind. Damn it. It really had to be that outfit? Suppressing his inner frustration, Mu Chen continued watching the screen. The host walked up to Guchuan with a smile and asked, "Admiral Kizaru, as the champion of this competition, do you have anything you'd like to say?" Guchuan took a deep breath, his gaze resolute as he looked directly into the camera. A faint smile appeared on his lips, and his voice carried a hint of emotion. "I just want to say, this victory belongs to my brothers. Without their help in taking down the others, I wouldn't have been able to win. This is the bond we share." As soon as he finished speaking, the scene shifted to the competition. Xiao, Chong, and Liang were seen driving a battered racing car, recklessly crashing into their opponents. The screeching sound of the car's body scraping against the ground was almost unbearable. Although the two looked disheveled, their eyes burned with unyielding determination. They shouted at Guchuan, "Xiao Cheng, the bond, it's the connection. Carry our hopes and win this race. Liang, our hope rests on you. Take our dreams and race to the finish line." The camera cut back to Guchuan, who still wore a proud expression. The host, on the other hand, had tears welling up in his eyes. He wiped the corners of his eyes and said with emotion, "This is so touching. This is what true brotherhood looks like." Watching this unfold, Mu Chen's mouth twitched, and his eyelid began to twitch uncontrollably. He muttered under his breath, "Touching? Seriously? The bond, the connection. Huh? Are they planning to keep this nonsense going for generations?" The host on the screen quickly composed himself, flashing a professional smile at the camera. "All right, let's hear from the second-place contestant. After all, she was so close to winning the championship. Let's see what she has to say." He turned slightly, directing the camera toward a silver-haired girl. Petite in stature, her face carried a hint of innocence, but she looked visibly displeased. The host respectfully asked, "Miss Blackwolf, what are your thoughts on this competition?" Black Wolf rolled her eyes dramatically, making no effort to hide her annoyance. She scoffed, "Thoughts? What thoughts? These three keep going on and on about their bond. I was clearly in the lead the whole time, and somehow, I still lost." The interview concluded, and the screen gradually dimmed. Mu Chen silently watched everything, saying nothing as he turned and began drifting toward the lowest level. The three women around him exchanged glances, puzzled, before quickly following him. Moments later, they finally reached the bottom of the abyss. Before them stood a massive tree, radiating a vibrant green light. Its trunk shimmered with a lustrous glow, exuding an endless sense of vitality. Muchen froze in place. He could distinctly feel this tree seemed to be reaching out to him, almost as if it were acting coy. An indescribable wave of emotion surged into his heart like a tide. What is going on? Mu Qian furrowed his brows as he quickly summoned information in his mind. Name, Tree of Life. Quality, divine. Attributes, nurtures newborns of the elven race, produces 1 drop of life spring water daily. Description, the Tree of Life possesses its own consciousness and is currently undergoing a transformation. Once the transformation is complete, it will become a new god with the authority of creation, destined to serve as a subordinate deity of life. A subordinate deity? Mu Qin's eyes flickered with understanding as he processed the information. His divine role was that of the creator of Lithia's supreme and unique divine authority. If he were to ascend to godhood, this tree would naturally become his subordinate deity. No wonder he felt an inexplicable sense of closeness to it from the very first moment. It was destined to belong to him. Just then, a soft, childlike voice suddenly echoed in Mu Chen's mind. Father. Mu Chen blinked in surprise, then looked up at the Tree of Life, his gaze filled with curiosity. Was that you calling me? The three women around him noticed his peculiar reaction and looked at each other in confusion. Dazis couldn't help but ask, Mu Chen, what's wrong? The Tree of Life doesn't speak. No, it does, Mu Chen replied, shaking his head with conviction. It's just that my unique role allows me to hear its voice. Though still puzzled, the women chose not to press further. Mu Chen turned his attention back to the Tree of Life. In the next moment, that soft voice echoed in his mind once more. It's me, Father. Why am I called Father God? Mu Chen pondered for a moment, the question echoing in his mind. Mu Chen furrowed his brows as the crisp, childlike voice resonated in his head, piercing straight into the depths of his consciousness. Instinctively, he fell into thought, and his mind stirred. Why call me Father God? You are not only my Father God but also the Father God of all deities under the domain of life, even the Father God of the God of life. The tender, sweet voice rang out again. Though soft and innocent, it carried a trace of solemnity, and the weight of her words sent a shiver through Mu Chen's heart. Mu Chen froze in place, his pupils contracting as waves of shock rippled through his mind. He had initially assumed that she had simply mistaken him for the God of life, but her words revealed something far more intricate than he had imagined. The God of life was his subordinate deity? Taking a deep breath, Mu Chen quickly organized his thoughts. Piecing together her words, he began to glimpse the truth. The title creator of life started to take shape in his mind. The God of life governs life, but the creator of life is the very source of life itself. The difference between the two is as vast as the heavens and the earth. One governs, the other creates. Creator of life? Mu Chen repeated the phrase under his breath, a profound sense of grandeur swelling within him. Based on her explanation, his divine position surpassed that of the God of life, standing as the origin of all deities within the realm of life. As this realization dawned on him, two distinct powers emerged in his thoughts, the power of creation and the power of Genesis. He narrowed his eyes slightly. Though he couldn't yet determine which power he wielded, either one signified that his divine role was the pinnacle of the life domain. A faint smile played on his lips as he resolved inwardly. Understanding this much is enough for now. Tree of Life, how much longer until your transformation is complete? Mu Chen's gaze shifted toward the massive tree undergoing its metamorphosis in the distance. His tone was calm, yet tinged with anticipation. It will take a little more time, the childlike voice responded with a hint of excitement. Father God, you should hurry and ascend to godhood too. Otherwise, I won't have a divine system to rely on. Mu Chen chuckled softly, a trace of affection flashing in his eyes, as though he were indulging a mischievous child. All right, the voice bubbled with joy, accompanied by a silvery laugh. Father God, is there anything you need? Mu Chen nodded, pausing momentarily before replying. I need a drop of life spring water for a unique piece of equipment. That's easy, she answered without hesitation, a note of pride in her tone. As her voice faded, a vine from the Tree of Life extended outward, its vibrant green leaves trembling slightly. Moments later, a vessel filled with glowing emerald life spring water appeared before everyone. Dazis, Sylvia, and Filna stood frozen, their eyes fixed on the vessel in astonishment and confusion. Sylvia was the first to speak, her face full of disbelief. What's going on with the Tree of Life today? It just gave Mu Chen an entire vessel of life spring water? Come on, I'm the queen standing right here. Aren't you supposed to be the sacred artifact of the elves? How can you just hand out life spring water like it's nothing? Her voice carried a mix of incredulity and exasperation, her expression on the verge of breaking. Clearly, she hadn't been prepared for such an unexpected turn of events. Dazis and Filna's faces mirrored her shock, their thoughts written plainly in their wide eyes. This defies all logic. The sheer absurdity of the scene left them utterly stunned. Only Mu Chun remained composed, as though he had anticipated this all along. His gaze softened as he looked at the tree of life, silently musing, not bad for my own child. Much better than that ungrateful brat Xiao Chong. At least this one knows how to honor their father. He took the vessel of life spring water, his fingers brushing against the glowing liquid. Instantly, detailed information about it surged into his mind. Life spring water, a special item. A single vessel's worth, with each drop capable of resurrecting a player who has died within the last 24 hours. Mu Chun raised an eyebrow slightly, silently impressed. As expected of a rare item, even without a listed quality, its effect was undeniably extraordinary. Lowering his gaze to the vessel in his hand, a faint smirk appeared on his lips. An idea was already forming in his mind. This item could prove to be an invaluable asset in a critical moment. As Mu Chun contemplated this, his thoughts briefly drifted to the other players. The players in their guild might not need this, but for others who accidentally meet their demise, this is absolutely essential. After all, it's a life-saving trump card. The crystal-clear brilliance of the life spring water shimmered under the sunlight, exuding a soothing aura that could calm any heart. Mu Chun held up the small bottle in his hand, giving it a gentle shake. The liquid swirled, forming ripples that seemed to pulse with boundless vitality. He couldn't help but marvel. No wonder the Tree of Life is revered as a sacred relic by the elves. His gaze swept across the tranquil surroundings. The serene environment of the elven forest inspired a sense of awe. Mu Chun understood clearly that without the protection of this hidden sanctuary, the existence of the Tree of Life would undoubtedly attract countless greedy eyes, sparking a monumental struggle. After murmuring a quiet thanks, he carefully retrieved a finely crafted bottle from his pouch and meticulously collected the life spring water. As the last drop was sealed, the Tree of Life shuddered faintly before falling into a deep silence. Turning to the elves nearby, Mu Chun's expression grew slightly peculiar. It was common knowledge that most elves were born from the Tree of Life. Yet the tree had just addressed him as Father God. Did that mean these elves should now call him grandfather? The thought made the corner of his mouth twitch as he inwardly sighed. Forget it. Better not say anything out loud. My level is too low. Saying the wrong thing might get me killed. Don't look at us like that, Sylvie said, noticing his gaze. She chuckled softly, a hint of helplessness in her tone. We don't know why the Tree of Life gave you so much life spring water, but since it did, we certainly won't take it back. Mu Chun raised an eyebrow at her words, then gave a slight nod, a faintly amused smile tugging at his lips. Internally, he couldn't help but think, misunderstood much? I was just sizing up my granddaughters, that's all. At that moment, Daisy suddenly asked, so, are you planning to use the life spring water to revive someone? Her tone carried a trace of curiosity, clearly unaware of Mu Chun's true intentions. Before he could respond, Fiona, standing nearby, hesitated as though wanting to say something but ultimately held back. A flicker of complex emotion crossed her eyes. Mu Chun, however, didn't bother explaining. He simply smirked inwardly. Revive someone? Our guild doesn't even have any dead members, okay? Without further delay, he pulled out a blueprint and several materials from his inventory. His movements were swift and deliberate. The blueprint emitted a faint glow, its intricate patterns hinting at its extraordinary nature. A confident smile played on Mu Chun's lips as he remarked nonchalantly, of course, it's for crafting a unique piece of equipment. Even before the words had fully left his mouth, he had already begun placing the materials into the glowing interface formed by the blueprint. As the final piece was added, the blueprint burst into a dazzling white light, enveloping Mu Chun entirely. The elves around him couldn't hide their astonishment. A unique equipment blueprint? Daisy's eyes widened in shock, her disbelief evident. Sylvie was equally stunned. She quickly turned to Daisy and asked, Daisy, do many players on the 90th floor have something like this? Daisy let out a bitter laugh, shaking her head in exasperation. Many? This kind of thing is ridiculously rare. Across the entire galaxy continent, the number of players who own unique equipment doesn't even exceed 100. Do you think it's something you can just casually come across? She paused for a moment before continuing. Even though unique equipment only has one special attribute, its effects are powerful enough to leave people in awe. Think about a player base and galaxy continent numbers in the trillions, not to mention the countless NPCs. To stand out and obtain a unique piece of equipment in such a vast crowd is like finding a needle in a haystack. Hearing this, Sylvie and the Elven Queen exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Their gazes fixated on Mu Chun more precisely, on the radiant white light that encased him. As time passed, the light gradually softened before slowly dissipating. The three women held their breath, their eyes glued to the figure emerging from the fading glow, afraid to miss even the smallest detail. A strikingly handsome young man, draped in a silver-white feathered robe adorned with dragon motifs, appeared once again before everyone. The robe emitted a faint, ethereal glow, as if the entire figure was shrouded in a layer of sacred aura. Waves of life energy surged around him, leaving everyone momentarily breathless. Mu Chen's gaze was drawn to the feathered robe, his eyes lingering briefly on its radiant brilliance before he summoned the equipment's attribute interface. Name: White Dragon Feathered Robe. Type: Upper Garment. Quality: Unique. Requirement: Level 1. White Dragon Set. 15. Set Effect: Not activated. Attribute: Increases defense by 1000, grants 1 resurrection per day. When Mu Chun read the line increases defense by 1000, his pupils contracted, and a storm of emotions surged in his heart. This is insane. That level of defense is absolutely god-tier, he thought to himself, his eyes sweeping over the robe again, as if still struggling to believe its unbelievable stats. Though it doesn't have the versatility of the 1000 change cube with its 7 unlockable attributes, this 1000 defense boost, it's outrageous. Mu Chun muttered under his breath, his brows furrowed in awe. After all, the second attribute on his 1000 change cube only offered a 100 boost to all stats, and yet this robe, with just one attribute, rendered comparisons almost futile. Still, when you think about it, it's not entirely unreasonable. Mu Chun quickly regained his composure, a subtle, meaningful smile curving his lips. The 1000 change cube excels in growth potential, unlocking multiple attributes even at unique quality, while the White Dragon Feathered Robe dominates with an overwhelming single advantage. One prioritizes versatility, the other focuses on raw power. This is the fundamental difference between equipment and weapons. All things considered, it lives up to its unique status. As for the daily resurrection, Mu Chun seemed indifferent. It's not a bad feature, could come in clutch, but it's not something I'd rely on daily. He shook his head lightly, though his gaze lingered on the robe for a few extra moments, clearly appreciating the overall design. This is stunning. Daisy's eyes lit up as she couldn't help but exclaim. Her crystal-clear gaze sparkled with admiration, clearly enchanted by the robe's appearance. It truly deserves to be unique quality. It's absolutely breathtaking. Even Sivir and Filna couldn't hide their expressions of approval. As elves, they had an innate sensitivity to beauty and elegance, and the White Dragon Feathered Robe undoubtedly aligned perfectly with their aesthetic sensibilities. Mu Chun chuckled at their reactions, his tone lighthearted. It's all right. I'm just glad I finally got my hands on my first unique piece of equipment. It wasn't easy. However, just as the group was busy discussing, a frantic shout came from the distance. Your Majesty, something terrible has happened. Everyone turned toward the voice to see a woman in mage robes descending hastily from the sky, her face filled with urgency. She landed before Sivir, catching her breath before blurting out, "The Soul Hall Guild is attacking." Soul Hall? Mu Chun raised an eyebrow, an image of guild members laughing maniacally during a raid flashing through his mind. His lips twitched slightly as he muttered under his breath, "I wonder if this Soul Hall also goes around cackling like that." Soul Hall Guild? Daisy's expression darkened at the mention of the name, her mind quickly recalling relevant information. It's a guild established by a unique class pigmen. They're no different from the hunters. They specialize in robbing other players. Her tone carried a distinct note of disdain. Exactly. The guild is made up of a large number of pigmen beta testers, notorious for their misdeeds. Even the Pigman King has led teams to suppress them multiple times, but each attempt ended in heavy losses. Daisy continued, casting a glance at Mu Chun as she added, their guild leader is called Hun Jiedian, who self-styles as the Grand Elder of Soul Hall. Hun Jiedian? Mu Chun's lips twitched again, unable to suppress a wry comment. That name sounds as crazy as it gets. Is he laughing himself into madness, or what? Before anyone could respond, the Elf Grand Elder's urgency broke through. Your Majesty of the living beings, Your Majesty of the elves, Your Highness the Queen, we must hurry. They've already reached the entrance to the Forest of the Elves. Let's move. We need to see what's going on. Sivir swiftly made her decision, her demeanor calm yet resolute. The situation hadn't spiraled out of control just yet, and she needed to act quickly to stabilize it. I hope this Soul Hall Guild doesn't disappoint me, Mu Chan murmured to himself, a flicker of anticipation flashing in his eyes as he followed the group, heading swiftly toward the entrance of the Forest of the Elves. For now, the enemy had yet to breach the forest. Stabilizing the situation was paramount. These pigmen, they're definitely here for the spring of life. The question is, how did the location get leaked? Mu Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, a storm of doubt swirling in his mind. But now was not the time to dwell on it. He looked up at the palace above, then waved his hand, signaling the group to follow. The Elf Queen, Sivir, and Filna followed closely behind. Their figures streaked like meteors across the inner wall of the giant tree, swiftly heading toward the outside. Outside the tree, as the palace's outline came into view, Mu Chun didn't pause for a moment. Instead, he turned directly toward the entrance of the elven forest. His decisive and swift reaction suggested he had already anticipated that this would be the heart of the battle. Along the way, elven warriors gathered from all directions. They were clad in battle armor, armed with longbows or staves, their expressions cold and resolute. The entire forest seemed to be weighed down by an oppressive tension. It seems there's no avoiding this battle, Mu Chun muttered under his breath, a flash of cold determination in his eyes. Moments later, Mu Chun and the others arrived at the entrance. What greeted them was a sea of elven warriors, so numerous it was almost overwhelming. Each warrior stood ready, their piercing gazes locked on the entrance ahead, their battle spirit surging like a tide. Before they could even land, several elven elders stationed there stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Your Majesty the Elf Queen, Your Majesty the Sovereign of all, Your Highness the Queen, Your Highness the Princess. Ziver's expression was grave as she nodded. She then asked in a low, steady voice, what is the current situation? My queen, please look. The second elder raised his hands, green light swirling in his palms. With a gentle motion toward the front, a transparent screen of light appeared at the entrance, projecting the scene outside. In the image, the pigmen army gathered like a tide, a vast, dark mass stretching endlessly. They were cloaked in black robes, their faces twisted in grotesque expressions, and eerie, menacing laughter echoed unceasingly. Kihi, boys, show some arrogance. Once we take the elven forest today, even if you die, I'll bring you back to life. That's right. The guild master is absolutely right. Kihi, I don't even have a wife yet. I'm definitely snatching an elf girl for myself later. Nonsense. Are we pigmen not noble enough? Elves are nothing compared to us. Listening to their crude and vile remarks, Mu Chen's lips twitched slightly, his eyelids threatening to twitch uncontrollably. He glanced at the crazed expressions of the pigmen and sneered inwardly. A bunch of clowns. I've already informed my guild members. They'll be here shortly, Daisy spoke up then, her tone laced with a trace of coldness. It was clear she had no intention of standing by while the elves faced this crisis. I'll call my people too, Mu Chun said with a calm smile. He added, while the higher-level members might not be of much help, the lower-level ones should be more than enough to deal with these small fry. Your Majesty the Sovereign of all, is it really appropriate for your guild members to get involved in this battle? Ziver asked with a hint of hesitation, concern evident in her tone. This fight is mainly a clash of high-level forces, and lower-tier players might. Mother, trust the guild master, Filna interjected, her gaze firm and unwavering, as if she had already seen through everything. They may not be highly leveled, but they are immortal. They won't be a burden. Filna is right, Mu Chen said, a faint smile playing on his lips as his eyes gleamed with determination. Besides, after all the spring of life I've received here, it's only fair I lend a hand. Without another word, he opened his guild chat channel and began typing rapidly on the virtual keyboard. Guild chat channel. Mu Chun, everyone. Put your current tasks on hold. The elves are in trouble. They're under attack by a guild called the Hall of Souls. I need you all to come and assist move out immediately. By you. Shocked emoji.jpg. Wang Bin. The Hall of Souls? Hua Weiwei. His dogemoji.jpg. Gu Chuan. The Hall of Souls? Heh. Hee hee. Ha 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 ha. Hee hee. Maniacal laughter.jpg. Filna. As Mu Chun watched the guild chat explode with messages, a faint smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. He looked back at the image of the pigmen army on the light screen, his gaze growing colder by the second. The Hall of Souls? Huh? Let me show you what true destruction looks like. Ferna rubbed her eyes and opened the guild channel again. What she saw almost made her toss the magic book in her hands. The guild channel was filled with eerie laughter, resonating like it came from the depths of the underworld. Liang. Ha ha ha. Maniacal laugh.jpg. Xiao Chong. He wonder if there are any elders from the Hall of Souls? Licking lips.jpg. Chao Yang. Hee hee. Today I'm going to flex on 3 elders. Qin Xiaohai. Hee hee. Who do you think you're looking down on? He'll flex on 5. Zhao Ming. Hee hee. He'll flex on 10. Ferna's hand trembled slightly, and her mouth twitched uncontrollably. Inside, she was screaming, I'm not seeing things. This is real. What's going on? Could it be our guild is actually a branch of the Hall of Souls? Her mind was completely blank, her face full of confusion. Meanwhile, on the other side, Mu Chen wore a similarly conflicted expression, his mouth twitching a few times. He instinctively touched his nose, deep in thought. Is it just me, or does summoning them feel like it's going to trigger some uncontrollable chain reaction? He cautiously sent a message in the guild channel. Is anyone not coming? Qing Ling. About to hit my 6th advancement. Can't make it. Zhang ran. I just became the new emperor of the Great Xian Kingdom. Can't come. Wait. The ruler of the Great Xian Kingdom changed again? Mu Chun muttered to himself, but didn't dwell on it. After all, with everyone else showing up, it was enough. He took a deep breath, adjusted his mindset, and raised his right hand high. A mysterious glow began to radiate from his body. With my life as a declaration, I summon all subordinates to assemble. As his words echoed out, the surrounding space began to ripple. Vortex-like cracks appeared on the ground, emitting a deep, otherworldly glow. In the next instant, before anyone appeared, voices rang out first. The Hall of Souls? Hee hee. I can't wait any longer. Not bad, not bad. So satisfying. Finally, I can flex on a Hall of Souls elder to boost my sinister laugh quality. Hee hee. The piercing laughter erupted one after another, shaking the air. The nearby elf maidens exchanged strange looks, occasionally glancing at Mu Chun with expressions of confusion and faint exasperation. Even the elders and Sylvie couldn't help but glance at him repeatedly. Mu Chun tried hard to maintain a calm demeanor, whistling nonchalantly, though internally he was frantically thinking, this is definitely not a branch of the Hall of Souls. Definitely not. As the sound of spatial distortions intensified, figures began to appear one by one. They were clad in white executioner-style coats, their crimson eyes gleaming with a menacing light, and their faces adorned with wild grins. The moment they arrived, they eagerly scanned their surroundings, their expressions brimming with excitement and anticipation. However, as their gazes swept across the countless elven maidens quietly observing them, the atmosphere froze instantly. A brief silence fell over the scene. The male guild members quickly wiped the grins off their faces, attempting to appear normal. Meanwhile, the female guild members blushed furiously, hiding behind the men and lowering their heads, too embarrassed to meet anyone's gaze. The elf maidens, not to be outdone, imitated Mu Chin's behavior, pretending to look around nonchalantly. The scene was indescribably awkward. Of course, it was especially awkward for the girls, given their thinner skin. Just then, a crisp voice broke the silence. Big brother. Mu Chun looked up to see Beigong Chinin dashing toward him on her little legs, throwing herself into his arms. He instinctively caught her as she snuggled against him, her face glowing with joy. Big brother, I missed you. I can't go even a moment without thinking of you. Big brother's new outfit looks amazing. You look good in everything. At the same time, Yin Linglong approached slowly, her head lowered and her face flushed. She couldn't bear to stay with the guild members any longer, it was just too embarrassing. Standing beside Mu Chun, she spoke seriously, Guild Master. Everyone's here except Qingling and Yanran. Mu Chun nodded. Got it. Mu Chun nodded slightly, gently placing the little girl on the ground. Turning to Daisy, his tone was calm but commanding. My team is all here. Are we taking this outside, or settling it here? Before Daisy could respond, Shiwire spoke up decisively, her voice crisp and firm. Of course, we're taking it outside. Fighting in the elven forest would only damage the environment. All right, Mu Chun agreed, his tone still calm but with a hint of encouragement. You take the lead. Once you give the orders, my guild members will fully cooperate with you. Shiwire was momentarily startled, but quickly composed herself, her expression growing serious. She stepped forward, the sharp sound of her high heels striking the ground drawing everyone's attention. The elven ladies and the curious onlookers turned their heads, focusing on this key figure about to issue the battle commands. Shiwire scanned the crowd, her gaze sharp as a blade. Just as she was about to deliver a rousing pre-battle speech, a loud voice suddenly interrupted her. Everyone! A spirited voice rang out from the crowd. Gu Chuan stepped forward with an excited expression, pounding his chest with his right hand as he shouted passionately, for the guild leader, for the elven race. Give it your all. Who was Gu Chuan? He was one of the trio of troublemakers, and even in enemy territory, he never missed a chance to make his presence known. As soon as he finished, the guild members, infected by his enthusiasm, immediately followed suit. They pounded their chests and shouted in unison, Give it your all. The elven ladies exchanged confused glances, their expressions filled with bewilderment. What kind of bizarre chant was this? But after a moment's thought, they found the scene rather inspiring. One by one, they mimicked the gesture, placing their hands on their chests and echoing, Give it your all. Mu Chun watched this with a mix of exasperation and amusement, his lips twitching as he raised a hand to his forehead. Shiwire, on the other hand, froze for a moment before turning her head, a trace of admiration flashing in her eyes. Your guild members are quite something. They've saved me the trouble of coming up with a speech. Mu Chun let out an awkward laugh, a hint of helplessness in his voice. Ha ha ha, you flatter them. Turning back, Shiwire's expression softened, a warm smile playing on her lips as her gaze settled on Gu Chuan. What's your name? Gu Chuan's face turned bright red with excitement, his voice trembling slightly. MMY Queen, my name is Gu Chuan. His heart raced as he glanced around at the beautiful elven ladies, feeling as if he were in paradise. Gu Chuan, a good name, Shi Wire said with a nod. Then her eyes glinted with mischief, a playful smirk tugging at her lips. But judging by your appearance, your kidneys might not be in the best shape. No worries though. After this incident, I'll have the Grand Elder personally treat you. Gu Chuan's expression froze instantly, as if an invisible blade had pierced his heart. Biffed Liang, one of the guild members, couldn't hold back his laughter, quickly covering his mouth. Did you hear that? Xiao Cheng whispered, his expression puzzled. That sound just now, was it the sound of a blade going in? Sure was, Xue Qianfeng snickered, tilting his head toward Gu Chuan's direction. That guy just got stabbed in the heart. Liang and Xiao Cheng exchanged glances, bursting into quiet laughter. Liang stifled his chuckles and murmured, well, that's it. Gu Chuan's definitely going to be famous among the elves now. Ahem, Xiao Cheng tried to keep a straight face, but ended up coughing lightly to hide his amusement. Clutching his chest, Gu Chuan's eyes turned misty, yet he stubbornly muttered under his breath, ugh, ugh. Clearing her throat, Shi Wire's smile faded as she regained her serious demeanor. Enough chatter. Follow me, charge out of here, and destroy these invaders. Yes, the elven ladies responded in unison, their voices ringing out powerfully through the elven forest. Meanwhile, outside the elven forest, as a massive light gate slowly rose from the giant trees, the players from the Soul Hall erupted with excitement. They're finally coming out. I thought they'd never show up. Haha, I was about to grab one of those elves and make them open the gate for us. The energy spread quickly among the players as they exchanged sinister grins, ready to showcase their traditional skills. From within the light gate, the reedy players also surged forward, joining the impending chaos. Hehehe, the laughter of the Soul Hall players was tinged with madness. Hehehe, the reedy players matched their laughter, equally deranged. The smiles on the faces of the Soul Hall players quickly vanished, replaced by an eerie silence. Wait, when did their Soul Hall get a new branch? And this branch wanted a bit too powerful? They had directly taken down the Elven clan. But then, what was with the red glow in the eyes of those people ahead? Why did they seem even more like Soul Hall members than the actual Soul Hall players? That sinister laugh, wasn't it a tradition passed down solely by their guild leader? Could someone have leaked it without permission? Looking ahead, the mysterious group was letting out those chilling, ha laughs, their arrogance disturbingly familiar. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, elders, they're Soul Hall elders. In an instant, the Soul Hall players erupted in excitement, shouting fervently, this is it. Finally, they're making a move. Attack. Seize the elders. Take over the Soul Hall. However, as the so-called elders approached step by step, the Soul Hall players began to sense that something was off. Finally, someone realized it and shouted, these people are definitely not one of us. They're enemies. How dare they impersonate our Soul Hall, attack them? One of the supposed Soul Hall elders let out a sinister laugh, waved an arm, and a command was instantly issued. The ordinary Soul Hall players surged forward like a tidal wave, while the higher-ups and elites of the Soul Hall stood coldly in place, their gazes locked onto a few particularly striking figures in the opposing group. Leading them was none other than Mu Chan. Whoosh! From the Elven clan side, Daisy was the first to take to the air, her figure streaking like a beam of light into the sky. She said nothing, her expression calm as she gazed coldly down at the Soul Hall higher-ups, her eyes as icy as frost. Then, boom! An invisible pressure radiated outward from her, sweeping across the surroundings like a storm. The Soul Hall players felt as though a massive mountain had suddenly pressed down on them, making even breathing difficult. Oomph! A cold snort echoed as the Soul Hall leader, Han Jiedian, refused to be outdone. His aura erupted violently, unleashing an equally overwhelming pressure. The two forces clashed in midair, the impact tearing through the clouds and causing the ground to tremble faintly. Boom! Rumble! The collision of their auras spread out, enveloping an area spanning dozens of miles. Standing below, Mu Chun couldn't fully sense the breadth of this power, but he knew it was far beyond what ordinary players could achieve, especially when one of the combatants was a sovereign. Han Jiedian's gaze locked onto Daisy, a cold smile curling his lips. Daisy, I never imagined the Elven clan's sole sovereign would personally step into battle. But aren't you afraid? If you fall, your clan will be left leaderless. Daisy's expression remained icy, unwavering. Her voice was cool and resolute. Words are meaningless. Let the battle on the horizon decide. Before her words had fully faded, she transformed into a streak of light, shooting straight into the sky. The higher-ups of the Elven clan followed without hesitation, chasing after her. Let's go too. Han Jiedian laughed maniacally as he led the Soul Hall higher-ups into the air as well. With both sides' leaders departing, The battle on the ground erupted instantly. Although the Soul Hall players were fewer in number, they were higher in level and better equipped. Meanwhile, the Elven clan had the advantage in numbers, but lacked overall strength. The two sides fought fiercely, with neither gaining the upper hand. The battlefield filled with deafening cries of combat. Standing at the edge of the chaos, Mu Chun glanced up at the looming showdown in the sky before turning to Filna beside him. In a low voice he said, "Let's join the fight." Filna nodded, a glint of battle spirit flashing in her eyes. All right. No sooner had the words left her mouth than the two of them charged into the fray, diving headfirst into the tumultuous battle below. Half an hour later, the battlefield was a chaotic storm of skills and abilities flying everywhere. Yet, when comparing the casualties of the Elven players and the Soul Hall players, the numbers were shockingly even just a 1-to-1 ratio. But how could this be? The reason lay with the male members of the All Beings Guild, who were causing quite the ruckus. Faced with so many beautiful Elven ladies, the male players simply couldn't keep their composure. This was the perfect chance to show off their heroic spirit. So, whenever they saw an Elven lady seriously injured, they would charge forward without hesitation, risking their lives to shield her. When one fell, another immediately took his place, completely disregarding the consequences, all in the hopes of earning the favor of the Elven ladies. And as it turned out, their efforts were not in vain. Many Elven ladies were moved to tears by their selfless bravery. The elves, who had always valued order and harmony, had never witnessed such a reckless life-for-life style of combat. The entire battlefield was soon enveloped in a strange, tragic atmosphere. In one corner of the battlefield, ugh, a muffled sound of coughing up blood broke the tension. Liang stood in front of a fallen Elven lady, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. A long sword from a Soul Hall player had pierced through his abdomen from behind, yet he forced himself to remain standing. His gaze was unwavering, fixed firmly on the Elven lady before him. The Elven lady clasped her hands over her mouth, her body trembling slightly, her eyes brimming with tears of disbelief as she stared at Liang. Never in her life had she imagined that someone would willingly risk their life to save her, a mere squad leader. "You," she choked out, her voice trembling, but she didn't know what else to say. Tears streamed silently down her face. "No need to worry." Liang, still bleeding, maintained his composure and even managed a carefree smile. "A mere fatal wound, it's nothing worth mentioning." With that, he gripped his spear tightly and turned to strike at the Soul Hall player behind him. The enemy stumbled back in surprise, a flicker of shock crossing his face. "I didn't expect you to have this much backbone." Humph. Liang let out a cold laugh, standing tall and proud, crossing his arms over his chest as if the grievous injury was nothing more than a scratch. The Elven lady, meanwhile, staggered to her feet despite her own injuries. Ignoring her pain, she walked up behind Liang and gently reached out to support him. Her face was full of concern as she asked, "Are you all right?" Ah, Liang hissed through his teeth at the pain, though inwardly he was overjoyed. So this is what it feels like to be cared for by a beautiful girl. Damn, it's amazing. Outwardly, however, he maintained his indifferent demeanor, flashing a confident smile. "No need to worry about me. You should leave this place, you're already hurt. Don't concern yourself with me. Death is but a minor inconvenience. I fear nothing." He turned his head, locking eyes with the Elven lady and filling his gaze with exaggerated affection. However, the mix of overacting and sheer nonsense in his expression made it more comical than romantic. "No, I can't leave." The Elven lady burst into tears, her sobs heart-wrenching. "Go." Liang insisted. "I won't go," she retorted. "Go." "I won't." At this point, the Soul Hall player in front of them finally lost his patience, his face twitching in exasperation. "Seriously? Are you two here to perform a tragic love scene or something?" Bang! Suddenly, a crimson figure came flying in, landing a powerful kick that sent Liang sprawling. The Elven lady, the Soul Hall player. Both of them turned to see Gu Chuan standing proudly, pointing dramatically to the sky with one hand and smirking with confidence. "As our guild leader always says, I am the man who walks the path of heaven and oversees everything." With that, he pulled out a red, beetle-shaped transformation device from his pocket. A belt materialized around his waist as he dramatically uttered two words, "Transform." Bam! Before he could finish, Gu Chuan was sent flying by a powerful kick, crashing hard into a tree behind him. The Elven lady, the Soul Hall player. The Soul Hall player sneered, stepping into Gu Chuan's previous spot with a mocking grin. "Heh, did you really think I'd give you the chance to transform? What kind of idiot are you?" Meanwhile, Gu Chuan was now embedded in the tree trunk, blood pouring from his mouth. Trembling, he glanced at the transformation device in his hand and managed to croak out, "Wasn't there supposed to be transformation invincibility?" Before he could finish his sentence, his head lolled to the side, and he died on the spot. If Bai Yu were here, he'd undoubtedly be ranting. Dude, you're giving me way too much credit. Do you even know my level? There's no way I could make a transformation device with invincibility frames. On the other side, Mu Chan stood tall, his expression calm and indifferent. Around him, the health bars of countless Soul Hall players were plummeting rapidly, like a landslide. Anyone who stepped into his domain found their life force draining away as if reaped by an invisible scythe. The overwhelming pressure kept the Soul Hall players from daring to approach even a step closer. Mu Chen remained composed, his gaze sweeping over the battlefield, though a flicker of concern flashed in his heart. How was Qian Yin? Qian Yin was his only sister, his greatest vulnerability in this world. Thinking of her, Mu Chen clenched his fist silently. He had to find her, and quickly. As his eyes scanned the surroundings, they unexpectedly landed on a disheveled figure Bai Yu, the village's best blacksmith. Mu Chen blinked in mild surprise, his brow arching slightly as his expression turned peculiar. What is that? The perspective shifts to Bai Yu. Ugh. Bai Yu was sent flying by a powerful slap, crashing heavily beside Wang Bin, who was in his Super Saiyan state. Blood spurted from his mouth as he struggled to rise, his face pale and his chest heaving violently, as though he might collapse at any moment. Are you okay, Bai Yu? Wang Bin quickly reached out to help him up, concern evident in his eyes. Thank you. Tyro, I'm fine. Bai Yu instinctively responded, but his gaze remained locked on the Soul Hall players ahead, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Wang Bin nodded, then also turned his attention to the Soul Hall players. However, after a moment, a look of confusion crossed his face, as though Head just realized something. His mouth twitched. Wait, Tyro? Isn't my name Wang Bin? Bai Yu froze for a second, but had no time to explain. Huh? Impersonating members of the Soul Hall Guild? You're courting death. A Soul Hall player sneered as he stepped forward, his eyes brimming with killing intent. Their signature cackle skill was a hallmark of the Soul Hall, and outsiders mimicking it was nothing short of blasphemy. Since these two dared to cackle, there could only be one outcome: death. Bai Yu gritted his teeth, his expression hardening. We can't win against fifth-tier players like this. We'll be walking right into our graves. Looks like we have no choice but to use that move. With that, he took a deep breath and pulled 2 arrows from his inventory. Seeing the arrows, Wang Bin's eyes widened in shock, his face a mixture of disbelief. You don't mean? That's right. That move. Bai Yu nodded solemnly, his expression serious. Upon hearing this, Wang Bin's face turned grave. He immediately deactivated his Super Saiyan form and pulled out 2 vials of potion from his inventory. Their actions drew puzzled glances from the Soul Hall players. What are they up to now? One of the players muttered, frowning warily. But in the next moment, Bai Yu and Wang Bin unhesitatingly downed the potions and then stabbed the arrows deep into their own chests. Ugh. Blood spurted out as the arrows pierced through. Cough, cough. Both of them collapsed simultaneously, their health bars instantly dropping to 0. The Soul Hall players froze in place, their faces plastered with expressions of utter bewilderment. Even Mu Chun, watching from a distance, frowned slightly and murmured to himself, what is going on? As everyone stared in shock, Bai Yu and Wang Bin's bodies suddenly erupted with a dazzling light. Slowly, they rose to their feet, their previous battered appearance completely transformed. Their muscles swelled with power, radiating an aura of overwhelming strength that left everyone breathless. Platinum star of spicy cafeteria sauce. The two shouted in unison, their voices booming. Zawarudo, Aura, Muda. With their cries, 2 ghostly figures, one white and one golden, materialized beside them, exuding an intimidating energy. Bai Yu and Wang Bin stood back to back, one gazing at the heavens, the other looking down at the earth. Confidence radiated from their faces, as if they were invincible. What kind of monsters are these? The Soul Hall players trembled, their legs shaking uncontrollably. From afar, Mu Chen's eye twitched. Stands? They've got stands now? Is this even fair? Indeed, the spectral figures behind Bai Yu and Wang Bin were none other than stands, a legendary item, said to act as a substitute in battle. Mu Chen never imagined such an absurd thing could actually exist. Whoosh whoosh. The 2 stands shot toward the Soul Hall players, their fists pounding down like a relentless storm. Aura, aura, aura. Muda, muda, muda. Bam, bam, bam. Fists flew, and the deafening sound of impact echoed across the battlefield. The Soul Hall players stood no chance against the ferocious onslaught, reduced to a battered and crumpled heap in mere moments. Retracting his gaze, Mu Chun shook his head. Better find Qianin quickly. A decoy is still a decoy as long as it wins the battle. That's all that matters. Scanning the battlefield once more, Mu Chen's sharp eyes quickly locked onto Beigong Qianin's position. However, his brows furrowed slightly, and a flicker of concern flashed in his eyes. Her situation seemed precarious. With his target in sight, Mu Chun lightly tapped the ground with his toes, his figure gliding like the wind toward Beigong Qianin's embattled location. At that moment, Beigong Qianin was teaming up with Yin Linglong to fend off a Soul Palace player. But this opponent was no ordinary Fei, was a 6th-tier class player. The disparity in strength made the battle look grim. Mu Chun couldn't help but quicken his pace. Over at Beigong Qianin's position, the battlefield was shrouded in smoke and chaos. Beigong Qianin gripped her staff tightly, her expression serious, her usual innocence and charm nowhere to be seen. Turning to Yin Linglong, she asked urgently, "Sister Linglong, can your Sky Griffin still fight?" Yin Linglong shook her head with a helpless look and replied softly, "No, Xiaohua is in terrible shape. It can't fight anymore." Xiaohua, her pet mount, had been her loyal companion, raised by her own hands. But against the overwhelming strength of a 6th-tier class player, Xiaohua couldn't withstand even 2 attacks. Left with no choice, Yin Linglong had to recall it to safety. Beigong Qianin sighed lightly, her brows knitted in worry. A 6th-tier class player? The gap is too wide. My celestial healer skills are completely ineffective against him. She bit her lip, her fingers trembling slightly, fully aware of how dire the situation was. Key. The Soul Palace player let out a sinister laugh, his eyes gleaming with mockery and cruelty. The shadow beneath his feet began to spread rapidly, snaking toward Beigong Qianin and Yin Linglong like venomous serpents. Give it up, girls. Stop struggling and accept your fate. A chilling aura enveloped them as Beigong Qianin and Yin Linglong's faces turned pale. They retreated quickly, but the shadow's speed was terrifying, closing in on them and leaving almost no room to escape. Just then, Summon of the Sovereign, a voice, thunderous and commanding, exploded from the heavens, instantly drawing the attention of everyone on the battlefield. Countless heads turned upward, only to see shimmering figures materializing in the sky one after another. These silhouettes radiated a dazzling, multicolored brilliance, their gazes calm yet piercing as they focused on the Soul Palace player below. At the center of these apparitions, a young man slowly emerged. Surrounded by a soft yet intimidating glow of life energy, his eyes were as sharp as blades, fixed unwaveringly on the Soul Palace player. Behind him, a colossal golden figure began to rizzy a double-head, four-armed giant exuding an overwhelming and inescapable aura of dominance. The entire battlefield fell into a stunned silence, every breath held in suspense. Is that a god? Someone stammered, their voice trembling with disbelief. I've seen 9th-tier, level 200 players before, and they're strong, but nothing like this. What are those figures? Another murmured in shock, their face pale with awe. Whether they were from the Elven faction or the Soul Palace, everyone stood frozen, their eyes glued to the young man in the sky and the golden giant behind him. Mu Chun hovered in midair, radiating an icy, unyielding presence. Beside him, a spinning cube transformed seamlessly into a radiant formation blade. Gripping the blade tightly with both hands, Mu Chun raised it high above his head. The golden giant mirrored his movements perfectly, moving in synchronized harmony. In the next moment, Mu Chun twisted his hands, pointing the blade downward, and slashed fiercely toward the ground. Boom! Golden lightning roared across the sky, tearing through the clouds like a raging dragon. The ethereal figures in the sky moved simultaneously, each unleashing their unique skill. Dreamlike instant kill array, divine dragon's pressure, countless abilities intertwined with the golden formation blade, merging into a single devastating force. Under the awestruck gazes of everyone present, the blade, wrapped in golden lightning and radiant energy, descended with apocalyptic might, aiming directly at the Soul Palace player. Boom! The deafening explosion reverberated across the battlefield, shaking the very ground. A storm of violent energy erupted, sending dust and debris spiraling into the air. The impact left the entire battlefield trembling in its wake. The ground cracked open as the Soul Palace players were bombarded by an onslaught of skills. High in the sky, energy fluctuations roared like thunder. Mu Chen's figure flickered and landed steadily beside Beigong Qianin and Yin Linglong. His gaze swept over the two of them, tinged with urgency. Are you all right? Beigong Qianin and Yin Linglong exchanged a glance, their faces lighting up with irrepressible excitement. Brother, guild leader, we're fine. Relief washed over Mu Chun, and a faint smile curved his lips. Good to hear. His gaze shifted back to the battlefield ahead, where Soul Palace players were still charging and roaring. The air was thick with the tension of a storm about to consume everything. His expression hardened, and his tone was decisive. Let's keep going. You two stick with me, and we'll take them down together. Got it. The two women responded in unison, their eyes blazing with fighting spirit. The three moved as one, charging into the battlefield with seamless coordination and lethal precision. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, an elven squad leader had just finished healing herself. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, her expression a mixture of guilt and determination. Earlier, she had retreated from the front lines, but her momentary lapse had cost the lives of two key officers from the All-Life Guild, trusted aides of the All-Life Emperor. Racked with guilt and self-blame, she clenched her teeth and silently vowed to avenge them. Steeling herself, she ascended into the air, resolute and unwavering as she headed back to the front lines. The wind howled past her ears, and the acrid scent of war filled her nostrils. Her sharp eyes locked onto a Soul Palace player pursuing an elven kin. Without hesitation, she dove toward the enemy. But just as she was about to strike, two familiar voices rang out beside her. "Stop! Let go of that girl! You son of a! You're dead meat!" The elven squad leader froze mid-action, her brows furrowing as a strange sense of familiarity washed over her. Turning her head, she saw them Liang and Guchuan. The two stood protectively in front of the elf, charging at the Soul Palace player without a second thought. In the fierce clash that ensued, Liang and Guchuan were once again struck down by the Soul Palace player, their blood staining the battlefield. However, just as the Soul Palace player began searching for their next target, something extraordinary happened. Liang and Guchuan's fallen bodies began to emit a radiant white glow. Accompanied by a peculiar energy fluctuation, the two miraculously revived. Liang stood up, a smug grin spreading across his face. "I saved 16. How about you?" Guchuan casually scratched his nose. "Piece of cake. 20. Shall we keep going?" "Of course." The duo charged back into the fray, relentless and seemingly tireless. Their figures darted across the battlefield, repeatedly playing the role of heroes rescuing damsels in distress. Each act of heroism ended with their deaths, only for them to revive again and again in defiance of logic. The elven squad leader remained rooted in place, her expression conflicted as her mind swirled with confusion. How could they keep resurrecting? Could it be the fountain of life? No, impossible. Even their elven race wouldn't dare to use the fountain of life so recklessly. Were these two tricking her all along? Lost in thought, she didn't notice that the ongoing battle had drawn the attention of more and more elven warriors. One by one, they stared wide-eyed at the All-Life Guild players, who glowed with radiant effects and repeatedly resurrected. Their emotions were a tangled mess of awe, disbelief, and unease. Even the Soul Palace players couldn't help but pause, their eyes collectively fixed on these seemingly invincible madmen. For a moment, the battlefield was steeped in an eerie stillness. "Huh, Soul Palace? So what if you're from the Soul Palace? I'll crush you all. Hey, over here. I've got a Soul Palace elite claiming he's a junior elder. Let's take him down and show him off. Ha ha ha. This is amazing. This is the kind of battle I've always dreamed of." The All-Life Guild members' wild laughter echoed across the battlefield, their brazen antics leaving both the Elven warriors and Soul Palace players with complicated expressions. What could they say? The situation was, well, complicated. Beneath the celestial curtain, the battle raged on with unparalleled intensity. High-ranking members of the Soul Hall and the Elven clan clashed fiercely in midair, their spiritual energies colliding with deadly precision. Each move was meant to kill. However, due to a fleeting mistake, Soul Jedian was forced back by a swift and decisive strike from Daisy. The two combatants retreated momentarily, catching their breaths. There was no taunting, no verbal sparring, only a shared, silent glance towards the battlefield below. What they saw left everyone stunned. The once chaotic battleground had fallen into an eerie silence. Both the elves and the Soul Hall's combatants had inexplicably halted their movements, standing frozen in place with dazed expressions. The fight seemed to have been paused, as if by some unseen hand. Only the soft breeze disturbed the stillness, lifting small clouds of dust and adding to the uncanny atmosphere. "What's going on?" Soul Jedian frowned deeply, his sharp gaze sweeping over the battlefield. He couldn't make sense of this bizarre scene just moments ago. They had all been locked in a ferocious struggle, and now nothing. Daisy, too, appeared perplexed, her brows furrowed as she tried to decipher the situation. The high-ranking leaders on both sides focused intently on the battlefield, searching for the source of this anomaly. After 10 minutes of observation, they finally uncovered the truth. Players from the All Beings Guild were reviving. Over and over again. This realization caused an involuntary twitch at the corners of everyone's mouths. Their expressions morphed from shock to confusion, and finally to silent resignation. At this moment, the second elder of the Soul Hall slowly flew over to Soul Jedian, his expression a mix of awkwardness and disbelief. "Big brother, perhaps we should consider changing the name of our guild." "Changing the name?" Soul Jedian was taken aback, his face full of confusion. "Why? Soul Hall is such a powerful and intimidating name." The second elder pointed toward the All Beings Guild players below, his tone complicated. "I feel they embody the essence of Soul Hall more than we do." Following the second elder's gesture, Soul Jedian took a closer look. What he saw sent a chill down his spine. The players of the All Beings Guild had an almost demonic aura. Their faces were twisted into grotesque grins, their eyes gleaming with a blood-red light, and their smiles stretched unnaturally wide, nearly splitting their faces in two. They looked nothing short of fiendish. Even more terrifying was their unrelenting madness. They seemed to grow fiercer and more deranged with each resurrection, far removed from anything resembling normal human behavior. The elven leaders, too, were silent. Whether they were from the Soul Hall or the elven clan, the consensus was undeniable. These players didn't just resemble demons, they outmatched the Soul Hall's own fighters in embodying the dark, menacing energy one would expect from such a guild. If there was still a trace of humanity in the Soul Hall's warriors, the All Beings Guild players had long since shed it. They were like vengeful spirits risen from the depths of hell, sending shivers down everyone's spines. No sane person would grin so unnervingly during battle. These weren't players, they were the kind of villains you'd expect to encounter as final bosses in a game. Suddenly, the sky was streaked with dozens of glowing trails, like shooting stars descending from the heavens. Reinforcements from the Elven clan had arrived. Under the daylight, the Elven warriors appeared one after another, their movements graceful and light as they descended onto the battlefield, stepping on radiant beams of energy. Their arrival immediately deepened the tension on Sol Gideon's face. "You're finally here," Daisy exhaled, her expression softening just a little. Relief flickered across her face. Her guild members had arrived, and the tide of the battle was about to turn. A petite elf riding a luminous deer approached Daisy with a playful smile. "Guild leader, sorry to keep you waiting." "It's fine," Daisy replied with a faint smile before quickly adopting a more serious tone. "Good thing you made it in time, otherwise the situation could have turned dire." She scanned her guild members, her voice firm and commanding. "Players above the 9th cycle, stay here. Those below the 9th cycle, head down and assist our kin against the enemy. And remember, there are players from the All Beings Guild down there. Make sure you don't attack the wrong side." "Understood," came the unified response. The lower-tier players transformed into streaks of light, descending swiftly to the battlefield below. Their arrival immediately drew the attention of the Elven NPCs, and the morale on the battlefield soared. "The reinforcements are here. Today, we will crush the Soul Hall." The Elven warriors cheered, their spirits ignited. Even the All Beings Guild players seemed to relax, sensing the momentum shift in their favor. In a quiet corner of the battlefield, Xiao Cheng and Xue Qianfeng exchanged a knowing smile. "They finally arrived," Xue Qianfeng said, letting out a long sigh of relief, his expression visibly lighter. "Yeah," Xiao Cheng nodded in agreement. "With them here, this battle should wrap up soon." Before he could finish his sentence, a beam of light shot down from the sky, striking him directly. Xiao Cheng didn't even have time to scream before he disintegrated into a wisp of smoke and vanished. Xue Qianfeng froze, staring blankly at where Xiao Cheng had been. Slowly, he looked up to find the source of the attack. Not far away, an elven player stood with a cold, disdainful expression. "Your days of terrorizing as Soul Hall players are over," the elf declared. Xue Qianfeng, nearby elven NPCs. Soul Hall players. The scene descended into an awkward and unsettling silence. "Hey, stop. Stop fighting. We're on the same side, not from the Soul Hall." Xue Qianfeng shouted hurriedly, his voice tinged with urgency. His eyes swept over the chaotic battlefield, noticing the flashing red-eye effect, and he couldn't help but feel a pang of helplessness. While the effect was undeniably cool, it was proving to be a major source of confusion. "I told you not to mess around with this thing. And now look, our allies think we're the enemy," he muttered under his breath, fatigue written all over his face. "Yeah, that's right. They're from the All Beings Guild. They're with us." The elven NPCs chimed in anxiously, waving their arms in a flurry of panic, desperate to clear up the misunderstanding. Thankfully, All Beings Guild players could revive themselves. Otherwise, the Queen would have to use the precious life spring again. Huh. The elven players froze at those words, exchanging confused glances. "But just look at these guys. Do they look like good people to you? They totally seem like bad guys," one of them remarked, pointing suspiciously at the All Beings Guild players. However, as they scrutinized the players more closely, they noticed the unmistakable All Beings prefix displayed before their Nemisa clear identifier that left no room for doubt. Embarrassment gradually replaced the elves' initial confusion. So it was just a misunderstanding." One of the elven women coughed lightly, trying to cover her awkwardness. She quickly shifted her focus to a Soul Hall player in the distance, her eyes narrowing. With a sharp cry, she shouted, "How dare you, Soul Hall scum! Your end is here today." Before the words had fully left her lips, she charged forward, her hand glowing with magical light as she unleashed a spell directly at the enemy. Seeing this, Xue Qianfeng finally let out a sigh of relief, and the elven NPCs followed suit, nodding in agreement. "Glad that's all sorted out." That almost turned into a disaster. Scene transition. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Mu Chun stood atop a high vantage point, observing the chaotic scene with a cold, calculating gaze. A faint smirk tugged at the corner of his lips as a glimmer of confidence flashed in his eyes. With the arrival of reinforcements, they now held the absolute upper hand. This was the perfect moment to annihilate the Soul Hall players once and for all. His eyes locked onto the disheveled and desperate figures of the Soul Hall players below. A cold smile crept across his face as he willed his power into action. Crack, 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 the thousand-change cube behind him fragmented into countless tiny blocks, hovering in midair and glowing with a faint, eerie light. Buzz, buzz, buzz as the light intensified. Countless skill beams imbued with true damage began to form. Mu Chen's expression remained steely as he waved his arm sharply. Whoosh, 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 the skills rained down like a relentless storm, detonating upon impact. Boom, 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 the battlefield was instantly engulfed in a cascade of dazzling explosions. Mu Chen stood like an unyielding turret of destruction, unleashing skill after skill without pause. The Soul Hall players had no time to react before they were utterly obliterated. Smoke and debris blanketed the battlefield, the shockwaves rippling outward. The spectacular scene immediately drew the attention of countless combatants, who stopped mid-battle to stare in awe at Mu Chen's position. Switched to Hun Jidian's perspective. High above the battlefield, Hun Jidian broke free from the elven players entangling him and cast his gaze downward toward Mu Chen. When his eyes landed on the striking Emperor title displayed above Mu Chen's head, his brows furrowed deeply. The All-Beings Emperor, he murmured to himself, a glint of confusion flickering in his eyes. As the only player to embark on the path of divinity, the uniqueness of the All-Beings Emperor was no secret to Hun Jidian. But that alone wasn't what unsettled him. What truly perplexed him was Mu Chen's mana pool. Hun Jidian had clearly observed that the number of skills Mu Chen was unleashing had far exceeded the mana limits of a fourth-tier player by over tenfold. Yet, Mu Chen remained composed, as if completely unaffected. Could it be divine blessings? Hun Jidian's gaze sharpened, his mind racing with possibilities. So this is the power of the All-Beings Emperor? Switched to other players' perspective. He's incredible. A young vice leader exclaimed in awe, her wide eyes brimming with astonishment. A fourth-tier player casting that many skills? That's just absurd. Yeah, no kidding. No wonder he's a divine class wielder. Another player chimed in, nodding in admiration. And did you notice? He even used a phantom skill earlier, and I felt a surge of divine energy from it. I'm not entirely sure, but I think it might have been divinity. Divinity? The words sent a ripple of shock through the onlookers. They collectively drew in sharp breaths, their gazes fixed on Mu Chen with newfound reverence and disbelief. Divine essence? That is something only deities possess. Daesus, the sovereign ruler, frowned deeply. Standing on the high platform, Daesus's gaze was steady, her expression filled with confusion and shock. Divine essence, the very foundation of a deity, was fundamentally different from the nature of mortals. She understood well that although the gods participating in the mortal god assembly often displayed human traits, it did not mean the power of divine essence could be disregarded. Divine essence signified being free from desires, transcending everything. Gods governed by divine essence regarded mortals as insignificant as ants, far beneath their notice, and would never condescend to partake in the mortal god assembly. To them, mortals were nothing more than dust. However, gods driven by human nature were different. They experienced emotions and desires, making them more similar to mortals. Yet, those who indulged excessively in the mortal realm would eventually be dragged down, succumbing to corruption. Only by achieving a perfect blend of divine essence and human nature could one ascend to become a true supreme being. Over the years, Daesus had gained a profound understanding of this truth through her interactions at the Mortal God Assembly. It was precisely because of this that the revelation of Mu Chen possessing divine essence sent shockwaves through her heart. Meanwhile, on the battlefield below, Mu Chen unleashed an onslaught like a storm. His skills erupted one after another, waves of powerful energy sweeping across the surroundings. Many Soul Hall players below the 7th rank were caught in the chaos, their screams echoing. Yet, Mu Chen's relentless assault showed no signs of slowing. He suddenly pushed off the ground, his figure shooting forward like an arrow, landing right in the midst of the Soul Hall players. Whooshed, a surge of sacred energy rose from him, his expression cold and indifferent as he spoke. Before his words could fully settle, an aura brimming with the vitality of life expanded from his body, instantly enveloping a 30-kilometer radius. Countless players felt a wave of unease as their health points began to inexplicably drain away. What is this? My health just dropped by one. One Soul Hall player cried out in terror. Quick! Kill him! Someone shouted in fury. With a thunderous roar, a 6th-rank Soul Hall elite was the first to act. He charged toward Mu Chen at lightning speed, his eyes glowing with the light of a skill as he attempted to use illusions to disrupt Mu Chen's focus and force him out of the domain. After all, they all knew that this supreme ruler of the mortals was effectively immortal, and only special methods could counter him. However, just as he reached Mu Qian and locked eyes with him, something unexpected happened. Boom! The Soul Hall elite felt as though his very soul had been struck by lightning, and the scene before his eyes distorted instantly. His consciousness was dragged by an irresistible force into another dimension. In that unfamiliar space, endless void stretched beneath his feet, while above him, a vast starry sky glimmered. The dazzling cosmos resembled a breathtaking painting, mesmerizing and surreal. Yet, before he could take it all in, an overwhelming pressure like a chasm descended upon him. Ugh, the Soul Hall elite spat out a mouthful of blood, his body collapsing heavily to his knees. His soul seemed to be bound by invisible chains, leaving him utterly immobilized. Buzz. The aura of supreme vitality surged, as if it would consume him entirely. In the far reaches of his vision, a colossal figure bathed in otherworldly light stood immovably in the void. The figure exuded boundless majesty and divinity, as though the entire universe revolved around it. The Soul Hall elite trembled uncontrollably, straining to move his gaze upward. Using his peripheral vision, he caught a glimpse of the figure. Just one look was enough to nearly shatter his courage. In the infinite expanse of the starry void, a being of unimaginable size loomed. Every inch of its form radiated an otherworldly brilliance and an overwhelming aura of life, compelling anyone to bow in reverence. The sheer magnitude of the figure was beyond comprehension. Compared to it, the Soul Hall elite was less than an anthe, was barely even a speck of dust. Shaking, he forced himself to look higher, his eyes reluctantly taking in the figure's full form. It was a god. Its eyes were hollow and devoid of light, as if it possessed no consciousness. Yet, its hands were gently raised, palms cradling a faintly glowing, spherical object. The god's presence was sacred, benevolent, and serene, merging seamlessly with the eternal starry sky. The Soul Hall elite felt his very soul crushed under the weight of this divine presence. Completely powerless, he collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Only one thought remained in his mind: this being before him was the supreme deity, a god above all gods. But he also noticed something: the face of that deity bore a striking resemblance to the sovereign of all beings, Mu Qian, whom he had seen earlier. Boom! The Soul Hall player's gaze lingered on the deity's face for a mere moment, as though he had stumbled upon some forbidden truth. In an instant, a cold, detached divine voice echoed in his ears, as if emanating from the boundless void, alien and incomprehensible. He couldn't grasp the meaning of the voice, but the mere sound of it made his brain feel as though it had been struck by thunder, trembling uncontrollably. Even more terrifying, his entire body suddenly felt searing hot, as if engulfed in flames, every inch of his skin burning with excruciating pain. No, no. God, Divine One, forgive me. I didn't mean to intrude upon your presence, he screamed hoarsely, his voice filled with terror and despair. Meanwhile, Mu Qian observed coldly from the outside. The Soul Hall player who had charged in with such aggression suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream, as if he had lost his mind. His eyes inexplicably ignited, and he began clawing at his own skin in a frenzy, tearing through flesh with his nails. The scene was grotesque and horrifying. Such a sight sent chills down the spines of the onlookers, leaving them unsettled and uneasy. What's wrong with him? Why is he acting like this all of a sudden? Someone couldn't help but whisper. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Soul Hall player's health rapidly plummeted to zero, and he ultimately perished, his body left twisted and lifeless. A heavy silence fell over the scene, with everyone staring in shock and confusion. Did he just try to use an illusion technique on the sovereign of all beings? Someone cautiously speculated. But judging by what just happened, the sovereign of all beings seems completely unharmed. It's the player who suffered instead. Another person chimed in, their tone incredulous. The elven ladies, observant as ever, quickly picked up on the peculiarities of the situation and began whispering among themselves about what had just unfolded. Mu Qian, hearing the murmurs, raised an eyebrow in thought. He hadn't felt any effects of an illusion technique at all, which puzzled him greatly. Seeking answers, he opened his status panel. As soon as he did, a notification sounded in his ears. Congratulations! Your level has increased to 78. Leveled up? Mu Qian blinked, momentarily surprised. Normally, player-versus-player combat wouldn't grant experience points. This meant his EXP must have come entirely from Qingling's contributions. After all, Zhang Yanran was still in the Great Xian Kingdom. While Qingling was out on a mission, it was evident that her efforts had provided him with this unexpected boost. Casually distributing his attribute points, Mu Qian closed the panel and turned his attention back to the battlefield. At that moment, only one thought occupied his mind: to end the battle. Without hesitation, Muchen channeled his divine power and activated a skill. His eyes suddenly glowed with radiant light, and a gentle green aura flowed forth like a stream, enveloping the injured elven players and rapidly restoring their health. Simultaneously, the lower-level Soul Hall players found themselves completely overwhelmed by his domain skill, collapsing with agonized cries as they were eliminated from the world. Time flowed on, and the tide of battle gradually shifted. With reinforcements arriving from the elven faction, the Soul Hall forces were left with no room to retaliate. Moreover, whenever an elven lady was on the brink of death, the players of the All Beings Guild would unhesitatingly step forward to shield her. Even so, their numbers were limited, and they couldn't protect every elven player. Some still fell during the skirmish. However, the elven players were undaunted by death. After all, they possessed sacred artifacts that allowed them to be resurrected, which gave them immense confidence. With these combined advantages, the Soul Hall players were systematically wiped out, either killed or left gravely wounded. Even the elders of the Soul Hall, who hovered above the battlefield, were not spared, meeting their demise one after another. In the end, the only one left standing was Hun Jiedian, battered and with barely any health remaining. Still, the elven side had not emerged unscathed. Their high-ranking players had also paid a heavy price. Hun Jiedian, now firmly restrained by Daisy, coughed up blood, his face pale and filled with bitter regret. He had never feared death, for in his plans, capturing the elven forest would have allowed them to use revival items to return. Yet at this moment, he was forced to confront the undeniable truth. He had failed completely. How ironic. A plan he had so carefully orchestrated, one he had believed to be foolproof. Although the number of elf NPCs was overwhelming, their overall quality paled in comparison to the players from the Soul Hall Guild. After all, the Soul Hall Guild boasted numerous beta testers, many of whom were hidden players, giving them a significant advantage. Standing at the edge of the battlefield, Hun Jiedian scanned his surroundings with a dark and brooding gaze. The battle should have long since tilted in Soul Hall's favor. The elves, despite their numbers, lacked the cohesion and strength to contend with Soul Hall's elite players. However, what he hadn't anticipated was the intervention of the Zhongxing Guild players, who completely disrupted his carefully laid plans. At first, he dismissed these outsiders as insignificant. But when he realized their guild possessed the Godder attribute, Infinite Resurrection, a wave of frustration surged through him. It was simply unbeatable. Hun Jiedian clenched his teeth, inwardly mocking himself. His guild's Godder attribute, Xiao Laugh Dance, while powerful in the early stages, was utterly useless in this situation. The effect of this attribute was straightforward. As long as he let out a sinister Xiao laugh, his experience points would continuously increase. Yet no amount of laughter could counter the sheer dominance of Infinite Resurrection. Clenching his fists tightly, a flicker of unwillingness crossed Hun Jiedian's eyes. Hand over your guild to us elves. A cold, detached voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Descending slowly from the sky, Xiao stood beside Daisy, her expression as calm as ever as she fixed her gaze on Hun Jiedian. Though she was an NPC, she understood the rarity of Godder attributes. Each civilization could only possess one, and if a guild was destroyed, its attribute would vanish permanently, never to regenerate. Her seemingly indifferent words carried an undeniable sense of authority. Humph! Hun Jiedian sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. Over my dead body. There was no way he would hand over such a treasure, especially not to his enemies. At that moment, a familiar figure ascended from the battlefield below. The cleanup down there has already begun, Muchen remarked casually, glancing around before his eyes fell on the elf leaders. You've lost quite a few people here too, haven't you? Daisy smiled faintly, her tone lighthearted. It's no problem. With the Fountain of Life, they can all be revived. No need to worry. Exactly. I've still got plenty of resources in stock, Xiao chimed in, nodding in agreement. Hearing this, Muchen nodded knowingly. He was well aware of the elves' deep reserves. Revival items were hardly an issue for them. Turning his attention to Hun Jiedian, he asked with a hint of curiosity, "What's your guild's attribute?" Hun Jiedian scoffed, his expression dark. "Don't even think about it." Before his words had fully settled, a thick black mist began to swirl around him. The sight instantly put Muchen and the two women on high alert. They quickly activated their skills, readying themselves for defense. But before they could act, Hun Jiedian's last sliver of health dropped to zero. His body collapsed with a thud, disintegrating into a cloud of black mist that dissipated into the air. The three stood stunned for a moment before deactivating their skills. Daisy let out a sigh, a trace of regret flickering in her eyes. What a shame. Godder attributes are truly elusive. He actually chose to end his own life. If only she had been a beta tester, she might have had the chance to acquire a Godder attribute herself. The thought left Daisy feeling even more conflicted. Muchen, on the other hand, seemed entirely unbothered. Casting a glance at the two women, he spoke calmly. This incident is over. I plan to take my leave now. Huh, you're not staying? Daisy quickly tried to persuade him. We haven't even had the chance to thank you properly. Exactly, Xiao echoed, a hint of expectation in her eyes. After a moment of contemplation, Mukin pulled out a list of golden items and handed it to Daisy. Then, he added Xiao as a friend and sent her the same list. It's been a pleasure working with you. Until next time. With a slight smile, Mukin turned and walked away, leaving behind a graceful and unrestrained figure. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.